Chapter 10. Nike becomes urgent, personally delivering a $45 million contract. The recent triumph of securing the Club World Cup trophy, coupled with the achievement of 7 championships, has significantly amplified the calls for Lin Quan to be awarded the Ballon d'Or. With less than half a month remaining until the prestigious ceremony, Lin Quan's lead over both Messi and Ronaldo is substantial, so pronounced that even the fans of these two football icons have come to accept it. It is of little consequence. Messi may hold 4 Ballon d'Or awards, but what does one more mean for Lin Quan? The supporters of Messi are brimming with confidence, as he has set a remarkable precedent by winning 4 consecutive awards, cementing his status as the player with the most Ballon d'Or accolades in the annals of football history. Moreover, the most daunting aspect is that Messi is still remarkably young. At the age of 27, he potentially has at least 5 years of peak performance ahead of him. Within this time frame, he could very well challenge for a 5th or even 6th Ballon d'Or. In contrast, the supporters of Ronaldo exhibit less confidence regarding the award count. Nevertheless, Ronaldo has secured the Ballon d'Or twice, placing him alongside football legends such as Beckenbauer and Ronaldo Nazario as the 5th highest in aggregate awards. This accomplishment is indeed a source of pride. Although Ronaldo is approaching the age of 30 and may have only 2 or 3 years of peak performance left, Real Madrid is currently in stellar form, and the next few years may well see them reclaim the Champions League title. Should that occur, Ronaldo could leverage his outstanding club performances to secure another Ballon d'Or, thus elevating him to a tie with Platini, Cruyff, and Van Basten. Even if Lin Quan were to win this year's Ballon d'Or, it would only amount to a singular accolade, leaving him considerably distant from the legendary duo. Furthermore, the football world is not devoid of prodigies who ascend to greatness, yet fail to maintain the prolonged peaks achieved by Messi and Ronaldo. Who can say what Lin Quan's performance might be like next year? He could very well fade into obscurity. Despite Lin Quan's advantageous position, Manchester City remains vigilant. No player in the club's history has ever won the Ballon d'Or, and Lin Quan is poised to shatter this peculiar record. In such circumstances, it is imperative for Manchester City to intensify their efforts in promoting Lin Quan. While the attainment of the Ballon d'Or is undoubtedly linked to a player's individual performance, it is equally influenced by the strategic maneuvers of their respective clubs. Last year, Ronaldo's victory over Ribery and others for the Ballon d'Or was significantly aided by Real Madrid's behind-the-scenes efforts. As a rising contender, Manchester City lacks the extensive connections within the football world that Real Madrid possesses, necessitating a cautious approach. Fortunately, Manchester City's most evident advantage is its considerable financial resources. Even if they cannot directly sway voters from various nations, they can certainly influence media outlets to bolster Lin Quan's public image. As Manchester City commenced its financial investments, a notable surge in global media coverage regarding the Ballon d'Or ensued. These reports, without exception, extolled Lin Quan's virtues and articulated the legitimacy of his candidacy for the esteemed award. Under such relentless promotion, the public naturally began to associate Lin Quan with the Ballon d'Or. Consequently, if Lin Quan were to unexpectedly miss out on the award in the future, it would inevitably create a conflict with public perception, leading to significant skepticism. This undoubtedly diminishes the likelihood of any insider manipulation. Following the momentum generated by Manchester City, Nike also commenced leveraging its influence in the football realm to bolster Lin Quan's profile. The rationale behind Nike's actions is twofold. On one hand, the Ballon d'Or could substantially elevate Lin Quan's visibility and impact, and as a signed athlete of Nike, his rising fame is advantageous for the brand. On the other hand, with half of Lin Quan's contract already elapsed, Nike's efforts to enhance his profile are essentially a means to curry favor with him for contract renewal. Given that Nike's influence in football does not rival that of Adidas, they must offer more favorable terms to entice players to sign with them. Observing Lin Quan's current trajectory, it is evident to all that his future is boundless. Should Nike fail to proactively pursue renewal, Adidas and other sponsors would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to acquire Lin Quan. Losing him would pose a significant setback for Nike's foray into the football industry, especially considering another major athlete under their banner, Cristiano Ronaldo, is nearing 30. Ronaldo's peak performance cannot be sustained for many more years, compelling Nike to contemplate other endorsers capable of supporting their football strategy. Lin Quan, with his remarkable potential and youth, emerges as the most suitable, if not the sole, candidate. Recognizing Lin Quan's considerable advantage in relation to the Ballon d'Or, Nike discreetly approached his agent, expressing intentions to promote him for next year's Laureus Award. The Laureus Award? Lin Quan felt a hint of surprise upon receiving the call from agent Pear. He had certainly heard of the Laureus Award, yet it had predominantly been awarded to athletes in motorsports, tennis, and golf, never to footballers. Thus, he had never held any expectations for this accolade. Hearing Pear mention it now was indeed astonishing. Yes, Nike aspires to position you as their flagship athlete, vying for next year's Laureus Award. The selection criteria for the Laureus Award are exceedingly stringent. The recipient must have achieved outstanding results in international sports competitions over the past year and received unanimous recognition from the selection committee. The fields of competition encompass a broad spectrum, including football, basketball, athletics, swimming, and tennis, making it highly competitive. In recent years, the majority of recipients of the Laureus Best Male Athlete Award have emerged from athletics and tennis. Names like Bolt, Nadal, and Djokovic frequently grace the winners list. As for footballers, although Ronaldo and Messi have repeatedly been nominated, neither has ever claimed the award. Rumors suggest that the presence of the more prestigious Ballon d'Or has led the judges of the Laureus Award to exhibit a certain reluctance in casting their votes for football players, rendering it exceedingly challenging for athletes in this sport to attain recognition. However, this is not an absolute truth. Lin Quan recalls that Messi was able to secure the Laureus Award on 2 occasions, owing to his remarkable performances. Yet, these triumphs occurred post-2020. Prior to that, no football player had graced the Laureus podium. Nike, a colossal entity in the realm of sports, sponsors numerous events and boasts an extensive roster of athletes. Hence, the influence of Nike within the sporting world is undeniably formidable. Should Lin Quan gain their unwavering support, he might genuinely have a chance at winning the award. After all, a comprehensive review of his performance in 2014 reveals that he achieved the pinnacle of what a football player can accomplish. He amassed an impressive collection of team accolades, including league titles, cup victories, the UEFA Champions League, the World Cup, and the FIFA Club World Cup. On the individual front, Lin Quan swept nearly every available accolade, including the League's Golden Boot, League's Best Player, Champions League Golden Boot, Champions League Best Player, World Cup Golden Boot, and World Cup Best Player. In terms of both team and personal honors, he stands shoulder to shoulder with his competitors. Coupled with Nike's immense influence, Lin Quan suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. If Nike was indeed sincere in their intentions, the Laureus Award next year could be within reach. However, one must acknowledge that there is no such thing as a free lunch. If they are willing to extend their support, it is likely that they have ulterior motives. They may be looking to renew his contract or negotiate a more extended sponsorship agreement. Lin Quan's existing contract with Nike, signed for 13 years at a sum of 18 million euros, is nearing its 2-year mark. It is understandable that Nike would be eager, particularly given that superstars like Lin Quan are always in high demand. What terms have they proposed? When someone is eager to invest in you, such an opportunity is rarely declined. At this juncture, the power to negotiate lies firmly in Lin Quan's hands, and he is determined to leverage this moment to secure greater benefits. While sponsors may exert significant pressure on other players, their approach is markedly different when dealing with top-tier athletes, as superstars are not lacking in suitors, much like beautiful women are not short of admirers. They have presented him with a lucrative 5-year contract worth 45 million euros. On the other end of the line, Pear's voice was laced with excitement. In comparison to the previous 3-year contract worth 18 million euros, this new offer from Nike radiates sincerity. The former contract amounted to a mere 6 million euros per year, whereas the new deal elevates the annual sponsorship fee to 9 million euros, a 50 increase. This figure surpasses that of Cristiano Ronaldo, whose renewal with Nike in 2013 was for 40 million euros over 5 years, translating to an annual rate that is 1 million euros less than Lin Quan's new contract. The valuation of a sponsorship contract directly reflects the player's standing with the sponsor. Lin Quan's unit price surpassing that of Cristiano Ronaldo signifies that, in Nike's perspective, his status and commercial value exceed that of Ronaldo, establishing him as the foremost star in Nike's football strategy. This is precisely what Pear finds compelling about Nike's sincerity. However, Lin Quan remains somewhat dissatisfied with this amount. He recalls that NBA superstar LeBron James, upon entering the league in 2003, secured an extraordinary 7-year contract worth 93 million with Nike. Following his renewal with Nike in 2010, industry speculation suggested that James' endorsement deal exceeded $200 million, with an annual value potentially reaching a staggering $40 million. In stark contrast, Lin Quan's annual earnings of $9 million pale in comparison, being roughly one-fourth of James' contract. Such a stark disparity leaves Lin Quan feeling somewhat aggrieved. While James currently holds the title of the top player in the NBA, and his status may slightly eclipse Lin Quan's, the gap between their standings certainly does not warrant a fourfold difference. This raises an intriguing question. Why does Nike extend such a substantial endorsement to James while offering comparatively less to its own sponsored athletes? Pair finds himself momentarily speechless, struggling to articulate an explanation to Lin Quan. Compared to football, basketball's global influence is indeed considerably less pronounced. Even in the United States, basketball does not rank as the premier sport. The euphoric global celebration sparked by last year's World Cup underscores football's undeniable status as the world's leading sport. However, football does possess a critical drawback: the difficulty in selling football boots. Most basketball players' contracts are heavily tied to sneaker endorsements, with some sponsors collaborating to develop exclusive footwear. The sneakers worn by these stars can be worn by fans both in athletic settings and everyday life, thus appealing to a vast audience and ensuring robust sales. Consequently, sponsors can reap significant profits from sneaker sales, making them more inclined to invest in endorsements. In contrast, football boots are highly specialized. These cleated shoes are suitable for use only on the pitch and are impractical for daily wear. Moreover, the high cost and narrow utility of professional football boots mean that only ardent football enthusiasts are likely to purchase them. Casual fans may buy a jersey, but it is highly unlikely they will invest in football boots, which undoubtedly restricts the audience and market size. Thus, the financial terms of football players' endorsement contracts are naturally limited, falling short of the heights seen in the NBA. This is not a problem, Lin Quan argues. I do not exclusively wear football boots. I could easily endorse everyday athletic shoes from Nike. There is no need to confine the scope so rigidly. Pair finds himself at a loss for words, as Lin Quan's ideas are indeed imaginative. All right, I shall relay this feedback to Nike and see what they have to say. Upon receiving Pair's response, Nike promptly convenes an emergency meeting to deliberate on the matter. They remain uncertain about the effectiveness of having football players endorse sports products unrelated to football. Typically, they select track athletes or even enlist film stars for such endorsements, rarely considering football players for these roles. Furthermore, Lin Quan's contract amount has exceeded that of Cristiano Ronaldo, and any further increase might provoke Ronaldo's considerable dissatisfaction. Consequently, Nike politely declined Pair's proposal. To compensate Lin Quan, they assured him that they would make every effort next year to assist him in securing the Laureus Award. We shall await the results of the Laureus Awards next year before drawing any conclusions. Upon receiving Nike's response, Lin Quan felt somewhat dissatisfied. It seemed they had merely painted a grand vision for him, luring him into an early renewal without guarantees of its fulfillment. Naturally, he was reluctant to trust such empty promises. Conveniently, the shortlist for the Laureus Award would be announced at the beginning of next month, with the ceremony set to take place on April 15, 2015, at the Shanghai Grand Theater. The sincerity of Nike would soon be revealed. After rejecting Nike's renewal offer, Lin Quan redirected his focus back to the game. On January 10th, Manchester City faced Everton at Goodison Park. The team received uplifting news with the return of Aguero and Kroos from injury, both included in the squad and substituted in by Guardiola during the second half. With a full-strength lineup, Manchester City surged to a 3-0 lead in the first half, thanks to goals from Lin Quan and De Bruyne. In the second half, Lin Quan scored yet another goal, achieving a hat trick for the second consecutive match, showcasing his remarkable form. Shortly after completing his hat trick, Lin Quan was substituted for Aguero. As Lin Quan left the pitch, Guardiola, seemingly concerned about Lin's feelings, embraced him and explained his decision to substitute him early. You have already netted 3 goals, and the Everton players are becoming increasingly frustrated. If you remained on the field, they might retaliate with fouls, which could be dangerous. That is why I decided to take you off. Lin Quan glanced at Guardiola and curiously asked, do you provide such explanations when you substitute Messi as well? Chapter 11. The announcement of the Ballon d'Or winner, Lin Quan. After the match against Everton, Lin Quan and Guardiola boarded a flight to Switzerland to attend the FIFA awards ceremony. Upon their arrival, they were engulfed by a throng of reporters. with fans behind the barriers clamoring for Lin Quan's autograph, some brandishing posters, and wearing his jerseys. Witnessing the sea of cameras and flashing lights, Guardiola felt a wave of nostalgia. He recalled 2 years ago when he first brought Lin Quan to such an event, back when he was an unnoticed figure. Now, he had ascended to the ranks of superstars alongside Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi. The pace of his progress in just 2 short years was nothing short of astonishing. Lin Quan has always been quite indulgent towards his fans. Upon noticing a supporter holding up a sign in his favor, he smiled and waved to the crowd, graciously accepting jerseys and autograph books from enthusiastic fans, inscribing his name upon them. Naturally, due to the overwhelming number of admirers present, it was impossible for him to fulfill every request for signatures and photographs. After entering the venue alongside Guardiola, Lin Quan initially intended to find a random seat. However, the event staff guided him to the front row, where several spots had been thoughtfully prepared for him. Next to his seat was already occupied by someone familiar, dressed impeccably in a tailored suit, with a friendly smile, none other than Lionel Messi. "Hello, Messi," Lin Quan greeted, noticing Messi's warm expression directed at him. "Hi, Lin. Did you come with Pep?" Messi inquired, glancing back at Guardiola, who was seated not far behind Lin Quan, with a hint of envy in his voice. "Yes, he received a nomination for Best Coach, so we came together," Lin Quan replied, contemplating that Guardiola was largely there as a mere companion. The award for Best Coach in 2014 seemed a foregone conclusion. Vicente Del Bosque, who led the team to World Cup victory, was destined to win by a landslide. Even without Del Bosque, the chances of former Manchester City coach Pellegrini, who was recovering from illness and held 5 championship trophies, outweighed those of Guardiola. "I envy you for being able to learn under Pep. That's a dream for many players." Messi expressed his admiration for Guardiola, his words laced with genuine envy. "If you truly envy that, why not accept Manchester City's offer and join him?" Lin Quan playfully suggested, seizing the moment to extend an invitation. "Don't joke. Barcelona would never accept a bid from City." Messi shook his head, dismissing Lin Quan's jest as unamusing. "If you wanted to go, surely Barcelona would acquiesce?" Lin Quan remarked casually, having discerned through their earlier exchange that while Messi held affection for Guardiola, his loyalty to Barcelona ran even deeper. It was unlikely he would leave the club voluntarily unless something profoundly hurtful transpired. Messi simply smiled and shook his head, opting not to delve further into the topic. The two then exchanged insights on football techniques, discovering a remarkable similarity in their playing styles. Many skills seemed exclusive to them, making it rare to find someone with whom to share such knowledge. This encounter with a kindred spirit, a player of similar style and caliber, felt like gazing into a mirror. Once they began conversing, the dialogue flowed effortlessly, akin to long-lost brothers, with endless topics to explore. "Does practicing a horse stance truly enhance lower body stability?" Messi asked, his expression suggesting skepticism. "Absolutely. Both squats and the horse stance can significantly improve lower body stability. I can attest to its effectiveness," Lin Quan affirmed. For players like Lin Quan and Messi, who actively operate in the pivotal areas of the front line, a stable foundation and exceptional physical resilience are of paramount importance. Only with a solid footing and enhanced physicality can they securely receive the ball in the attacking zone, allowing opportunities for breakthroughs, passes, or dribbling. Furthermore, a grasp of kinesiology and rehabilitation principles is essential, as these theoretical insights can aid in discovering the most suitable playing styles and fully unlocking our potential. Modern sports increasingly rely on technology. Thus, continuous learning is imperative to keep pace with the evolving landscape. Upon hearing Lin Quan's confident assertions, Messi's interest was piqued. "Well, I shall give it a try when I return." The two share similar styles, positioned on the field under comparable defensive pressures. However, Lin Quan's performance in terms of fitness and injuries is evidently superior, and there must be reasons for this distinction. With a mindset focused on learning, Messi paid special attention to the advice Lin Quan offered. The FIFA awards ceremony was broadcast live, and one of the cameras was fixed on Lin Quan and Messi, capturing their interactions throughout the event. Their camaraderie appeared quite pleasant, raising speculation about their prior acquaintance, given that both hail from the esteemed La Masia Academy. It is indeed plausible. Their comparable skills and styles suggest a natural rapport, epitomizing the adage that heroes appreciate heroes. In contrast, during the era when Messi and Ronaldo dominated the football scene, labeled as the greatest of their time, such harmony seemed elusive. The media propagated the notion that two tigers could not share the same mountain, fostering unnecessary rivalry. Had the media not sensationalized their opposition, the tensions between Messi and Ronaldo supporters would likely have been less pronounced. Indeed, like attracts like, the personalities of players often resonate with their fans. Messi and Lin Quan both exhibit humility and a down-to-earth demeanor, making their rapport unsurprising. Conversely, the mere prospect of placing Messi alongside Ronaldo evokes a sense of dissonance. It is amusing how some portray Ronaldo as a villain, conveniently forgetting their own principles of humility and modesty when disparaging him. In the blink of an eye, the fans of both sides began to bicker once more. Wherever Messi and Ronaldo's supporters converge, it seems inevitable that disputes will erupt. Lin Quan's fans on the sidelines seemed to relish the spectacle, showing no intention of intervening. In truth, Lin Quan's relationship with both Messi and Ronaldo does not reach the extremes of rivalry, nor is it sufficiently amicable to warrant unified sentiments. Thus, remaining neutral was the wisest course of action. Just as the saying goes, speak of the devil, at that moment, a tall figure took a seat beside them. Both players immediately ceased their conversation and turned to face the newcomer. It was none other than Cristiano Ronaldo. What are you discussing? Unexpectedly, Cristiano Ronaldo did not exhibit the aloof demeanor typically associated with a domineering figure. Instead, he took the initiative to inquire. We were discussing ways to enhance physical fitness and reduce injuries. Oh, do you have any effective methods? Upon hearing Lin Quan's words, Cristiano's interest was piqued. Consequently, Lin Quan reiterated the points he had just made to Messi. Occasionally, Messi interjected, and with Lin Quan mediating, the two appeared far from the antagonistic relationship often rumored. The trio was able to engage in lively conversation. This scene left those keyboard warriors, who fervently debated online, utterly bewildered. Wasn't it said that Messi and Ronaldo regarded each other as rivals, unable to tolerate one another? How could they converse so warmly in private? Clearly, Lin Quan's amiable nature facilitated rapport between them, as otherwise, given the strained relationship between Messi and Ronaldo, they would have merely exchanged pleasantries, certainly not engaged in meaningful dialogue. At 7:30 p.m., as the guests gradually arrived, the awards ceremony commenced in earnest. As is customary, the first award to be announced was the Puskas Award. Seated in the front row, Lin Quan, Cristiano, and Messi all appeared relaxed, as none of them were nominated for this year's accolade. Who do you think will win this award? Cristiano seemed to possess some insider knowledge, thus he broached the topic. Lin Quan and Messi exchanged glances and replied in unison. James Rodriguez. Upon hearing their response, Cristiano was momentarily taken aback. How did you arrive at that conclusion? Quite simply, his goal was the most challenging and aesthetically pleasing. While Van Persie's header and Cahill's stunning strike were also remarkable, they paled in comparison to James's goal. The answer was soon revealed. Confirming Lin Quan and Messi's analysis, the award went to Real Madrid's James Rodriguez. His stunning volley during the World Cup garnered unanimous acclaim from the judges, resulting in a resounding victory. Following the announcement of the Puskas Award, the host quickly revealed the 2014 Best 11 alongside the invited guests. The 11-player roster consisted of goalkeeper Iker Casillas, defenders Philipp Lahm, Sergio Ramos, Thiago Silva, Jordi Alba, midfielders Andres Iniesta, David Silva, Toni Kroos, forwards Lin Quan, Cristiano Ronaldo, Lionel Messi. Undoubtedly, the biggest winners were the world champions, Spain, with 6 players hailing from the national team. Subsequently, the organizers announced several other awards, with the Best Women's Coach presented to Kellerman and the World Footballer of the Year awarded to Kessler. On the men's side, the Best Coach award was rightfully claimed by Spain's manager, Vicente del Bosque. After these accolades were distributed, it was time for the highlight of the evening, the FIFA Ballon d'Or. While it may seem like merely an award, this honor actually represents 2 prestigious accolades, the Ballon d'Or and the FIFA World Player of the Year. The big screen began to showcase highlights from the 3 players nominated for the final shortlist over the past year. As the frontrunner for the prestigious award, Lin Quan felt that his remarkable moments were perhaps slightly more numerous than those of Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi. Notably, his compilation of goals featured fewer from domestic leagues, predominantly showcasing his stunning strikes in the Champions League and World Cup, particularly during the finals of these tournaments. When the large screen replayed the goals from these 2 crucial matches, many spectators had their memories vividly rekindled. Due to time constraints, they may not have witnessed every match in the top 5 leagues or even all encounters in the Champions League and World Cup. However, as the centerpiece of the events, the finals of the Champions League and World Cup were viewed by most in attendance. Thus, upon seeing those familiar scenes, they were instantly reminded of the unstoppable figure on the pitch. Once the exhilarating highlights concluded, the camera swiftly focused on Lin Quan, Ronaldo, and Messi seated in the front row. The expressions of the three differed significantly. Lin Quan appeared serene, his demeanor remarkably calm, devoid of any visible nervousness. This elicited admiration from many, who marveled at his composure, a testament to his formidable character. Messi, too, seemed unruffled, acutely aware of his slim chances of victory. Having achieved no accolades the previous year with either his club or national team, rendering him almost irrelevant to the Ballon d'Or. Meanwhile, Ronaldo diligently controlled his expression, striving to appear composed. Yet, the tightly clenched fists resting on his knees betrayed a flicker of anticipation within him, as he quietly mused, despite knowing the odds were slim, about the possibility of a miraculous outcome. The former Arsenal superstar, known as the King of Highbury, Thierry Henry, approached the podium as the award presenter, holding an envelope containing the name of the winner. The broadcast captured a simultaneous shot of Lin Quan, Ronaldo, and Messi, whose states had shifted slightly. Lin Quan instinctively straightened his posture, his gaze fixed intently on the presenter. Beside him, Messi averted his eyes from the podium, casting a glance towards someone else, uncertain whether he was observing Lin Quan or Ronaldo. As for Ronaldo, he appeared visibly anxious when Henry opened the envelope. He could not help but gently rub his forehead with his right hand. Henry revealed the winner with the same precision he displayed on the field, delivering the announcement without delay or frivolity. After a brief glance at the name on the card, he decisively proclaimed, "The winner is Lin Quan." At the moment Henry announced Lin Quan's name, Messi immediately applauded, seemingly prepared for this outcome. To Lin Quan's right, Ronaldo first ruffled his hair, pressed his lips together, and then extended his hand to congratulate Lin Quan. "Congratulations, you truly deserve this trophy. Defeat is merely a stepping stone. If we falter now, we shall return next year. For we have experienced loss before. Once, I was overshadowed by another who claimed 4 Ballon d'Or trophies, yet I persevered, did I not?" Lin Quan stood up with a smile, embracing both Messi and Ronaldo. "Thank you, and I hope to see the three of us seated here again next year." "Indeed, that is a certainty," Messi responded with unwavering confidence. While he refrained from claiming the Ballon d'Or outright, he felt assured of a top 3 finish, hoping for their congratulations when the time came. Ronaldo, equally resolute, hinted that he too anticipated their accolades, implying that the trophy was already within his grasp for next year. Chapter 12. The youngest Ballon d'Or winner in history, contender for the crown. The youngest Ballon d'Or is born. The 2014 Ballon d'Or is revealed, with Lin Quan triumphantly receiving 68.7% of the votes. The legendary duo may soon be referred to as a trio. Following Lin Quan's victory, major media outlets eagerly reported on his achievement, celebrating the news with fervor. The significance of this Ballon d'Or is unparalleled, with minimal controversy surrounding the results. Among the 3 nominees, Lin Quan garnered nearly 70% of the votes, while Ronaldo trailed with less than 20% and Messi just above 10%. This edition of the Ballon d'Or may well be the least contentious in the past 2 decades. Furthermore, it marks the first time in the award's history that a player under the age of 20 has claimed the honor. Lin Quan, still over a month shy of turning 19, has shattered the previous record held by Ronaldo, who was merely 21 when he first won the award in 1997. Lin has elevated this record by a remarkable 2 years, a feat unmatched in history. For an 18-year-old, securing consistent playing time in a first team is a formidable challenge, let alone becoming a cornerstone for winning the Champions League and World Cup. Prior to Lin Quan's remarkable achievement, such aspirations seemed unfathomable in the footballing world. Yet, the impossible has indeed transpired. This naturally evokes comparisons to the legendary Pelé, who similarly rose to prominence at a young age, competing in the World Cup and leading his team to victory. Lin Quan's trajectory closely mirrors that of Pelé, prompting many to speculate that he may become the next king of football. I believe Lin will inevitably ascend to the throne of football. Upon hearing such sentiments, Pelé himself expressed his support for Lin Quan, recognizing his exceptional talent and predicting that he will soon be crowned a new generation's king. However, another footballing legend, Maradona, took issue with this. While I share confidence in Lin becoming the next king, I cannot endorse Pelé's assertion. Lin's style resonates far more closely with my own. Although the two football legends have experienced some conflicts regarding specific issues, they are united in their belief that Lin Quan will eventually ascend to the throne of football royalty. This has captivated the imagination of countless fans. With both esteemed football icons publicly endorsing him, one might wonder who could possibly disagree. Remarkably, Lin Quan, at not even 19 years of age, has already amassed an impressive array of honors and achievements. Thus, it is hardly surprising that these two legends foresee his coronation. However, I remain skeptical. Given Pelé's notorious reputation for jinxing, his endorsement could indeed spell misfortune for Lin Quan. Yet, one cannot dismiss Pelé's accurate prediction of Spain's World Cup victory. Even if one were to question Pelé's forecasts, surely we can trust Maradona's insights? Indeed, apart from his coaching shortcomings, his ability to recognize talent is commendable. It may be premature to draw conclusions at this juncture. Lin Quan is still quite young, and the peril of severe injuries looms large over young players, potentially leading to a rapid decline in form. Should he prove to be merely a fleeting phenomenon, his aspirations of becoming a football monarch may well be dashed. Let us not be overly pessimistic. Lin Quan is robust and resilient. It is improbable that he would succumb easily to a significant injury. Though he has experienced relatively few injuries thus far, the threat they pose remains substantial. If Lin Quan can maintain his current form, unscathed by injury, the title of king will merely be a matter of time. Since claiming the Ballon d'Or, Lin Quan has adopted an even more humble demeanor. He has refrained from engaging in external debates, choosing instead to return to his team, diligently training to enhance his performance. As more key players recover from injury, Guardiola finds himself with an expanding roster at his disposal. Nevertheless, he has not abandoned the idea of utilizing the winter break for reinforcements to strengthen the team. On January 17th, Manchester City will host Arsenal in a highly anticipated encounter. Since receiving investment from the Abu Dhabi Consortium, City has enjoyed a favorable record against Arsenal. In the first half of the season, they triumphed over Arsenal at the Emirates Stadium. Thus, the City squad approaches this match against the Gunners with a sense of calm. In contrast, their upcoming away fixture against Chelsea demands greater caution and respect. Chelsea's home ground has historically been a challenging venue, having once set a record of 86 consecutive unbeaten matches at Stamford Bridge. For any team visiting this fortress, it presents a formidable challenge. Last year, during their visit to Stamford Bridge, Manchester City found themselves in dire straits against Chelsea. Had it not been for Lin Quan's breathtaking acrobatic equalizer in the dying moments, they would have surely succumbed to Chelsea's might. Consequently, Guardiola has regarded the match against Arsenal as a rehearsal for the impending clash with Chelsea, applying some of his tactical innovations in this game. This strategy has incited the ire of Arsenal's players. What does this imply? Are we mere subjects for your experiments? Underestimating us is a grave mistake. Arsenal, in their pursuit of a top-4 finish, can be an incredibly formidable opponent when roused. In just 34 minutes of the first half, Arsenal astonishingly took a 2-0 lead against the defending champions, thanks to a goal and an assist from Cazorla. This unexpected outcome left everyone in disbelief. Manchester City fans, watching from the stands, clutched their heads in astonishment, questioning whether their eyes deceived them. Was the scoreline reversed? The few Arsenal supporters who made the trip to the away game were equally incredulous. What was happening? Were we truly witnessing a resurgence? Leading the reigning champions at their own ground by 2 goals? Was this real? After all, the opposing team had just secured their 7th title, boasting a Ballon d'Or winner and a future footballing icon among their ranks. On the sidelines, as Giroud netted the 2nd goal following Cazorla's assist, Professor Wenger clenched his fists in exhilaration, trembling with emotion. This season had posed greater challenges for Arsenal, especially after other clubs had invested heavily to strengthen their squads. Their record in high-stakes matches had been dismal. Against Manchester United, Manchester City, and Chelsea, Arsenal had failed to secure a single victory, managing only a draw against Liverpool. Such poor performance against formidable opponents had seen Arsenal tumble out of the top 4 in the standings, struggling to reclaim their place. This victory would not only yield them 3 precious points, but also allow them to break the embarrassing streak of not having defeated a reigning champion away from home since 2002. However, after the initial joy, Wenger forced himself to regain composure. It was not yet time to uncork the champagne. The first half was still ongoing, and they were up against the formidable Manchester City. City was an exceptionally powerful team, boasting players like Silva, capable of altering the course of the match single-handedly. One misstep could see their hard-earned advantage vanish. On the Manchester City bench, Guardiola was beginning to feel restless. He had made some adjustments to the team's lineup and formation, which had inadvertently weakened their midfield interception capabilities. The absence of Yaya Touré and the fact that Kroos had just returned from injury and was not yet in peak condition affected the strength of their midfield. Arsenal had indeed performed admirably, exhibiting both elegance and synergy in their passing and movement, creating an almost uncontainable offensive threat. Particularly, their attacks from the flanks exposed City's vulnerabilities in defending the spaces between the lines. However, the crux of the issue lay in the midfield. Cazorla was exceptionally active, making numerous contributions in dangerous areas. Realizing this, Guardiola boldly opted for a tactical shift, pushing his defensive line higher, positioning Captain Kompany at the back to act as a sweeper. Simultaneously, he adjusted the midfield by instructing the wingers to tuck in, increasing their midfield presence, while leaving the flanks open but establishing two lines of interception inward. On witnessing Guardiola's adjustments, Wenger could not help but furrow his brow in concern. Why did Guardiola make such adjustments? After the two wingers tucked in, Arsenal found it considerably easier to mount attacks from the flanks. And it was through these lateral offensives that they established their foothold in the match. Was Guardiola not essentially exposing Manchester City's vulnerable underbelly to Arsenal's blades? What kind of tactics were the opponents employing? It was utterly perplexing, since it was difficult to comprehend. It would be prudent to observe the situation for a while longer before making any assessments. Wenger once again faltered in his on-field decision-making. In moments like these, one must either solidify the defense or ruthlessly exploit the weaknesses laid bare by the adversary. The strategy of remaining passive while the opponent makes adjustments is the worst possible choice. It disregards the fact that his team comprises young players whose mentality is highly susceptible to fluctuations. When Arsenal is in form, they are invincible, but when faced with adversity, particularly away from home, their capacity to turn the tide is nearly non-existent. Guardiola's adjustments swiftly bore fruit. In the 43rd minute of the first half, City executed a coordinated effort in midfield, successfully intercepting the ball from Cazorla. Following the interception, Fernandinho promptly relayed the ball to De Bruyne, who then passed to Lin Quan. With the two wingers having tucked in, they were in close proximity to Lin Quan, allowing them to support him as he surged into Arsenal's half. This momentarily caused hesitation among Arsenal's players, who refrained from immediately converging on Lin Quan to apply pressure. Lin Quan's dribbling prowess was formidable. Should they fail to reclaim the ball, he could easily distribute it, leaving Arsenal's defense exposed. However, the pressing question remained. Without engaging multiple players to pressure Lin Quan, how could they possibly halt his advance? The answer was clear. There was no way to stop him. Ramsey and Koscielny charged towards Lin Quan only to be effortlessly bypassed, allowing Lin Quan to penetrate the penalty area. The attention of Mertesacker, Monreal, and Bellerin was entirely drawn to Lin Quan, almost instinctively converging upon him. Yet, Lin Quan chose not to shoot. Instead, he deftly laid the ball across to the opposite side of the box, assisting Navas, who surged in to score. Manchester City quickly equalized, altering the score to 1-2. After the goal, Navas and Lin Quan rushed to the net, both reaching for the ball almost simultaneously. Let us capitalize on the remaining time in the first half and score again. Seeing Navas' eagerness, Lin Quan relinquished the ball to him, giving him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Indeed, that's the plan. In stark contrast to the buoyant spirit of Manchester City, the Arsenal players appeared somewhat flustered after conceding. City's attack, while lacking in noteworthy tactical complexity, leveraged the timing of the transition from defense to offense. However, the Arsenal players, who had been on the receiving end of the opponent's assault, couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety. Manchester City's attack was executed with remarkable speed and simplicity. Throughout the offensive sequence, they completed only 3 passes, all directed forward, culminating in a goal. If Arsenal could have effectively curtailed just one of the passing options, it is highly probable that they would not have conceded. By the sidelines, Professor Wenger's brows knitted into a furrow. Clenching his fists against his lips, he found himself pondering how to counter Manchester City's counterattacks. In the recent offensive play, the passes from De Bruyne and Lin Quan were pivotal, particularly Lin Quan, who not only bore the weight of delivering the final decisive pass, but also took on the responsibility of dribbling forward swiftly, drawing the attention of his adversaries to aid his teammates. From near the center circle to his own penalty area, Arsenal's players allowed the opposition to advance nearly 30 meters, an utterly unacceptable blunder. Had any player committed a foul or intercepted him during that period, Manchester City's attack would have faltered. Yet, how challenging it was to contain Lin Quan. Did Real Madrid and Barcelona not recognize the magnitude of his threat? They were aware, yet they too struggled to restrain him. Thus, Wenger merely cast a glance at Lin Quan, swiftly dismissing this impractical notion. His gaze shifted to De Bruyne. The threat posed by this lad's passing had escalated. It was he who executed the crucial first pass in the previous attack. If he could be curtailed, perhaps Manchester City's offensive threat would diminish. With this thought, Wenger promptly made adjustments to bolster the defense against De Bruyne. This change bore fruit swiftly, as De Bruyne's touches and passes noticeably decreased. However, the situation seemingly did not improve. It even deteriorated further. With De Bruyne closely marked, another player emerged, none other than the previously underperforming Kroos. During the stoppage time of the first half, Manchester City seized upon Arsenal's attacking error to launch a counterattack. Kroos received a return pass from Lin Quan at the edge of the penalty area and unleashed a long-range shot, piercing Arsenal's net for the second time. In just a few minutes, Manchester City scored twice, leaving Arsenal's players questioning their very existence. To them, Manchester's goals appeared as effortless as eating and drinking. The hard-won lead they had so painstakingly built vanished in mere moments. This incited doubt. Could we truly overcome the formidable Manchester City? When Arsenal's players began to second-guess themselves, it signaled the potential for collapse. In the second half, Manchester City pressed on with relentless attacks, repeatedly threatening Arsenal's goal. While Arsenal's counterattacks lacked the creativity they had shown at the start of the first half, a lack of inspiration and ingenuity in their passing sequences rendered them incapable of breaching Manchester City's defense. As the clock struck 90 minutes, the scoreboard froze at 5-2. Arsenal, having led by 2 goals, found themselves on the receiving end of 5 unanswered goals from Manchester City, regretfully relinquishing what should have been 3 secure points. Post-match, a fan captured a photograph of Arsenal's head coach Wenger, having fallen while taking the subway in Manchester. In the image, the silver-haired Wenger clutches a suitcase, sprawled on the ground, as 2 subway security personnel assist him to his feet. Following the release of this collection of photographs, a fervent discussion erupted across the internet. One cannot help but feel sympathy for the professor, who appears to have sustained a significant fall. Alas, it is likely that his spirits were dampened after a loss, compounded by the slippery ground leading to his unfortunate tumble. Fans of the club are left in tears. To endure such a defeat is truly disheartening. The professor has aged considerably. Over the years, his once raven locks have turned completely to white. His sacrifices for Arsenal have been immense, and had he chosen to coach another team, he would undoubtedly have encountered far fewer troubles. Given his current state, it seems he may not endure for many more years. The plight of this team feels utterly hopeless, with no glimmer of optimism in sight. Chapter 13. The transfer window opens. Manchester City sets sights on Kimmich, Rudiger, and Kanté. In light of Chelsea's victory in this round of matches, Manchester City failed to narrow the gap, with Arsenal following their game. The difference between the two teams remains a mere 3 points. As Manchester City prepares to face Chelsea away in their next match, Guardiola opted to rest several key players during the midweek FA Cup match against Middlesbrough, fielding a semi-reserve squad. Unexpectedly, Manchester City suffered a shocking defeat, losing 0-2 to their opponents and consequently exiting the FA Cup. This outcome has sparked widespread astonishment. Since Guardiola's arrival, Manchester City has experienced an alarming number of losses. Their performance appears scarcely better than during Pellegrini's absence, prompting doubts about whether Guardiola's tactics, as Mourinho suggested, are indeed ill-suited for the Premier League. Naturally, Mourinho seized the opportunity to ridicule the unexpected defeat, especially as the two teams are set to face each other in the subsequent round. Engaging in psychological warfare at this juncture could significantly bolster Chelsea's chances of victory. I have long asserted that Guardiola's method is only viable in La Liga. It falters when applied to a different league, and the loss to Middlesbrough serves as evidence. In the forthcoming match at Stamford Bridge, I shall personally instruct Guardiola on how to navigate the challenges of the world's Premier League. Initially, skepticism surrounded Mourinho's claim to teach Manchester City a lesson at Stamford Bridge. Yet recent performances from City have led many to reconsider his words. Manchester City's form appears rather bleak, and their recent results have been far from satisfactory. Approaching the daunting challenge of Chelsea's home ground in such a state may spell disaster for them. As for Mourinho's taunts, Guardiola has chosen to remain unperturbed. Having previously encountered Mourinho's psychological tactics in La Liga, he recognizes that engaging in verbal sparring only plays into the opponent's strengths. Succumbing to provocation would be a mistake. Nonetheless, these recent matches have indeed exposed certain issues within the Manchester City squad. Following Yaya Touré's leave to participate in the Africa Cup of Nations, the midfield has become somewhat depleted. Furthermore, there are numerous concerns regarding the defensive line that necessitate further reinforcements. Taking advantage of the still open window during the winter break, Guardiola began to explore potential acquisitions. Initially, he offloaded defender Mangala, whom he had purchased from Porto during the summer transfer window, for a fee of $23 million. Mangala's performance at Manchester City had been woeful during his half-season stint, frequently committing egregious errors in his limited appearances. Furthermore, he expressed dissatisfaction with the city's climate and cuisine, struggling to integrate into the team. Continuing his tenure at Manchester City would have been a torment for both parties. Consequently, they parted ways, with City incurring a loss of $7 million and reluctantly allowing him to leave at a reduced price. With an already inadequate defensive roster, City found themselves in urgent need of bolstering their defense following Mangala's departure. However, acquiring a quality defender proved challenging, especially with Paris Saint-Germain's relentless inflation of player prices, leading to an overall escalation in the market value of defenders. The exorbitant transfer fee for David Luiz illustrated that securing a competent defender would require a significant financial outlay. Should they encounter a club like Porto, they would undoubtedly face substantial financial strain. Guardiola set his sights on two defenders from Bayern Munich, Boateng and Alaba. Despite Boateng's occasional missteps, highlighted by being outmaneuvered by Lin Quan, his defensive awareness is exceptionally commendable. His inability to keep pace physically with Lin Quan was merely a testament to the latter's speed, as a less astute defender would likely have been easily surpassed at the first adjustment. Boateng's ability to match Lin Quan's intellect is already a remarkable feat. Furthermore, apart from his encounters with Lin Quan, Boateng has consistently demonstrated commendable performance against other players. After enduring the rigors of League and Champions League competitions in recent years, Boateng has improved significantly and exhibits the poise of a seasoned leader. As for Alaba, Guardiola had long recognized his potential during his time at Bayern. At just under 23 years of age, Alaba may lack some experience, yet his innate talent is undeniable. He possesses a robust physique, remarkable speed, and agility. Alaba embodies the archetype of a player capable of both attacking and defending, and Guardiola holds high hopes for him, believing he could very well emerge as the premier left-back in football. Manchester City's right-back, Zabaleta, boasts considerable strength, but their left-back, Kolarov, leaves much to be desired. While Kolarov excels in offensive capabilities, his defensive prowess is lacking. During the recent match against Arsenal, it was through his flank that the opposition found their opportunities, resulting in 2 goals conceded. Consequently, City frequently rotates their left-back position, alternating between Kolarov and Clichy. Guardiola aspires to acquire a more well-rounded fullback to definitively resolve this issue. Much like Wenger, Guardiola favors investing in young talents. Such players offer greater potential for development and tend to be more amenable to management. With proper nurturing, they could evolve into foundational players for the team, serving for an extended period. Even in the event of failure, the financial repercussions are minimal, and there would be suitors for their transfer. He has just arrived in Manchester, and the pressure of performance is not yet overwhelming. Thus, he is currently contemplating how to construct a team lineup that meets his standards. As soon as the transfer window opened, Manchester City promptly submitted a transfer bid to Bayern Munich. City intends to offer $80 million to secure the services of 2 players. This offer, though substantial, was dismissed outright by Bayern, who did not even give it a second glance. With half of the Bundesliga season still to be played and the Champions League merely in the knockout stage, allowing Manchester City to take away 2 of their main defenders at this juncture would severely hinder Bayern's prospects for the remainder of the season, especially with Hanks returning, eager to make a significant impact. After Bayern's refusal, Guardiola abandoned his pursuit of Boateng and instead directed a $40 million offer solely towards Alaba. If acquiring 2 players proves challenging, Surely securing one should not pose a significant obstacle, especially given that the offered price is exceptionally high. With Paris Saint-Germain's defense not lacking personnel, it is unlikely that any other club would present a higher bid than Manchester City's. Nevertheless, Bayern still rejected the offer, with their general manager, Hoeneß, stating that as long as Guardiola remains at City, no transactions between Bayern and City would be entertained. It seems that the relationship between the two parties has irreparably soured following Guardiola's previous departure from Bayern. With no prospects at Bayern, Guardiola sought to make offers to several other clubs, including Real Madrid's Carvajal and Dortmund's Hummels, in hopes of acquiring their main defenders. However, these bids were either rejected by clubs that are ambitious for success or exploited by others who inflated the prices exorbitantly. The series of refusals took a toll on Guardiola, making it exceedingly difficult to secure new signings during the winter break. Exhausted, he returned home, shed his suit, and collapsed onto the sofa in a state of despair. Just then, Lin Quan arrived home with his brother Marius after playing football outside. Upon hearing his plight, he couldn't help but inquire, "Haven't you secured a defender yet?" "No. It's not that simple," Guardiola replied with a shake of his head, lamenting, "In this day and age, good defenders are as rare as gold. Those I desire are priced beyond reach, while those I don't want could very well be ticking time bombs." Lin Quan nodded in agreement with Guardiola's sentiment. "What if I offer you some suggestions?" "You?" Guardiola looked at Lin Quan with a hint of skepticism, wondering if he had any knowledge of such matters. Adopting a desperate times call for desperate measures mentality, Guardiola nodded. "All right, go ahead. Having just come from the Bundesliga, have you followed the matches in the two?" "Bundesliga?" Guardiola acknowledged that he had indeed been attentive. Germany's leagues are well managed, with both the Bundesliga and the two Bundesliga, even down to the three Liga, enjoying healthy finances. This financial stability enables them to operate consistently, while a vast pool of football talent continues to emerge from the country's substantial footballing populace. Additionally, many teams, including Bayern Munich, tend to loan young players to the second division for development. Consequently, the strength of the teams in the second division is quite formidable, making the matches rather engaging. "Do you recall the right-back Joshua Kimmich from RB Leipzig?" Guardiola pondered for a moment and nodded. "Yes, I have some recollection of him. The lad possesses a high football IQ, exhibits exceptional positional awareness in defense, and delivers outstanding crosses." As Guardiola mentally retraced his memories, he unearthed fragments concerning Kimmich. Players capable of leaving a lasting impression on him are seldom forgotten after a single viewing. Kimmich, at merely 19 years of age, is still quite youthful and could easily be groomed to succeed Zabaleta. Moreover, his market value is relatively modest, estimated to be around 7 to 10 million euros. By the time he matures, Zabaleta might well be nearing retirement, making for a seamless transition. "Are you so optimistic about him?" Guardiola felt a surge of surprise upon hearing Lin Quan's intention to cultivate Kimmich as Zabaleta's successor. He was acutely aware of Zabaleta's prowess, recognizing him as one of the few defenders he could trust fully at Manchester City. This level of reliability was something even the captain, Kompany, had not achieved. "It is not merely my endorsement. Bayern holds him in high regard. Considering Lahm's age, Bayern is likely to make a move in the summer to acquire him. Therefore, if you wish to seize the opportunity, now is the moment to act. Once Bayern expresses interest in Kimmich, do you believe you can outmaneuver them to secure him?" Having previously managed Bayern, Guardiola understood their immense influence in the Bundesliga. For the majority of German players, joining Bayern significantly enhances their chances of being selected for the national team. Thus, an invitation from Bayern is nearly impossible to decline. Many German players, upon learning of Bayern's interest, will even lower their asking price to join the club. This phenomenon complicates the efforts of other Bundesliga teams to retain talent, effectively allowing Bayern to dominate the market. With promising prospects being poached by Bayern, other clubs find it challenging to compete. Initially, Guardiola was not overly concerned, but Lin Quan's remarks instilled a sense of urgency. Bayern's search for a successor to Lahm is no secret. Born in 1983, Lahm is no longer young, and his time at Bayern may only extend for the final 2 or 3 seasons. In this context, Bayern must proactively identify and nurture potential candidates to fill the void following Lahm's retirement or departure. Kimmich's exceptional talent will inevitably draw Bayern's attention. With this realization, Guardiola resolutely decided, "Very well, I shall instruct someone to make an offer to Leipzig. Please ensure discretion. We must keep Bayern uninformed. If they intercept this opportunity, the chances of securing the player will diminish significantly, Lin Quan cautioned. Indeed, I shall be vigilant. Under the guidance of Guardiola, Manchester City submitted a bid of €5 million to RB Leipzig. This figure was astonishing for Leipzig, who had acquired Kimmich from Stuttgart for merely €500,000. Having played for just a year, Kimmich's potential sale would yield a tenfold profit, leaving Leipzig in a state of disbelief. Nevertheless, given the circumstances, they felt compelled to engage in some negotiation, and thus cautiously raised their asking price to €7 million, wary of scaring off their affluent suitor. However, upon receiving Leipzig's counteroffer, Manchester City exhibited little interest in haggling, promptly agreeing to the proposed amount, leaving Leipzig utterly astonished. They sensed they might be underselling. Considering City's generous demeanor suggested that a slight increase might have been welcomed. Once an accord was reached, the funds were swiftly transferred to Leipzig's account, evoking a sense of admiration from them. Conducting business with such a wealthy entity as Manchester City was indeed a refreshing experience. Not only was City magnanimous in their dealings, but their efficiency in remitting payment was equally impressive. Regrettably, their interest seemed confined solely to Kimmich. Had they shown interest in other players, Leipzig could have profited further. Kimmich soon arrived at Manchester City, successfully undergoing trials and medical examinations. During the trials, Guardiola was thoroughly impressed with the 19-year-old. He believed that with proper nurturing, Kimmich could evolve into an indispensable pillar of City's left defense. Given that this transfer was entirely based on Lin Quan's recommendations, Guardiola developed a blind confidence in Lin Quan's judgment. After finalizing Kimmich's transfer, he eagerly approached Lin Quan for further insights. The team still requires a center-back, a midfielder, and a forward. Do you have any commendable suggestions? Indeed, Lin Quan did. For a center-back, he recommended Rudiger from Stuttgart, whose market value should be modest, especially following a recent serious injury, making him attainable for under €15 million. As for the midfield, Lin Quan was aware of an exceptionally talented defensive midfielder. Oh, how exceptional! Guardiola inquired with keen interest. His potential could rival that of Makelele, Lin Quan replied. Guardiola's eyes widened in disbelief. Having played in the same era as Makelele, he understood better than anyone the formidable presence the latter was during his prime. A player capable of anchoring the midfield. Makelele's absence had left a significant void in Real Madrid, which, despite boasting stars like Zidane, Ronaldo, and Beckham, struggled to maintain its dominance without his stabilizing influence. It was no wonder that Casillas reminisced most fondly about Makelele, for after his departure, the once mighty Galacticos quickly fell from grace. Moreover, following him, the football realm has scarcely seen a player capable of fulfilling the role of a sole defensive midfielder. This is precisely why Guardiola found himself in a state of astonishment, curious as to who could possibly warrant such high praise from Lin Quan. He hails from France and currently represents Caen in Ligue 1. His name is N'Golo Kanté. Chapter Conclusion Chapter 14. Lin Quan and Guardiola personally securing Kanté. Manchester City bids for Sulla on January 24th, in the northwest of France, the second-largest city, Rennes. The Rosen Park Stadium was alive with the action of the 22nd round of Ligue 1. The match featured Rennes, ranked 10th, against Caen, languishing in the relegation zone. Given that neither team was particularly star-studded, and considering the generally low profile of Ligue 1, this match would typically attract little attention. However, when the cameras panned to Guardiola, clad in a black woolen coat, alongside the newly crowned Ballon d'Or winner Lin Quan, the crowd erupted in fervor. What was Manchester City's manager doing here? Could it be that he had his eye on one of Rennes players? Being the home ground, the Rennes supporters instinctively assumed Guardiola was there to scout their talent. In actuality, Guardiola's interest lay with the away team's midfielder, N'Golo Kanté, adorned in the number 17 jersey. Upon seeing his image on the big screen, Guardiola momentarily froze, seemingly taken aback by his swift recognition. Yet, regaining composure, he promptly smiled and waved at the camera, greeting the enthusiastic fans. When the camera turned to Lin Quan, he clenched his right fist and made an encouraging gesture, as if to motivate both teams to give their best performance. The presence of these two figures ignited excitement among the players on both sides. Lin Quan was, after all, an idol to many young athletes. They all aspired to achieve fame akin to his. As for Guardiola, being acknowledged by such a world-class manager could open doors to prestigious clubs for many players. Consequently, the athletes on the field were eager to showcase their talents, vying for Guardiola's attention. Known for his discerning eye, Receiving acknowledgement from him was a significant validation of one's abilities, an invaluable recognition for those toiling in mid to lower-tier teams. Given Guardiola's fondness for midfielders, starting defensive midfielder Andre instinctively believed that the spotlight was aimed at him. This assumption fueled his enthusiasm on the pitch as he frequently gestured for the ball, eager to display his prowess. His efforts bore fruit when, in the 15th minute of the first half, Andre scored a goal. Elated by his achievement, he could not help but think, surely, such an outstanding performance must have impressed Coach Guardiola. With this thought in mind, he refrained from immediately celebrating with his teammates and instead gazed hopefully toward the stands, eager to gauge Guardiola's reaction. In the stands, both Guardiola and Lin Quan applauded after witnessing the goal, bestowing Andre with a sense of encouragement. He felt as if he had caught Guardiola's discerning eye. Otherwise, why would they have acknowledged him with applause? Consequently, in the ensuing match, his desire to perform intensified. However, this ambition did not yield the desired results. Rather, it backfired. His blunder allowed Ken to launch a counterattack, leading to an equalizer just before halftime. As the second half commenced, Andre's performance not only failed to improve, but further deteriorated. This decline adversely impacted Rennes' overall performance, while Ken surged, netting 3 goals in the second half and ultimately securing a 4-1 victory. The substantial home defeat left Rennes supporters, who had arrived with high hopes, feeling bewildered. They were initially favored to win, given their status as regulars in Ligue 1, while their opponents were merely newcomers from Ligue 2. The unexpected outcome incited considerable frustration among the fans. As the primary culprit for the loss, Andre faced a barrage of criticism. Many questioned Guardiola's judgment, pondering how he could have seen potential in Andre given such a lackluster display. In contrast, Julien, who contributed a goal and 3 assists and was lauded for his stellar performance, was deemed to have a brighter future, earning the title of MVP post-match. Yet, Guardiola was neither there for Andre nor for Julien. Throughout the match, his gaze remained fixated on a diminutive player clad in the number 17 jersey for Cannes. Those who truly understand the game would undoubtedly be impressed by this individual, and Guardiola was no exception. What do you think of his performance? Lin Quan inquired after the match. Quite remarkable, truly full of potential. Guardiola replied, his eyes sparkling. Come, let us approach this young man. He was eager to bring Kanté to the Etihad Stadium. Kanté was taken aback, although he was aware of Guardiola's presence at the match. He never imagined that Guardiola was there to scout him. Thus, when he received a call from his agent after the game, informing him that Guardiola wished to meet him, Kanté was utterly astonished. Is this some kind of April Fool's joke? However, once he arrived at the cafe and saw Guardiola and Lin Quan, he was convinced that it was all very real. Please, take a seat. N'Golo, do not feel constrained, Guardiola said, noticing Kanté's apprehension and nervousness, smiling warmly. Would you like something to drink? Allow me to order for you. Lin Quan chimed in from the side. Kanté quickly waved his hands in refusal, thinking it absurd to have a Ballon d'Or winner order coffee for him. After Kanté's nerves settled a bit, Guardiola got straight to the point. N'Golo, I want to bring you to Manchester City to play. Are you willing? Guardiola's words momentarily left Kanté questioning his own ears. He had received an invitation from Manchester City, extended personally by Guardiola himself. Could it be that Mr. Guardiola had come specifically to offer him this opportunity? Overwhelmed by immense joy, he nodded eagerly without a second thought. I am willing. For a player like Kanté, who emerged from humble beginnings, receiving an invitation from a Premier League giant was a dream he scarcely dared to entertain. Unlike players nurtured through professional academies, Kanté's journey was one of perseverance. In his youth, he had trialed at various professional club academies, but was unsuccessful each time. Until the age of 19, he played for an amateur club named Chourisons, earning a meager wage that barely allowed him to sustain himself. In 2010, Kanté caught the eye of a League 2 team, finally stepping into the realm of professional football. However, fortune was not on his side. In the year he was promoted to the first team, the club languished at the bottom of the league and was relegated to League 3. That season, Kanté played only 1 match, spending most of his time as a water carrier. During the 2012-13 season, after the team's relegation and a mass exodus of players, Kanté finally earned his chance to play. He made 37 appearances in League 3, scoring 3 goals, and his impressive performance attracted the attention of another League 2 club, which extended an invitation to him. Thus, in the summer of 2013, Kanté joined Cannes as a free agent and returned to League 2. His performance underwent a remarkable transformation that season. He played every match, totaling 38 appearances, and helped his team secure promotion to League One by finishing third in League Two. However, Cannes' strength was lacking, and midway through the League One season, they found themselves at the bottom of the table, facing another potential relegation. Born in 1991, Cannes was soon to turn 24. If he lingered in lower leagues for a few more years, the peak of his professional career would slip away. Therefore, Guardiola's invitation from Manchester City was akin to a lifeline thrown to a drowning man. He would have eagerly accepted an invitation from even a mid-table Premier League team like Leicester City. Guardiola was taken aback by how easily Cannes accepted. He had anticipated a more arduous negotiation process. To expedite the transfer and provide some compensation to Cannes, Manchester City proposed an initial offer of $8 million. After some haggling, the final agreed price settled at $9 million, approximately $11 million. On January 25th, Manchester City announced the transfer on the club's official website. The transfer transpired swiftly, with no prior hints or rumors in the public domain. It was only upon the official announcement that the world learned of Manchester City's latest acquisition. However, to the general public, Cannes remained an enigma, shrouded in mystery, as they were entirely unaware of who this individual was. Upon gaining insight into Cannes' background and his performance records in the league, their confusion deepened. When did Manchester City's selection criteria become so lenient? Are they truly considering a player from humble origins, who has long been entrenched in lower-tier leagues? Such players abound in the top 5 leagues, do they not? Guardiola remains unfazed by external judgments. After securing Cannes, he redirected his focus towards bolstering the defense and forward positions. In a hospital in Stuttgart, a tall black player reclines on a hospital bed, listlessly gazing at the ceiling above. He sustained a meniscus injury during a league match a month ago, resulting in Rudiger being ruled out for the season and necessitating knee surgery. Such significant injuries and surgeries to the knee pose considerable risks for a young player yet to turn 22. Consequently, his hard-won starting position in Stuttgart is now in jeopardy. Moreover, clubs that had previously expressed high-priced interest in acquiring him during the summer transfer window are now retreating due to his knee injury. Overnight, he plummeted from being a rising star in the football world to a figure shrouded in neglect. The stark contrast between his past and present, coupled with the anxiety and fear regarding the future, left Rudiger disheartened. Come on, Antonio, you must uplift your spirits. Just as Rudiger wallowed in despair, his agent, Sefiliabi, entered with a commanding presence. What you need to do now is focus on your recovery. Leave the club matters to me. Rest assured. Rudiger felt deeply moved by this gesture. The agent's unwavering support during his lowest moments fostered a newfound trust in him. I have already discussed with Stuttgart about your situation. Once you recover, we will see if you can reclaim your spot in the starting lineup. If that's not feasible, we will arrange for a loan. At your age, this is a crucial period for your development, and you need ample match experience. We cannot allow you to languish on the bench for too long. We must seek a team where you can gain more playing time. Rudiger nodded in agreement, soon to be 22. For a player who has previously represented the German national team, securing a starting position in a prestigious club may be challenging at this age. However, aspiring for a starting role in a mid-tier team remains quite promising, had it not been for his injury. Retaining his place in the team would have posed no issues at all. Where should he go on loan? The second division or abroad? I have been in contact with AS Roma and Serie A. They have expressed interest in you. Once you recover, we can pursue that opportunity. Roma? This is a club with a rich heritage. While not a giant, it ranks among the more competitive teams in Serie A. Italy has always been renowned for its formidable defense, and for Rudiger, as a defender, honing his skills in such an environment could prove immensely beneficial. Just as he was poised to nod in agreement with his agent's arrangement, the agent's phone suddenly rang. Once Libby had concluded the call, Rudiger observed the broad smile on his face, reminiscent of one who has indulged in honey. Good news. We need not be loaned out to play elsewhere. For a prestigious club has extended an invitation to us. A prestigious club? Which one? The mere mention of a prestigious club sparked a glimmer of excitement in Rudiger's eyes. For any player, the opportunity to join an illustrious team is undeniably enticing. Manchester City, on January 26th, shortly after announcing their second winter transfer, they revealed a third transfer news. Stuttgart's main center-back, Rudiger, had transferred to Manchester City for a sum of €10 million. Last summer, a club had offered €15 million for Rudiger, but Stuttgart had declined. However, following a significant injury, his market value had depreciated by 1/3. Fearing that his injury might have irreversible effects on his performance, Stuttgart accepted Manchester City's offer with little negotiation, recognizing that if Rudiger continued to struggle, they might not even recoup the €10 million. After successfully acquiring 2 defenders and a midfielder, Guardiola's recruitment for the defensive line had reached its conclusion. With only a few days remaining before the winter transfer window closed, Manchester City was left seeking reinforcements solely for the forward position. On January 27th, The Sun first revealed that Manchester City had made a £12 million bid to Chelsea for Salah. Chapter 15. The Top Clash, Manchester City versus Chelsea. The Egyptian pharaoh has endured a challenging time at Chelsea. Since joining during the last winter transfer window, Salah's experience at the club has grown increasingly arduous. Initially, Mourinho exhibited great interest in him, particularly after Salah's remarkable performance in defeating Chelsea during a Champions League match, which left a lasting impression on Mourinho. This prompted him to acquire Salah, intending to resolve the team's striking woes. However, despite his stellar performance at Basel, Salah struggled to adapt upon arriving at Chelsea. In the 2013-2014 season, Salah still had opportunities to play, appearing 10 times in the Premier League and scoring 2 goals. Yet, with the acquisition of Diego Costa this season, Salah's chances dwindled completely. Thus far, he has only represented Chelsea in 3 Premier League matches, all as a substitute during garbage time, without any goals or assists to his name. The prolonged absence from the pitch has left the Egyptian pharaoh disheartened. He realized that his prospects at Chelsea were rather bleak, prompting him to seek either a loan or a permanent transfer. Coincidentally, Mourinho had set his sights on Fiorentina's Cuadrado and intended to use Salah as a makeweight in the deal, proposing to loan him to the Viola. Initially, the negotiations proceeded smoothly until Manchester City unexpectedly intervened. Upon receiving a £12 million offer from City, Chelsea found themselves taken aback. Was this a genuine attempt to acquire a player, or merely an effort to disrupt the transfer discussions with Fiorentina? Allegedly, City was scouring the globe for defenders, and Cuadrado's performances in Serie A were undeniable. Could it be that Guardiola had also taken an interest in him? At that moment, Mourinho found it challenging to decipher Guardiola's intentions. Chelsea had invested £15 million in Salah, yet his performance had declined over the past 2 seasons, resulting in a significant depreciation of his market value. Thus, City's £12 million offer, while not excessively low, could still be negotiated. The eventual transfer fee might hover around £15 million, a figure Chelsea could accept if City genuinely wished to proceed. However, selling a promising player to a direct competitor in the league was something most clubs would hesitate to do, even if the price were slightly lower. Selling to a club in another league would be preferable to selling to a rival. Moreover, during the previous winter transfer window, City had taken advantage of Chelsea by acquiring the overlooked De Bruyne at a bargain price, a decision that had proven to be a grave miscalculation on Chelsea's part. As De Bruyne flourished at City, Chelsea's fans were left lamenting their regret. Had they known of De Bruyne's exceptional talent, they would never have let him go. And if a sale were inevitable, it certainly should not have been to Manchester City. A mere $20 million had gifted City a core midfielder, a transaction that was nothing short of disastrous. Having learned from the previous year's experience, Chelsea's hierarchy approached the offer for Salah from City with heightened caution. They communicated with Fiorentina once more, setting a maximum budget of £30 million. Any higher would be unacceptable. Mourinho had not initially regarded Salah with much importance, almost forgetting about him entirely. Yet, City's offer instilled a sense of vigilance within him, compelling him to consider retaining Salah for further observation. Perhaps he had underestimated the player? Guardiola had a keen eye for talent, and any player he coveted undoubtedly possessed exceptional qualities. However, forcibly retaining Salah might jeopardize Chelsea's negotiations with Fiorentina, who had a psychological price point of £35 million. Chelsea's offer fell short by £5 million and, furthermore, they had withheld Salah, who was initially slated for a loan. This development greatly displeased Fiorentina, leading them to perceive Chelsea's actions as lacking sincerity, especially given Cuadrado's impressive performances in Serie A and the previous World Cup. Currently at the pinnacle of his career, the sale of such a player for £35 million is undoubtedly a fair price. The negotiations between both parties have encountered significant difficulties, teetering on the brink of collapse, prompting Chelsea to make concessions by increasing their offer by an additional £2 million. Although Fiorentina was initially reluctant to sanction this transfer, Cuadrado himself harbored a strong desire to join Chelsea. A refusal to proceed with the transfer could lead to a strained relationship between the club and the player. Consequently, the Viola had no choice but to acquiesce to the deal. As for Salah, who was originally slated for a loan, Chelsea decided to retain him due to a bid from Manchester City. This development may not bode well for the Egyptian pharaoh, as securing playing time amidst Chelsea's title contention becomes increasingly challenging for a player in the periphery. The prolonged absence from competitive matches is detrimental to the development of a young player at such a critical juncture in their career. Thus, Salah's attitude towards Mourinho underwent a significant transformation, shifting from respect to a more distant demeanor. Following Chelsea's rejection, Guardiola did not express much regret. Salah's playing style bears resemblance to that of Messi and Lin Quan, and with Lin Quan already in the squad, acquiring Salah would merely serve to bolster Lin Quan's position as a substitute. However, Guardiola noticed Lin Quan's remarkable availability, as he rarely suffered injuries and displayed exceptional stamina. It appeared that Lin Quan had little need for a backup. Therefore, Chelsea's refusal was inconsequential. It was merely an attempt to appease Lin Quan's preferences. Guardiola remained unconcerned, though Lin Quan did express some disappointment. Salah's stature at Liverpool is akin to that of a key player. Had they managed to secure him earlier, it would have dealt a significant blow to Liverpool. Regrettably, the plan did not materialize, and it remains uncertain whether Salah will follow the same trajectory to join Liverpool after Klopp's arrival in the Premier League. During this winter transfer window, Manchester City executed a total of 4 transactions, selling 1 player and acquiring 3, with a total expenditure of only £5 million. Such spending might lead one to mistakenly believe they are a smaller club within the top 5 leagues. The fans of the once extravagant spending Blue Moon are finding it difficult to adjust to this newfound frugality. Last winter, they made headlines with the £50 million acquisition of Kroos, even setting a record. Yet this winter, their total expenditure amounts to merely 1/10 of last year's single-player purchase. Upon receiving this information, club chairman Fahim approached Guardiola to discuss the matter privately. Mr. Guardiola, there are no financial issues within the club, and the transfer budget is quite ample. There is no need for such austerity. He assumed Guardiola was merely being cautious with the club's finances and subtly reminded him, "Our backing comes from the Abu Dhabi consortium. We are not like ordinary clubs, and budget constraints should not be a concern." Mr. Fahim, you seem to have misconstrued my intentions. I harbor no desire to economize at the expense of the team. Rather, I have judiciously allocated funds to the areas that truly require investment. I find myself quite content with the recent acquisitions. Even Guardiola has acknowledged this, leaving little room for dissent from Fahim. It is hardly appropriate to compel someone to expend their resources against their will. Moreover, the duration of the winter break is indeed somewhat limited, imposing significant constraints on our recruitment efforts. Perhaps it is only during the summer transfer window that Guardiola will initiate substantial maneuvers. With this thought in mind, Fahim ceased his persuasion. After Fahim's departure, Guardiola found himself reflecting. The sensations associated with Manchester City and Bayern Munich are indeed profoundly distinct. During his tenure at Bayern, the club allocated a meager transfer budget of merely €30 million annually. Such a paltry sum necessitated player sales to finance new acquisitions. In stark contrast, at Manchester City, he faces no constraints regarding transfer fees. In fact, his frugal spending has even raised concerns among the club's hierarchy. Such circumstances are truly unprecedented. Manchester City, it appears, diverges significantly from the external perceptions that abound. He is grateful for having made the right choice. Given that this is the first winter break following the World Cup, this season has seen relatively few transfers across the top 5 leagues. Most significant transactions were completed during the summer, with winter primarily witnessing minor adjustments in specific positions. Among the Premier League's elite, Chelsea has been the most active, selling Skirl to Wolfsburg for €32 million, only to subsequently acquire Cuadrado from Fiorentina for the same sum. These 2 transfers represent the highest fees recorded this winter, thus earning both Skirl and Cuadrado the title of marquee signings. In addition to parting ways with Skirl, Mourinho has also sold Bertrand, who had found himself without a place in the squad, to Southampton for €13 million. Consequently, Chelsea not only refrained from expenditure, but also netted a profit of €13 million. Should they choose to sell Salah to Manchester City, their earnings this winter could approach €30 million. Professor Wenger's Arsenal continues to adhere to its philosophy of achieving greatness through modest financial outlay. Having acquired Bielik and Gabriel for €5 million and €15 million respectively. One is a midfielder, while the other is a defender, both positions in need of reinforcement. Notably, Bielik is merely 17 years old, still a budding talent. It appears the professor remains steadfast in his penchant for nurturing young prodigies. Liverpool, the Reds, have remained relatively inactive, leaving one to ponder whether they are amassing funds for a grand summer revelation or contemplating another strategy. Logically, given their current underwhelming performance, they are the team most in need of reinforcements. Meanwhile, their neighbors, Manchester United, have also maintained a quiet winter break, making no purchases. Rumors have circulated regarding their interest in Juventus midfield star Pogba, yet subsequent developments have remained elusive. Van Gaal's tenure at United has proven challenging, despite significant summer expenditures. The results have been dismal. Consequently, it seems the board is reluctant to grant him further funds for reckless spending. Although the financial investment in the 5 major leagues is relatively modest, the expenditure in the 6th-ranked league, the Chinese Super League, is quite substantial. This winter, Guangzhou Evergrande made significant splashes in the transfer market by acquiring players Goulart and Allen, with a combined expenditure of €26 million. Such investment, if placed in Europe, would rank among the top 3, surpassed only by Wolfsburg and Valencia. It appears that the phenomenon of financial football in the Chinese Super League is not waning. Rather, it is intensifying. As the transfer window was nearing its close, Lin Quan received a phone call. It was from his former teammate at Werder Bremen, the towering striker Arnautovic. "Hey Lin, have you seen the news?" Arnautovic's voice brimmed with excitement on the other end. "What news?" Lin Quan was perplexed, unsure of what he was referring to. "Ahem. I've been pursued by several Premier League clubs and ultimately signed with Stoke City for a whopping £5 million. Impressive, right?" "Indeed, impressive." Lin Quan paused for a moment, then responded with a smile. "Hee, I'm glad you know. I've checked the schedule, and next month, our teams will face each other directly. I'll treat you to dinner then. Make sure to bring that little fellow De Bruyne along. That guy, ever since leaving Bremen, hasn't he even called? It's been ages since they last connected." "Sure, I'll inform De Bruyne. If he refuses to come, I'll call you to drag him off the bus." And thus, it was settled. After hanging up, Lin Quan felt a wave of nostalgia. Arnautovic had also arrived in the Premier League, albeit a season and a half later than originally planned. Was this perhaps a consequence of his own influence? With Arnautovic's physical prowess and mental fortitude, establishing himself in the Premier League should not pose much difficulty. In fact, the pace of Premier League matches is likely the most conducive for showcasing his talents. However, it remains uncertain whether this fellow will venture to the Chinese Super League in search of fortune in the future. Time flies swiftly, and before long, January had passed. On February 1st, the Premier League resumed its fervor. The highlight of this round of fixtures was undoubtedly the crucial clash at Stamford Bridge, where Chelsea faced Manchester City in a battle for the top spot. Consequently, the Premier League officials scheduled the match for prime time on the last day, deliberately separating it from other matches to avoid diluting viewer engagement. At this juncture, Chelsea and Manchester City occupied the first and second positions on the points table respectively, and this match could very well determine the ultimate champion of the current Premier League season. Should Chelsea manage to defend their home turf and defeat Manchester City, they would extend their lead to 6 points. With only 15 matches remaining in the league and no further direct encounters between the two teams, such an advantage would be considerable. Barring any consecutive errors from Chelsea, Manchester City would find it nearly impossible to recover. Conversely, if Manchester City triumphs at Chelsea's home ground, both teams would return to an equal footing, rendering the contest for the Premier League title all the more enigmatic. The significance of this match has captivated countless fans of the Premier League even before its commencement. Prior to the game, Fleet Street's media engaged in interviews with several esteemed figures and experts from the football realm, seeking their insights on the impending clash. A majority of these luminaries expressed a belief that Chelsea had a greater likelihood of either winning or drawing the match. Those optimistic about Manchester City triumphing away against Chelsea amounted to less than 30%. Stamford Bridge is renowned as a formidable fortress, not easily breached. Chapter 16. An early lead, Lin Huang's lightning goal. The encounter between Manchester City and Chelsea drew a plethora of news outlets to report on the event, with the pre-match press conference teeming with journalists hailing from various corners of Europe, as well as Asia and North America. Thanks to the inherent advantages of the English language, the promotion of the Premier League is more accessible and effortless compared to the other four major leagues. There is no need for translation or paraphrasing. The extensive local coverage and commentary in English can be readily consumed by fans worldwide. Achieving a similar effect in other leagues is evidently more challenging, as while many individuals speak English, far fewer are proficient in Spanish, German, French, or Italian. Consequently, in this digital age, the global interest in the Premier League has surged, with annual championship pursuits capturing the hearts of not only millions of local fans, but also billions of international viewers. Coach Mourinho, I am a reporter from The Guardian. I would like to inquire about your prior criticism of Manchester City, suggesting that they could lose to teams like Middlesbrough and would certainly not prevail against the formidable Chelsea. How do you assess your own team's defeat to a League One side in the FA Cup? The question posed by The Guardian journalist left Mourinho visibly uncomfortable. Just 2 weeks prior, when Manchester City succumbed to Middlesbrough in the FA Cup, Mourinho had unreservedly lambasted both the team and Guardiola, asserting that Guardiola was incapable of managing even a championship side, thus indicating his inflated reputation. He suggested that Guardiola's coaching style was inherently unsuitable for the Premier League. However, the tables turned dramatically. The day after Mourinho's scathing remarks, his Chelsea faced a humiliating 4-2 defeat against Bradford City, a team that was not even from the Championship, but rather a third-tier League One side. For Chelsea, a prestigious Premier League club, to be overwhelmingly outmatched by a team of such lower standing was arguably more disgraceful than Manchester City's loss to Middlesbrough. The incisive question from the Guardian journalist struck a chord, prompting an immediate change in Mourinho's demeanor. My team is the leader of the Premier League, and we are on the right path. Those who fail to see this always attempt to criticize us for minor flaws, trying to undermine all that we have accomplished. I must remind them that I have led 2 teams to Champions League glory and 4 teams to league titles. My abilities do not require validation from journalists like you. With that, Mourinho departed, declining to engage in any further interviews. A chorus of boos erupted from the crowd, clearly reflecting the journalists' dissatisfaction with Mourinho's antics. However, they were not strangers to his character. He had always behaved in such a manner. Perhaps, at this very moment, he was in the locker room, utilizing the external criticisms and doubts cast upon him to instill in his players a sense of global denial and victimization. After Mourinho departed, all eyes turned towards Guardiola. With a temperament considerably more composed, Guardiola patiently addressed the journalists' inquiries, refusing to directly comment on Mourinho. When asked about Lin Quan, his gaze softened like water. For me, Lin Quan signifies everything. A reporter from Mundo Deportivo, somewhat inopportunely, queried, "What about Messi?" Instantly, Guardiola's expression transformed into a perplexed visage reminiscent of Yao Ming. During the pre-match warm-up, Manchester City's players exhibited a relaxed demeanor, engaging in jovial banter while executing various warm-up exercises. Lin Quan and De Bruyne completed a series of lateral slides, cross steps, and quick shuffles before pausing to survey the field. "It seems someone is holding a banner with your name, perhaps welcoming you," Lin Quan remarked. De Bruyne, formerly of Chelsea, was returning to Stamford Bridge for the first time since his transfer to Manchester City. "Is there?" He instinctively glanced in the direction Lin Quan indicated, only to behold a banner that read, "Traitor, get out of Stamford Bridge." De Bruyne's countenance darkened in an instant. Cursing under his breath, he regretted trusting Lin Quan's jest. He had been deceived. As De Bruyne contemplated retaliating against Lin Quan, the latter anticipated his move and laughed while evading him. "Huh, I must have misread it. I meant another one. Look, over there. Do you think I would fall for your trickery again?" De Bruyne retorted, shaking his fist in mock aggression. Observing the players' relaxed spirits, Guardiola felt a wave of relief wash over him. Stamford Bridge was a formidable venue, and this match was bound to be challenging. Coupled with external hype and Mourinho's psychological warfare, his greatest concern was that his players might succumb to excessive mental pressure, adversely affecting their performance. It appeared now that such worries were unfounded. For this match, Guardiola refrained from any elaborate strategies, opting instead for the formation and tactics most familiar to his players. While his mind brimmed with various ideas, he recognized the necessity of tempering his impulses during such a pivotal encounter. All considerations would have to wait until after the match concluded. Nonetheless, the inability to implement his creative strategies did not preclude Guardiola from imparting his thoughts to the players. In football, there exist multiple theories regarding the segmentation of the field, including horizontal divisions into attacking and defensive thirds, as well as vertical divisions into 5 areas: wide, central, and flanks. Furthermore, in recent years, the classification of the pitch has evolved even further. This is the renowned Area 18 of the football pitch. According to the theory of division into 18 sectors, the most crucial aspect of offense lies in the utilization of the golden Area 14. Conversely, during defense, safeguarding Area 5 is paramount. However, Guardiola holds a differing perspective. He believes such delineation is insufficiently detailed. Were he to partition the field, he would classify it into 20 distinct zones. Among these 20 areas, excluding the 12 on the flanks, the 8 central zones would be divided into 2 horizontal sections and 6 vertical ones. The 2 horizontal sections encompass both goals and the penalty area, while the 6 vertical sections are symmetrically aligned with the center line. Analyzing and effectively utilizing the spatial dynamics of the pitch to create more scientific and rational offensive and defensive strategies is the direction Guardiola envisions for the evolution of modern football. He is convinced that many will explore this endeavor in the future. Yet, individual interpretations and insights vary. Those who comprehend the intricacies more profoundly and utilize the pitch space more fully will undoubtedly gain a competitive edge in the future. This task is evidently not one that can be accomplished swiftly. Currently, Guardiola only harbors a preliminary notion, and to refine this idea into a concrete tactical framework will likely require time. In the meantime, during the latter half of the season, he may experiment with his tactics in less critical matches to validate his theories, especially with Lin Quan providing a safety net. These trials are unlikely to falter. On the evening of February 1st, at precisely 7 p.m., Stamford Bridge was ablaze with lights, its capacity filled to the brim with spectators. With the referee's whistle, the focus of the Premier League's 23rd round commenced. Both teams adopted a 4-2-3-1 formation, indicating their strategic intentions. Upon the kickoff, Chelsea's players swiftly advanced past the halfway line, charging towards Manchester City's half, seemingly intent on leveraging their home advantage to catch City off guard. However, to their dismay, Manchester City had anticipated this move, as their forwards immediately pressed the ball carrier, stifling Chelsea's attacking momentum. Once Chelsea's players were unable to release the ball promptly, and with the defensive players positioned, those charging from behind lost the opportunity to receive a pass. On the sidelines, Mourinho couldn't help but furrow his brow. Guardiola's tactical arrangement took him by surprise. While it was one thing for City to start Fernandinho, it was quite another to bench Cruz and include Fernando in the starting lineup. Was there no intention to engage in a positional battle? Lacking Cruz's passing and organization, Manchester City's offense would have to rely solely on the coordination of their forward players. The absence of a midfield transition implied that the opposition could only exploit their speed for quick counterattacks, bypassing the midfield and directly advancing the ball to the front line. The issue, however, was that City lacked a forward capable of holding his ground and retaining possession. How exactly would Guardiola's offense unfold? Mourinho shook his head, dismissing the thought. Guardiola's mind seems rather enigmatic. One can only speculate on his thoughts. Instead of expending time and energy attempting to decipher his intentions, it would be far more prudent to focus on enhancing the team's offensive efficiency. Indeed, Mourinho entered this match with the ambition of securing all 3 points. A victory over Manchester City on home turf would significantly bolster Chelsea's prospects for the championship this year. In the executive box at Stamford Bridge, Chelsea's owner, Abramovich, observed the field with a serious demeanor. Last season's failure to secure any trophies had fostered some discontent towards Mourinho, and complications surrounding the club's managerial situation had further strained their relationship. Should Mourinho lead the team to a sufficient number of accolades, perhaps Abramovich might overlook his erratic behavior. Unfortunately, Chelsea's barren run last year, particularly their dismal performance in the Champions League where they were eliminated by Basel and subsequently by Guardiola's Bayern, weighed heavily on Abramovich's mind. After clinching the Premier League title, Abramovich's interest in the league diminished considerably. His current priority lies with Chelsea's performance in the Champions League. However, since their triumph in the Champions League, the team's results in the competition over the past 2 years have been nothing short of abysmal. This stark decline is unbecoming of a club of their stature, prompting Abramovich to hope for a breakthrough under Mourinho's guidance in the Champions League. Even if another Champions League title eludes them, reaching the semi-finals or finals would at least serve to validate their capabilities. Regrettably, Mourinho has been unable to achieve even this modest goal, rapidly depleting Abramovich's patience. Should Chelsea once again finish the season without any silverware, It is conceivable that he might dismiss the special one from his duties, never to consider reinstating him at Stamford Bridge. Mourinho, I implore you to seize this opportunity and not disappoint me. Abramovich silently urged as he observed the manager, arms akimbo, standing at the sidelines in an open blazer. As Chelsea's initial attempts at offense faltered, the match swiftly transitioned into Manchester City's possession. In the 7th minute of the first half, City executed a successful interception in the attacking third. Navas, upon receiving the ball, was impeded by Hazard but chose to pass to Lin Quan. Both Oscar and Matic had anticipated this decision, converging on Lin Quan from either side. If Lin Quan were to receive the ball, he risked interception, and any chance for a swift counterattack would be thwarted. However, Lin Quan did not stop the ball. Instead, he directly passed it to the advancing Navas. After making the pass, Navas did not expect Lin Quan to return the ball to him. He was merely following the attacking strategy laid out by the coach. Beside him, Hazard shared this assumption, and upon seeing Navas continue his run down the flank, he entrusted the task of marking Navas to Chelsea's left back, Azpilicueta, while he surged towards the center of the pitch, eager to capitalize on any interception made by his teammates to initiate a counterattack. Eden Hazard's decision appears to have been judicious, as Keylor Navas had vacated his defensive zone. As a winger, it is unreasonable to expect him to follow the opposing defenders all the way to the byline. However, Hazard seemed oblivious to the fact that Chelsea's defensive midfielder, Nemanja Matic, had advanced in a bid to intercept and had yet to return to his defensive position. At the moment Lin Quan released the ball, and before Chelsea's full-back could intercept, a fleeting defensive gap emerged at the edge of Chelsea's penalty area. Navas astutely seized upon this opportunity. Instead of driving the ball toward the byline, he opted to cut inside at the earliest chance. "Stop him!" Matic shouted urgently to his teammates as he retreated, without the need for his call. Both Ramirez and Captain John Terry had already recognized the impending danger and rushed toward Navas, intent on stifling Manchester City's attack at the penalty area's brink. Lacking Lin Quan's exceptional dribbling skills, Navas, upon seeing the two defenders closing in, dared not dwell on the ball and promptly passed it to his forward, Sergio Aguero. Chelsea's other center-back, Kurt Zouma, effectively marked his position, preventing Aguero from turning. Aguero, unwilling to receive the ball, returned it to the advancing Lin Quan. Under Ramirez interference, Lin Quan unleashed a powerful long-range shot from the edge of the penalty area. With a resounding crack, Thibaut Courtois was unable to touch the ball, which struck the crossbar. However, contrary to expectations, the ball did not rebound out, but rather ricocheted along the lower edge of the crossbar and into the goal line, bouncing once on the grass within the goal line before settling into the net. This thunderous sound struck the hearts of Chelsea fans like a heavy hammer, leaving them momentarily breathless. Merely 7 minutes had elapsed since the match commenced. 7 minutes, and the Blues were already trailing at home? This was exceedingly swift. The atmosphere at Stamford Bridge fell into silence, with countless Chelsea supporters struggling to accept this outcome. They clenched their fists, casting venomous glares at the number 10 player celebrating exuberantly on the pitch. It was him once again, on the last day of the month. He brazenly solicited votes from everyone. End of chapter. Chapter 17. He plays too cleverly. Goal. A lightning strike from Lin Quan. Within just 7 minutes of the match, Lin Quan's long-range shot secured Manchester City the lead, plunging Chelsea into peril. Lin Quan, indeed, is Chelsea's nemesis. In several encounters against Chelsea, he has consistently scored, with each goal proving to be immensely significant. I dare say Chelsea fans must loathe him, as he has repeatedly dashed their hopes whenever their team sought victory. In the studio of CCTV, the two commentators chuckled. Due to Lin Quan's influence, the commentators tended to lean more favorably toward Manchester City during their match analysis. In truth, it is not just them. In recent years, the number of Manchester City supporters has surged in the country. Many Chinese fans have adopted Manchester City as their primary team, a trend that became especially pronounced following Pep Guardiola's arrival at the club. Fans of Manchester City are treated to the mesmerizing performances of Lin Quan on the pitch, as well as the exquisite tactical artistry of Guardiola, elements that remain unseen in their domestic league. Furthermore, the schedules of the Chinese Super League and the Premier League do not conflict, allowing viewers to enjoy both without detriment. Although significant efforts have been expended over many years to promote the Premier League domestically, the achievements realized in the year and a half since Lin Quan's arrival at Manchester City far surpass those previous endeavors. Regrettably, Lin Quan does not hold Chinese nationality. Had he been a citizen, his popularity at home would undoubtedly soar even higher. Lin's remarkable shot was astonishing. It appeared destined to soar over the crossbar. Yet it found the net. Truly extraordinary. It was a mere fraction away. Had the ball risen just a few centimeters more, Chelsea would not have been trailing. I recall witnessing Lin's warm-up before a match, where he consistently struck the same spot on the goalpost from 30 meters away, a precision I have yet to observe in any other player. Messi, too, should be capable of such feats. I have seen him as a guest on a football program, where his striking accuracy was nothing short of frightening. However, the distance in that show likely did not stretch as far as 30 meters. The recording venue must not have afforded such space. Regardless, Lin's shooting accuracy is undoubtedly exceptional. Goalkeepers facing him must never underestimate him, as a moment's inattention could result in conceding a goal. Speaking of which, it is perplexing how Courtois managed to relegate the esteemed Petr Cech to the bench. I genuinely feel for Cech. Indeed, Cech is in commendable form, and his abilities are unquestionable. Mourinho should not place such unwavering faith in Courtois, but rather provide Cech with more opportunities to showcase his talent. If circumstances do not improve, Cech might as well depart Chelsea for another club, such as Arsenal, which is in dire need of a competent goalkeeper. This season, both Ospina and Szczesny have faltered, particularly the latter, whose save percentage falls below 70. Witnessing Chelsea squander such a valuable goalkeeper has left Arsenal fans envious. This season, Cech has made only 4 appearances in the Premier League, achieving 3 clean sheets and a remarkable save percentage of 90. Such statistics would certainly justify his position as a starter at Arsenal. Yet, considering the historical rivalry between Chelsea and Arsenal, it is unlikely that Cech would make such a move after dedicating a decade to Chelsea. However, if Chelsea continues to sideline him, even the most loyal veteran may eventually feel disheartened. If Lampard could transition to Manchester City, Cech's move to Arsenal would not be entirely incomprehensible. As the match progressed, a Chelsea side trailing on the scoreboard resembled an enraged lion, fiercely charging at Manchester City. In the 11th minute, Oscar's long-range shot narrowly missed the goal. 2 minutes later, Willian broke through on the flanks and delivered a cross, where Diego Costa, having evaded his marker, unleashed a powerful shot that was deflected by Navas onto the crossbar. Chelsea launched a brief surge of offensive play. However, Van Dijk, who had been inappropriately touched by Diego Costa, was exceedingly irate and sought to teach this unscrupulous player a lesson. Costa often engages in underhanded tactics, employing subtle maneuvers to disrupt opposing defenders. During their last encounter at the Etihad Stadium, his antics provoked Manchester City into a frenzy, resulting in a resounding 3-1 victory for them in the first leg of their clash. In the preceding match against Liverpool, Costa narrowly escaped the suspension from the FA due to his foul play. One might have expected him to temper his behavior, yet he resorted to his old tricks once more. This individual truly seems incapable of reform. Chelsea earned a corner, which Willian took, aiming for the towering presence of his teammates in the box. Captain John Terry leapt high, directing a header just over the crossbar, causing Chelsea to squander a chance to equalize. On the sidelines, Mourinho applauded his players for their recent performance, believing that if they continued in this vein, they would inevitably find the equalizer. However, events did not unfold as he anticipated. Upon realizing the threat posed by Chelsea's offense, Manchester City began to assert control over the rhythm of the match, as orchestrated by Guardiola. They expertly utilized the width of the field, patiently passing the ball to seek opportunities, only launching an attack when a prime chance presented itself. This strategy proved frustrating for Chelsea. Whenever they pressed forward, their opponents would simply revert the ball to their defenders. Chelsea's forwards attempted to pressure City's backline, yet found themselves outnumbered and were deftly outmaneuvered. Observing Costa's flustered attempts to run around in the attacking third, Van Dijk and several City defenders felt a sense of vindication, almost wishing to toy with him further, running him ragged. As Manchester City continued to pass the ball to waste time, the Chelsea fans voiced their displeasure with a chorus of boos. They harbored an intense disdain for the opponent's possession-based football, as City neither attacked nor sought to advance the game, which left the Chelsea supporters anxious, fearing the clock would run out. Mourinho cast a sidelong glance at Guardiola, noting that this strategy was markedly different from that employed during Guardiola's tenure at Barcelona, when his team played with less utilitarian intent. In response to Mourinho's gaze, Guardiola remained composed. In truth, utilizing possession to consume time was not a tactic devised by Guardiola. With Kroos absent, it was the team's linchpin, Lin Quan, who dictated the pace of the match. Was this his decision? Guardiola pondered, unable to suppress his thoughts. This lad plays with remarkable intelligence. If this continues, Chelsea's players would soon become agitated. As the minutes ticked by, with 20 minutes already elapsed and the opposition still in possession, Chelsea's players were incensed. Over the past 10 minutes, Manchester City had merely passed the ball among themselves, managing only one offensive foray, and upon conceding possession, they swiftly reclaimed the ball to resume their patient passing. This style of play is utterly shameless. Had it not been for the pressing of Chelsea's players against Manchester City in their own half, one might suspect these individuals would continue to pass the ball aimlessly until the final whistle. Consequently, Chelsea's formation began to advance, with both wingers charging towards City's penalty area in pursuit of the ball. Lin Quan and his teammates gradually retreated, maintaining their attacking shape, undeterred by the opponent's aggressive push forward. On the surface, Chelsea appeared to dominate, confining Manchester City's players to their own half and launching an onslaught on their goal. However, due to City's well-organized defensive structure, their numerical advantage in low-block defense significantly curtailed Chelsea's offensive efforts. Chelsea's attacks resembled a futile kick against an iron plate. They appeared imposing, yet posed no real threat. Conversely, once City observed Chelsea's full-line advance, the enormous gaps exposed in the latter's defense provided City with an opportunity. In the 24th minute, Ivan's misplaced pass was intercepted by Fernandinho. Following the interception, the ball swiftly found its way to Lin Quan, who, after assessing the positioning of his forwards, delivered a precise through ball to Aguero. This pass cut through Chelsea's defensive line, but alas, the recuperated Aguero had yet to regain his prime form, and with Courtois' timely intervention, Aguero's shot was deflected just outside the penalty area. This counterattack sent shivers down Chelsea's spine, and for the subsequent minutes, they hesitated to push forward aggressively. Yet, with their reluctance to advance, Manchester City reverted to their previous tactic, continuing to pass the ball at the back. The atmosphere was once again filled with jeers, as Chelsea's supporters grew increasingly exasperated by their opponent's brazen conduct. Mourinho's expression was grave. He called Matic over, imparted a few instructions, and then gestured for his players to boldly press forward and attack. With their coach's endorsement, Chelsea's players found renewed courage. Mourinho's gaze was sharp, piercing through the air like a flash of lightning, fixated on Manchester City's half. The advantage of City's compact defense yielded ample counterattacking space. However, the drawback was that this positioning was perilously close to their own goal. Should Chelsea manage to regain possession, they could immediately pose a threat to City's net. Thus, it was a contest of whether Chelsea would seize the opportunity to bring Manchester City to their knees, or if City would grit their teeth and withstand the pressure, relying on counterattacks to undermine the Blues. In this tense standoff, both sides found numerous attacking opportunities. In the 29th minute, Ramirez intercepted De Bruyne, and Oscar's long-range shot was saved by Navas. In the 32nd minute, a long pass from City's defense found its mark, but Terry's defensive error allowed Aguero to break through on goal. However, after a lengthy sprint, his low shot narrowly missed the target, prompting Lin Quan, who was well positioned for a follow-up, to sigh in disappointment at his teammates' squandered chance. Had it been him taking the shot, it would have almost certainly resulted in a goal. Yet, Aguero, eager to score, failed to account for his positioning. "I apologize, Lin, for my oversight." It was only after executing the shot that Aguero noticed Lin Quan had already made a run to the flank. A simple pass would have presented an open goal. Realizing that his kick lacked composure and was somewhat self-indulgent, Aguero immediately offered his apologies to Lin Quan. "It's all right, you've just returned from injury, and your form has yet to fully recover. There's no need for excessive self-reproach." The opportunity to score had slipped away, and blaming a teammate would serve no purpose, especially since the opponent had acknowledged his mistake and humbly admitted fault. Thus, Lin Quan felt it inappropriate to continue reprimanding him. Manchester City's counterattack posed an even greater threat than the last, with a mere fraction separating them from a goal. The Chelsea fans were left in a cold sweat, feeling that Mourinho's approach was rather reckless. Chelsea thrived on defensive counterattacks, not this aggressive pressing style. Yet, Mourinho remained unfazed, showing no sign of being affected by the near miss. With a wave of his hand, he urged his players to maintain their offensive momentum. The Chelsea players, upon receiving their coach's directive, had no choice but to press forward against Manchester City. Both teams were playing in unfamiliar styles. Chelsea, usually adept at counterattacking, was now engaging in aggressive offense, while Manchester City, typically known for pressing, had resorted to defensive counterplay. If one were to obscure the team names, spectators might even mistake Manchester City for Chelsea and Chelsea for Manchester City. When both sides resorted to unfamiliar tactics, various complications inevitably arose. In the 41st minute, Ivanovic executed a long pass to Hazard. The Belgian, having been lackluster throughout the first half, finally delivered a moment of brilliance. Hazard deftly maneuvered, penetrating the penalty area before laying off a pass in front of the goal, where Diego Costa seized the opportunity to score, leveling the match at 1-1. Chelsea had finally equalized, bringing both teams back to square one. Upon witnessing Costa's goal, Mourinho celebrated with a jubilant slide. Although it merely equalized the score, the goal held profound significance for Mourinho. In the realm of football, his most esteemed rival was Guardiola. Their accolades were comparable, and their achievements with their respective teams were noteworthy. As two of the most highly regarded coaches in the public eye, they had amassed a wealth of rivalry over the years. Consequently, each encounter between them attracted considerable attention and discourse. Mourinho could accept defeat at the hands of others, but losing to Guardiola was entirely unacceptable, particularly on home turf. This was simply intolerable. In contrast, Guardiola exhibited little reaction to the goal conceded. Although the timing of the goal was not ideal, there remained a full half to play, and there was no reason for haste. Furthermore, a draw was not an insurmountable setback for Manchester City. It was far from a cataclysmic event. He disregarded Mourinho's exaggerated celebration. As the adage goes, the more one focuses on an opponent, the more emboldened they become. Rather than appreciating Mourinho's theatrical display, Guardiola was more concerned with devising the appropriate tactics for the second half. The recent goal conceded had underscored the significant risks of continuing in the same vein. This season, Chelsea's offensive prowess has significantly improved, particularly due to the addition of Diego Costa, which has alleviated their chronic struggle with scoring. Coupled with the talents of Hazard, Oscar, and a plethora of other gifted players, it has become quite perilous for Manchester City to contend against Chelsea. Manchester City should revert to their more familiar tactical approach. However, employing a possession-based strategy against a team managed by Mourinho proved ineffective during Guardiola's final season at Barcelona. So, what alternative could he devise? Guardiola conceived an intriguing idea, albeit one he had not previously executed, thus presenting a considerable risk. He resolved to assess the situation in the second half before making a decision, contemplating the possibility of unleashing this secret weapon in the dying moments if all else failed. Chapter 18, a series of catastrophes. Guardiola's fullback strategy stuns Europe. As the second half commenced, Chelsea supporters quickly noticed a substitution. Kroos replaced Fernando. This change was somewhat anticipated by Chelsea fans, recognizing Manchester City's need to bolster their attack due to their current struggles. However, as the second half unfolded, it became apparent that this substitution was not as straightforward as it seemed. Kroos was not positioned as a defensive midfielder. Instead, he advanced to the front line, while City maintained two defensive midfielders. What was going on? Upon closer inspection, it became clear that Zabaleta had pushed forward to take on the defensive midfield role, transforming Manchester City's formation from 4 defenders to 3 center-backs. What a peculiar arrangement. A 3-2-4-1. Not only were Chelsea fans bewildered, but even Mourinho on the sidelines found himself somewhat perplexed. Was Guardiola once again concocting an ingenious strategy? The notion of Zabaleta, a full-back, playing as a defensive midfielder, seemed to be a concept only he could devise. Unsure of Guardiola's tactical intentions, Mourinho opted to observe further. After several exchanges of attack and defense, he noted that City employed a pure 3-defender formation during their offensive maneuvers, while Zabaleta would retreat to his defensive position during defensive phases, reverting Manchester City to a 4-defender setup. This transformation allowed City to bolster their midfield during attacks, significantly enhancing their offensive capabilities. In the 59th minute, City orchestrated an offensive play down the left flank, where Lin Quan received the ball and unleashed a powerful left-footed shot, forcing Courtois to parry the effort. Aguero, ever alert, seized the opportunity, deftly redirecting the ball into the net. Manchester City regained the lead, bringing the score to 2-1. The Chelsea players, devoid of retort, acknowledged the quality of their opponent's attack. Prior to Lin Quan's shot, they had already endured multiple close calls. Had it not been for Courtois and the focus of Chelsea's defenders, who consistently thwarted City's advances, they might have conceded earlier. Mourinho furrowed his brow, convinced that Guardiola was indeed crafting something novel with his full-back strategy. Yet, he found himself at a loss for how to counter this tactical innovation. Well struck, Aguero. Thank you. It was you who created the opportunity. I merely seized the moment. After scoring, Aguero's spirits lifted considerably. The burdens of pressure and psychological weight were promptly dissolved. For indeed, a forward must validate his worth through goals. Mourinho, still grappling with strategies, observed as Chelsea's players launched relentless attacks against Manchester City following their deficit. In the 62nd minute, Matic was brought down from behind by Navas near the sidelines, resulting in a yellow card for Navas. The nature of this foul seemed perplexing, as it occurred far from Manchester City's goal, and Navas appeared to have no reason to commit such an infraction. However, following Navas's foul, Mourinho noticed that Guardiola on the sidelines did not scold him, but rather applauded in encouragement. Instinctively, Mourinho sensed a flaw in Manchester City's defensive flanks. Yet, before he could make adjustments, Manchester City scored again. In the 67th minute, Navas delivered a cross from the wing, and Lin Quan, leaning against a defender, executed an astonishing acrobatic volley to score. The complexity of this goal was immense. Even the Chelsea defenders were taken aback by his unanticipated execution. Not only were they surprised, but Chelsea's goalkeeper, Courtois, was equally unprepared. It was only when the ball approached that he flailed his arms in vain, clearly to no avail. A wave of astonishment swept through Stamford Bridge, and some Chelsea fans instinctively began to applaud Lin Quan's remarkable goal. Yet, as they raised their hands, they realized that the scorer was an opponent. Damn it! Is there no one who can restrain this fellow from scoring? Chelsea's supporters were utterly disheartened. Lin Quan had not only scored yet again, but had achieved a brace. He had become Chelsea's nemesis, thriving with exceptional vigor against them. Damn it! Upon witnessing Lin Quan's goal, Mourinho paused momentarily before instinctively kicking the coaching bench's post. The Chelsea players on the substitutes bench recoiled, instinctively shifting away from their furious manager. On the adjacent Manchester City bench, Guardiola, in disbelief at Lin Quan's goal, clutched his head, his mouth agape in astonishment. Torrent, did you see that? Did you witness Lin's recent goal? Guardiola exclaimed excitedly, seizing his assistant coach's arm with fervor, appearing utterly incoherent. Torrent thought to himself, yes, I saw it, for heaven's sake. Could you please loosen your grip? You're crushing me. Lin Quan's goal invigorated the Manchester City players. Their initial doubts regarding Guardiola's new tactics dissipated, and their hesitance in attacking was replaced by unbridled confidence. With their apprehensions alleviated, they showcased to Chelsea just how fearsome a fully unleashed Manchester City could be. In the second half, Manchester City intensified their offensive, repeatedly assaulting Chelsea's goal. Meanwhile, Chelsea, under pressure, could only maintain a steadfast defense in their half, struggling to mount any counterattacks. In the 76th minute, Manchester City made the first substitution, with Lampard replacing Fernandinho. The last time he graced the pitch at the Etihad Stadium, Lampard scored a crucial goal that shattered Chelsea's hopes of securing a victory. Now, at Stamford Bridge, it remains to be seen what surprises this former Blue will bring. In the 78th minute, Milner received a pass from Navas and headed the ball towards goal, only to be thwarted by Courtois, who tipped it over the crossbar. A minute later, City took a corner. De Bruyne attempted a long-range shot from outside the box, but the ball struck the post and bounced out of play. In the 80th minute, Mourinho utilized his final substitution, bringing on Drogba in place of Willian. Drogba, a former talisman for Chelsea, had once helped the club clinch numerous titles. The sight of the veteran entering the pitch prompted the Chelsea fans to rise and applaud. After leaving Chelsea, Drogba had a brief stint in the Chinese Super League, initially seeking fortune, but his experience with Shanghai Shenhua was marred by unpaid wages, leading him back to Chelsea at the age of 37. Despite his years, the Ivorian powerhouse still possessed remarkable physical prowess. In the 82nd minute, after Chelsea executed a successful interception, they launched a rapid counterattack. Drogba received the ball and maneuvered past a defender, preparing to charge towards Manchester City's goal, only to be brought down by Lampard, who rushed in from the side. The referee issued a yellow card to Lampard, who promptly extended his hand to help the fallen Drogba up, offering his apologies. Drogba brushed off the incident nonchalantly. Each player remained loyal to their respective teams, and Lampard's foul was deemed unproblematic. Yet, it was poignant to witness two former teammates, now adversaries, clash once more at Stamford Bridge, evoking a sense of nostalgia among the fans. Such is the unpredictability of life. In the final stages of the match, neither side could create further opportunities, and Manchester City ultimately triumphed over Chelsea with a scoreline of 3-1 in this top-of-the-table clash at Stamford Bridge. This result mirrored the score from their earlier encounter at the Etihad Stadium, with the match itself following a similar trajectory. After achieving a double over the Blues, City finally matched Chelsea's points on the table. Both teams now stand equal in points, with 15 fixtures remaining in the league. After the completion of their two direct encounters, the ultimate victor in the title race will hinge on the stability each team can maintain in the closing stages. Stability has always been a hallmark of Guardiola's teams. Post-match, various media outlets lauded Guardiola and his squad, applauding their exemplary performance in this encounter. Particularly, Guardiola's tactical substitutions and formation changes in the second half were heralded as the key elements that led to City's victory over Chelsea. Conversely, Mourinho faced a more challenging reality. His pre-match bravado had turned into a boomerang, striking back at him. Moreover, whispers in the corridors suggest that Chelsea's owner, Abramovich, was deeply dissatisfied with Mourinho. And after the defeat to Manchester City, the two engaged in an unpleasant exchange, reportedly culminating in a heated argument. Although the authenticity of this news is questionable, given the public's understanding of Abramovich's temperament, many believe that this situation is highly plausible. Abramovich is notoriously impatient, while Mourinho is equally well known for his inflated self-regard. The compatibility of these two figures has always been tenuous at best. Furthermore, Mourinho has never been Abramovich's ideal coach. That distinction belongs to Guardiola, rather than Mourinho. This fact is likely to become even more pronounced following Mourinho's latest defeat to Guardiola. Thus, speculation abounds that should Chelsea's performance fail to meet Abramovich's expectations, he may very well dismiss Mourinho in a fit of rage. After all, this is not an unprecedented action for him. He has dismissed several renowned coaches in the past, including Ranieri, Mourinho, and Ancelotti. Dismissing Mourinho once again would not be entirely unfathomable. However, one must ponder where Mourinho would venture next if he were to be dismissed again. Chelsea's troubles are, naturally, a burden that only they can bear. Following a triumphant victory in the top-of-the-table clash against Chelsea, Guardiola was in high spirits and granted his players a 3-day respite for much-needed rest. The consecutive eliminations from both the League Cup and the FA Cup turned out to be a fortuitous circumstance for Manchester City, as they found themselves with no immediate matches before the Champions League knockout stage began. With the current rhythm of the Premier League consisting of a match each week, the players felt considerably more at ease, free from the exhaustion and injury risks that had previously plagued them. Guardiola seized this opportunity to instill his tactical philosophy in the players, attempting to transform Manchester City. On February 7th, the 24th round of the Premier League commenced, with Manchester City hosting Hull City. The disparity in strength between the two sides was glaring, with Manchester City perched at the top of the table while Hull languished in the relegation zone. Prior to the match, public sentiment was decidedly against Hull City. However, the outcome of the match defied expectations. Within the first half alone, amidst Manchester City's relentless assault, Hull conceded 5 goals. Lin completed a hat-trick in the first half, only to find himself firmly planted on the bench by Guardiola for the entirety of the second half. Aguero, too, was regaining his form, scoring once in each half to secure a brace. Ultimately, Manchester City triumphed with an 8-0 rout of Hull City, inflicting upon their opponents the most humiliating defeat in the club's 111-year history. On the other hand, Chelsea, having suffered a home defeat, displayed a rather lackluster performance away against Aston Villa. In the first half, Aston Villa took the lead with a goal from Accolades, putting Chelsea behind 1-0. The beleaguered Blues were not stirred into action until the second half, when Hazard spearheaded a desperate counterattack, ultimately managing to reverse their fortunes and secure a victory, thereby maintaining parity with Manchester City and avoiding a widening gap. Nonetheless, the disparity in form between the two teams was glaringly evident. Hull City departed in despair, while the formidable Manchester City orchestrated yet another devastating spectacle on the road. In the 25th round of the Premier League, Manchester City delivered a resounding 7-1 victory against Stoke City, amassing an astonishing 15 goals over 2 matches. Their formidable attacking prowess has reverberated throughout European football, drawing widespread attention to Guardiola's new tactical approach and its terrifying effectiveness. On the home side, the winter transfer acquisition, Arnautovic, managed to score a consolation goal for Stoke City. Following the match, Lin Quan, De Bruyne, and Arnautovic, former teammates, engaged in what quickly transformed into a lamentation session for Arnautovic. Eager to showcase his progress and growth to his seasoned allies, he found himself utterly stunned as Manchester City relentlessly scored 7 goals. Is this the intensity of the Premier League? How terrifying. Mother, I wish to return to the Bundesliga. Despite his initial fears, Arnautovic demonstrated remarkable aerial skills, managing to outjump Van Dijk to score a goal, a commendable feat indeed. Lin Quan recalled being impressed by Arnautovic's heading abilities during their time at Werder Bremen. Although Stoke City struggled to create significant opportunities, Arnautovic's exceptional heading prowess nearly turned several half-chances into goals, ultimately capitalizing on a lapse in Manchester City's defense to score. This aspect of his game certainly merits praise. Is he truly that strong? He seems just a rookie to me, remarked Lin Quan, unfamiliar with Van Dijk. Arnautovic did not respond significantly to Lin Quan's compliment. Yes, quite formidable. De Bruyne nodded earnestly. Lin Quan jested. I think you should buy a newspaper tomorrow and carefully cut out the image of you outjumping Van Dijk to keep as a memento. When he becomes famous, you will surely feel pride in showing off that photo of today's goal. On the bus back to Manchester, Van Dijk, immersed in his music through headphones, suddenly sneezed. Rubbing his nose, he pondered, could it be that I caught a chill from the post-match shower? End of chapter 19. Wenger, my lifelong regret is not signing Lin Quan. Who can stop Manchester City? Guardiola is decimating the entire Premier League. 15 goals in 2 matches. The terrifying prowess of Lin Quan and Guardiola. Following these 2 matches, the entirety of the Premier League was shaken. Under Guardiola's transformation, Manchester City has consistently overwhelmed their opponents, showcasing an unstoppable momentum. This has left all teams in the Premier League, particularly those set to face Manchester City in the upcoming fixtures, trembling with apprehension. Meanwhile, other elite clubs are increasingly concerned. Guardiola's tenure at Manchester City has only just begun, yet the effects are already profoundly evident. Once he fully implements his vision for the club, how will the other Premier League giants compete? Every tactic possesses its vulnerabilities, and Guardiola's defensive midfield strategy must also harbor weaknesses. Identifying these frailties will be crucial for future encounters. February 22nd marks the commencement of the 26th round of the Premier League. Before the commencement of this match, the prominent clubs of the Premier League, along with several teams from other leagues, dispatched representatives to observe the game in person, seeking to uncover any vulnerabilities within Manchester City. Notably, Arsenal's manager, Wenger, hurried to the Etihad Stadium after his team's away victory against Crystal Palace, eager to witness the clash between Manchester City and Newcastle firsthand. As the match unfolded, Manchester City maintained their extraordinary momentum, unleashing a relentless offensive that left Newcastle utterly defeated on their home turf. Ultimately, they triumphed with an overwhelming score of 5-0, avenging their earlier elimination from the League Cup at the hands of the same opponents. Upon witnessing this display, Wenger's countenance darkened. He sensed that his team might very well falter at the round of 16. Many other teams shared Wenger's apprehension, pondering how they might defend against Manchester City should they draw them in the Champions League knockout stage. The sheer ferocity of City's performance has captivated the attention of the entire continent. Beyond the local British media, outlets from Spain, Italy, France, and Germany have begun to report extensively on City's series of resounding victories. In their last 3 matches, Manchester City has scored a staggering 20 goals, averaging an astonishing 6 goals per game, showcasing an attacking efficiency that surpasses all in Europe. With the gradual return of key players from injury, City's offensive prowess is poised for further enhancement. As international media cover Manchester City, they increasingly resort to terms like astonishing and daunting. Much like the era when Barcelona pioneered possession-based football, Guardiola's innovative tactics at Manchester City are sure to instigate a new revolution in the world of football. The tactical deployment of wingbacks has significantly augmented City's offensive capabilities, and should no counter-strategy be devised, it appears that no one will be able to halt this formidable Manchester City. Perhaps, when facing Manchester City at home, employing a defensive formation akin to a bus park may become an essential strategy. The reports from AS, the mouthpiece of Real Madrid, have intensified the prevailing atmosphere of trepidation in the football community. If even the illustrious Real Madrid contemplates a defensive strategy against Manchester City, what hope do other teams have? However, dissenting opinions exist. Barcelona, armed with the formidable MSN trio, expressed confidence in their ability to demonstrate their attacking prowess should they encounter Manchester City in the knockout phase, seeking to avenge last year's defeat in the quarterfinals. It seems the Catalans remain haunted by their elimination at the hands of City. In fact, Real Madrid, boasting the BBC trio, possesses an offensive capability that is arguably comparable to that of Manchester City. This season, it is indisputable that Real Madrid, Barcelona, and Manchester City stand as the three most potent attacking teams across Europe's top 5 leagues. Coincidentally, each of these clubs features superstars of immense caliber, highlighting an increasing disparity between teams with superstars and those without. On February 26th, the Champions League knockout stage commences. In this round, Manchester City faces an all-Premier League encounter as they visit the Emirates Stadium to challenge Arsenal. With a string of consecutive victories and an invigorated form, coupled with Guardiola's groundbreaking tactics, Manchester City has captured the attention of all of Europe. The match attracted a plethora of media reporters eager to cover the event. Given that Manchester City had previously triumphed over relatively weaker teams, there were lingering doubts regarding the efficacy of their tactics against formidable opponents. Should Manchester City sustain their previous fervent performance and leave Arsenal bewildered, it would serve as a testament to the adaptability of their strategy against elite clubs, inciting genuine apprehension among the footballing giants. Prior to the match, Wenger expressed that he had discovered a method to curtail Manchester City's influence, providing a momentary sense of relief to Arsenal's supporters and heightening external anticipation for the encounter. As the match commenced, Wenger's team launched a vigorous assault down Manchester City's right flank, seemingly identifying a vulnerability in their defense. This strategy appeared somewhat effective, as City's offensive threats in the opening 20 minutes were diminished compared to previous outings. However, the dynamics shifted dramatically when Kroos broke the deadlock with a long-range shot in the 28th minute. Before the half concluded, Lin Quan capitalized on a free kick to extend the lead to 2-0. Following the interval, Agüero's goal further inflated the scoreline to 3-0, plunging the match into a state of irrelevance. Arsenal's plight underscored that Manchester City's tactics proved equally potent against elite teams. On the sidelines, Wenger furrowed his brow, grappling with countermeasures. The flanking offensive had yielded some success, yet it was insufficient to wholly stifle Manchester City's onslaught. Where, then, lay Manchester City's Achilles heel? Wenger found himself at a loss, while Arsenal's players, overwhelmed on their home turf, succumbed to a disarrayed mentality. Following Agüero's third goal, Coquelin and Bellerin received yellow cards for successive fouls. Their reckless infractions seemed less like tactical execution and more an expression of pent-up frustration. Observing the escalating aggression from their opponents, Guardiola swiftly substituted several key players, including Lin Quan, to avert the risk of injury. Since Guardiola's arrival at Manchester City, Lin Quan has rarely completed a full match unless all substitutions had been exhausted. Guardiola typically rotates him out after scoring or when the team holds a substantial lead. In his own words, there is no need for primary players to expend energy when the outcome is already determined. His past experiences with Messi, whom he overutilized, led to a series of injuries, instilling a sense of guilt that lingers. While Messi's injuries were not particularly numerous under Guardiola's stewardship, it was post-Barca that he faced a surge in ailments. Nevertheless, Guardiola still feels remorse when witnessing Messi's frequent injuries. Had Lin Quan not emerged so brilliantly, Messi would undoubtedly have remained Guardiola's most cherished player, without exception. Now, that fondness has shifted entirely to Lin Quan, as Guardiola seeks to compensate for the regrets of the past with unwavering dedication to his new protégé. Surely, Lin Quan must feel profoundly moved by my relentless efforts to safeguard him. As Guardiola embraced Lin Quan upon his departure from the field, he mused internally. However, Lin Quan found himself at a loss for words. Every time he sought to enhance his statistics, Guardiola would replace him, robbing him of the joy of play. Moreover, did he not fear that his blatant favoritism might incite jealousy among the other players? He began to empathize with Haaland's feelings when he was substituted after scoring 5 goals in the Champions League. Being favored by Guardiola was not without its drawbacks. Following Lin Quan's substitution, Manchester City's offensive threat diminished significantly. The Arsenal players collectively sighed in relief, while they struggled to contain Lin Quan. That did not imply they were incapable of defending against the other City players. With defensive gaps addressed, Arsenal's performance improved considerably, and their offense began to flourish. In the second minute of stoppage time, substitute Chamberlain scored for Arsenal, slightly restoring their dignity with a revised score of 1-3. Ultimately, the match concluded with Arsenal suffering a resounding defeat at home, 1-3, to the formidable Manchester City. This scoreline effectively extinguished any hopes of advancement. Arsenal's upcoming visit to the Etihad Stadium promised to be fraught with peril. During the post-match handshake, Wenger praised Guardiola and his team, stating, "Your team performed exceptionally well. Congratulations on your victory." Guardiola, in turn, expressed his respect for Wenger, acknowledging that Wenger's arrival transformed the Premier League, infusing it with the essence of technical football. Had the league retained its original simplistic and brutish style, characterized solely by long passes and aerial balls, he would certainly not have joined such a league. Thank you for your kind words. You and your players are equally remarkable. I wish you success in your upcoming matches. Wenger smiled wryly, recognizing that Guardiola's notion of success merely entailed securing a top-4 finish. He had been tasked with that duty for many years and had become well-versed in it. Although Southampton's unexpected rise posed some challenges for Arsenal's top-4 ambitions, Liverpool's decline provided them with a greater margin for error. With the tough matches behind them, the remaining fixtures appeared relatively manageable for Arsenal. As long as the team avoided further mistakes, achieving a top-4 finish should not be overly difficult. Yet, year after year, securing 4th place only to be eliminated in the first round of the Champions League raised the question of its significance. In both the League and the Champions League, Wenger longed for his team to seize a title at least once. "I truly envy you for coaching such an outstanding player as Lin." He unabashedly expressed his admiration for Lin Quan. His greatest regret now was not having made an advance to acquire Lin Quan 2 summers ago. Given his reputation for nurturing young talent, had he acted, he might have had a chance to bring Lin Quan to the Emirates. Alas, what is lost is forever lost. When Lin Quan's market value was still modest, Wenger failed to secure him, now that Lin Quan had established his reputation. Arsenal's financial capabilities rendered it nearly impossible to obtain him. Guardiola discerned the melancholy and frustration in Wenger's voice, leaving him momentarily at a loss for how to respond. In his heart, Guardiola felt a twinge of guilt when confronted with Wenger. During his tenure at Barcelona, he had poached Fabregas from Wenger, a move that was well known to have deeply wounded the latter. Fabregas's betrayal, executed in a heart-wrenching manner, inflicted far greater harm on Wenger and Arsenal than the public could ever appreciate. Notably, after Fabregas's transfer to Arsenal, Wenger had even parted ways with the veteran captain Vieira to accommodate him. Wenger's affection for Fabregas was akin to that of a father for his son. In the current round of the Champions League, 3 English Premier League teams achieved a record of 1 win, 1 draw, and 1 loss. The draw was secured by Mourinho's Chelsea, who managed to hold Paris Saint-Germain to a 1-1 stalemate away from home. However, securing an away goal is a positive development for the Blues in the next leg at home. As long as they avoid defeat or do not concede too many away goals, their advancement to the quarterfinals seems almost assured. In other matches, Barcelona, Real Madrid, and Bayern Munich all triumphed over their opponents. Bayern's 7-0 annihilation of Shakhtar Donetsk showcased the formidable power under Henk's command. This emphatic victory invigorated fans of Bayern and all of Germany, heralding the return of the true Bayern and the essence of German football. They should not pursue a possession-based style, but instead continue to uphold their glorious traditions. Had they not engaged in such misguided antics last year, Bayern might not have faced elimination, and the German national team may not have faltered in the finals. Fortunately, all is not lost. They still have time to mitigate their losses. This resounding victory undoubtedly served as a potent morale booster. Previously, the footballing world had been abuzz with the invincibility and unstoppable nature of Manchester City's attacking prowess. Yet, in this round of the Champions League, the spotlight shifted to Bayern, who, with their overwhelming triumph, demonstrated that they are the true architects of devastation. Champions of the Champions League? Why not? My players and I are firmly pursuing that goal. In the post-match press conference, the venerable coach Henk's openly expressed Bayern's fervent desire for the Champions League title. His return signifies a mission to rectify the chaos left in the wake of Guardiola's era, to validate that Guardiola's reforms during his tenure were misguided. The most compelling evidence would be to reclaim the championship on the grand stage of the Champions League. Thus, Guardiola's year at Bayern, sandwiched between 2 Champions League titles, would be deemed a failure. Upon hearing Henk's statement, Guardiola remained remarkably composed. Congratulations to Bayern on their victory. I sincerely wish them continued success in the Champions League. Since joining Manchester City and having the opportunity to coach his players directly, Guardiola has grown indifferent to external criticisms. He no longer feels the need to prove anything. All he desires now is to relish the beauty of football. The chapter concludes here. Chapter 20. A resounding victory over Arsenal, advancing to the Champions League quarterfinals. Just 3 days after Guardiola proclaimed the need to relish football, Manchester City faced an unexpected setback. On March 1st, in a highly anticipated clash at Anfield, Manchester City succumbed to Liverpool with a score of 2-3, suffering a disheartening defeat. Shortly after the match commenced, heavy rain began to fall, forcing both teams to contend with the challenging conditions. The slick surface significantly hindered Manchester City's possession-based tactics, leading to numerous passing errors caused by water accumulation on the pitch. Conversely, Liverpool, driven by a desire for revenge on their home ground, displayed remarkable tenacity. Undeterred by the risks of injury on the wet field, they relentlessly sprinted and counterattacked, launching repeated assaults on Manchester City's defense. Despite their apparent disadvantage, with a mere 32 possession, Liverpool's counterattacks proved to be highly threatening. Particularly notable were their incisive breaks following successful defensive stands, which consistently found their mark. In the 11th minute, Henderson opened the scoring, giving Liverpool the lead. Although Manchester City equalized in the 23rd minute through De Bruyne's long-range strike, assisted by Lin Quan, Liverpool responded just 3 minutes later with another goal. This time, a defensive lapse on the flanks allowed Coutinho to showcase his dazzling dribbling skills, culminating in a spectacular long-range shot that breached Navas's defenses. In the 75th minute of the second half, Lin Quan, having successfully evaded the offside trap following a through ball from De Bruyne, scored to level the match once more. For the ensuing minutes, both teams struggled to penetrate one another's defenses, and it seemed the match would conclude in a draw. However, in the 3rd minute of stoppage time, Steven Gerrard, the legendary Liverpool captain who had already announced his departure at the season's end, stepped up. With a trademark long-range shot, he found the back of the net, delivering a devastating blow to Manchester City. Following his decisive strike, Gerrard exuberantly removed his jersey and sprinted towards the stands, celebrating wildly with the fans. His teammates, caught up in the fervor, chased after him, embracing and kissing him in celebration of this hard-fought victory. The atmosphere among the Anfield faithful was electrifying, as they had been underestimated prior to the match, deemed unlikely contenders against Manchester City. Yet, they silenced their critics with a commanding triumph. Upon witnessing his team succumb to a last-minute defeat, Guardiola scratched his head, seemingly taken aback by the turn of events. It was indeed an unfortunate stroke of luck. Mere seconds remained in the match when a Manchester City player, tasked with marking Gerrard, slipped due to the wet conditions, inadvertently granting the opponent a clear shot. Nevertheless, Guardiola was not one to shy away from defeat, as he approached Liverpool's coach to extend his hand in sportsmanship. The loss invigorated the footballing community, who felt they had discovered a strategy to counter Manchester City's tactical approach. Eager to test this newfound insight, Leicester City was the first to step up in the 28th round of the league. After summarizing the match in which Liverpool triumphed over Manchester City, it was concluded that Manchester City's defensive vulnerabilities lay on the flanks, with the fullbacks advancing to take on more central roles. City's formation evolved into a 2-3-5 during offensive plays, featuring 5 players on the front line, in addition to 2 wingers and a central striker. 2 attacking midfielders would also surge forward from the flanks, creating multiple attacking points near the opponent's penalty area. This strategy significantly intensified the defensive challenges for their adversaries. Even if an attack faltered, City could leverage their numerical superiority to promptly regain possession from the opponent, thereby disrupting counterattacks and seeking opportunities for a second offensive thrust. Following the adoption of this tactical shift to more offensive wingback roles, Manchester City's success rate in reclaiming possession near the opponent's penalty area soared, with many goals being scored during transitions after successful recoveries. Proximity to the opponent's goal, coupled with more frequent opportunities for secondary attacks, resulted in an alarming number of shots on goal for City in every match. With exceptional strikers like Lin Quan and Aguero within their ranks, the abundance of shooting opportunities inevitably led to a significant number of goals conceded. In the 3 matches preceding their defeat to Liverpool, City had triumphed over their opponents using this very approach. However, this tactic proved ineffective against Liverpool. The reason lies in the fact that Liverpool, being a top-tier team, boasts players of considerably higher caliber than those of average teams. While City's recovery rate is high, there are instances where they fail to reclaim possession. Should a recovery attempt falter and the opponent launches a counterattack, City's wingers, along with the 5 players on the front line, may struggle to retreat in time. To safeguard their goal, the 4 defenders and 1 defensive midfielder would contract inward, forming a trapezoidal defensive shape at the edge of the penalty area. The advantage of this formation is its layered defense, which prevents it from being easily breached. However, it leaves the flanks exposed, making it challenging for City's players to prevent crosses or inside cuts from the opponent. Additionally, during the match against Liverpool, heavy rain at Anfield rendered the pitch conditions unfavorable for the more technical style of play favored by City. Ultimately, the fortuitous last-minute strike from Gerrard sealed City's unfortunate defeat. In contrast, Leicester City lacked any of the advantageous circumstances that Liverpool had. Consequently, they opted to employ Liverpool's tactics against Manchester City, resulting in a devastating outcome. Before the first half concluded, the match had lost all suspense, with City leading 3-0. As the second half commenced, Lin Quan, who was supposed to be substituted, remained on the pitch, indicating that City had not relinquished their attacking intent. Thus, Leicester City found themselves in dire straits. By the time Lin Quan was finally substituted, the score had escalated to 5-0, leaving Leicester City in disarray, their players questioning their existence. Why did we follow Liverpool's successful strategy, only to find it utterly ineffective, resulting in such a humiliating defeat? On the sidelines, witnessing his team emerge from their previous defeat with a resounding victory, Guardiola's spirits soared. Seated on the bench, he engaged in conversation with Lin Quan, who had just been substituted. The winger in question, clad in the Leicester City jersey number 26, seemed rather impressive. Lin Quan took a sip of his energy drink and glanced at the player Guardiola was referring to, inquiring, "Are you speaking of Mahrez?" "Indeed." Guardiola nodded, seemingly intrigued by the young talent, and asked, "What do you think of his abilities?" "Quite commendable," Lin Quan assessed thoughtfully. "He possesses refined skills, excels in dribbling, and his ability to cut inside for a shot is noteworthy. He should be capable of fulfilling the roles of both winger and attacking midfielder. If he develops further, he could easily become a key player for a lesser team." He recalled Mahrez's explosive performance during Leicester City's championship-winning season, where he netted 17 goals and provided 11 assists, earning the title of Premier League MVP. Of course, that was the Mahrez of the following year. The current version was not yet at that level. Nonetheless, Guardiola's keen eye for talent was evident. It was no wonder he rarely erred in his acquisitions. Lin Quan speculated that Guardiola was likely drawn to Mahrez's technical prowess. Coaches like Guardiola have a particular affinity for players with refined skills. Aside from Haaland, all his recruits share a similar technical finesse and versatility. Interesting, Guardiola mused, contemplating the situation. The right winger for Manchester City, Navas, was already 30 years old and frequently found himself on the bench, leading to thoughts of departure. Guardiola needed to scout for an exceptional right winger. His previous bid for Salah from Chelsea was aimed at replacing Navas, but regrettably, Chelsea was unwilling to part with him, thwarting Guardiola's intentions. Now, having observed Mahrez, who was of a similar age to Salah, Guardiola's interest was rekindled. Mahrez had transferred to Leicester City the previous year for a mere 500,000. His performance over the last 2 seasons had been commendable, with significant improvement reflected in his rising market value. Guardiola surmised that if Manchester City intended to acquire him, it would likely require an investment of at least 20 million. Spending 20 million on a player who was not yet widely recognized seemed a considerable gamble. So, should they proceed with the purchase? If it remains under 30 million, it could be a viable option. Naturally, acquiring Salah would be even better. Lin Quan observed Guardiola's hesitation and interjected. In terms of peak performance, the Egyptian pharaoh still held a slight edge in capability. After a heartfelt exchange between father and son, Guardiola's earlier indecision solidified into resolve. "Let us make the purchase. Having saved so much during the winter break, how could I not invest in the summer transfer window? It would be a disservice to myself and the Manchester City fans." Leicester City's defeat left other teams momentarily perplexed, uncertain whether they could still emulate Liverpool's strategies. While some teams hesitated, others remained undeterred. The 29th round of the Premier League commenced, with Burnley languishing in the penultimate position and desperately in need of 3 points for salvation, stubbornly opting to replicate Liverpool's tactics on their home turf. However, the outcome was disheartening. The match concluded with a score of 4-0, leaving the Burnley supporters in despair. This was despite Manchester City having substituted numerous key players in the second half to prepare for their midweek Champions League knockout stage, indicating that a more comprehensive defeat could have been imminent had they unleashed their full arsenal. In this round of matches, league leaders Chelsea faced off against fourth-placed Southampton in a direct contest. Surprisingly, despite Diego Costa's early goal, Chelsea failed to secure victory. A foul committed by Matic in the penalty area presented Southampton with a golden opportunity, allowing them to escape Stamford Bridge with a draw. Following this stalemate, Chelsea's lead was once again reduced to a mere point as Manchester City succumbed to Liverpool, transforming what once appeared to be a promising title race into a precarious situation. To compound Chelsea's woes, they faced Paris Saint-Germain in the second leg of the Champions League, where they were held to a draw at home. This match was destined to haunt Chelsea fans, as their team only managed to breach the opponent's defense in the 81st minute, briefly igniting hopes of victory. Yet, David Luiz extinguished those dreams with an equalizer in the 86th minute, resulting in a 1-1 draw, with the previous encounter ending similarly. Both teams had identical records in terms of attempts and away goals, leading the match into extra time. During extra time, Chelsea struck first, with Hazard's goal sending the Stamford Bridge crowd into a frenzy and Mourinho celebrating passionately. However, another Paris Saint-Germain defender emerged to alter the course of the match. Thiago Silva equalized in the 114th minute, bringing the score to 2-2. A critical disadvantage for Chelsea was that the opposition had scored 2 away goals. In the dying moments of the match, the Chelsea players relentlessly attacked the opponent's goal, but their efforts were thwarted by Paris Saint-Germain's staunch defense. Ultimately, the referee's whistle signaled the end of the match, resulting in Chelsea's elimination from their home ground, paving the way for their opponent's advancement to the quarterfinals. Once again, they faced the humiliation of falling at the round of 16. Mourinho's tenure at Stamford Bridge has not been smooth sailing. How ironic, considering his previous bravado, given Abramovich's temperament. If Chelsea fails to clinch the league title this season, I would wager a modest sum that the special one will find himself dismissed. After being sacked by both Real Madrid and Chelsea, one wonders which team would still be willing to take him on. I find it more sensible to consider a move to Manchester United, as Van Gaal's tenure there was even less impressive than that of Mourinho. What a splendid idea it would be to support Mourinho's return to Manchester United, potentially leading to a complete upheaval. Following Chelsea's elimination, public opinion regarding Mourinho has turned decidedly unfavorable. The promises he made to the fans upon his return to the Blues now appear to be utterly unfulfilled. Since clinching the Champions League title, Chelsea has faltered in the group stage once and succumbed in the round of 16 on 2 occasions, with the team's performance steadily declining. Presently, Chelsea does not seem to be on the right path. Rather, it appears to be teetering on the brink of collapse. Moreover, it has been 5 years since they last tasted league victory. Should further achievements elude them, it would be a disservice to their status as a prestigious club. This predicament has left the Chelsea supporters deeply concerned. They do not wish to witness their team endure a decade without silverware, akin to Arsenal's plight. The apprehensions of Chelsea fans are entirely foreign to those of Manchester City. In the second leg of the Champions League match, City effortlessly triumphed over Arsenal at home, defeating them 2-0 and advancing to the quarterfinals with an aggregate score of 5-1. Since their breakthrough in the Champions League last year, City's fortunes in the competition have markedly improved. Last year, they faced formidable opponents in the form of Real Madrid and Bayern Munich, but this year, they have been fortunate with a relatively weak group and a manageable opponent in the first round of the knockout stage. Arsenal, being familiar adversaries and geographically close, posed no significant challenge, resulting in minimal exertion for City. Coupled with the absence of commitments in the League Cup and the FA Cup, Manchester City can approach their next opponent in optimal condition. Aside from Chelsea, there were no notable surprises in this round of matches. Powerful teams such as Bayern Munich, Real Madrid, Barcelona, and Juventus all advanced to the quarterfinals. On March 19th, the draw for the quarterfinals of the 2014-15 Champions League was held at UEFA headquarters in Nyon, Switzerland. With so many elite teams in the quarterfinals, the anticipation for a spectacular clash between titans is palpable. This chapter concludes. Chapter 21. Receiving the national team's number 10 jersey and being promoted to vice-captain. Following the conclusion of the round of 16 in the Champions League, the 8 teams advancing have been determined. La Liga emerged as the biggest victor, with 3 teams progressing: Real Madrid, Barcelona, and Atletico Madrid. The English Premier League performed slightly worse than last year, with only Manchester City making it to the quarterfinals among the 3 teams that reached the round of 16. Similarly, in Ligue 1, Paris Saint-Germain became the sole representative after eliminating Chelsea. In Serie A, Juventus displayed resilience, securing a 5-1 victory over their opponents to smoothly enter the quarterfinals. Since Borussia Dortmund was depleted by Bayern Munich, the competitiveness of the Bundesliga has sharply declined, with Bayern being the only German team to advance this year. Additionally, Porto from the Portuguese league adds to the narrative, making this year's Champions League a battleground for the 4 major leagues against La Liga. One cannot overlook the impressive strength of La Liga in recent seasons. Had it not been for Manchester City's successive eliminations of Barcelona, Real Madrid, and Atletico Madrid last year, the UEFA Champions League final might well have devolved into a fierce clash of La Liga rivals. According to the regulations governing the Champions League draw, the upcoming quarterfinals will lack any avoidance principles, meaning that teams from the same league and those from the same group could potentially find themselves pitted against one another. Unfortunately for Atletico Madrid, they were the first to be drawn, facing their city rivals, Real Madrid. Upon seeing this outcome, both coaches, Carlo Ancelotti of Real Madrid and Diego Simeone of Atletico, bore tense expressions, having faced each other numerous times in the league. Both teams are well acquainted with one another's strengths and weaknesses, and neither feels particularly confident about this matchup. If given a choice, they would have preferred a different opponent, as this Madrid derby offers little assurance for either side. The quarterfinal draw commenced with the unveiling of the City Derby, igniting excitement among the audience, eager to witness whether more explosive confrontations lay ahead. Soon after, Barcelona was drawn from the pool. The sight of Barcelona's name caused noticeable shifts in the expressions of the coaches from the remaining 5 teams. This year's Barcelona is markedly stronger than last year's. Neymar, now in his 2nd year with the team, has seamlessly integrated and is performing exceptionally well. Following his return from suspension, Suarez has emerged as the sharpest spear in Barcelona's attacking front. Together with Messi and Neymar, they form the formidable MSN trio, wreaking havoc in both La Liga and the Champions League. For any team facing this Barcelona in the Champions League, devising a strategy to contain the MSN trio's offensive prowess would surely become their most daunting challenge. After sweeping across the 5 coaches, the cameras finally focused on Manchester City's coach, Pep Guardiola. Prior to the draw, Barcelona fans had expressed a desire to encounter Manchester City in the quarterfinals, hoping to exact revenge for last year's defeat. Should Barcelona and Manchester City indeed be drawn against one another, it would mark Guardiola's first return to Camp Nou in 3 years, albeit as an opponent this time. The close-up of Guardiola led many to speculate that Barcelona would draw Manchester City. However, in an unexpected twist, the team drawn from the pool was not City, but rather Paris Saint-Germain, another club under the control of Middle Eastern wealth. The cameras shifted to the 2 coaches. Barcelona's coach, Luis Enrique, smiled upon witnessing the draw, seemingly regarding it as a favorable pairing. Conversely, Paris Saint-Germain's coach, Laurent Blanc, appeared troubled, clearly wishing to avoid the formidable title contenders that Barcelona represents. Following the pairing of Barcelona and PSG, Manchester City was swiftly drawn, with only 3 teams remaining in the pool, aside from Bayern Munich. The other 2 possess relatively weaker capabilities. Given Jupp Heynckes' previous statements and the criticism Guardiola faced from Bayern fans, many believe that UEFA, known for orchestrating dramatic narratives, would ensure these 2 teams were matched against each other. Yet again, the predictions proved incorrect. This time, UEFA has surprisingly demonstrated some integrity, as the opponent drawn was not Bayern, but rather the old lady, Juventus. This outcome has left both the coaches of Juventus and Porto wearing expressions of dismay. Wouldn't it have been more thrilling to witness a clash between 2 title contenders? Why must they be kept apart? As it stands, it seems that both our teams are destined to become mere fodder. Ultimately, the matchups in the quarterfinals are as follows: Manchester City versus Juventus, Real Madrid versus Atletico Madrid, Barcelona versus Paris Saint-Germain, and Bayern Munich versus Porto. The anticipated epic confrontations have not materialized, yet all 4 title favorites possess a substantial chance of advancing to the semifinals. Although this year's quarterfinals may not be the most thrilling, the semifinals will undoubtedly be exhilarating. According to the schedule, this season's UEFA Champions League quarterfinals will commence on April 14th, which is approximately half a month away. It is quite vexing. Where are the much-anticipated heavyweight clashes? A matchup between Manchester City and Real Madrid, or City against Barcelona or Bayern, would have generated immense excitement. UEFA truly lacks foresight. Fans have expressed their dissatisfaction with the draw, feeling it lacks any sensational elements. Could it be that after previous years of manipulative draws, they are now hesitant to engage in such practices due to external scrutiny? Does UEFA even care about public opinion? You give them far too much credit. Some have attempted to defend UEFA, only to be met with ridicule. Their reputation has long since been tarnished. However, perhaps it is for the best. The further we progress, the more thrilling the matches become. Indeed, I am already looking forward to the prospect of a semi-final featuring Real Madrid against Barcelona and Manchester City against Bayern. Do they truly underestimate Juventus, Atletico, and Paris Saint-Germain? What if an upset occurs? Serie A has indeed seen better days, and Juventus' squad does not appear particularly formidable. Should they face Manchester City, the odds seem to favor City at approximately 70-30. Reasonable. I would even venture to say 80-20. As for the match between Real Madrid and Atletico, it is difficult to predict. Any outcome is possible. However, based on the schedule, Real Madrid seems to hold the advantage. So I would estimate this match to be approximately 60-40 in favor of Madrid. And what of Paris Saint-Germain versus Barcelona? That too could be rated around 60-40. As PSG's lineup appears quite strong, the question remains how they will perform on the pitch. PSG's defensive line is incredibly luxurious, worth over 100 million. And perhaps they could even stifle the MSN attack. Regarding the match between Bayern and Porto, I believe it is unnecessary to speculate. A straightforward 10-0 prediction would suffice. With Porto considering it a success if they manage to concede fewer than 10 goals across both legs. Is that too exaggerated? Is Bayern's attacking prowess truly superior to that of Manchester City? Just watch a few Bundesliga matches, and you will see. Hinks's Bayern is genuinely terrifying. There's no need even to watch the Bundesliga. Just look at the results from Bayern's previous match, where they eliminated Shakhtar Donetsk. Some did watch, and they were left astonished. Bayern not only triumphed home and away, but also kept a clean sheet, scoring a total of 12 goals in the process. At home, Manchester City decisively triumphed over their opponents with a score of 7-0, and then followed up with a 5-0 victory away. The unfortunate Shakhtar Donetsk seemed utterly lost, struggling to maintain their composure on the pitch. It appears that Manchester City has enjoyed quite the stroke of luck. Upon reviewing the draw, the players within the City squad expressed their satisfaction with the outcome. Juventus is indeed a formidable team, yet they do not belong to the elite echelon of football clubs. Furthermore, the scheduling of the matches, with City playing away first and then at home, is advantageous for them, leading the players to harbor an optimistic outlook towards advancing to the semifinals. However, caution is still warranted. The old lady possesses a rich heritage and resilience. Despite enduring the severe repercussions of the Calciopoli scandal, they have managed to rise once more, reclaiming their dominance in Serie A with 3 consecutive titles in recent seasons. While Juventus has been asserting their authority domestically, their performance in the Champions League has also been improving, as evidenced by their progression to the quarterfinals. Faced with a team on the rise, even though Manchester City boasts superior talent on paper, they must remain vigilant. A shocking elimination would certainly be a significant setback. Unlike last year, when City led the league with an overwhelming advantage, allowing them to focus solely on the Champions League, this season finds them trailing in the standings, which may distract them from their league commitments. In contrast, their rivals Juventus enjoy a substantial lead in Serie A, while Chelsea has already been eliminated. Juventus can concentrate fully on the Champions League, while City must juggle their league ambitions. The situation does not appear as favorable for Manchester City as they might have envisioned. Pep Guardiola is evidently aware of Manchester City's predicament. Thus, he has implemented a strategy focused on securing steady points in the league. With 9 matches remaining, they trail Chelsea by just 1 point. Should Chelsea falter, an opportunity may arise for City. However, this hinges on the condition that City themselves do not err. Another loss would likely extinguish their championship hopes. In the 30th round of the Premier League, Manchester City hosted West Bromwich Albion. The match lost its suspense merely 2 minutes in when a West Brom defender fouled Lin Quan in the penalty area, earning a penalty kick. Lin Quan converted effortlessly, putting City ahead. Playing a man down, West Brom was utterly overwhelmed by City's relentless assault, conceding several goals before halftime, with David Silva, Kevin De Bruyne, and Fernando all finding the net. By the end of the first half, the score stood at 4-0. In the second half, with the outcome already determined, key players like Lin Quan were substituted, as Guardiola began to prepare for the Champions League and the upcoming league fixtures. Following this comfortable victory, Manchester City ascended temporarily to the top of the table. Should Chelsea fail to secure a win in their subsequent match, the top position would change hands. Under immense pressure, Chelsea's players appeared quite tense, despite having taken an early lead just 2 minutes into their match. However, the opponents soon rallied, scoring 2 goals in the 26th and 28th minutes, nearly causing the hearts of Chelsea fans to falter. In this critical moment, Diego Costa stepped up, scoring during the stoppage time of the first half, which steadied the team's resolve. Chelsea dominated the second half and finally turned the tide in the 77th minute, securing a hard-earned victory. The players from Manchester City were also keenly observing the match, many watching the live broadcast at home. Upon witnessing Chelsea's eventual triumph, they felt a tinge of disappointment. Chelsea truly possesses a resilient spirit. Their fortune appears quite favorable. Yet, such luck cannot be everlasting. Indeed, we must focus on our own tasks and wait for them to falter. Following the completion of the 30th round of the league, an international FIFA match day will precede the next round. On March 28th, Spain will host Ukraine in a Euro Championship qualifying match. The opponent this time is formidable, serving as Spain's main competitor in the group. To ensure a solid victory and secure the top spot, Bosque has summoned key players including Lin Quan. Compared to last year's World Cup squad, this Spanish team has undergone some changes. Xavi Alonso, and Javi Martinez have not made the national team's roster. Conversely, Marc Bartra, Asensio, Bellerin, Juanmi, and Vitalo have received their first call-ups to the national team. Additionally, previously selected players such as Morata and Isco are also included. Clearly, Bosque is beginning to scout for the next generation of the bullfighters. The newly recruited players are predominantly from the 90s generation, with the youngest being merely 21 years old, still in their youth. However, in the Spanish team, the youngest is actually a seasoned player, Lin Quan, who has just turned 19. Boss, you finally arrived. I thought you weren't coming. Upon entering the training base, Lin Quan was intercepted by a tall, imposing figure. Without needing to see his face, the voice alone confirmed it was Morata. It was one thing for him to appear alone, but notably, he was accompanied by a group of young players. What are you waiting for? Everyone, come and greet the boss. This is our leader. Boss. Under Isco's guidance, the 5 newcomers shouted in unison. Their commotion drew the attention of other players training on the field, sparking curiosity about the unfolding scene. Hey, boss, our team is looking quite impressive, isn't it? Morata, seemingly oblivious to Lin Quan's embarrassment, draped an arm over Lin Quan's shoulder, boasting proudly. Behind them, several newcomers followed closely, embodying the spirit of eager apprentices as they made their way to the training ground. Feeling the inquisitive gazes from the veteran players, Lin Quan's cheeks flushed with heat, wishing he could vanish into thin air. How mortifying. Morata, just wait. As the Champions League approaches next month, one can only hope for a performance devoid of embarrassment. Just as Lin Quan found himself in an incredibly awkward situation, Bosque made his entrance. Lin, from this moment forth, you are the vice-captain of the team. Furthermore, you shall don the number 10 jersey. Do remember not to wear the wrong one. Upon hearing Bosque's words, Lin Quan was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't the number 10 reserved for Cesc? He turned to glance at Cesc, who seemed to understand his confusion and flashed him an encouraging thumbs up. Realizing the implication, Lin understood that this must have been a gesture from Cesc, willingly relinquishing the number 10. After all, the moment Bosque appointed him as vice-captain, his standing within the Spanish national team was solidified, with Bosque intent on molding him into the core of the next generation of the Spanish squad. It was only fitting that the emblematic number 10 jersey be entrusted to him. Chapter 22, World Champion versus the Crownless King, yet another tale of rivalry. Lin, once you step onto the pitch, make sure to pass to me more often. I have a feeling I'm going to score. While preparing to enter the field in the players' tunnel, Morata leaned toward Lin Quan and spoke earnestly. Lin cast a sidelong glance at him, noticing the pleading expression on his face, and nodded in response. Be sure to seize the moment. Today, Morata had been granted a starting position, and should he find the net, he might secure Bosque's trust, solidifying his place in the national team for the future. However, Lin suspected that given Diego Costa's presence, Morata might find it challenging to maintain his starting role, as Costa's scoring efficiency far surpassed that of Morata. Following the World Cup, Spain's attacking lineup had begun to undergo a transition. Torres and Villa had both faded from the national team, with Villa even departing from the top 5 leagues. After much deliberation between joining the Chinese Super League and Major League Soccer, he ultimately chose to sign with New York FC. Leaving the top leagues meant he would no longer receive calls from the national team. However, for someone like Villa, who had already contributed to 2 European championships, 2 World Cups, and a Confederations Cup, his presence was of little consequence when the team was well stocked with talent. At this juncture, Spain was not in a state of decline. It was not a dynasty on the brink of collapse. Despite the wealth of talent within the squad, Bosquet's strategy for this match remained rather cautious. He had opted to field only a select few young players, including Morata, Isco, and Juan Fran, with the aim of securing this pivotal victory. This prudence stemmed from a painful lesson learned previously. On October 10th of last year, during a Euro qualifying match, Spain suffered an unexpected defeat to Slovakia on their home turf. In that match, Bosquet had taken a bold approach by introducing numerous newcomers while omitting key players like Lin Quan. The new players, lacking the steadiness of experience, became increasingly anxious after falling behind early on, despite having the advantage in play. It took until the 82nd minute for Paco to finally equalize the score after a prolonged siege of the opponent's goal. However, the inexperienced players were caught off guard by their opponents, who seized the moment when their psychological defenses weakened after conceding a goal, scoring again in the 87th minute and delivering a fatal blow to the Spanish team. This defeat marked Spain's first loss in a major international competition since their group stage defeat to Chile in the 2010 World Cup, breaking a 4-year streak. Even including friendly matches, it was their first loss in 3 years. This setback left the new players in a state of anxiety. Despite the reassurances from seasoned teammates that it was merely an ordinary European Championship qualifier and that losing held little consequence for their chances of topping the group. Yet, the weight of their poor performance, which shattered the team's undefeated record, inevitably led to feelings of fear and self-reproach among the newcomers. In light of this, Bosquet believed that caution was necessary. A gradual approach should be taken to increase the playing time and opportunities for young athletes. During this process, it would be beneficial to have more seasoned players mentor them, aiding in the restoration of their confidence. Transitioning between generations is bound to bring about a period of adjustment, and Bosquet hopes this phase will pass swiftly. Presently, many players born in the 1980s are still in their prime, but after the conclusion of the 2016 European Championship, they will begin to decline. Given their ages, it is uncertain how fit they will become the 2018 World Cup. Thus, Bosquet has roughly 3 years to make necessary adjustments. It is hoped that during this time, Spain will witness the emergence of more young and talented players, ideally a few who can match the caliber of Lin Quan. However, such aspirations may be overly ambitious. The Ukrainian team is not particularly strong. Currently ranked 3rd in Group C, they share points with Spain, trailing Slovakia by 3. Therefore, this match is crucial for both teams in their quest for qualification. A loss for Spain against Ukraine could drastically jeopardize their chances of advancing, potentially leading to their elimination. For a dual champion of both the World Cup and the European Championship, failing to qualify for the latter would be a significant embarrassment. They cannot afford such a disgrace. Consequently, Bosquet issued a stern mandate to the team. Victory is imperative. From the outset, Spain did not engage in tentative explorations, leveraging their home advantage. They launched a vigorous assault on the Ukrainian team. Aware of the vast chasm in skill between themselves and the World Cup champions, Ukraine opted for a defensive strategy, setting up a solid wall in their half and attempting counterattacks to snatch a goal. Even securing a draw away from home would be an acceptable outcome for them. The opponent's defense posed some obstacles to Spain's offense. In the first 20 minutes, Spain dominated possession, firmly asserting control over the match, yet their attacks repeatedly faltered, failing to penetrate the opponent's defenses. This left the Spanish fans in attendance feeling anxious and concerned, prompting them to call out the names of the players on the field, hoping for them to rise to the occasion. As the most prominent player on the field and the linchpin of the national team, Lin Quan's name resonated the most, drawing the loudest cheers from the crowd. Seemingly attuned to the fans' fervent calls, Lin Quan sprang into action. In the 28th minute, leveraging his formidable individual prowess, he deftly maneuvered past 2 defenders and delivered a sublime lob from the left side of the penalty area, assisting Morata in scoring. Following the goal, Morata exuberantly leapt onto Lin Quan, embracing his head and showering it with kisses. What an exquisite pass. Morata effusively praised Lin Quan's assist, feeling as though he had never scored a more comfortable goal. If only he had such a supportive teammate like Lin Quan at his club. His goal tally would surely ascend to new heights. He mused that his current teammates, including the talented midfielder Pogba, could never provide such delightful passes. Lin, send me a few more like that. I feel sensational. I'm certain I can net a hat-trick in this match, Morata declared with unwavering confidence. Lin Quan, recognizing the quality of Morata's previous shot, chose to trust him for the moment. After falling behind in the score, Ukraine's defensive formation could no longer hold. They were compelled to launch an attack. Once they broke forward, Spain's offensive conundrums naturally began to unravel. In the 32nd minute, Lin Quan again sent Morata a through ball, but Morata inexplicably blasted the ball into the stands. A gasp of disbelief swept through the crowd as countless fans, ready to celebrate a goal, clutched their heads in shock at Morata's outrageous miss. Morata himself was taken aback, unable to fathom how he could have sent it soaring over the bar. Lin, my dominant foot is my left. Next time, pass it to my left foot. I promise I'll score. Lin Quan furrowed his brow in confusion. Was this fellow's preferred foot truly his left? He recalled Morata seemingly wielding equal skill with both feet. Nevertheless, he resolved to give him the benefit of the doubt this time. In the 55th minute of the second half, Spain executed a series of fluid combinations, culminating in Lin Quan delivering a perfect setup for Morata once again, this time specifically directed to his left foot, as requested. By the time Lin Quan passed, the goalkeeper had lost his defensive stance, leaving Morata nearly facing an open goal. Yet, his attempt to slot it into the far corner missed the post and rolled out of play. A chorus of gasps and astonished murmurs filled the stadium. Who was this man? How could his technique be so lacking? To miss an open goal after Lin Quan's brilliant assist was a travesty. After squandering 2 golden opportunities, Lin Quan learned his lesson and decided against passing to Morata again. He suspected that Morata's first shot had been a stroke of luck, with such poor technique. How could he possibly produce high-quality shots? Coincidentally, Morata's repeated chances to shoot prompted Ukraine's defenders to pay him closer attention, seizing the opportunity. In the 72nd and 77th minutes of the match, Lin Quan provided consecutive assists to David Silva and Pedro, leading to their goals. Following these 2 strikes, the score became 3-0, effectively determining the outcome of the match. In the 80th minute, coach Vicente Del Bosque initiated substitutions, replacing the increasingly lost Morata with Diego Costa. 2 minutes later, he substituted the indisputable star of the match, Lin Quan, allowing him to bask in the adoration of the home crowd. The thousands of Spanish fans at the Pizjuan Stadium rose as one, offering resounding applause for Lin Quan. After exchanging high-fives with his substitute teammates, he reciprocated the cheers by acknowledging the stance. The dominant red hue of the stadium symbolized fervent passion, and the actions of the fans throughout the match were indeed a testament to this spirit. Although the venue is modest in size, accommodating just over 45,000 spectators, both Lin Quan and his fellow Spanish players held a fondness for this ground, likely due to its colors mirroring those of the Spanish national team. Fostering a sense of familiarity, coupled with their victory here, it undoubtedly elevated their spirits. Ultimately, the home team Spain triumphed with a decisive 3-0 victory over Ukraine. Meanwhile, Slovakia also secured a 3-0 win against Luxembourg, leaving Spain momentarily in second place in the group, trailing by 3 points. The next round of group matches will not take place until mid-June, when Spain will travel to Minsk to face Belarus. Following the conclusion of the European qualifiers, the Spanish national team did not disband. Instead, they took advantage of the international match day to invite a former rival for a friendly match. This venerable adversary was none other than the Netherlands, Spain's long-standing rival. On April 1st, April Fool's Day, the entire Spanish squad journeyed to Amsterdam to challenge the Dutch team. Both sides orchestrated the inclusion of numerous young players, yet the Netherlands appeared to be well prepared. In the 13th minute, the Dutch capitalized on a corner kick, creating chaos in the Spanish penalty area, culminating in a goal by Lazio's center-back, De Vrij, granting the Netherlands a temporary lead. Just 3 minutes later, the Netherlands struck again, with Klaassen from Ajax finding the net. The Spanish players were momentarily stunned, having conceded 2 goals in rapid succession, and shockingly, they were trailing in possession as well, an anomaly for a team renowned for their ball control. This alarming situation prompted Del Bosque on the sidelines to become restless. These young talents seemed a tad unreliable, How did they end up in such disarray? The once jovial main players, who had been chatting on the bench, fell silent upon witnessing the team's consecutive goals conceded, their expressions shifting to one of gravity. The young Dutch squad appeared formidable. Aside from a few seasoned players like Vermeer, Huntelaar, Sneijder, and Janmaat, the remaining 7 were all born in the 1990s, including 2 born in 1994. On the field, Dutch fans present at the match felt a surge of pride as they witnessed their team dominate Spain. In recent World Cups, Spain had inflicted considerable suffering upon the Dutch. During the 2010 World Cup in South Africa, they lost to Spain in the final, missing a golden opportunity to shed their title of the unofficial kings. In last year's World Cup in Brazil, their first group match was against Spain, resulting in an astonishing 5-1 defeat. This heavy loss left the Dutch players demoralized, their confidence shattered. Although they managed to advance from the group stage, they fell short in the round of 16, once again missing out on the championship. Having their World Cup dreams thwarted by the Spanish for 2 consecutive tournaments, the depth of the Dutch disdain for the Spanish team is palpable. However, amidst their joy, there lingered a sense of incompleteness. Notably, Spain's key player, particularly the number 10, was still seated on the bench and had not taken the field. Had he participated, it would have been exceedingly difficult for the Dutch to secure such a commanding lead. While they were elated by the remarkable performance of their youthful 90s-born players, the thought of the young Spanish player's existence and age dampened their spirits. Born in 1996, he was younger than the youngest player on the Dutch team, and there was no one in the Dutch squad who could match his caliber. In the second half, Coach Bosquet replaced all the starters, introducing Lin Quan, Diego Costa, Iniesta, David Silva, Busquets, and Ramos onto the pitch. The Dutch side, not to be outdone, also brought on key players such as Van Persie and de Guzman. With both teams fielding their strongest lineups, the friendly match transformed into a fierce contest reminiscent of a World Cup final. However, the Spanish players had already demonstrated their superiority over the Dutch starters in previous matches. After 90 minutes, thanks to Lin Quan's brace and Ramos's decisive header, Spain overturned the game with a 3-2 victory over the Netherlands. The outcome of this match seemed to overshadow its original intent as a mere friendly fixture, ultimately evolving into a saga of rivalry. Yet, securing victory with the main squad does not mask the issues present within Spain's younger players. Chapter 23. The explosive Manchester Derby. Lin Quan's debut shocks the crowd. Hard-fought victory. World champions exhibit signs of decline. Though defeated, the uncrowned kings hold a bright future. On the flight back to Manchester, Lin Quan perused the media coverage of the friendly match between Spain and the Netherlands. Merely glancing at the headlines left him somewhat speechless. It seemed that winning was deemed less commendable than losing. Nevertheless, while the media's headlines may have been exaggerated, there were indeed elements of truth within the content. They posited that Spain's current lineup remains formidable, asserting that even with the departure of seasoned players like Xavi, Alonso, and Villa, Spain's combat effectiveness had not diminished. However, there exists a certain skepticism regarding the Spanish national team's prospects in the years to come, particularly in light of the 2018 World Cup to be held in Russia. The inevitable transition between the old and the new is a fate that no team can escape, and Spain is no exception. Thus, regardless of their current prowess, it does not guarantee their sustained dominance. Should the emerging young talents fail to effectively succeed the veteran players, the countdown to Spain's decline may very well commence. Europe boasts numerous formidable teams, many of which possess a wealth of youthful brilliance. The Netherlands and France stand as prominent examples. If the quality of Spain's young players does not measure up to these national teams, even with a star player like Lin Quan, the burden may prove too heavy to bear. This has been repeatedly demonstrated by Cristiano Ronaldo and the future star Haaland within their respective national squads. Football is indeed a team sport. Lin Quan recalls that Spain's performance in the World Cup a few years hence was rather lackluster, even failing to progress beyond the group stage in the 2022 Qatar World Cup. However, addressing the deficiency of exceptional talents is a challenge that he cannot resolve, as he cannot conjure a cadre of Mbappés and Haalands for Bosquet's use. Thus, these issues remain for Bosquet to contemplate and resolve. On April 4th, the 31st round of the Premier League commenced. Manchester City and Chelsea triumphed over their respective rivals, maintaining the same score gap between the two teams. The most surprising match of this round was the encounter between Arsenal and Liverpool. In this clash of titans, Arsenal secured a resounding victory on their home turf. defeating Liverpool with a score of 4-1. Wenger's team finally exhibited a commendable performance, achieving a long-awaited resounding win in a high-stakes match. Furthermore, with this victory, Arsenal climbed one position in the standings, overtaking Manchester United by a single point to claim third place in the league. Considering their direct competitors for a top-4 finish, Liverpool, currently languishing with only 54 points, trailing by a significant 9 points, this victory effectively heralds Arsenal's successful bid to secure their position. Truly, Arsenal has demonstrated an extraordinary fighting spirit in crucial moments of the season. Alas, the plight of Liverpool is grim. Their performance in both the league and the Champions League this season has been disheartening. Captain Gerrard's impending departure adds to the uncertainty, leaving fans to ponder when the Reds might rise again. Supporters are increasingly anxious, as the team shows no signs of improvement. Following the sale of Suarez, Liverpool's offensive prowess has significantly waned, and the magic of Rodgers seems to have dissipated. They have become the most malleable of the traditional powerhouses. As the season progresses, Liverpool has already succumbed to defeat in 9 matches. Averaging a loss every 3 games renders their record incomparable to other elite clubs. Next season, it is highly probable that Rodgers will depart, and with Gerrard also set to leave, where can Liverpool find a loyal captain of his caliber? Or who will take the reins of the team? The situation is indeed desperate. Across the sea, in another realm, the fans of Borussia Dortmund are engulfed in despair. In the recent round of matches, they suffered yet another defeat at home against the Bundesliga titans, Bayern Munich. Once a formidable force capable of dethroning Bayern to claim the league title in previous seasons, Dortmund's current performance has plummeted drastically. Following this loss, they find themselves perilously close to the relegation zone. As the season unfolds, it is unfathomable that Dortmund has yet to secure a victory. Now teetering on the brink of relegation, the magical touch of legendary coach Jurgen Klopp seems to have waned. Inside the team, numerous issues abound, with rumors circulating that key players such as Mats Hummels, Ilkay Gundogan, and Marco Reus may depart at the end of the season. Following the exits of stars like Mario Götze and Robert Lewandowski, such speculation fills the hearts of Dortmund supporters with profound anxiety. They are genuinely fearful that these whispers may materialize into reality. The team has descended to such depths that if Reus and other stars choose to leave, where would Dortmund find themselves next season? Is it possible that this former champion is destined for relegation to the second division? Yet, at this critical juncture, Reus stepped forward, publicly declaring his intention to remain with the club and swiftly arranging for his agent to negotiate a contract extension with the club. His agent, Volker, hoped he would reconsider, suggesting he leave the leaky ship that is Dortmund for a more promising destination. However, Reus was resolute. Volker's pleas fell on deaf ears, and he proceeded to represent Reus in extending his contract with Dortmund. This renewal served as a beacon of hope for the fans, illuminating their path through the darkness. However, just as the supporters were buoyed by this news, their coach Klopp approached the club president to tender his resignation. Jurgen, are you truly leaving Dortmund? President Reinhard was taken aback upon receiving Klopp's resignation letter. Despite the dismal performance this season, Klopp's contributions are inarguable. Since taking the helm in 2008, he tailored a distinct tactical style to fit Dortmund's squad, crafting a championship-winning team. Under his guidance, the youthful brigade clinched the Bundesliga title twice, secured 1 DFB Pokal and 2 DFL Super Cups, and notably reached the Champions League final in 2013. During this period, Dortmund stood toe-to-toe with the Bundesliga giants Bayern Munich, even managing to surpass them at times. This was a thrilling and memorable era for countless Dortmund fans, and most of the accolades can be attributed to Klopp's remarkable leadership. Now, he is contemplating resignation. Indeed, Mr. President, the abysmal results this season and the team's lackluster state have drained me both physically and mentally. I believe I need a respite. It may not be prudent for me to continue coaching Dortmund at this time, Klopp candidly expressed. His candor momentarily rendered Reinhardt speechless, leaving him unable to articulate the words he had prepared to retain him. Very well, we shall give your resignation due consideration. Permit me to inquire further. Should you decide to depart, would you remain in the Bundesliga? Borussia Dortmund is a club meticulously nurtured by Klopp, and no one understands this team better than he does. If Klopp were to continue in the Bundesliga, it would undoubtedly spell trouble for Dortmund. Sensing Reinhardt's apprehension, Klopp chuckled softly and replied, I intend to explore a new environment, to recharge and embrace more avant-garde and progressive tactical philosophies in football. Reinhardt exhaled in relief. It seemed that his companion was indicating he would not be staying in the Bundesliga. So, is your next destination La Liga? In recent seasons, La Liga teams not only boast formidable strength, but also frequently innovate tactically, leading trends in the football world. However, to Reinhardt's surprise, Klopp's next venture was not La Liga. Not La Liga. I plan to venture into the Premier League. Upon mentioning the Premier League, Klopp's previously dim eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Guardiola and Mourinho, the two most prominent coaches in football, are in the Premier League. How could he miss such a grand event? On April 12th, the 32nd round of the Premier League commenced, with Manchester City heading to Old Trafford for a fierce Manchester derby against their city rivals, Manchester United. In matches of this nature, both teams typically give their all, leaving no room for complacency. However, Manchester United need not concern themselves with European competitions, allowing them to focus entirely on the league. Conversely, Manchester City was scheduled to face Juventus in a Champions League match on April 15th, which would undoubtedly influence their tactical arrangements. Guardiola hoped to dismantle the opponent with a fierce offensive in the first half, aiming to secure a swift conclusion to the match. This would enable him to substitute key players, granting them ample rest in preparation for the Champions League fixture 3 days hence. Yet, the astute Van Gaal seemed to have discerned Guardiola's intentions. In the Manchester derby at Old Trafford, he surprisingly deployed a 5-defender formation, establishing a resolute defensive wall, determined to hold firm. Compared to the chaotic early season, Van Gaal's control over Manchester United had markedly improved after months of adjustment. The defense was significantly more solid than it had been at the season's outset. Throughout the first half, Manchester City exerted tremendous effort, yet struggled to breach the opponent's goal. As the second half commenced, it was expected that Manchester United would adopt the same defensive posture as in the first half. Had that been the case, Manchester City might have sought a draw to conserve energy. Although such a result would widen the gap to 3 points behind Chelsea, City held an advantage in goal difference. As long as Chelsea suffered a defeat in subsequent matches, City could surpass them based on goal difference. However, Van Gaal's decision once again took Manchester City by surprise. Following the break, Manchester United launched frequent attacks against City, playing not only conservatively, but with remarkable aggression. This left Guardiola on the sidelines in a state of astonishment. He had not anticipated that Manchester United would dare to engage Manchester City in an all-out offensive. Teams that attempt to match Manchester City in such a manner often suffer dire consequences. Given that the opposition seemed intent on self-destruction, Manchester City naturally showed no mercy. With a sweeping gesture, Guardiola signaled for his team to adopt an aggressive stance and engage in a fierce contest. Inside Old Trafford, the first half of the match nearly lulled the spectators into a stupor. However, when they witnessed the sudden shift in playstyle during the second half, with both teams launching into a relentless attack, excitement surged among the fans, and cheers began to crescendo. Amidst the electrifying atmosphere of the derby, the pace of the game quickened, with both sides fervently pursuing victory. In the 51st minute of the second half, Lin Quan, receiving a pass from a teammate, struck first, altering the score to 1-0. This marked his 4th goal at Old Trafford. During his previous visit, he had netted a hat trick and left behind a lasting impression reminiscent of a world-renowned painting. Lin Quan's goal rekindled painful memories for United supporters from the previous year. Yet, this time, Manchester United was not so quick to surrender. In the 59th minute, Ashley Young equalized, bringing the score back to level. Both teams found themselves dissatisfied with this outcome, and the offensive onslaught continued. In the 67th minute, Manchester City regained the lead as Aguero deftly lobbed the ball into the net following a through pass from Kroos, making the score 2-1. However, Manchester United responded with remarkable swiftness. Just 1 minute later, Fellaini unleashed a long-range shot that pierced Manchester City's goal, leveling the score at 2-2. The rapid succession of goals left the fans in attendance clutching their chests, overwhelmed by the thrill of the match. The emotional roller coaster for both sets of supporters was palpable, as they soared to euphoric heights only to plunge into despair moments later. Yet, the offensive onslaught showed no signs of abating. In the 73rd minute, Smalling netted another goal, granting Manchester United their first lead of the match. By the 79th minute, Mata's strike transformed the score to 4-2. Old Trafford erupted in jubilation as the Red Devils fans embraced one another with excitement. With just over 10 minutes remaining, their 2-goal advantage seemed to secure their victory. They had finally triumphed over the despised Manchester City, avenging last year's bitter defeat. The elation was not confined to ordinary Red Devils fans. Even former Manchester United manager Sir Alex Ferguson, present at the match, rose to his feet and applauded vigorously upon witnessing Mata's goal, celebrating both the player and the dedicated fans who had poured their hearts into the game. However, sometimes, rejoicing too soon can prove perilous. Manchester City was far from defeated. Their initial intention had been to conserve energy throughout the match. Yet, with the game having progressed to this point, conserving energy had become impossible. Consequently, the prospect of defeat was utterly intolerable. Guardiola, displaying remarkable audacity, commenced a series of substitutions, replacing Kroos with the promising young talent Kanté, thereby enhancing midfield interception. This strategic alteration yielded extraordinary results in the subsequent match. The overlooked young African player, upon his entrance, collaborated with teammates to forge an insurmountable wall of size in the midfield. His relentless tackles abruptly halted Manchester United's offensive endeavors. Conversely, benefiting from the continuous acquisition of possession through interceptions, Manchester City's attacking opportunities significantly increased, providing their forwards with a steady stream of ammunition. In the 85th minute, Kanté intercepted the ball and passed it to De Bruyne, whose precise 45-degree cross found Aguero at his feet. With a powerful shot, Aguero altered the score to 4-3, narrowing Manchester City's deficit to a single goal. In the 89th minute, it was once again Kanté who, after another successful interception, advanced the ball and delivered it to Lin Quan. Lin, upon receiving the pass, skillfully maneuvered past a defender, entered the penalty area, and faced the goalkeeper one-on-one, scoring the equalizer just before the match concluded. Although the goals were scored by Aguero and Lin Quan, Kanté's contributions were undeniably pivotal to both attacks. The Manchester United fans at Old Trafford were left in utter disbelief, wondering, who is this extraordinary player? How can he intercept so effectively? Chapter 24, The Spear and the Shield, Lin Quan versus Kanté. Although Manchester City ultimately did not secure victory in the match, Guardiola lavished praise upon Kanté during the post-match press conference. Kanté's performance was nothing short of astonishing. Despite my high expectations, I must admit that he exceeded them. It is rare for reporters to witness Guardiola so effusively commend a player, and given the impressive display Kanté put forth, they eagerly approached him with inquiries. Coach Guardiola. As I understand, Kanté hails from an amateur club background, having previously played in lower leagues and only served half a season with a League One team. How did you and Manchester City discover him? This question piqued the curiosity of many, as Kanté's background was anything but illustrious. He had played for a newly promoted team that was languishing at the bottom of the league. How did Guardiola discern such exceptional talent within Kanté? Oh, I share your curiosity regarding this question, Guardiola replied, leaving reporters perplexed. You are the one who discovered him, yet you do not know how you recognized his potential? They wondered in disbelief. It was not I who discovered Kanté, it was Lin. Guardiola could have easily claimed credit for his keen eye for talent, but he chose to be forthright with the journalists. Moreover, players such as Kimmich and Rudiger were also brought into the team upon Lin Quan's recommendation. After Kimmich joined Manchester City, he was loaned to Leicester City due to a lack of positions within the squad. At just 20 years old, he is undoubtedly a youthful prodigy. However, after being loaned to Fox City, his performance swiftly endeared him to the fans. Rumors began to circulate that Leicester City was eager to secure a high-priced transfer for Kimmich from Manchester City. All of this was perceived by outsiders as a testament to Guardiola's discerning eye for talent. To everyone's surprise, it was not Guardiola who championed Kimmich's acquisition, but rather Lin Quan. Could it be that Lin Quan possesses a superior ability to evaluate players compared to Guardiola? Perhaps his extensive experience dealing with defensive lines of various elite clubs has endowed him with a profound understanding of a defender's capabilities. Guardiola himself pondered how Lin Quan discerned the talents and potential of these players, ultimately arriving at no more than this conclusion. Strangely, the journalists accepted Guardiola's explanation. They likely reasoned that for a top star like Lin Quan, who frequently assesses opposing defenses, there must exist some criterion for judging whether a defender is indeed commendable. Due to Manchester City's draw with Manchester United and Chelsea's subsequent 1-0 victory over Queen's Park Rangers, the point gap between the two teams widened to 3. This brought a sigh of relief to Chelsea, as they had felt a heavy burden when the margin was just 1 point, fearing that a single misstep could see them trailing Manchester City on the standings. Now, with a 3-point lead, they at least had some margin for error in the upcoming matches. At this juncture, the Premier League had completed 32 rounds, leaving only 6 matches until the season's conclusion. A 3-point advantage is considerable for the frontrunners. However, upon reviewing their final 6 fixtures, the Chelsea players could not help but frown. While Manchester City had completed all their matches against the Big Four, Chelsea still faced 3 formidable opponents. In round 33, they would host Manchester United. In round 34, they would travel to face Arsenal. And in round 36, they would welcome Liverpool at home. Out of these 4 encounters, 3 were high-stakes clashes, presenting Chelsea with a daunting schedule. Should they falter or draw in any of these matches, their current lead would evaporate. Thus, the suspense surrounding the Premier League title remains palpable, and it is likely that the champion will not be determined until the final round. While the Chelsea players were preoccupied with calculating league points and strategizing for the championship, the Manchester City squad had already departed from London's Heathrow Airport, en route to Turin for the first leg of the UEFA Champions League quarterfinals. For Manchester City, the prospects of this away match appeared bleak. The proximity of this Champions League knockout stage to the recently concluded league match, just 3 days apart, posed a significant challenge. Coupled with the exhaustion from the Manchester Derby and the fatigue from travel, the players' physical condition was a cause for concern. Although Juventus no longer ranks among the elite teams, they remain the dominant force in Serie A, having claimed the championship for 3 consecutive years. The prowess of the elderly woman should not be underestimated. Although she may not quite reach the level of an elite team like the Royal Siren, she is only slightly inferior. Furthermore, given that this match takes place on their home turf, Juventus will undoubtedly leverage their advantage to mount a fierce assault against Manchester City. Should City falter and suffer a significant defeat, even the return leg on their own ground may prove insufficient to overturn the scoreline. Therefore, taking into account the players' physical reserves and the prevailing circumstances, Guardiola devised a rather conservative strategy. He intended to place Kroos on the bench and deploy Kanté, who had excelled in the recent Manchester Derby, as a starter. Trust is paramount, having already demonstrated his capabilities on the pitch. Guardiola harbored no doubts regarding Kanté and confirmed him as a first-choice player. At 24, Kanté boasts ample experience and physical fitness compared to younger players like Kimmich and Rudiger. The sole concern lies in his lack of exposure to top-tier competitions, particularly in the Champions League. To address this, Guardiola personally took Kanté under his wing during training matches, imparting his own experiences as a defensive midfielder and soothing the player's mindset, encouraging him to build confidence and avoid any anxiety that could hinder his performance. Kanté, somewhat bewildered, felt no pressure from the high-stakes competition. Instead, he was filled with excitement and gratitude towards Guardiola. He had anticipated a distant demeanor from a world-class coach, only to find him remarkably approachable. In gratitude for Guardiola's faith in him, Kanté gave his utmost during training, leaving the primary players of City questioning their own abilities. Notably, Aguero, renowned for his dribbling skills within the squad, found himself repeatedly dispossessed by Kanté, leading to humorous frustration. "Come on, mate, stop focusing on me. Go steal Lin's ball instead." Aguero, growing desperate, humorously encouraged Kanté to challenge Lin. Witnessing the unfolding amusement, other teammates rallied around, urging Kanté to engage Lin in a duel. Van Dijk, who had joined the team 6 months earlier, hesitated, seemingly wanting to intervene, but refrained from dampening the excitement of his teammates. Kanté, easily swayed, noticed that Lin was 5 years his junior, leading him to become somewhat overconfident. Adding to his bravado was a series of successful tackles that had bolstered his self-esteem. Thus, he readily accepted Aguero's challenge and approached Lin for a one-on-one confrontation. Aware of Kanté's reputation, Lin was intrigued by the adage, "There is no hurdle too great, only a Kanté too formidable." Furthermore, rumors had circulated that Kanté was the only player capable of single-handedly defending against Messi, piquing Lin's curiosity to test the veracity of such claims himself. Lin Quan reached out for the ball, and De Bruyne passed it to him. But Kanté swiftly closed in with tight marking. As Lin Quan dribbled laterally, Kanté's speed was remarkable, completely obstructing Lin's path and offering no room for maneuver. Impressive. This young man possesses astonishing lateral agility. Lin's avenues for breakthrough were effectively sealed. Could it be that this lad truly has the capability to contain Lin Quan? The onlooking teammates were left in awe, elevating their regard for Kanté's prowess. It seemed that his performance in the previous Manchester Derby was not merely a stroke of luck, but a testament to his genuine skill. Not one to be outdone, Lin decided to test his mettle. Observing Kante's proximity, he executed a sudden shoulder feint that tricked Kante into shifting his weight forward. In a flash, Lin turned and eluded Kante's grasp. What a swift movement! What an exquisite feint! Kante, taken aback by the sudden maneuver, struggled to comprehend the action before being surpassed. However, he did not relent. Mere minutes later, as Lin advanced with the ball, Kante reappeared before him. Lin intentionally pushed the ball slightly ahead, exploiting the moment when Kante lunged. With a deft single-footed nutmeg, he effortlessly slipped past Kante, this time achieving an even more decisive evasion. Kante found himself 2 strides behind Lin, thoroughly outmaneuvered. At last, Kante recognized the formidable skill of his opponent. Truly, one worthy of donning the number 10 jersey. Though younger, Lin's technical prowess far surpassed his own by leagues. Instead of feeling disheartened, Kante felt he was learning valuable lessons from the confrontation, which only fueled his determination. A few moments later, as the main team initiated a rapid counterattack from the backline, Lin surged past midfield with the ball, granting Kante another opportunity to face him one-on-one. Kante pursued swiftly, closing in alongside Lin. Yet, with a mere shoulder drop and a change of direction, Lin effortlessly evaded him, using a supporting substitute player to block Kante's path, rendering him incapable of even committing a foul. This defeat finally instilled a sense of frustration in Kante. He felt intellectually outmatched, as Lin's decisions were astutely calculated and intelligent, while his own defensive efforts appeared clumsy in comparison. Watching the duel with keen interest, Guardiola couldn't help but shake his head at Kante's defensive approach. This lad still lacked a bit of match experience. When faced with a player like Lin Quan, who showcased such rapid footwork and dribbling prowess, one should refrain from lunging in recklessly. Maintaining position is paramount. Instead of attempting to snatch the ball away, the strategy should be to hold one's ground and await support from teammates to encircle Lin together. After all, in Guardiola's eyes, there likely exists no one capable of single-handedly defending against the peak Messi or the current Lin Quan. Although Kante felt a pang of defeat, he had not yet been entirely subdued. If he couldn't halt his opponent in open play, what of static defense? The substitute team, leveraging their numerical advantage on the flanks, successfully pressured David Silva, rendering him unable to maintain possession of the ball. Observing Lin Quan making a run to support him, Silva passed the ball in his direction. As Lin Quan received the ball, Kante was already charging towards him. At that moment, Lin Quan had halted near the sideline, presenting a prime opportunity for a steal. Kante, with his focus intensely honed, slightly bent his knees and angled his body to secure his position, ready to intercept and pursue. Noticing Kante's movement, Lin Quan tapped the ball with his left foot, seemingly preparing to kick it forward. Yet as the ball rolled ahead, he unexpectedly extended his right foot to tug it back. Kante was momentarily deceived, swiftly attempting to intercept but failing to make contact, while Lin Quan elegantly leaped over him without causing a fall. This defensive mishap led Kante to realize that it was impossible for him to single-handedly contain this formidable opponent. "I've lost," Kante lamented. Lin Quan paused the ball at his feet, glanced at him, and remarked, "Your interception and tackling skills are commendable. But what is even more formidable is your teammates. If you can coordinate effectively with them, then even I would find it challenging to bypass you. Stronger is the team?" Kante pondered over this statement, seemingly finding some insight. Although he had faltered in their one-on-one encounter, his peers did not regard him with disdain. Rather, they held his abilities in higher esteem. It was normal to struggle against Lin Quan. Succeeding against him would have been the true anomaly. Despite his defensive failure, the exchange with Lin Quan highlighted Kante's genuine prowess. The acknowledgement from his teammates hastened Kante's integration into Manchester City. With the team's generous salaries, the coach's kindness, and the exceptional talents of his teammates, he relished his time there. Even if other clubs sought to lure him away, he had no desire to leave. The early arrival of Manchester City drew the vigilance of Juventus fans. Numerous supporters and Italian journalists flocked to the training grounds of the touring club to glean intelligence. The old lady had not advanced far in the Champions League for too long, and their thirst for the title was palpable. However, the visitors were formidable, and Manchester City's prowess instilled a sense of trepidation. Without prior intelligence, they found it difficult to rest easy. Unfortunately, disappointment awaited them. As Guardiola had not arranged any exceptional training sessions, the daily drills were quite basic and minimal. Furthermore, The tactical approach he employed in the Premier League regarding the fullback and midfielder roles was conspicuously absent from training. This left the Italians perplexed regarding Guardiola's true intentions. The more opaque the situation became, the more anxious Juventus grew. There was an undercurrent of apprehension that Manchester City had something up their sleeve for Guardiola. Known for his innovative strategies, could hardly be expected to adhere to conventional methods without unveiling something novel. After enduring 2 arduous days, the first leg of the quarterfinals in the Champions League finally commenced. End of chapter. Chapter 25. Pirlo's retirement. The Frenchman has struck gold. On April 15th, within the Juventus Stadium, the Champions League quarter-final match between Juventus and Manchester City is about to commence. During the pre-match entrance ceremony, some familiar faces from Juventus approached Lin Quan to greet him. The young goalkeeper Buffon remarked, "Lin, how about we dine together after the match? The winner treats." "What do you say?" Lin Quan shrugged. "If you want me to treat you, just say it directly. Why all this roundabout talk?" "Haha, not necessarily. This is Juventus Stadium. You won't triumph over us." Buffon initially intended to assertively declare his goal of keeping a clean sheet against Lin Quan, but reconsidered. Feeling uncertain about his chances of achieving that feat subsequently, Pirlo approached Lin Quan for a brief conversation. This is likely to be his final season in one of the top 5 leagues, as the soon-to-be 36-year-old Pirlo is expected to depart Europe after this season. Thus, these 2 encounters could very well be their last face-off. For someone like us, if we were to venture abroad for fortune, where do you think would be suitable? Recently, several East Asian clubs have extended olive branches to Pirlo, inviting him to join with lucrative offers, including those from the Chinese Super League and the J-League. Pirlo believed that Lin Quan, being of Chinese descent, might possess greater insight into the situation in East Asia, so he sought his counsel. If you are considering going overseas to seek fortune, Major League Soccer's New York City FC would be an excellent choice. Upon learning that Pirlo would leave the top 5 leagues this summer, Lin Quan sincerely advised him not to pursue opportunities in East Asia. The level of the Chinese Super League is low, coupled with issues of unpaid wages, while the J-League is plagued by match fixing. Playing there could tarnish one's reputation. In contrast, the prospects in Major League Soccer are far more promising. Is it the same club that Villa joined? Pirlo inquired thoughtfully. Last summer, the news of World Cup champion striker Villa leaving Europe to join New York City FC created quite a stir in European football. Indeed, that's the one. Pirlo continued. Are they reliable? The last thing one wants when seeking fortune is to encounter malicious wage defaults like what happened with Drogba. It would be utterly disastrous to waste time without receiving payment. Rest assured, they are quite dependable. New York City FC, like Manchester City, is part of the City Football Group, and there is a close collaborative relationship between the 2 teams. Joining New York City FC could present future opportunities for loaning to Manchester City, just as Lampard did. He also ventured from the top 5 leagues to Major League Soccer for fortune, but nominally joined New York City FC, and after some arrangements, he directly arrived at Manchester City. This way, Lampard and his family did not need to relocate overseas, but could enjoy the high salary offered by New York City FC while still competing in the top 5 leagues. For Manchester City, they only need to bear a small portion of the wages to acquire a useful player on loan from New York City FC, significantly reducing the club's financial expenditures. The broader the football landscape of the City Football Group, the more such arrangements become feasible. When the time comes, as long as the Abu Dhabi consortium is willing, they can certainly make Manchester City's financial reports appear exceedingly favorable. Although Europe has the financial fair play regulations, the clubs below have their own means to cope. Pirlo nodded, intending to discuss matters with Lin Quan in detail after the match. Just as he departed, Juventus forward Morata approached slyly, draping an arm over Lin Quan's shoulder, and said, "Hey, boss, don't blame me for not warning you. Our vice-captain has declared that he intends to freeze you out in this match, ensuring you score no goals." Vice-captain? Was Morata referring to Chiellini? Lin Quan glanced in Chiellini's direction and indeed found him glaring with palpable hostility. Chiellini is a world-class defender, formidable in his defensive prowess. Lin Quan would not underestimate him. Thus he nodded in acknowledgement to Morata. Aside from Chiellini, another who bore animosity towards Lin Quan was Tevez. Donned in the Juventus number 10 jersey, Tevez had transferred from Manchester City to the Old Lady, a move intricately linked to Lin Quan. Had it not been for Lin Quan's signing with Manchester City, the club likely would not have so decisively ousted the Argentine, severing ties completely. Consequently, in Tevez's eyes, Lin Quan had usurped his starting position, fostering a deep-seated resentment. Thus, when the match commenced, Tevez exhibited an exceptional level of vigor, relentlessly charging at the Manchester City players in possession of the ball. It was evident he sought to prove his worth on the field, demonstrating to the Manchester City hierarchy just how erroneous their initial decision had been. However, before Juventus could mount an effective collective pressure, all of Tevez's efforts were rendered futile. It was overly ambitious to think one could snatch the ball from the feet of Manchester City alone. Observing Tevez's fervent attempts, Manchester City players opted to play the ball back, passing it to their defenders. The defenders, by spreading out their positions, drew Tevez into press, subsequently relaying the ball to a supporting teammate. As a result, Tevez's zealous pressing quickly devolved into a mere game of chase for Manchester City. Initially, Juventus fans applauded Tevez's spirited attitude, but as they witnessed him being toyed with, their laughter faded. What was Tevez doing? With no teammates in support, his solitary efforts were utterly pointless. Why weren't Morata and the others joining in the pursuit? They shouldn't let Tevez engage in such fruitless endeavors alone. The opinions among the old lady's fans diverged. Some believed the entire team should press high like Tevez, while others, wary of Manchester City's counter-attacking prowess, argued against such recklessness, suggesting Tevez cease his meaningless antics. Morata, symbolically trailing Tevez for a few moments, soon abandoned the effort when it became clear he could not win the ball. Let this fool chase after it alone. I certainly do not wish to be treated like a dog. Morata, being a Spanish international himself, is well aware of the challenges involved in reclaiming possession under Guardiola's possession-based football, and thus, he refrains from expending energy on such futile endeavors. The match commenced at a measured pace, with both sides deploying minimal forces in their offensive efforts. Manchester City attempted several assaults on the goal, yet failed to pose any threat to Juventus. Similarly, Juventus's counterattacks yielded little success, as they struggled to penetrate even the midfield under City's vigorous pressing. Juventus's head coach, Allegri, remained composed, choosing not to hasten the tempo at the outset and engage in a frenzied exchange with City. He recognized the formidable strength of the opponent and understood that conceding a goal at home would be catastrophic for Juventus. Therefore, his strategy was to control the rhythm of the match, cautiously probing for vulnerabilities in City's defense, with the intent to deliver a decisive blow once weaknesses were identified. Allegri's tactical acumen is unquestionably elite, a hallmark of Italian coaching tradition. This season marks his recent appointment, and he has yet to implement a comprehensive overhaul of Juventus. Currently, Allegri favors a 4-3-1-2 formation, while Juventus previously operated under a 3-5-2 system during Conte's era. In his initial phase, Allegri did not hastily pursue radical reforms, but opted to maintain the 3-5-2 approach. This decision allowed Juventus to sustain consistent performance levels, averting drastic fluctuations that could undermine the trust of the club and its supporters. However, perpetuating the previous tactics was not a viable long-term solution, as the 3-5-2 formation has proven inadequate for success in the Champions League, despite its relative efficacy in domestic leagues. Consequently, during the mid-season, particularly in the closing rounds of the Champions League group stage, Allegri began experimenting with transitioning to his familiar 4-3-1-2 setup. In this match, he chose to position Vidal as a more advanced central midfielder, leveraging the stamina and mobility of players like Vidal, Pogba, and Marquisio to enhance interception and sweeping capabilities in the midfield, while also extending defensive coverage to the flanks, thereby addressing the shortcomings in wing defense that plagued the 3-5-2 formation. Furthermore, Pirlo enjoyed protection from teammates in all directions, allowing him to mitigate his age-related decline in physicality and mobility. Although 36 years old, Pirlo's technical prowess has only grown more exquisite with age. Juventus still greatly relies on his expansive vision and precise passing to deliver critical assists from the backline. While Juventus may not appear to have the upper hand at this juncture, Allegri remains unperturbed. It is not yet the moment for Juventus to unleash their full potential. When they do initiate their offensive, Manchester City will undoubtedly feel the full extent of their threat. On the other hand, Guardiola is equally unhurried. A victory for Manchester City would be ideal, but a draw would also be acceptable. At the very least, securing an away goal would render a narrow defeat tolerable. It is Juventus that should be anxious, for this is their home ground. Should they miss the opportunity to triumph over Manchester City at home, prevailing in the away match will prove to be a far more daunting task. Consequently, neither side made significant adjustments to their tactical approaches in the first half, and the match maintained a state of equilibrium. Visually, Manchester City appeared to hold the advantage. In the first half, they completed a total of 358 passes, compared to Juventus's 220, which is merely two-thirds of City's total. In terms of possession, Manchester City boasted a rate of 58, while Juventus managed only a little over 40. Again, approximately two-thirds. However, the disparity in the number of shots taken was stark. Manchester City recorded 7 attempts on goal, with 3 on target, while Juventus mustered only 2 shots, none of which were on target. Clearly, Juventus's attacking threat was minimal. The primary cause of this phenomenon was City's overwhelming lead in successful tackles. In the first half, City achieved 11 tackles, whereas Juventus managed only 6. Notably, Kanté alone contributed 7 of those tackles, exceeding the total of the opposing team. Who is this number 13, whose tackling prowess is remarkable? Had it not been for his crucial interceptions against Pogba, our attack could have flourished once he passed the ball. It was not just Pogba. This individual's range of activity was vast, even managing to intercept Pirlo, who was heavily guarded twice. Who exactly is this player? His name had not been heard before. Juventus fans were left with a lasting impression of this number 13 from Manchester City. Without his repeated successful interceptions, Juventus would not have had such a meager number of shots. Yet, they found themselves perplexed, for their knowledge of him was scant, leaving them unaware of his identity. This player was acquired by Manchester City during the winter break from a relegation-threatened team in League One. He had made an appearance in the recent Manchester derby, and reports from British media hailed him as a master of tackling, a veritable king of interceptions. Those who frequently follow the Premier League quickly provided accurate information about Kanté. Yet this information raised skepticism among other Juventus supporters. Could a player from a relegation-threatened League One team truly be so formidable? If he were indeed that exceptional, why had he not been selected for the French national team? Unbeknownst to many, the head coach of the French national team, Deschamps, had also arrived at the Juventus stadium, intently observing the match. Clearly, Deschamps was there to assess player performance in preparation for the Euro 2016 tournament. Next year, the Euro will be hosted in France, allowing the national team to bypass qualifying rounds and advance directly to the finals, thus saving considerable time and enabling them to prepare without pressure for results. Therefore, Deschamps has recently been selecting talented young players, utilizing friendly matches as a means to assess whether there are any potential gems among them. Following consecutive disappointments in the World Cup, the French team is in dire need of a complete reconstruction. The gifted young players will undoubtedly be the cornerstone of the future French squad. Among the current young generation in France, Pogba and Griezmann stand out as exceptional talents. Pogba possesses remarkable physical attributes and exquisite technique, embodying a balanced prowess in both offense and defense, making him a prime candidate for the midfield core of the team. Griezmann, with his outstanding offensive capabilities, is destined to become the focal point of France's attacking front. As two of the mainstays that Deschamps values most, he pays close attention to Pogba's form. Recently, during the UEFA Champions League round of 16, Pogba suffered an unexpected injury, causing him to miss the second leg of the match. This development caused Deschamps considerable concern, prompting him to personally assess Pogba's condition and the severity of his injury. However, after watching the first half of the match, Deschamps found his gaze drawn not to Pogba, but to another French player. Following Kanté's performance in the first half, Deschamps was overwhelmed with excitement. Do we truly have such a defensive prodigy in France? What a treasure we have found. Chapter 26. The wind-chasing youth of the Juventus arena. Is Manchester City's number 13 a Frenchman? Upon the unexpected discovery of Kanté, Deschamps hurriedly confirmed with his assistant. Kanté's previous club was relatively weak and ranked low, and due to his prior lack of fame, the French national team had little knowledge of him. After a brief search through the records, the assistant verified that he was indeed French. Excellent. We must add his name to the next national team training session. We are in need of a defensive midfielder, and he is the most suitable choice. Deschamps was eager to witness Kanté's performance in the national team, envisioning that if he excelled, his ideal lineup would soon take shape. As the second half commenced, both Manchester City and Juventus instinctively opted to accelerate the pace of the game. Clearly, neither side was satisfied with the current scoreline. Juventus focused their offensive efforts on the flanks, frequently utilizing their wingbacks to mount an assault on Manchester City's goal. In the 58th minute, Juventus delivered another cross from the left, where Morata managed to reach the ball. However, his header was seized by Navas. Manchester City swiftly countered, with the ball rapidly finding its way to Lin Quan, who evaded Vidal's challenge and surged towards the edge of the penalty area. Chiellini promptly abandoned his marking of Aguero to confront Lin Quan. The two had faced each other in the Confederations Cup, where Chiellini had failed to contain Lin Quan. Learning from his previous lesson, Chiellini refrained from recklessly lunging in. Instead, he positioned himself to prevent Lin Quan from easily breaking through. Observing Chiellini's effective containment of Lin Quan, Buffon silently applauded his teammate, thinking, "Well done, Giorgio." However, Chiellini's positioning merely delayed Lin Quan's breakthrough without completely neutralizing him. After feigning a shift in Chiellini's center of gravity, Lin Quan deftly maneuvered the ball laterally. David Silva, perfectly positioned on the flank, received the pass as Lin Quan cleverly used his body to obscure Chiellini's line of sight, discreetly delivering the ball to Silva before swiftly surging forward, creating the illusion of a solo dribble. Chiellini, falling for the ruse, hastily pursued Lin Quan. Yet, after a couple of strides, he was horrified to realize that the ball was not at Lin Quan's feet. Where was the ball? Suddenly, a muffled thud resonated behind Chiellini as David Silva, having noted Lin Quan's distraction of the defenders, decisively took a shot. The strike was unexpected, and with Lin Quan and Chiellini momentarily blocking Buffon's view, the goalkeeper failed to react in time. Nevertheless, Buffon, the world's premier goalkeeper, showcased his exceptional positioning, allowing him to make a crucial save after Silva's shot. The ball was deflected. Juventus fans exhaled in relief upon witnessing Buffon's remarkable intervention. Lin Quan's advance into their penalty area had genuinely instilled fear. Thankfully, Chiellini's tight marking had thwarted Lin Quan from finding a shooting opportunity. Had it been Lin Quan taking the shot, the outcome might have been vastly different. Seeing Buffon save his shot, David Silva shook his head in disbelief, convinced that the ball was destined for the net, only to be astonished by the goalkeeper's prowess. Truly, Buffon lived up to his reputation. After narrowly escaping disaster, Juventus retaliated with vigor. They resumed their attack down the flanks, crossing into the penalty area for their forwards to seize opportunities. Compared to Manchester City, their offensive tactics appeared somewhat singular. This was not to imply that Allegri was devoid of other strategies. In reality, he possessed a repertoire of attacking formations. However, these tactics proved ineffective against Manchester City, whose midfielders excelled in reclaiming possession. In this match, Manchester City's double pivot comprised Fernandinho and Kanté, both formidable defensive midfielders with extensive coverage and robust defensive capabilities. Consequently, Juventus found that 9 out of 10 attacks initiated from midfield were thwarted by these two, compelling them to rely on wing play. Yet, under the protective shield of the two defensive midfielders, Juventus's fullbacks were relegated to merely advancing to the byline, unable to cut inside for a shot. Although such crosses appeared promising, the stringent marking by Manchester City rendered their offensive efficiency woefully inadequate, resulting in repeated failures to capitalize. With Juventus struggling to breach Manchester City's defenses, the latter faced similar challenges in penetrating their counterparts' backline. Italian teams are renowned for their defensive acumen, and with 3 out of 4 midfielders from the opposing side demonstrating exceptional mobility and expansive coverage, breaking through proved an arduous task for both sides. This led to Manchester City struggling in midfield as both teams had to rely on wing play. However, the distinction lay in Manchester City's wingers, who possessed the ability to cut inside and shoot, a quality lacking in Juventus's ranks. As the match progressed, the threat stemming from Manchester City's wing attacks grew increasingly formidable, tipping the scales unfavorably for Juventus. In the 71st minute, City launched another counterattack. Lin Quan and De Bruyne executed a wall pass, with Lin cutting inside. This time, he denied Chiellini the chance to mark him closely. Seizing the moment as Chiellini advanced to defend, he accelerated with a deft nutmeg, bypassing the opponent and penetrating the penalty area. Lin glanced towards the goal and unleashed a shot. It was time to test Buffon. He anticipated Lin's shooting direction and lunged decisively. However, as Buffon made his save attempt, the ball deflected off Bonucci's leg and veered into the net from another angle. Buffon was left in shock. Bonucci was equally astonished. Lin paused momentarily, but upon seeing the ball roll into the net, he sprinted jubilantly across the field. What a splendid goal! On the sidelines, upon witnessing Lin penetrate the penalty area, Guardiola clenched his fists, raising them in anxious anticipation. It was only when Lin scored that he erupted in a roar, excitedly pumping his fists in celebration. This away goal was vital for Manchester City. It provided them an advantage in the two-legged tie and significantly enhanced their chances of advancing to the semi-finals. With little time remaining, if Juventus failed to equalize, Manchester City's progression probability would likely exceed 70%. Attack, with unwavering resolve. The opponent's goal sent Allegri into a frenzy. This was their home ground, and Juventus could not accept a loss on their turf. Thus, they had but one option: to attack relentlessly. It became evident that this Juventus side possessed considerable strength. After all, they had reached the Champions League final and matched Barcelona. With its illustrious MSN, blow for blow, the might of the old lady should not be underestimated. As they launched their full-scale assault, the entire Manchester City squad began to feel the immense pressure. The opponent's attacks grew more resolute, their tackles more ferocious. Even their fouls became more decisive. The City players, having just endured the Manchester Derby, were fatigued from their arduous journey, resulting in significant physical exhaustion. After more than 70 minutes of intense competition, the players displayed noticeable signs of fatigue, leading to a decline in Manchester City's control over the midfield. With Juventus gradually asserting control in that area, Pirlo's influence began to flourish. In the 75th minute, as if awakening from a deep slumber, Pirlo surveyed the positions of both teams' players before delivering a long pass. The play was exceptionally creative. Morata displayed remarkable football intelligence. Upon grasping the intentions of his teammate, he swiftly surged forward from the back, intercepting the ball before the defenders could react. With a burst of speed, he penetrated the penalty area, finding himself in a one-on-one situation. Navas sensed the impending danger the moment Pirlo delivered the pass and swiftly decided to come off his line. This decision proved to be a savior for the team. Faced with Navas's advance, Morata had little time to deliberate, instinctively shifting the ball to his left foot, aiming for a spot beyond Navas's reach. For an ordinary player, such a situation might be daunting. However, Morata's exceptional balance between his feet eliminated any disadvantage. His left-footed shot posed a significant threat, but Navas, diving to make the save, failed to make contact with the ball. Yet, in his quest for precision, Morata's attempt grazed the post and slid past the goal. A collective sigh echoed through the stadium as Juventus fans clasped their heads, their faces etched with frustration and disbelief. Witnessing the ball miss the target, Morata knelt in the Manchester City penalty area, hunched over, lamenting his pursuit of the perfect angle by pounding the turf in self-reproach. In the background, Pirlo, observing Morata's missed opportunity, couldn't help but shake his head, reminiscing about the camaraderie shared with his former Milan teammates. Although both wore the number 9 jersey, the distinction between the two players was significant. It seemed that Morata was not alone in forgetting his shooting boots. One might argue that his performance was the most commendable of all. In the 81st minute, Tevez found himself in a one-on-one. Yet his shot was thwarted by Navas's acrobatic save. 2 minutes later, Pogba's long-range effort soared over the crossbar. At that moment, Juventus appeared to be relentlessly assaulting the Manchester City goal. Regrettably, despite their dominance, they failed to capitalize on several golden opportunities, repeatedly squandering chances to alter the scoreline. Observing his players struggle with fatigue, Guardiola took decisive action with substitutions. In the 78th minute, he replaced Aguero with Fernando to bolster midfield defense. A few minutes later, in the 81st minute, he substituted the fatigued De Bruyne with Milner. By the 87th minute, Guardiola brought on Rudiger for company. Following these changes, Manchester City's defense gradually solidified. In the face of relentless pressure from their opponents, City stood resilient, akin to rocks against crashing waves, steadfast against the storm. Juventus's repeated offensives yielded no results as time ticked away. The players' mentality began to shift towards anxiety. With the first leg nearing its conclusion, they realized that without a goal, not only would they lose this match, but also their hopes of advancement would diminish. Consequently, with the exception of the goalkeeper, all players pushed past the halfway line, intensifying their assault. Amidst Juventus's fervent onslaught, Kanté shone brightly in defense. Engaging in battles with Pogba, Vidal, and Pirlo, he frequently executed extraordinary tackles, especially Pogba. Despite his return to the field, his injuries have not completely healed, which significantly affects his performance. Ironically, the opponent is a particularly formidable presence. Any slight error on his part would be swiftly capitalized upon. On the sidelines, Guardiola, observing Kanté's outstanding display, finds himself increasingly admiring him. Truly a gem. Possessing such robust defensive foundations, with further coaching and development of his offensive capabilities, he could become the cornerstone of Manchester City's midfield in the future. It is not just Guardiola who holds this opinion. The French national team coach Deschamps is equally astonished. How remarkable, truly remarkable. Is this player truly unearthed from a relegation-threatened team? Why had he never noticed Kanté's talent before? Deschamps cannot help but reflect on his own oversight. As most of the French national team members are selected from the domestic leagues, he has watched numerous matches in Ligue 1 and even Ligue 2, yet failed to recognize such a promising player as Kanté. This is undoubtedly a dereliction of duty. Contemplating this, Deschamps cannot help but admire Guardiola. The latter may have watched fewer Ligue 1 matches than he has, yet he possesses the discerning eye to recognize Kanté's exceptional talent and has brought him to the Premier League, providing him with a platform to showcase his abilities. Such insight and decisiveness are truly exemplary for our generation. Deschamps thinks that after this match concludes, he could use the excuse of scouting players at Manchester City to engage in a meaningful dialogue with Guardiola. Although the German seems rather dismissive of Guardiola's methods, engaged in some form of rectification, Deschamps is nonetheless intrigued. As a neighbor to Spain, the French have a profound respect for the prowess of Spanish football. In the second minute of stoppage time, Kanté intercepts the ball from Pogba once again. Without the time to assess his teammates' positions, he clears the ball with a powerful kick towards the forward line. The opponent's attack is relentless, and he merely wishes to alleviate the pressure on his teammates momentarily. However, not everyone shares this mindset. A figure accelerates towards the direction of the ball, gaining speed. Upon recognizing the number on the opponent's jersey, Juventus fans erupt in gasps of astonishment. Stop him. Quick, foul him. He must not get through. The one charging towards the ball is none other than Lin Quan. At this moment, aside from the newly substituted players from both teams, the stamina of the starting players is nearly depleted. Only Lin Quan possesses the vigor to make such a sprint. Witnessing Lin Quan barreling towards their goal, the Juventus players are filled with trepidation, gritting their teeth and desperately retreating. On the Manchester City side, the substitutes Milner and Fernando, with their abundant energy, sprint forward at full speed. Regardless of whether this attack succeeds, they must rush to support Lin Quan. However, it does not require so many to resolve the situation. Lin Quan alone is sufficient. For Juventus, the player closest to the ball's landing spot is their goalkeeper, Buffon. Buffon did not retreat to the small penalty area to defend the goal. Rather, he chose to charge towards the ball. At that moment, he was closer to the football than he was to the goal, and if he had opted to fall back, he would have likely been too late. Should the opposing player receive the ball and unleash a long-range lob, Juventus' goal would have been in grave danger. By advancing towards the ball, there remained a chance to intercept it before Lin Quan could make a play. Thus, two figures sprinted across the field. Manchester City's forward and Juventus' goalkeeper engaged in a life-and-death race. Buffon was nearer, yet his reaction time lagged behind Lin Quan's. The contest of speed soon revealed its victor. Lin Quan managed to outpace Buffon, deftly nudging the ball forward, bypassing Buffon without granting him an opportunity to foul, and continued his relentless chase after the ball. A profound silence enveloped the Juventus arena, with tens of thousands of fans plunged into a state of utter despair, many even closing their eyes in anguish, unable to witness the impending outcome. Chapter 27. Qatari Consortium. €200 million is insufficient. They must increase the offer. As Lin Quan deftly maneuvered past Buffon and slotted the ball into the empty net, despair engulfed the Juventus supporters. The match had entered stoppage time, and they trailed by 2 goals, leaving them no time to equalize. Losing at home while conceding 2 goals put Juventus at a significant disadvantage, nearly sealing their fate in the Champions League quarterfinals. A sense of bitterness washed over them. After striving to make a mark in the Champions League, it was disheartening to see their journey come to such a premature end. Pirlo lifted his head to glance at the blue figure in front of their penalty area, his heart heavy with sorrow. This was likely his final Champions League appearance, and he never anticipated it would conclude in such a manner. His aspiration to help Juventus secure a Champions League title seemed destined to remain unfulfilled. Behind Lin Quan, Buffon, who had lost the race, was consumed by regret and frustration. If only he had been a fraction quicker or more decisive, perhaps that goal would not have slipped away. Unlike Pirlo, Buffon had never tasted the sweetness of a Champions League trophy. Being older than Pirlo, his career was evidently nearing its twilight. even though goalkeepers often enjoy longer careers. At the age of 37, he could realistically play for only another 3 or 4 years. In that time, could Juventus truly ascend to Champions League glory? Buffon found himself engulfed in deep skepticism, in stark contrast to the dismay and frustration felt by the Juventus players. The Manchester City bench erupted into jubilant chaos as Lin Quan scored. Guardiola, overwhelmed with excitement, disregarded his status and dashed onto the pitch, embracing Lin Quan. Having already achieved his psychological expectation of winning by a 2-goal margin, he was astonished that Lin Quan managed to net another goal during stoppage time, far exceeding his expectations. With a 2-goal advantage secured in the first leg, Manchester City would have ample room for error in the return match at their home ground. If one were to assert that Manchester City had a 70% chance of advancing to the semi-finals at the score of 10, then at this moment, their probability has surely surpassed 80. With the time remaining in the match dwindling, the referees soon blew the final whistle after Manchester City concluded their jubilant celebrations. Ultimately, with Lin Quan's remarkable brace, Manchester City triumphed over Juventus with a score of 2-0 on their turf. Post-match, the majority of Juventus players appeared disheartened. After expressing their gratitude to the supporters who had come to cheer for them, they hastily exited the pitch. However, there were some exceptions, such as Morata, who was notably more audacious. "Lin, let us swap jerseys," he exclaimed, having removed his shirt early and scampering over to request a jersey exchange. Lin Quan nodded and relinquished his Manchester City shirt to Morata, encouraging him with a pat on the shoulder. "Keep pushing yourself. Strive to become Spain's foremost striker soon." With the departures of Torres and Villa from the national team, Spain's current leading forwards are merely Diego Costa and Morata. Presently, Diego Costa holds the starting position, with Morata only having the opportunity to play when employing a dual forward strategy. To secure a consistent starting role, he must demonstrate his prowess and outshine Costa in the competition. "Rest assured, I will surpass the handsome guy and become the starter." Morata seemed remarkably confident, firmly believing in his future success. Lin Quan initially considered advising Morata to hone his shooting skills, but upon observing his demeanor, he promptly abandoned that thought. After the match, Lin Quan took a brief leave to treat Buffon and Pirlo to a meal. During this time, Pirlo incessantly inquired about Major League Soccer and New York City FC, while Buffon, although not contemplating a departure from the top 5 leagues, listened intently to their conversation. He is not yet ready to retire, but the future remains uncertain. Perhaps once he fulfills his dream of winning the Champions League, he will conclude his lengthy career. However, he has yet to determine his retirement plans. He might venture overseas for lucrative opportunities or return to his roots with the club where he began his journey. You Manchester City folks certainly know how to play the game, with Lampard's loan fee being so low and you covering only half of his salary. It's as if New York City is bearing the burden of over €10 million in expenses for you. Upon learning of the connection between New York City FC and Manchester City, and the possibility of being loaned to Manchester City after joining New York City, Pirlo, hailing from a business family, quickly discerned the underlying intricacies. This must be a strategy to circumvent UEFA's financial fair play regulations, isn't it? It's not entirely accurate to say that. New York City gains a high-profile player, enhancing its brand image, while we acquire immediate strength and save costs. It's a mutually beneficial collaboration. I find that hard to believe. Why doesn't Team New York City engage in similar partnerships with other clubs? Pirlo could not help but roll his eyes, for Lin Quan's explanation was utterly insincere, a mere facade intended to mislead. In truth, such tactics were not exclusive to our club. Numerous financial consortiums from the Middle East were also engaged in similar endeavors. Notably, the Qatari consortium behind Paris Saint-Germain was actively strategizing to acquire a series of teams to enhance their influence and facilitate future transfer operations. Upon hearing about the ambitions and objectives of these colossal financial entities, Buffon could not restrain his exclamation. It seems that football is on the verge of becoming a mere plaything for these conglomerates. Who could argue otherwise? With consortiums boasting financial power in the realm of billions of dollars, how could anyone compete with such formidable giants? Coming from a wealthy background, Pirlo had a more profound understanding of the power of money than most. The group shared a sense of unease, pondering what the future of professional football would resemble as capital's influence continued to expand. This round of the Champions League featured numerous high-stakes encounters, such as the clash between the rising star Manchester City and the venerable Juventus, the local derby between Atletico Madrid and Real Madrid, along with the confrontation between Barcelona and Paris Saint-Germain, captivated countless spectators. However, the outcomes of these matches were largely predictable. The dominant Manchester City triumphed over Juventus with a 2-0 victory, while Barcelona, armed with the formidable MSN trio, swept Paris Saint-Germain 3-1 on their home turf. Atletico and Real Madrid, after a fierce contest, ultimately settled for a draw. Yet, the match that was expected to showcase the most disparity delivered the biggest upset of the round. The heavily favored Bayern Munich, at Porto's Estadio do Dragão, suffered a shocking 3-1 defeat. In this match, Quaresma, a friend of Cristiano Ronaldo, who had been overlooked by both Barcelona and Inter Milan, suddenly flourished, scoring 2 goals and leading his team to an improbable victory over the seemingly invincible Bayern Munich. A scoreline of 3-1 is perilous even for a top-tier team like Bayern. With a 2-goal advantage, Porto only needed to prevent Bayern from scoring twice in the second leg to advance to the semi-finals. Since Mourinho's reign brought them championship glory, Porto had not reached the last 4. Should they succeed this time, it would significantly elevate Porto's profile, drawing attention from across Europe and the globe. At that juncture, Porto's player market would flourish, as those who excelled in the Champions League would find themselves in high demand among elite clubs, reaping substantial rewards for Porto. What was happening with Bayern? How could they be bested by Porto? Given Porto's lineup, how could they possibly triumph over Bayern? Had I not witnessed the match live, I would have found it hard to believe such a score. Indeed, on the surface, Bayern appeared to dominate. In this match, Bayern enjoyed over 65 possession, took 30 shots, yet only managed to score once, while Porto, with less than 35 possession, had only 11 attempts, converting 5 on target into 3 goals. Disregarding the number of goals, one can easily envision how Bayern Munich dominated Porto at the Estadio do Dragão based solely on these statistics. However, once the goal tally is considered, Bayern's situation becomes rather awkward. Despite Porto's limited shots and possession, their offensive efficiency was remarkably high, bolstered by a stroke of luck. Porto capitalized on a few counterattacks, not only posing a threat, but also finding the back of the net. This highlights Bayern's vulnerabilities, which were astutely exploited by their opponents. If they do not swiftly address this flaw, they may face further defeat in the next leg of the competition. While Manchester City triumphed, Bayern faltered, prompting numerous Guardiola supporters to retaliate. Guardiola has led his team to 20 victories over Juventus, with the semi-finals within reach, while Bayern is struggling to even secure a spot in the Final Four. Is it still appropriate to blame Guardiola? They argue that Guardiola has tainted Bayern's legacy. Despite having led them to a Bundesliga title, established an impressive unbeaten streak, and reached the Champions League semi-finals. Such accomplishments, even by Real Madrid's standards, are hardly failures. Does Bayern consider itself so elite that only Champions League triumphs signify success? In response to the backlash from Guardiola's fans, Bayern supporters are equally defiant. As the reigning champions, failing to overcome Manchester City and being shut out by Atletico in the semi-finals, doesn't that constitute disgrace? By your logic, Chelsea, the defending champions, failing to advance from the group stage, and Real Madrid, with their 9 Champions League trophies yet consistently exiting in the round of 16, would be even more embarrassing. Greed is insatiable, demanding success without acknowledging failure, as if other teams are worthless, while only Bayern is permitted to excel. As a result of Bayern's loss, their odds of winning the championship have notably declined. Currently, the team most favored by bookmakers is neither Manchester City nor Bayern, but rather Barcelona. This season, Barcelona's offensive prowess has been formidable, with Suarez's seamless integration elevating the team's capabilities. In their recent match against a formidable Paris Saint-Germain, Barcelona delivered a commanding performance, thoroughly dominating their opponents and leaving PSG with no chance to retaliate. Following the match, PSG fans lamented, feeling their team was doomed. With such a disheartening home defeat, they questioned their chances in the away leg. Sheikh Jassim, the wealthy owner of the Qatari consortium, attended the match in person, brimming with confidence in his lavishly assembled squad. Believing that under the consortium's financial backing, PSG had reached the echelon of Europe's elite clubs. However, the reality of the match starkly diverged from his expectations. Armed with wealth, PSG was rendered powerless against a true footballing giant. A few years ago, touted as the best player beneath Messi and Ronaldo, Ibrahimovic failed to exhibit the prowess commensurate with his renown. In contrast, The MSN trio within Barcelona exhibited remarkable individual prowess and seamless teamwork, leaving an indelible impression on him. Particularly, Messi and Neymar captivated his attention to the extent of salivation. It is little wonder that the world regards Manchester City, Barcelona, and Real Madrid as the preeminent clubs in football. The influence of superstars on the pitch is indeed striking. This stirred a sense of ambition within Sheikh Jassim. To elevate Paris Saint-Germain to greater heights, acquiring top-tier stars seemed insufficient. They needed to secure genuine superstars. Last summer, they had expended 200 million yet failed to acquire Mbappé, leaving the Qatari investors somewhat reluctant to accept defeat. However, after this setback, they finally recognized the true value of superstars. It appeared that 200 million was indeed a paltry sum. They needed to enhance their offer. With this thought, Jassim began to calculate. He contemplated raising the bid to 2.5 billion, setting his sights on pursuing Mbappé from Manchester City, Ronaldo from Real Madrid, and Messi from Barcelona, hoping to make a renewed attempt with each. If all else failed, acquiring a player of Neymar's caliber would suffice. However, the discrepancy in fame and ability compared to the true superstars necessitated a slight reduction in transfer fees, ensuring it did not surpass 2.5 billion. Otherwise, if the price escalated excessively from the outset, future pursuits of genuine superstars would entail exorbitant costs. With less than 3 months remaining until the summer transfer window, the Qatari consortium sprang into action following Jassim's resolution. They began gathering recent match footage of the 3 superstars and hired professional analysts to evaluate their skills, current form, and commercial value, thereby assessing their worth. In no time, numerous scouts from Paris Saint-Germain appeared in the stands of Manchester City, Barcelona, and Real Madrid, brazenly collecting intelligence. Considering their status as competitors against Barcelona in the Champions League, their interest in gathering information on Barcelona was understandable. However, the absence of any direct connection with Manchester City and Real Madrid, especially after Barcelona eliminated them, made their intelligence-gathering efforts there particularly suspect. This led to widespread speculation that Paris Saint-Germain intended to make a move for Mbappé and Ronaldo. Chapter conclusion. Chapter 28. A fearsome Bayern. An alarming score. Are the Middle Eastern investors once again poised to invest heavily in new talent? Last summer, their 200 million offer for Mbappé was rebuffed by Manchester City. If they were to increase their bid this summer, it would undoubtedly exceed 200 million. Could it possibly reach 2 billion, or even 2.5 billion? Such figures seem utterly outrageous. Currently, the highest transfer fee in football hovers around 100 million. Should this transfer materialize, it would effectively double the previous record. The skyrocketing transfer fees in football have vividly illustrated to fans the impact of inflation. Upon returning to Manchester, the Manchester City club was met with a cacophony of rumors that had been circulating outside, significantly affecting Guardiola's mood. Regardless of the external offers, all bids concerning Lin Quan were unequivocally rejected. Lin Quan's position within his tactical framework was irreplaceable. Should Lin Quan be poached, how could he continue to play? However, the club's refusal might not hold much weight, as they also needed to consider the player's own sentiments. Thus, Guardiola resolved to subtly probe Lin Quan's attitude in a private setting, to ascertain whether he harbored any intentions of departing from Manchester City. Lin, having lived in Manchester for so long, are you satisfied with life here? He inquired casually during dinner. It's tolerable, I suppose. The weather in Manchester is dreadful, and the food is quite unpalatable, Lin Quan replied, receiving vehement agreement from several younger compatriots, including Maria and Valentina, as they collectively expressed their grievances. They had only been in Manchester for 4 months and were already feeling overwhelmed. This dreary, damp climate was a far cry from the radiant sunshine and temperate weather of Catalonia. As for the local cuisine, British food was notoriously bland, lacking in variety and flavor. Nowhere near the delights of Spanish gastronomy. Upon hearing the complaints from the children, Guardiola felt a pang of guilt. It was disheartening to realize how much the children detested life in Manchester, especially since he had been so engrossed in work that he had failed to notice. Ahem. If you truly dislike it here, I shall find a way to change jobs and seek an environment more to your liking. Upon hearing this, Lin Quan understood Guardiola's overthinking. Having recently transitioned from Bayern, the prospect of leaving Manchester City so soon could adversely affect his reputation. Furthermore, frequently changing teams would hinder Guardiola's ability to refine his coaching experience and discover the tactical style he aspired to. Over time, his coaching prowess could regress, resulting in the world losing a great coach. That's unnecessary. While the environment may be harsh, one eventually grows accustomed to it. As for the food, I do know a few excellent Chinese and Mexican restaurants. Occasionally indulging in those would be a delightful change, said Sarah with a smile. If you find the local cuisine unpalatable, you're welcome to bring meals from home. I believe my cooking should suit your tastes. Everyone chimed in with suggestions, collaboratively addressing their shared challenges. Remarkably, fueled by collective ingenuity, they indeed found a solution. Guardiola observed all this with a heart full of gratitude. Having such a supportive family behind him filled him with immense happiness. In the 33rd round of the Premier League, Manchester City triumphed over West Ham United with a resounding 2-0 victory at home, temporarily surpassing Chelsea to claim the top spot. After the match, the players remained in the locker room, attentively monitoring the score of another game. In this round of the Premier League, a focal clash ensues as Chelsea hosts the formidable Manchester United. Undoubtedly, this is a contest of titans. Since Mourinho took the helm at Chelsea a decade ago, the intensity and intrigue surrounding the blue-red rivalry have escalated remarkably. Prior to the rise of Manchester City, encounters between these two teams hinted at surpassing even the famed Merseyside derby in significance. This match holds immense importance for both sides. Chelsea aims to maintain their lead over Manchester City to secure the Premier League title this season, while Manchester United seeks to fortify their position in fourth place, lest they be overtaken by Tottenham and Liverpool, jeopardizing their chance at next year's Champions League. At the season's outset, Manchester United made substantial investments with aspirations of clinching the championship, but as the season progressed, their ambitions shifted from glory to merely retaining a Champions League berth. Having already missed out on this year's edition, failing to secure a spot for the following year would yield dire consequences. The absence of Champions League revenue and distributions could lead to significant financial deficits. Moreover, the lack of participation in such a prestigious tournament could erode the confidence of high-profile signings, prompting them to seek transfers. After a year devoid of Champions League appearances, their market value would inevitably plummet. Should Manchester United permit their departure at this juncture, it would spell disaster for the club. Thus, for the sake of maintaining operational stability and attracting top-tier talent, participation in next year's Champions League is imperative. Consequently, both teams engaged fiercely in this encounter. Regrettably for the home side, Chelsea showcased superior skill, ultimately triumphing over Manchester United with a goal from Hazard, thereby preserving their position atop the league. Manchester United's performance was disheartening, exhibiting 70 possession yet registering fewer shots than Chelsea. Observing the match, many Manchester City players displayed expressions of disappointment, having hoped for Manchester United to thwart Chelsea's progress. Instead, not only did they fail in that endeavor, but they also inadvertently gifted their rivals 3 points. With merely 5 rounds remaining in the league, should Manchester City fail to close the gap on Chelsea, they would have no choice but to watch their opponents claim the title. One must not rely on the missteps of others. Our focus must be on executing our remaining matches to the best of our abilities. As for the championship, if it eludes us this year, we shall strive for it next year. Guardiola sought to soothe his players' spirits, encouraging them in these crucial moments. The final stretch demands composure. Being in a position of trailing, any impulsive errors born of anxiety could extinguish their hopes entirely. As for Chelsea, should they manage to continue their winning streak, Guardiola would have to concede their prowess. However, any missteps on their part would present an opportunity for Manchester City. On the night of Manchester City's and Chelsea's victories, at Wembley Stadium, Arsenal, after a grueling 120 minutes, emerged victorious against their opponent, advancing once more to the FA Cup final. The following day, in another FA Cup clash, Aston Villa triumphed 2-1 over Liverpool, setting the stage for a final showdown with Arsenal. For Wenger and his team, this represents their most promising opportunity to clinch a championship in nearly a decade. Should they seize this moment, they would be triumphantly hoisting their first trophy in 10 years, an illustrious FA Cup title at that. As the 2014 to 2015 season draws to a close, the major leagues enter their final phases. In the Bundesliga, Bayern Munich continues to dominate without any signs of ceding control. Following the conclusion of the 29th round, Bayern holds a commanding lead of 12 points over the second-place team. A victory in the forthcoming match would allow them to declare their championship 4 rounds early. In Serie A, Juventus, despite their defeat to Manchester City in the Champions League, boasts an even more staggering lead in the league. After the 31st round, they have amassed a remarkable 73 points, 15 points ahead of Lazio, in second place. Such a vast margin has rendered the championship outcome devoid of suspense, with the old lady poised to achieve a remarkable fourth consecutive title in Serie A. And this is merely the beginning. Beyond Serie A and the Bundesliga, the title races in La Liga, the Premier League, and League One remain shrouded in uncertainty. In the Premier League, Manchester City and Chelsea are locked in a fierce battle, with the championship likely to be determined only in the final round. Similarly, in League One, Paris Saint-Germain, distracted by their Champions League pursuits, has noticeably faltered in their league dominance. This season, they have accumulated an alarming number of draws, 11 in just 33 matches, coupled with 3 losses. PSG's total stands at a mere 68 points, the lowest among the leaders of the top 5 leagues. Currently, they only lead Lyon by a precarious 3 points, a margin that is far from secure. A single defeat could see them overtaken. In La Liga, Atletico Madrid has suffered a significant decline in performance due to the loss of key players in various positions, including forwards, goalkeepers, and defenders. The league has reverted to a 2-horse race. As the 32nd round unfolds, Barcelona leads Real Madrid by a slender 2-point margin. This gap is tenuous, and a draw could easily allow Real Madrid to catch up. The ultimate showdown between Barcelona's formidable MSN trio and Real Madrid's BBC ensemble will hinge on their performances in the final 6 matches. However, for teams outside the Bundesliga and Serie A, the championship sprint coincides with the most intense phase of the Champions League. They must endure the high demands of competing on 2 fronts, where maintaining form and depth of squad will determine who ultimately prevails. On April 23rd, the second leg of the Champions League quarterfinals commenced, with Juventus visiting the Etihad Stadium to face Manchester City. Following their 2-0 defeat in the first leg, Juventus had no option but to launch a fervent offensive against City, striving to equalize and even overturn the deficit. From the outset, Juventus unleashed a relentless assault on Manchester City. Their time was limited. They needed to score at least 2 goals to restore parity. A remarkable feat of 3 goals would be necessary to advance to the semi-finals. The pressure was immense, for they were not facing mere pushovers, but the reigning champions of the Champions League. Nonetheless, Juventus remained undeterred, firmly believing in their capacity to create a miracle. In support of their team, over 3,000 Juventus fans traveled with them to the Etihad Stadium. They raised various banners and slogans, vociferously chanting words of encouragement, striving to invigorate the players on the pitch and assist them in achieving this nearly miraculous comeback. The intentions of their adversaries were abundantly clear, leaving no room for speculation. Hence, Guardiola opted to start Kanté, relying on his formidable interception abilities in midfield to stifle their opponents' attacks. This tactic proved to be a significant challenge for Juventus, as the combined efforts of Kanté and Fernandinho erected an impenetrable wall in Man City's midfield, rendering their advances nearly futile. Time and again, Juventus's attempts to penetrate through the center were thwarted, and they narrowly avoided conceding further goals from counterattacks by their rivals. With the central route proving unfruitful, Juventus sought to initiate attacks from the flanks. However, this time, Manchester City was well prepared. Their defensive strategy rendered Juventus's wing assaults ineffective, not only failing to yield results, but also leaving their own backline vulnerable to counterattacks, which City seized upon with alacrity. After an intense 45 minutes of relentless assault, Juventus emerged from the first half without a single goal to show for their efforts. In contrast, Manchester City capitalized on 2 counterattack opportunities to score twice, bringing the aggregate score to 4-0. Following Lin's second goal for Manchester City, the traveling Juventus fans finally ceased their chants. Their voices were nearly hoarse. Yet the team's performance continued to dwindle, failing to conjure any miracles and instead being mercilessly dismantled by their opponents' counterattacks. With just 45 minutes remaining, trailing by 4 goals, they found themselves effectively buried. No one believed they could equalize in the final quarter. It was laughable. Manchester City was no Milan, and the prospect of them uncorking champagne in midfield was absurd. Even if they did, scoring 4 goals in a single half seemed an insurmountable challenge. After Manchester City scored again through another counterattack in the second half, Juventus's players finally surrendered, witnessing their opponents ease into a state of complacency. Guardiola called for a tactical retreat, instructing his players to temper their aggression. Following the 70-minute mark, both teams began extensive substitutions. introducing younger players to experience the atmosphere of a major match. These young players were eager to make their mark. Among them, Manchester City's Iheanacho even had a clear shot on goal. Unfortunately, Buffon's stellar performance thwarted his attempt, leaving the under-19 prodigy on the verge of tears as he missed the chance to etch his name in Champions League history. Well, even if he had scored that goal, it is highly unlikely that he would have risen to fame with a single strike. By the time he entered the match, it had already devolved into garbage time. In the dying moments of the game, Morata seized an opportunity, capitalizing on a mistake from a Manchester City player to net a goal, thereby salvaging a modicum of pride for Juventus. Ultimately, the match concluded with Manchester City triumphing 3-1 at home, securing a 5-1 aggregate victory and advancing to the semi-finals with heads held high. In other matches, Real Madrid narrowly defeated Atletico Madrid 1-0 at home, advancing with a total score of 1-0. Barcelona achieved a resounding 2-0 victory over Paris Saint-Germain at home, progressing with an aggregate score of 5-1. As for Bayern Munich, after suffering a 1-3 defeat in the first leg, they returned to their home ground and delivered a devastating performance. When the final whistle blew at the Allianz Arena, the score was fixed at an astonishing 8-1. Bayern mercilessly slaughtered the Portuguese giants. In this match, Bayern showcased their unparalleled offensive prowess, scoring 5 goals in the first half alone. Thiago, Boateng, Müller, and Lewandowski all found the net, with the latter even managing a brace. Perhaps in response to external skepticism, Bayern did not relent in the second half, continuing their relentless assault. Lewandowski scored 2 more goals in the 57th and 75th minutes, achieving a remarkable quadruple. In the 77th minute, Porto managed to score a consolation goal, their only strike of the match. Bayern's substitute, Xabi Alonso, scored the 8th goal in the 88th minute, sealing the score at 8-1. Following this match, no one dared to question Bayern's strength any longer. Chapter concluded. Chapter 29. Manchester City vs Bayern Munich, Real Madrid vs Barcelona. The most formidable semi-final battle in history. Bloody massacre, Bayern's powerful rebuttal to external doubts. Bayern 8-1 Porto, setting the record for the largest margin in UEFA Champions League quarterfinals history. Bundesliga giants unstoppable, Portuguese champions ruthlessly slaughtered. This is the true strength of Bayern Munich. After this round of the Champions League, the world was left astounded by the exaggerated scoreline between Bayern and Porto. This is the Champions League knockout stage, not the group stage. In the group stage, there are teams from lower-tier leagues whose capabilities starkly contrast with those of the elite clubs, often resulting in one-sided matches. However, this is the knockout stage, specifically the second round. The weaker teams had long been eliminated, and those who had fortuitously made it to the knockout stage were filtered out in the first round. It can be said that no weak teams reached the quarterfinals. Although Porto does not hail from one of the top 5 leagues, they are nonetheless the dominant force in the Primera Liga and have been a top-seeded team in recent UEFA Champions League editions. Their UEFA competition points are a testament to their strength. They are by no means a pushover. Nonetheless, they were still overwhelmed by Bayern, resulting in a staggering scoreline that left outsiders in awe of Bayern's offensive prowess. Just how formidable is this Bayern team under Hanks? Can they truly dominate teams that have reached the Champions League quarterfinals as if they were mere lambs to the slaughter? With such a powerful Bayern, alongside last season's champions Manchester City and the dual titans of La Liga, the caliber of this Champions League Final Four is simply unparalleled. One could assert that these 4 teams represent the pinnacle of contemporary football, and merely contemplating their potential clashes ignites a thrill of excitement. Fans are eagerly anticipating the Champions League semifinals. However, before the semifinals commence, a draw must first determine their respective opponents. Let us indulge in a speculative forecast of the semi-final matchups: Real Madrid versus Barcelona and Manchester City against Bayern. Such a confrontation between the titans of La Liga is bound to be electrifying, attracting a multitude of spectators. Meanwhile, the match between Manchester City and Bayern serves as a defining moment for Guardiola, brimming with intrigue. Both encounters promise to be of the highest caliber. Given the historical rivalry between Bayern and Barcelona, it is conceivable that UEFA may arrange for them to face each other in the semifinals. Indeed, Barcelona is determined to avenge their humiliating 7-0 defeat to Bayern 2 years prior. Should these two teams meet in the semifinals, it would undoubtedly be a collision of titanic proportions. Last season, Real Madrid was eliminated by Manchester City in the semi-finals, and they too are eager for revenge. If Manchester City and Real Madrid were to clash in the semi-finals, that match would also be nothing short of spectacular, making such an arrangement quite appealing. I believe UEFA may capitalize on the ongoing rivalry between Lin Quan and Barcelona by setting up a semi-final showdown between Manchester City and Barcelona. Barcelona has long harbored aspirations of bringing Lin Quan and Guardiola back to Camp Nou. A slight maneuver by UEFA to accommodate this desire would undoubtedly delight the audience, allowing this father-son duo to return in their respective roles as coach and player. The dilemma. The prowess of these four teams is so closely matched that any matchup promises to be thrilling. How wonderful it would be if they could face off in a round-robin format. Their formidable strength has already captured the attention of countless fans, even before the semifinals have begun. On April 24th, the much-anticipated draw for the semifinals of the 2014 to 2015 UEFA Champions League took place at UEFA headquarters. Guardiola attended the draw alongside club president Fahim, making a point to greet the coaches of the other teams present. However, he refrained from acknowledging Hanks, not out of disrespect, but due to the presence of Bayern's club manager, Hoeneß, seated beside him. Hoeneß, whom Guardiola holds in disdain. Just like last year, two La Liga teams remain among the Final Four. Yet, while last year featured the Madrid duo, this year showcases the might of the two giants from La Liga. Had Atletico Madrid not encountered Real Madrid so early, their strength could have potentially propelled them into the Final Four, transforming the scenario into a three-way assault from La Liga against a single opponent. Since Guardiola established the illustrious Dream Team at Barcelona, La Liga has begun its formidable ascent. Initially, Barcelona's possession-based football rendered them invincible across Europe, which prompted a fervent response from Real Madrid, leading them to embark on a frenzied recruitment drive, acquiring star players like Cristiano Ronaldo to bolster their prowess. Subsequently, underdogs such as Atletico Madrid emerged as disruptors, further enriching the competitive landscape. The teams in La Liga have not only showcased remarkable strength in the UEFA Champions League, but have also excelled in the Europa League, particularly Sevilla, who astonishingly claimed the title 3 consecutive times, almost monopolizing the trophy. This led to fans humorously dubbing the Europa League as the Sevilla Cup. However, while the two Spanish giants are indeed powerful, they are not invincible. The reigning champions, Manchester City, demonstrated their might last year by eliminating both Barcelona and Real Madrid, and ultimately defeating Atletico Madrid, effectively conquering the Spanish contingent single-handedly. Regarding Bayern Munich, this venerable powerhouse has faced the La Liga titans numerous times, with both sides sharing victories, though Bayern has gained the upper hand in recent years. Thus, until the very end, the eventual champion remains uncertain. At precisely noon, UEFA Secretary-General Infantino and former German international ambassador Riedel took to the stage to commence the draw. Riedel first drew Barcelona, and the camera swiftly panned to their president, Bartomeu, who instinctively shifted in his seat, glancing towards the area occupied by Manchester City. The painful memories of being overwhelmed by City last year instilled a sense of trepidation within Barcelona. Moreover, with Guardiola, who possesses an intimate understanding of Barcelona, now at the helm of Manchester City, they dreaded facing them the most among the three teams. Fortunately, Bartomeu's concerns quickly dissipated as Infantino revealed not Manchester City, but rather their fierce rivals, Real Madrid. This draw incited a wave of murmurs throughout the venue. A Champions League semi-final featuring a classic El Clasico? UEFA certainly knows how to orchestrate drama. With only 4 teams remaining in the semi-finals, the matchups became crystal clear after the first 2 teams were drawn, Barcelona versus Real Madrid and Manchester City versus Bayern Munich. However, the first drawn team would host the initial leg, which posed a slight disadvantage. Hence, despite the clarity of the remaining matchups, the draw process continued. Bayern's manager, Hoeneß, could not help but sit up straight, silently wishing, "Please do not draw Bayern first." Sitting beside him, the seasoned coach Hanks appeared unfazed, remarking that whether one plays at home first or away matters little to truly formidable teams. If Bayern is sufficiently strong, they could decisively overwhelm their opponent in the first leg, eliminating any suspense regarding progression, much like their recent 8-1 annihilation of Porto at home. If they can triumph over their opponents by 3 or even 4 goals at home, is it conceivable that the opponents could stage a comeback in the away match? On Manchester City's side, Fahim felt a twinge of anxiety, Drawing Bayern was hardly an auspicious sign for them. However, observing Guardiola's unflappable demeanor, Fahim experienced a slight easing of his worries. With Lin Quan and Guardiola at the helm, Manchester City need not fear any adversary. Riedel swiftly drew one of the remaining 2 balls, revealing the name Manchester City. Upon seeing this outcome, Hoeneß breathed a sigh of relief. The fact that Manchester City was drawn first meant that Bayern would enjoy the advantage of playing the second leg at home. This arrangement is decidedly beneficial for Bayern's aspirations to reach the finals, as long as they are not overwhelmingly defeated by Manchester City in the first leg. The decisive clash determining both teams' advancement will unfold on Bayern's home turf. Given Bayern's formidable home record in recent seasons, he did not believe Manchester City could gain any advantage at the Allianz Arena. The 2-legged confrontation between Manchester City and Bayern is scheduled for May 5th and May 12th. This timeframe coincides with the final rounds of various leagues. For Bayern, who is far ahead in the standings, they may not even need to wait until then to secure the championship. However, for Manchester City, they hold no such advantage in the league and must engage in fierce battles match by match. Thus, as the semi-finals approach, Bayern can concentrate all their efforts on the Champions League, while Manchester City cannot afford such luxury. There is another piece of unfortunate news for Manchester City. The Champions League final is set to take place on June 6th at the Olympic Stadium in Berlin. The favorable scheduling and the final being held in their capital invigorate Bayern, prompting them to present their finest form in the semi-finals to fulfill their dream of lifting the coveted trophy on home soil. Therefore, drawing Bayern might be less favorable than facing Real Madrid or Barcelona. Following the conclusion of the Champions League semi-final draw, bookmakers swiftly established new odds. In the clash between the 2 Spanish giants, the bookmakers leaned more towards Barcelona. After all, just recently in El Clasico, Barcelona triumphed over Real Madrid, with the MSN demonstrating superiority over the BBC. In the encounter between Manchester City and Bayern, the bookmakers favored Bayern based on the schedule and current form. After all, one team is focused solely on this competition while the other is engaged in multiple fronts. Their performance in the Champions League could be vastly different. The perspectives of the media and experts align closely with those of the bookmakers, as they too believe that Bayern, poised to clinch the title early, holds a distinct advantage. Manchester City's most pressing concerns are fitness and injuries. How they judiciously manage their stamina to avoid injuries will ultimately dictate how far they can advance. On April 25th, the 34th round of the Premier League commenced. This seemed to validate external speculation, as Manchester City's form was evidently affected by their dual commitments. In their home match against Aston Villa, they led 2-0 at halftime thanks to goals from Lin Quan and Aguero. However, in the second half, particularly after the 70th minute, the players began to falter as their stamina waned. Aston Villa seized the opportunity to launch a counterattack, momentarily leveling the score. By the 85th minute, when the opposing team scored their second goal to equalize, a profound silence enveloped the Etihad Stadium. The fans of the Blue Moon stared in disbelief, questioning how their team, having held such a significant lead, could allow the match to be drawn. Guardiola's face, rarely betraying concern, reflected his anxiety. Should the match end in a stalemate, they would find themselves trailing Chelsea by 5 points. With only 4 rounds left in the league, a 5-point deficit would nearly ensure Chelsea's triumph. Fortunately, during the injury time, Van Dijk's header in the penalty area secured a crucial goal for Manchester City, enabling them to narrowly triumph over their rivals. After the match, Guardiola took Van Dijk to the press conference, showering him with lavish praise. Since joining Manchester City, Van Dijk had gradually cemented his position as a first-team player, his performances becoming increasingly impressive. His outstanding contributions at the club even caught the attention of the Dutch national team coach, leading to his call-up to represent his country. Upon learning that Manchester City had fortuitously secured 3 points, the Chelsea supporters, poised to celebrate with champagne, were engulfed in frustration. Nevertheless, as long as their team could triumph over Wenger's Arsenal away from home, they would maintain their lead over Manchester City. However, once the match at the Emirates Stadium concluded, and they beheld the glaring 0-0 scoreline, the Chelsea fans fell silent. In the penultimate round of the league, they had been held to a draw by the Gunners, relinquishing 2 vital points, which shrank their lead from 3-1. With only 4 rounds remaining, Chelsea's slender 1-point advantage left them with no margin for error. A single draw could see them lose their position at the top. However, the Champions League semi-finals were imminent. and Manchester City was set to challenge Spurs at White Hart Lane. Surely, they would not dare to engage in a fierce battle on the road against Tottenham. Indeed, on May 3rd, they were to face Spurs, and on May 6th, they would welcome Bayern at home. If they expended too much energy against Tottenham, they might struggle to secure a victory against Bayern. From Chelsea's perspective, given that Manchester City had reached the semi-finals, they would undoubtedly strive to defend their Champions League title. This feat had never been achieved since the tournament's reform. Should Manchester City succeed, with 2 Champions League trophies and a successful title defense to their name, they would undoubtedly ascend to the ranks of footballing elite, formally becoming a member of the Premier League's Big Five. Were they in Chelsea's position, they too would undoubtedly pursue the Champions League, for even if Manchester City were to forsake the league, it would not affect their European competition berth. End of chapter. Chapter 30. Spurs chairman. That rascal Lin Quan has outsmarted me. On May 3rd, the 35th round of the Premier League commenced. In a disheartening display, Manchester United succumbed to West Bromwich Albion with a score of 0-1 at home, marking their 4th consecutive defeat. This ignominious streak is reminiscent of 1979, as it has been 35 years since Manchester United last faced such a string of losses in the Premier League. Following the match, the hallowed grounds of Old Trafford were devoid of the encouraging cheers of fans, replaced instead by the cacophony of disgruntled supporters hurling insults at Van Gaal. This lamentable Dutchman has led the team to a record even worse than that of Moyes last season, nailing Manchester United to the pillar of shame. The disappointment was palpable not only among ordinary fans, but also within the esteemed presence of Sir Alex Ferguson, who appeared profoundly disheartened by the team's performance. It seemed that the distress had taken such a toll on him that he clutched his chest and was hastily escorted away by staff before the final whistle. Following this loss, Van Gaal found himself engulfed in a profound crisis of confidence, with the countdown to his potential dismissal seemingly underway. Speculation abounds regarding when the club would finally part ways with this so-called illustrious manager. Typically, Manchester City's supporters would revel in Manchester United's misfortunes, taking the opportunity to mock their rivals. After all, the more disheartened the Red Devils are, the more jubilant the City faithful become. However, this time was an exception. The City fans were preoccupied with concerns about their own team's form, leaving little room to gloat over Manchester United's plight. For Manchester City, there exists a silver lining amidst the gloom. The bad news is that they are away from home and approaching the Champions League semi-finals, which necessitates a more measured approach in their match. The good news lies in the fact that their opponents are Tottenham Hotspur, a team that has often succumbed to City's prowess in recent seasons, with City frequently achieving astonishing scorelines against them. Yet, one must not underestimate Tottenham, as they will undoubtedly strive to break free from the shackles of past defeats to City. Capitalizing on City's current struggles and their need to divert attention to the Champions League could provide Spurs with the opportunity to vanquish their rivals, thereby alleviating their fears for future encounters. Another intriguing facet of this upcoming clash is the much-anticipated showdown between Tottenham's star striker Harry Kane and City's premier player, Lin Quan. Kane has exhibited remarkable form this season, showcasing the potential of a world-class forward. In recent years, the footballing landscape has seen a dearth of exceptional strikers, with transfer fees for top talents like Suarez soaring above 80 million. Thus, Tottenham has made it a priority to cultivate Kane as a central figure in their squad. His local roots have ignited excitement within England, with media outlets on Fleet Street fervently extolling his virtues. Titles such as the English Star and future world's best striker have been eagerly bestowed upon him. It must be acknowledged that when it comes to boasting and star-making, the English possess an unrivaled prowess. In this instance, they have taken it upon themselves to draw comparisons between Lin Quan and Kane, fervently promoting the latter in the process. In truth, Lin Quan does not play as a center forward, but rather as a libero. A more fitting comparison to Kane would be Aguero. However, the British media deemed that a comparison with Aguero would not capture the public's attention. Thus, they forcefully juxtaposed two players of differing positions for sensationalism. Moreover, prior to the match, they dispatched individuals to interview Lin Quan, soliciting his opinions on Kane and prompting him to express his evaluations. Aware that the other party was leveraging his reputation to exalt Kane, Lin Quan, instead of undermining the situation, cooperated wholeheartedly. Harry Kane is an exceptionally talented player. He possesses the capability to become a world-class forward, and I have great confidence in him. Upon hearing Lin Quan's commendation, Kane was elated and exhilarated. He shared a photograph of himself alongside Lin Quan on social media, captioning it, "You have always been my idol and a source of inspiration. I am grateful for your acknowledgement, as it serves as a tremendous motivation for me." While Kane basked in Lin Quan's praise, the mood of Spurs chairman Levy soured upon learning of Lin Quan's remarks. Lin Quan is among the elite players in contemporary football, arguably deserving of the phrase "one of being omitted." His evaluation of Harry Kane is bound to attract significant attention toward the latter. Previously, major clubs may not have been aware of Kane. However, following this incident, it is likely that he will enter the radar of various teams. If Spurs were still the same Spurs with little ambition for the league title, content to sell players for modest profits, that would be one thing. Yet, Spurs now harbor ambitions. They aspire to become a new powerhouse in the Premier League and to claim the league title. Thus, they cannot easily part with their prized academy product. With Lin Quan's endorsement, Kane has undoubtedly gained widespread recognition. If other elite clubs brandish checks to lure him away, will Spurs be able to retain him? Contemplating this, Levy's mood darkened. That young man has outmaneuvered me. Kane, seemingly oblivious to these undercurrents, excitedly approached Lin Quan in the player tunnel before the match, expressing his gratitude once more for Lin Quan's recognition. "Keep up the good work. The future belongs to you." Lin Quan encouraged him, patting Kane on the shoulder like a mentor. Blessed by Lin Quan, Kane performed with great enthusiasm during the match. From the outset, he exhibited his remarkable skills, launching attacks towards Manchester City's goal. Observing Kane's outstanding performance, the Spurs fans in attendance were filled with immense excitement. This was their own gem from the academy, holding a status in the hearts of the fans that was entirely distinct from previous stars. Indeed, Kane's performance was exceptional. Yet his teammates were rather lackluster. In this match, Manchester City exerted a strong grip on midfield control, making it difficult for Spurs to organize effectively. Every attempt to penetrate centrally was thwarted by City. The majority of possession resided with Manchester City, and the dynamics on the pitch gradually transformed into a siege of Spurs' goal. This evoked memories of the fierce Spurs players had once experienced under Manchester City's dominance. In the 21st minute, Manchester City broke the deadlock, with Aguero scoring the first goal. By the 33rd minute, Lin Quan netted another goal. In the 43rd minute, Cruz struck from distance, and before the halftime whistle, the score had already escalated to 3-0. Guardiola clearly had no intention of engaging in a war of attrition at White Hart Lane against Tottenham. Instead, he aimed to resolve the match within the first 45 minutes. Judging by the current scoreline, he succeeded. In the second half, Tottenham attempted to mount a comeback. However, Lin Quan's goal in the 55th minute shattered their ambitions. Once the score was extended to 4-0, Guardiola began making early substitutions. David Silva and Aguero were replaced in succession. In the closing moments of the match, seizing the opportunity presented by Manchester City's key players being substituted and the leading team's relaxed mindset, Kane finally found the net. Yet, this goal came too late to alter the outcome. Ultimately, Manchester City triumphed 4-1 against Tottenham away from home, dispelling the shadows of their previous match with a resounding victory ahead of the Champions League semi-finals. Lin Quan scored 2 goals and assisted another, undoubtedly earning the title of Player of the Match. Although Tottenham suffered defeat, Kane received high praise for his late goal. Numerous experts and legends opined that it was the limitations of the Tottenham platform that constrained Kane. Should he choose to join a top-tier club, his talents and abilities could very well enable him to triumph over Manchester City on the pitch in the future. Media outlets extolling Kane began to echo this sentiment, suggesting that Tottenham was too small a stage for their English star. Amidst this media frenzy, Kane felt an ever-growing inclination to depart from Tottenham. Upon hearing these rumors, Spurs chairman Levy became increasingly anxious, fearing that he would awaken to news of Kane being lured away by another club. Renew the contract. He insisted, swiftly negotiate with Kane to escalate the buyout clause to astronomical heights, leaving no one daring enough to poach our homegrown gem. In February, Tottenham initiated contract renewal discussions with Kane's agent. However, due to the agent's demand of a 50,000 weekly salary, while Tottenham was only willing to offer 35,000, significant discrepancies arose, and no agreement was reached. As Kane's fame and performance in the league continued to soar, the demands from his side also increased. 50,000 was no longer sufficient, and their latest asking price had risen to 70,000. This figure was nearing the top salary within Tottenham. As a club, Spurs are not among the elite, with their wage expenditures being more than half less than those of the top clubs. For instance, last season, Manchester City, Manchester United, and Chelsea each spent over 200 million on wages, while Tottenham barely reached 100 million, falling short by 60 of the highest spending team, Manchester City. A lower wage cap signifies that Tottenham's top salaries are also diminished, rendering them less attractive to elite stars. This is precisely why Tottenham aspires to ascend to the ranks of elite clubs. Only by achieving such a status and garnering increased revenue can they amass sufficient funds to procure new talent. Harry Kane's demand for a weekly wage of 70,000 may seem preposterous from Tottenham's perspective, yet if he were to transfer to another club, he could effortlessly command a significantly higher salary. Consequently, Kane's agent believes their asking price is quite reasonable. Had it not been for Kane's emotional ties to Tottenham, their demands would undoubtedly be even loftier. Levy is acutely aware that the agent speaks the truth, and reports suggest that Wenger is already eager to make a move. Not only is Harry Kane youthful, but he also possesses remarkable potential, which makes him an object of admiration for Wenger. Furthermore, he is a player from their bitter rivals, Tottenham. And if Wenger were able to acquire him, it would serve as a profound humiliation for Tottenham. Thus, Levy has no choice but to reluctantly accept the conditions proposed by the agent. Indeed, it was unwise to allow the media to lavishly praise Kane. Now, they find themselves in a predicament of their own making. As for that Lin fellow, why did he feel compelled to echo the words of unscrupulous journalists? If he had not been so eager to laud Kane, would Tottenham be in such a disadvantageous position? While Manchester City triumphed over Tottenham at White Hart Lane, Bayern Munich had already mobilized in advance, arriving in Manchester to prepare for the Champions League semi-finals. Following their victory over Hertha Berlin in the previous round, Bayern had secured the championship 4 rounds early. After clinching the title, Bayern strategically opted to forego their match against Bayer Leverkusen, deploying only a fraction of their second-string players. While the primary squad departed for Manchester 3 days ahead of schedule, Bayern enjoys a cordial relationship with Manchester United, and given the fierce rivalry between Manchester City and United, they were seamlessly accommodated at United's Carrington training base. As the players resumed training on the pitch, Hanks and his assistant coaches watched the live broadcast of the Manchester City vs Tottenham match. Tottenham appeared exceedingly lackluster, unable to withstand the pressure. Witnessing Manchester City dismantle Tottenham within a single half left Bayern's coaching staff utterly bewildered. They had hoped Tottenham would exert some pressure on City, potentially exploiting their tentative mindset to secure a victory and further sap their morale. However, the rapid and decisive defeat of Tottenham dashed those expectations. The disparity in strength between Tottenham and top-tier teams like Manchester City is palpable, and given that their style of play is countered effectively by City, such a scoreline is hardly surprising. Tottenham's capabilities are likely comparable to those of Bayer Leverkusen and Schalke 04. Against elite opponents, one should not harbor excessive expectations. Indeed, it is true that to conquer Manchester City, we must ultimately rely on ourselves. After observing this match, Hanks gained a clear understanding of Manchester City's form. Although City is engaged in multiple competitions, thanks to Guardiola's rotation and his astute tactical arrangements, their fitness concerns are not as dire as rumored. At least in this match against Tottenham, the exertion was not as taxing as anticipated. Thus, the upcoming match in 3 days will undoubtedly pose a formidable challenge for Bayern. After triumphing over Tottenham, Manchester City did not linger in London and promptly returned to Manchester. Bayern has already arrived? How swift their actions are. Upon learning that Bayern had reached the Carrington training ground, Guardiola was taken aback. The early arrival of Bayern for preparations underscores their seriousness regarding this match. The Allianz Arena is notoriously challenging to play at. If we fail to establish a significant advantage in the first leg, we shall find ourselves at a considerable disadvantage in the return leg. Indeed, you are correct. Thus, we must secure victory in this home match. Guardiola pondered whether to employ the new tactics he had previously devised for the upcoming encounter with Bayern. The new strategy had yielded promising results in the league, effectively enhancing Manchester City's offensive prowess, allowing them to achieve substantial victories. However, the weaknesses of this tactic might be starkly exposed when facing top-tier teams. Should it backfire, it could jeopardize the team's hopes of advancement. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On May 6th, at the Etihad Stadium, the first leg of the UEFA Champions League semi-final between Manchester City and Bayern Munich commenced. The stadium was filled to capacity. with a majority of the stands occupied by fans clad in sky blue jerseys representing Manchester City. While a considerable number of Bayern fans had traveled with the team, the Etihad Stadium is significantly smaller than the Allianz Arena, resulting in limited seating and making tickets scarce. The visiting supporters were allocated only 3,000 tickets, leaving many fans outside the stadium to watch the match. Beyond the fans present at the venue, this match captivated millions across Europe and the globe watching the live broadcast. As the viewership figures soared, UEFA officials could hardly contain their delight. Such high viewership for this season's Champions League indicates a substantial increase in revenue from broadcasting rights for the next season. Higher revenues translate into more lucrative prize money, compelling teams from various leagues to exert their utmost efforts in the Champions League, thereby enhancing its allure. UEFA harbors ambitious aspirations, unwilling to remain overshadowed by FIFA, seeking to leverage its substantial financial resources and influence to establish parity with the latter. Achieving this goal necessitates further amplifying UEFA's influence and increasing public awareness of its existence. It appears that everyone eagerly anticipates a spectacular performance from these two teams. Indeed, both Manchester City and Bayern are renowned for their attacking prowess, and the clash between them promises to be thrilling. Merely contemplating it ignites excitement. In the live broadcast studio, witnessing such a large audience stirred the emotions of the two commentators. They swiftly introduced the starting lineups for both teams and, with the match yet to commence, engaged in casual conversation. Previously, Guardiola had employed a wing-back strategy in league matches, showcasing a formidable offensive prowess. However, it is seldom seen in the Champions League. One wonders whether he will deploy this tactical approach in the upcoming match. It remains uncertain. Analysts argue that this strategy may compromise defensive capabilities on the flanks, particularly concerning Bayern, which boasts two of the finest wingers. The dual-wing assault is indeed Bayern's forte, and should Guardiola choose to implement this tactic against them, it may inadvertently play into Bayern's hands. Undoubtedly, if Bayern secures an excessive number of away goals in this match, it would spell trouble for Manchester City, as Bayern's prowess at the Allianz Arena is well documented. The outcome of this match could very well determine who advances to the final, prompting representatives from the other half of the draw to attend the match in person. From Real Madrid, the illustrious Zinedine Zidane has been dispatched, now serving as an assistant coach at the club. Having spent a year learning under Ancelotti, he has begun to oversee Real Madrid's B team this year. He is a key focus of the club's development efforts, earmarked as a potential successor to Ancelotti's managerial position upon his departure. For Zidane, the Champions League semi-final is an invaluable opportunity to enhance his coaching knowledge and experience. Henk's tactics are characterized by explosive, rapid advances during attacks, coupled with layered interceptions and collective defensive efforts when out of possession, with Bayern's extraordinary stamina fueling relentless pressing and swift transitions between defense and attack. Opponents who fail to match their pace risk suffering humiliating defeats, reminiscent of Porto's 8-1 thrashing. As Zidane contemplates the distinctive traits of Henk's Bayern, he cannot help but feel a sense of reverence for the venerable coach. On the other hand, Guardiola meticulously enacts his tactical vision, detailing every player's positioning during attacks and defenses, including passing, movement, interceptions, and support duties. Under his stewardship, the team resembles a finely tuned machine, operating with remarkable speed and stability in accordance with his intentions. Although their coaching styles and philosophies diverge significantly, both possess unique qualities worth learning from to refine my own tactical approach. As Zidane ponders these thoughts, the referee's whistle signals the commencement of the match. From the outset, Bayern's players surged into Manchester City's half, having arrived 3 days prior to prepare. Their energy levels exceptionally high as they immediately initiated a pressing game against City. This pressing is not merely the effort of individual players, but rather a collective endeavor by the entire team. Once a City player receives the ball, any hesitation invites an onslaught from multiple Bayern players. The individuals exhibited a clear division of responsibilities. Some intercepted the passing lanes of Manchester City players, while others pressed forward to apply pressure, and others collaborated in tight marking. They were also prepared to launch a counterattack the moment their pressing succeeded. This frontline pressing and rapid transition between offense and defense were hallmarks of the Bayern team under Henk's. Guardiola had initially intended to control the tempo of the match at the outset, probing the opponent's vulnerabilities with a few attacks, seeking to identify weaknesses in their defense. However, He was taken aback by the opponent's unexpectedly proactive approach in away conditions, leaving Manchester City somewhat unprepared. During the first 10 minutes, Manchester City found themselves in a passive position, struggling to adapt to Bayern's aggressive style of play, which led to several errors in their passing. Fortunately, Guardiola had emphasized defensive strategies prior to the match. Thus, upon losing possession, City players immediately attempted to win the ball back, resorting to fouls when necessary to deny Bayern any favorable opportunities. After 10 minutes, Manchester City's players gradually acclimated to the opponent's rhythm, increasing their passing tempo, movement, and positioning. Observing the acceleration in the opponent's passing speed, Hanks immediately sharpened his focus, his gaze piercingly fixed on the field. The acceleration of the game was anticipated by him, as Bayern's tactics were designed to force their opponents to quicken their pace. This, in turn, would inevitably increase the likelihood of errors, providing Bayern with opportunities to exploit mistakes and mount fierce attacks, thereby creating chances for goals. Having engaged in numerous fast-paced encounters, Bayern's players were exceedingly well acquainted with such dynamics. 2 years prior, they had dismantled the formidable Barcelona, achieving a staggering 7-0 victory utilizing this very strategy. Barcelona epitomized the pinnacle of possession-based football, and even they succumbed to Bayern's relentless assault. Hanks harbored doubts about Guardiola's Manchester City enduring this onslaught, given that Guardiola had not yet fully transformed the team. And at this juncture, City might not be superior to the Barcelona of 2 years ago. From the Manchester City bench, upon witnessing the sudden increase in the game's tempo, Guardiola could not restrain himself from rising to his feet. Having previously managed Bayern, he was acutely aware of the potency of their style. Thus, urging his players to quicken the pace was, in fact, part of his strategy. Teams that had been overwhelmed by Bayern typically faltered due to their inability to match the opponent's tempo, particularly the extreme pace of their offensive transitions. Yet, if opponents could keep pace with Bayern, the effectiveness of their tactics would significantly diminish. Teams capable of withstanding Bayern's aggressive onslaught were not absent. The former Borussia Dortmund had achieved this feat under Klopp's leadership a few years ago. That Dortmund side showcased a youthful fervor, maintaining a similarly rapid tempo and relentless energy on the field. Therefore, Bayern's strategy proved ineffective against Dortmund. Both teams engaged in a battle of speed, determining which could outlast the other, with the younger and more dynamic Dortmund often holding the advantage. Manchester City's squad boasts an average age of approximately 5 years. While this may not surpass the youthfulness of Borussia Dortmund, it is certainly not regarded as aged. Each player in their ranks is a top-tier talent in their respective positions, exhibiting both individual prowess and extensive match experience that far exceeds that of ordinary players. Consequently, they are unlikely to falter in keeping pace with Bayern Munich. Guardiola's assessment proves astute. Despite an increase in player errors following Manchester City's acceleration in play, they have not succumbed to the pressure. After adapting to the heightened tempo, their error rates swiftly diminished. Indeed, their capabilities are formidable, and it appears that defeating Manchester City through such tactics will not be an easy endeavor. Upon witnessing his adversary matching their rhythm, Hank's eyes gleamed with approval. Should Manchester City be too feeble, their swift defeat at the hands of his Bayern would hardly serve as a boon. Both Barcelona and Real Madrid are premier powerhouses in football, and the victor of their clash will undoubtedly present a formidable challenge. If Bayern were to advance to the semi-finals with ease, neglecting to elevate their performance to its zenith, they may not emerge victorious against the eventual winner of that encounter. However, should they engage in a grueling battle with Manchester City, allowing their players to find their optimal form and uncover their own weaknesses, Bayern would undoubtedly emerge stronger for the final. This process mirrors the nurturing of strength, gradually ascending from a low point to meet the ultimate confrontation at the pinnacle. Simply increasing the pace of the game proves ineffective. Thus, what if an additional strategy is employed? Hanks rose from the coaching bench and approached the sidelines, signaling tactical gestures to his Bayern players. The time had come for Bayern to unleash their decisive maneuvers. Upon observing Hank's signals, the Bayern players promptly adjusted their positions. Throughout the ensuing match, it became evident that Bayern's attacks were increasingly concentrated along the flanks. These wings undoubtedly represent the most threatening in Europe, as their wingers possess remarkable individual skill, while fullbacks like Alaba and Lahm excel at providing overlapping support. The entire continent is aware of Bayern's formidable wing play, yet mere knowledge proves futile against their onslaught. In the 33rd minute, Ribery, after skillfully maneuvering past defenders, distributed the ball to the overlapping Lom, who, having drawn the attention of Manchester City's fullback, delivered a high-quality cross. In a moment of brilliance, Lewandowski, despite contending with company, managed to extend his long leg and execute a deft flick. Fortunately for Manchester City, goalkeeper Navas remained vigilant, thwarting the shot and averting a crisis. The Bayern fans in attendance could not suppress a sigh, followed by applause for both the passer, Lom, and the shooter, Lewandowski. Meanwhile, Manchester City's supporters breathed a sigh of relief. Their opponents' forward displayed considerable strength, agility, and technical prowess, all of which were undeniably impressive. It is perplexing how Borussia Dortmund allowed such a player to join Bayern Munich on a free transfer. Why was there no proactive extension of his contract? Even if the player was unwilling to renew, selling him beforehand would have been a prudent option. A forward of his caliber should fetch at least 30 million euros. Moreover, transferring him to a team in another league would undoubtedly be preferable to retaining him as a nuisance on the roster of a fierce rival. Both coaches were applauding. Hanks was commending his team's offensive effort. Although they did not score, the effectiveness of the attack was evident. Following this threatening maneuver, Manchester City would likely be more cautious of Bayern's offensive capabilities, hesitant to press too high up the pitch. Guardiola's applause clearly acknowledged the players' defensive efforts. While their defense was not flawless, preventing the opposition from scoring was an accomplishment in itself. Bayern boasts two elite wingers. After Ribery's attempt, Robben showcased his own dazzling skills on the opposite flank. In the 41st minute, Robben made a cut after breaking through. This individualistic player prefers shooting to passing, and upon reaching the edge of the penalty area, he usually opts for a shot. Consequently, Manchester's fullbacks and centre-backs focused on defending Robben, ready to disrupt his shot. However, in an unexpected twist, the Maverick Robben chose to pass instead of shooting. Bayern's fullback Alaba had surged up from midfield, swiftly returning the ball to the center before Kolarov could challenge him. Yet, the pass was not intended for Robben. He was merely a decoy. The true threat was the lurking Thomas Müller, who had followed closely behind. Upon receiving the ball, Müller surged into the box and, before Van Dijk could intervene, delivered a pass to Lewandowski. Lewandowski's acceleration was remarkable. He evaded the defenders and, amidst a crowded area, was the first to reach the ball. He aimed for the far corner and unleashed a shot. Navas dived swiftly, but the angle was acute, and he failed to make contact. Just as despair began to envelop Navas and the Manchester City fans, a sound akin to an ethereal melody resonated. A thundering collision echoed as the ball struck the post. Bouncing out of play, Manchester City narrowly escaped calamity. Seeing the ball fail to find the net, Lewandowski couldn't help but scratch his head in disbelief. Meanwhile, Manchester's supporters pounded their chests, exhaling in relief. Yet, it was evident to all that Manchester City was being subdued by Bayern on the pitch. Chapter conclusion. Chapter 32. 2 goals in 3 minutes, crippling Bayern. Hanks displayed remarkable audacity, playing so assertively away from home. At halftime, the score stood at 0-0. During the intermission, commentators and analysts across various networks engaged in discussions about the match. Bayern's strategy appeared highly effective, creating significant threats against Manchester City. Should they manage to score, Manchester's position would become exceedingly precarious. Indeed, away goals are of paramount importance. It is likely due to this that Manchester City refrained from launching a full-scale offensive in the first half, fearing a counter from their opponents. The commentators and analysts speculated that City was wary of Bayern potentially scoring an away goal, which led them to hold back on their attacking prowess. However, given Manchester City's formidable offensive capabilities, a scoreline of 0-0 seems rather improbable. This conjecture holds some truth. Manchester City indeed sought to prevent their rivals from scoring away goals. Yet they did not completely forego offensive attempts in the first half. The true strength of Bayern, under the guidance of Hanks, lies not only in their potent attacking force, but also in their elite defensive capabilities. Bayern's layered interceptions, organized retreats, and relentless pressing made it exceedingly difficult for Manchester City to pose any significant threat. Should no adjustments be made in the second half, it would be challenging for City to improve their offensive output. In matches between such elite teams, scoring itself is a formidable task, with both sides prioritizing defense. Achieving the exaggerated scorelines typical of ordinary matches becomes nearly impossible. A scoreline like Bayern's 8-1 demolition of Porto could never be replicated against Manchester City. just as City's frequent victories by margins of 6 or 7 goals in the league would be implausible against Bayern. With the defensive quality displayed by both teams in the first half, managing to score 2 goals in the second half would be quite the achievement. During halftime, Guardiola made tactical adjustments to address the issues observed in the first half. He repositioned Kroos slightly deeper, thereby reducing his vulnerability to pressing. Additionally, Guardiola also made alterations regarding Lin's positioning, instructing him to occupy a specific area in the second half. He pointed at the tactical board, explaining that while the opponent's defensive intensity was commendable, Xabi Alonso bore a yellow card, and, given his age, his stamina could pose a significant issue. Bayern's overall fitness level surpassed that of Manchester City, which was a primary reason for their dominance in the first half. Analyzing the running distances of players from both teams, it is likely that Bayern's 11 players collectively covered approximately 10 to 15 kilometers more than City's 11. This equates to an average of nearly 1,000 meters more per player, effectively allowing them to exert the effort of 12 players on the field. Such an exertion is unsustainable for Manchester City. Thus, finding themselves at a disadvantage was a natural outcome. However, not every player in Bayern's lineup shares this exceptional stamina. For instance, their midfield stalwart Xabi Alonso does not possess such endurance. At 34 years of age, it is unrealistic to expect this veteran to maintain peak performance throughout a high-intensity match. Consequently, Guardiola surmised that Hanks would likely substitute him in the second half, and Manchester City's objective should be to exploit the window before that substitution, focusing their attacks on Xabi Alonso's vulnerabilities. Speaking of which, Guardiola owes a debt of gratitude to Hoeneß. Had he not been insistent on selling Kroos, the current mainstay in Bayern's midfield would undoubtedly be Kroos himself. Although Kroos may not possess the defensive prowess of Xabi Alonso, his youth endows him with superior stamina and agility compared to the latter. However, in Hoeneß's short-sightedness, Kroos was sold to Manchester City, a move that not only weakened Bayern but significantly bolstered City. This shift in fortunes provided Manchester City with a greater chance of overcoming their rivals. The halftime intermission concluded swiftly, and the match resumed. Manchester City evidently intensified their offensive efforts in the second half, particularly through Lin Quan, who became markedly more dynamic than in the first half. Bayern placed considerable emphasis on mitigating the threat posed by Lin Quan, ensuring that at least 2 players shadowed him at all times. Nonetheless, unlike the first half, Lin Quan's active zones in the second half transitioned to the area connecting Bayern's defensive line and defensive midfielders. This created a dilemma for Bayern's defense. Deploying only a defensive midfielder may not suffice to contain him in a one-on-one situation. Conversely, if both defenders and midfielders were dispatched to intercept, it would compromise the structural integrity of their defense, potentially leading to a one-on-one opportunity for the opponent should a breakthrough occur. This predicament left Bayern's players in a state of considerable indecision, uncertain of the best course of action. The threat to their defense soon impacted Bayern's offensive capabilities. Due to the constraints imposed by Lin Quan, Bayern's fullbacks hesitated to push forward as they had previously. If they advanced and were caught on the counter, the flank they were meant to secure would be left exposed. Conversely, if the fullbacks refrained from advancing, relying solely on the wingers to assault the opponent's defense would significantly diminish their threat. With Bayern's offensive threat waning, Manchester City experienced a marked reduction in defensive pressure, allowing them to allocate more resources to launching counterattacks. In the 55th minute, after evading Xabi Alonso, Lin Quan executed a wall pass with De Bruyne, penetrating the penalty area and managing to unleash a shot before the defenders could intervene. Neuer, with unwavering focus, deflected the ball with a single hand. The threat posed by this shot was considerable. Had it not been for Neuer's remarkable performance, Bayern's goal might have already succumbed. Lin Quan's attempt sent shivers down the spines of Bayern's fans, causing them to recall the terror they had once felt in his presence. This individual has maintained a record of scoring in every match against Bayern, making him their most formidable opponent without exception. Though Hanks harbored some concerns, he refrained from ordering a full retreat for his players. Against a team as offensively potent as Manchester City, a purely defensive stance would inevitably lead to conceding goals. Only through relentless pressure on the opponent could victory be secured. The question now remained: which side would seize the initiative and score first? Bayern could accept a loss on the road, but Manchester City could not fathom losing at home. Thus, it was Guardiola who should feel the pressure. Bayern's counterattack soon followed. In the 67th minute, Ribery embarked on a dazzling dribble, with Bayern's left-back Alaba resolutely making an overlapping run. After being intercepted by Zabaleta, Ribery executed a half-turn and returned the ball to Alaba, who, instead of advancing down the flank, swiftly passed it back to Ribery. Utilizing Alaba's cover, Ribery evaded Zabaleta's grasp, leveraging his explosive pace to gain a half-step advantage. Upon receiving Alaba's pass, he deftly cut inside towards the center. Inside the penalty area, Lewandowski was already signaling for the ball. However, Ribery opted not to pass to him, instead delivering the ball to his longtime partner, Robben. This time, Robben refrained from passing and unleashed his signature cut-in shot. The world was aware of Robben's intentions, yet no one could thwart him. Kolarov was powerless to prevent the shot, resorting only to obstructing with his body. After executing the shot, Robben fixed his gaze intently on Manchester City's goal, convinced of the shot's quality and its potential to find the back of the net. Yet, upon witnessing the outstretched figure before Manchester's goal, he couldn't help but shake his fist in frustration. Curse it, how could it be him again? Navas denied Robben's shot. This save was spectacular, showcasing Navas's prowess as the best goalkeeper in La Liga. In the face of the finest goalkeeper in the Bundesliga, Navas delivered an even more remarkable performance, gaining the upper hand. That goalkeeper was truly infuriating, having thwarted 2 of our certain goals. Bayern fans were seething with frustration upon seeing Navas's save of Robben's shot. Opportunities to score were already scarce for Bayern, and with Navas's outstanding performance repeatedly denying their chances, the anticipated goal remained elusive. However, it was of little concern. On the field, we were far from outmatched, and Manchester City struggled to contain our attacks. Perhaps the next opportunity would yield a goal. Bayern fans' predictions proved astute, as the impasse on the pitch was soon shattered. Yet, it was not Bayern who found the net, but Manchester City. In the 69th minute, Kanté executed a successful tackle on Muller, and Manchester City swiftly launched a counterattack. The ball quickly found its way to Lin Quan, who, upon receiving it, evaded Xabi Alonso's interception and maneuvered past the retreating Boateng, setting forth on a one-on-one with Bayern's goalkeeper, Neuer. Neuer recalled his previous encounters with Lin Quan, caught in a dilemma of whether to advance or remain stationary. Ultimately, his hesitation allowed Lin Quan to shoot, though Neuer instinctively made a save attempt. His timing was just a fraction off, and the ball grazed his fingertips as it sailed into Bayern's net. The score transformed to 1-0, with Manchester City playing at home, finally taking the lead. At the moment of Lin Quan's goal, the Etihad Stadium erupted in a deafening roar of applause. Manchester City fans, who had endured over an hour of tension, could finally unleash their pent-up emotions. Well done. On the sidelines, Guardiola was ecstatic, resembling a child as he slid across the ground, entirely unconcerned with the pristine suit he donned that day. Guardiola possesses ample justification for his exuberance. The timing of this goal is indeed pivotal. As the match approaches the 70-minute mark, the relentlessly competing Manchester City is on the verge of encountering a physical bottleneck. At a moment when the player's stamina is severely waning, such a goal acts as a powerful stimulant, significantly uplifting their morale and propelling their adrenaline, enabling them to surmount this physical threshold. Moreover, scoring first inherently confers a psychological advantage. Bayern's morale is undoubtedly shaken by this turn of events, and Manchester City may well capitalize on this momentum to launch further offensives, potentially widening their lead. Against a formidable opponent like Bayern, a one-goal advantage is precarious. Setting aside the imminent frenzy of Bayern's attack at the Allianz Arena, it must be noted that, within the remaining 20 minutes, Bayern's terrifying offensive capabilities afford them ample opportunity to equalize. Should Bayern manage to level the score, Manchester City's prospects of advancement would become exceedingly bleak. Heynckes, unable to remain seated, rose from the bench and summoned Martinez to warm up in preparation for his substitution. Despite conceding only a single goal, he recognized the defensive frailties within his team. Since receiving a yellow card, Xabi Alonso had become hesitant to engage in tackles, and coupled with the decline in his stamina, he had transformed into a liability for Bayern's defense. If he were not substituted promptly, Manchester City might exploit this vulnerability. The reluctance to replace him earlier stemmed from his pivotal role as Bayern's midfield orchestrator, crucial to the team's offensive dynamics. Martinez, a defensively minded midfielder, lacked Alonso's organizational prowess, and his introduction would inevitably weaken Bayern's attacking capabilities. However, The urgency of the situation could no longer be ignored. The defensive midfield position is too vital, and failing to make an adjustment could lead to conceding yet another goal. Heinkie's intuition proved astute. In the 72nd minute, as Martinez completed his warm-up and awaited a stoppage in play to enter the match, the dynamics shifted dramatically on the field, with Manchester City netting their second goal. The scorer was Lin Quan, and this goal bore striking resemblance to the first. Once again, a lapse in the central defense failed to intercept in a timely manner, granting Lin Quan the opportunity to surge forward, navigating through multiple defenders to secure another goal. If Bayern could barely accept the situation after conceding the first goal, they found the second one intolerable, should they fail to score within the next 10 minutes. Even upon returning to their home ground for the next leg against a top-tier team like Manchester City, they would lack confidence in their ability to net 2 goals. Furthermore, if they do not manage to secure an away goal in this match, the upcoming fixture would spell their doom, as any goal from the opposition would seal their fate. Thus, following Lin Quan's second goal, the circumstances shifted unfavorably for Bayern. Heinkes sensed the ominous scent of defeat. Upon entering the field, he instructed Martinez to closely mark Lin Quan, leaving him no room for opportunity. With the score already heavily against them, conceding another goal was out of the question. Only by neutralizing Lin Quan and solidifying the defense could Bayern muster greater offensive strength. After Martinez's introduction, Bayern's midfield indeed became significantly more stable. With a fortified defense, Bayern launched a fervent assault on Manchester City during the dying moments of the match. Upon realizing the adversary was determined to fight tooth and nail, Guardiola promptly initiated substitutions. In the 82nd, 85th, and 88th minutes, he replaced Kroos, De Bruyne, and Aguero, respectively, with defensive players. These substitutions served not only to bolster defense, but also to waste time, granting the fatigued Manchester City players a moment to recuperate. The substituted players, acutely aware of Guardiola's intentions, deliberately lingered on their way off the pitch, attempting to stretch out the clock. Bayern's players protested to the referee, who pointed to his watch, indicating that he would extend stoppage time judiciously. True to his word, the referee signaled a lengthy 7 minutes of stoppage time after the regular play concluded. This decision incited strong discontent among the Manchester City supporters, whose boos reverberated throughout the stadium. Yet, despite the generous allowance of stoppage time, Bayern was still unable to breach Manchester City's resolute defense. The first leg of the Champions League semi-final between Manchester City and Bayern concluded with a scoreline frozen at 2-0. Chapter complete. Chapter 33. Lin Quan's majestic declaration as he surveys the Allianz Arena like a king. The Blue Moon takes a giant step towards the finals. 2 goals in 3 minutes. The Ballon d'Or winner single-handedly dismantles Bayern. In a battle for redemption, Guardiola triumphs over his former club. Bayern's rare silence may spell yet another failure in the Champions League semi-finals. The repercussions of letting Kroos go become evident. Bayern pays the price for its short-sightedness. This gripping clash between Manchester City and Bayern captivated the attention of media outlets worldwide. Following the conclusion of the match, numerous newspapers and news agencies dedicated extensive coverage to the event. Notably, Lin Quan and Guardiola graced the front pages of many publications. Undoubtedly, the primary architects of Manchester City's victory were these two. Had it not been for Lin Quan's consecutive goals in the second half, Manchester City might have faced defeat against Bayern. Meanwhile, Guardiola, in the face of adversity, identified his opponent's vulnerabilities and capitalized on them, executing a decisive strike before the opponent could adjust. Heinkes found himself in a state of helplessness. His team's raw strength was not inferior to that of Manchester City, even managing to dominate them in the first half due to a physical advantage. However, Xabi Alonso's yellow card proved catastrophic, compounded by the lack of suitable alternatives, which hindered his ability to make timely adjustments. This, ultimately, was the primary reason for Bayern's defeat in this match. Although Xabi Alonso may be advancing in years, his impact on the pitch remains irreplaceable. He serves as the initiator of Bayern's attacks and acts as the metronome and distributor that controls the tempo of the game. A striking statistic illustrates just how vital Alonso is to Bayern. He averages an astonishing 200 touches per match, accounting for nearly 30 of the team's total. However, being a seasoned veteran at the age of 34, one cannot expect him to possess the same stamina and form as a younger player, thus raising considerations about his successor. The situation is not dire. The outcome will be determined in the next match at the Allianz Arena. If anyone else had made such a statement, the journalists would have scoffed, deeming it mere bravado. Yet, when the words come from Bayern's coach Jupp Heynckes, everyone takes heed. After all, just a month ago at the Dragon Stadium, they similarly faced a 2-goal defeat, but upon returning to the Allianz Arena, they obliterated external doubts with an impressive 8 goals. Bayern undoubtedly possesses the capability to turn the tide. I am quite familiar with the Allianz Arena, having spent a year and a half there. In the upcoming match, I intend to vanquish Bayern through an offensive strategy to secure a berth in the finals. In response to Heynckes' bold proclamation, Pep Guardiola countered with equal fervor, and the journalists present were left wide-eyed, questioning if they had misheard. Guardiola declared his intention to engage Bayern in an attacking contest at the Allianz Arena. What audacity emboldens him? Does he not realize the dire consequences that await teams that dare to play offensively against Bayern? This is, after all, the Allianz Arena. Following the coach's remarks, Bayern's players were equally resolute, stepping forward to assert their determination to teach Manchester City a lesson at the Allianz Arena. Losing is not the end. We will reclaim our honor at home. Thomas Muller expressed this sentiment on Twitter, tagging Lin Quan, eagerly awaiting the challenge. We made several mistakes in this match. Next time at home, we will not afford our opponents any opportunities. Captain Philip Lahm also tweeted, though he refrained from tagging Lin Quan due to their unfamiliarity. Next match. Not a single goal conceded. In contrast to his teammates' fervent messages, Manuel Neuer's tweet was succinct, yet it conveyed his unwavering resolve and immense confidence. He will transform into Bayern's guardian, ensuring that no chances are given to the opposition. As Bayern's leading scorer, Robert Lewandowski squandered several opportunities in this match. Additionally, having transitioned from a former rival, many Bayern fans criticized him after the loss, believing he did not exert his utmost effort during the game. Would Bayern have gone scoreless had Gomez or Mandzukic been on the field? If only Bayern had capitalized on one opportunity in the first half, the match's outcome would have been entirely different. In light of the fan skepticism, Lewandowski stepped forward to assure that he would score in the next match, thereby pledging his loyalty to the club and its supporters. Lewandowski: I fondly recall the sensation of scoring 4 goals at the Allianz Arena during my last encounter. In the upcoming match, I intend to make the players of Manchester City experience the despair once felt by Porto. After the sentiments expressed by Bayern players reached Manchester City, the City players responded with fervor. To score a goal, one must first consult with me and my teammates. Van Dijk, having faced Lewandowski several times in this match, is acutely aware of his prowess. Upon learning that the opponent views Manchester City as they did Porto, aspiring to replicate the historic 4-goal feat, he immediately felt displeased. Just a defeated foe, yet they dare to boast? De Bruyne: I too reminisce about my days in the Bundesliga, particularly during visits to the Allianz Arena. His words evoked some unpleasant memories for Bayern fans. During the time when De Bruyne and Lin Quan were playing in the Bundesliga, Bayern had never secured a victory against Werder Bremen at home and lost the DFB Pokal title to them, thus missing the chance to achieve a treble. Lin Quan had no intention of engaging in online banter. He preferred to express his stance through actions on the pitch. However, this time, as Muller tagged him, he felt compelled to respond, lest Muller perceive his silence as fear. The Allianz Arena, an expansive and stunning venue, is one I greatly admire. I hope to have the opportunity to survey it during the next match. Lin Quan's statement ignited a frenzy among the onlookers. Wow, the declaration from Lin is incredibly imposing. Indeed, I'm grateful I am not a Bayern supporter. Otherwise, I would already be in a state of panic. Yes, why would Erling provoke a monster like Lin? Perhaps it is a reaction to Lewandowski's provocation? Those who grasped Lin Quan's words were profoundly impacted, while some remained puzzled by the notion of surveying the stadium. A timid inquiry: what does Lin Quan mean by that? Surveying the stadium is Lin Quan's signature celebration, akin to a king reigning supreme, majestically surveying the entire arena. Indeed, this celebration typically occurs at away matches, and only after he has scored 3 goals, completing a hat trick. The conquered venues now include Old Trafford, Camp Nou, and Anfield. While Lin Quan has recorded hat tricks against other teams, they lack the strength to warrant such a celebration. In other words, to earn the privilege of Lin Quan surveying the field, one must first be a formidable team, a prestigious club, and Bayern has thus gained his recognition. If I were a Bayern fan, I would prefer not to have such recognition, for provoking Lin Quan is far from advantageous. What is there to fear? After all, he is merely one man. Can he truly take on an entire team? Bayern fans were clearly displeased, as the discourse among the audience suggested that Bayern had already been condemned to defeat. Lin Quan is undoubtedly formidable, yet Bayern is not without its own strategies. Even the likes of Messi have been contained by Bayern, have they not? A diligent journalist approached the coaching staff of Bayern Munich to inquire about their thoughts on Lin Quan's provocative remarks. Hanks calmly responded, "Football is a team sport. Bayern is a cohesive unit, and we are confident in our ability to curtail the opponent's offense." His words seemed to dismiss Lin Quan's threats entirely. However, once the reporter departed, Hanks hastily convened the coaching team to strategize on how to contain Lin Quan's performance in the upcoming match, with the opposing team boasting intentions of executing a hat trick at the Allianz Arena. Neglecting this could result in a humiliating defeat for Bayern should they indeed score 3 goals. Furthermore, Lin Quan is the most formidable player within Manchester City, and neutralizing him would mitigate a significant portion of their attacking threats. Thus, restricting Lin Quan equates to limiting Manchester City. Yet, the challenge lies in determining how to effectively restrain him, a conundrum that left Bayern's coaching staff at a loss. Ultimately, Hanks lamented that 2 years prior, when Lin Quan was still a fledgling in the Bundesliga, he lacked the physicality, match experience, and technical prowess that he now possesses at an extraordinary level. In the mere span of 2 years, his rapid progression has been astonishing, leaving them without a viable strategy to counter him. However, failing to contain him is not an option. His offensive threat is immense, and his scoring efficiency is exceptionally high. If given the opportunity, he will find the back of the net. Thus, they are left with no choice but to resort to their last resort. On the Manchester City front, news of the players engaging in banter online swiftly reached Guardiola's ears. Upon hearing Lin Quan's declaration of intent to achieve a hat trick at the Allianz Arena, he found himself in a mix of amusement and disbelief. It appeared that in the upcoming visit to the Allianz Arena, they could only engage Bayern in an open attacking battle. "Oh, were your previous statements mere fabrications?" Lin Quan inquired, taken aback by Guardiola's words. "Not yet decided. It's merely a psychological tactic to exert some pressure, causing them to second-guess their strategies," Guardiola replied with a sly smile, embodying the cunning of a seasoned tactician. In truth, engaging in an offensive duel is not something to fear. They possess a 2-goal advantage, and should they secure an additional goal away from home, it would count double. Therefore, as long as they breach Bayern's defenses, even if they ultimately lose, they could still advance to the finals based on goal difference or away goals. Hence, contesting Bayern in an offensive manner is advantageous for them. Guardiola nodded in agreement. "Of course, I am aware of this. Yet Bayern is notorious for their capacity to inflict devastating defeats once they unleash their fury. No one can predict how many goals they might score." Lin Quan wholeheartedly concurred, recalling the shocking 4-0 thrashing Barcelona suffered at the hands of Bayern a few years ago, a match that reverberated throughout the footballing world. However, that was not Bayern's zenith. During the quarterfinals of the 2019-2020 UEFA Champions League, they had once obliterated Barcelona with an 8-2 scoreline, creating yet another scandalous chapter in football history. The scoreline is remarkably exaggerated, far surpassing Bayern's previous 8-1 victory over Porto. Although Porto boasts a glorious history and possesses commendable strength, they are, after all, not a team from one of the 5 major leagues and do not belong to the elite echelon of clubs. In stark contrast, Barcelona is a team steeped in rich heritage and excellence. The prospect of such an astonishing scoreline against a team of Barcelona's caliber was something no one dared to envision prior to this match. Thus, when facing Bayern, one should never presume that being a strong team or a prestigious club guarantees safety. Should they find their rhythm, even the mightiest can be ruthlessly dismantled. Lin Quan is well aware of Bayern's prowess, yet remains undaunted. He understands that even if they do not engage in an offensive duel at their opponent's ground, conceding a goal to Bayern could unleash their formidable momentum, enabling them to shatter any team's defenses. In confronting them, a defensive strategy may prove futile. It would be wiser to adopt an audacious approach and engage in a vigorous contest, for there might still be a glimmer of hope, especially considering their advantage in goal difference. On May 7th, another UEFA Champions League semi-final commenced. Playing at home, Barcelona triumphed 3-0 over Real Madrid, thanks to goals from Messi, Suarez, and Neymar. This scoreline is exceedingly detrimental for Madrid, as they failed to secure an away victory or net a single away goal. Trailing by 3 Real Madrid must win their next match at the Bernabeu by at least 3 goals while ensuring they do not concede. Should Barcelona score at the Bernabeu, Madrid would need to find the net at least 5 times to advance to the final. The challenge is formidable, leading many to believe that Barcelona has one foot firmly planted in the final, while Real Madrid finds itself half buried in despair. This season, after acquiring Suarez, Barcelona's attacking prowess has grown exponentially. In the first half of the season, Real Madrid could still contend with Barcelona, but by the second half, they were utterly unable to restrain them. Despite the skepticism surrounding Suarez, a player with a controversial past prior to his transfer to Barcelona, his outstanding performances have silenced any doubts regarding his abilities. With Manchester City defeating Bayern 2-0 and Barcelona triumphing 3-0 over Real Madrid, both teams hold significant advantages. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, it is highly likely that these two clubs will meet in the Champions League final. Chapter conclusion. Chapter 34. Gerrard's outburst. Manchester City's hope for glory restored. At Barcelona, within the club's confines, following the 3-0 victory over Real Madrid, coach Enrique is filled with satisfaction. The strength of Real Madrid holds no secrets for Barcelona. Enrique does not believe that such a substantial lead will be overturned in the away leg. Thus, he has begun to regard the next match with a degree of nonchalance, even starting to contemplate potential opponents for the final. In another match, Manchester City triumphed over Bayern Munich. Although their 2-goal lead is not as substantial as ours, as long as Guardiola does not undermine himself, Bayern's hopes appear exceedingly slim, and the likelihood of Manchester City advancing to the finals is markedly high. The mere thought that Guardiola could be his opponent in the final ignites a sense of anticipation within Enrique. Back when Guardiola was merely a coach for Barcelona's B team, his status and standing were incomparable to that of Enrique. Yet, who could have foreseen that within a mere 3 years, Enrique would ascend to such heights, potentially achieving accomplishments that rival those of Guardiola? When Enrique assumed the managerial position at Barcelona, skepticism permeated the external environment, particularly among the club's supporters. Some fans doubted his longevity in the role, predicting he would soon be dismissed by the club. Others, with fervent longing, wished for the return of Guardiola. This deeply wounded Enrique's heart, fueling his desire to prove to the world that he is not inferior to Guardiola. If he could lead Barcelona to victory over Manchester City in the final, the fans would undoubtedly recognize his superiority over Guardiola, solidifying his position and perhaps even, like Guardiola before him, rising to fame as a top-tier coach in football. Enrique's coaching resume is not particularly impressive. He has managed only 4 teams to date: Barcelona B, AS Roma in Serie A, Celta Vigo in La Liga, and now Barcelona. Compared to the world's elite coaches, he lacks accolades, having yet to secure a single championship. By his age, Guardiola and Mourinho had already hoisted 2 UEFA Champions League trophies, while he has yet to claim even a league title. Thus, to ascend to the ranks of the world's premier coaches, mere accumulation of honors and trophies is insufficient. He must vanquish his rivals directly, stepping over these esteemed coaches to rise. The formidable squad at his disposal in Barcelona instills in Enrique the confidence to conquer any formidable opponent. With Messi, Neymar, and Suarez on his side, who could thwart Barcelona? Guardiola, do not let me down. I shall await you in Berlin. Meanwhile, at Manchester City's Carrington training facility, Guardiola, engrossed in instructing players on tactical nuances from the sidelines, couldn't help but sneeze. Are you all right, coach? A nearby player inquired with concern. After experiencing Pellegrini's sudden illness, they harbored psychological scars regarding their head coach's health, fearing that Guardiola might face a similar fate before the decisive match. In the 5 months since Guardiola joined the team, he has completely won over the players. They feel that under Guardiola's guidance, their comprehension of tactics has significantly improved. Moreover, his wealth of experience from his playing days enables him to impart invaluable wisdom on how to play, serving as an exceptional mentorship, particularly for the players in Manchester City's midfield and defense. Under the guidance of Guardiola, the rapid advancement of young players such as De Bruyne, Kroos, Kanté, Rudiger, and Van Dijk is noteworthy. Guardiola, known for his amiable nature and lack of pretentiousness, easily fosters camaraderie with his players. This approach alleviates the tension and barriers that often arise between coaches and players, allowing them to adopt a more relaxed mindset during training and guidance sessions. Occasionally, they engage in spirited discussions with the coaching staff. Guardiola is also quite open-minded, he approaches tactical discussions with a receptive attitude, attentively considering the suggestions and opinions of his players. However, once the match commences, he enforces strict adherence to the tactics he has devised, not permitting players to alter them at will. Those who refuse to comply or execute the strategies inadequately may find themselves swiftly substituted without regard for their dignity. Such actions can easily bruise a player's pride and self-esteem, potentially leading to discord. During his tenure at Bayern, Guardiola's uncompromising nature resulted in conflicts with several players, leading to the departure of Mandzukic. Nonetheless, the situation at Manchester City has improved, largely due to the presence of Lin Quan, who has fostered better relationships with the players. With Lin Quan's encouragement, Guardiola has become aware of his authoritarian tendencies. Consequently, he has made a conscious effort to communicate more frequently with his players, enhancing mutual understanding and rapport. As a result, players have come to comprehend Guardiola's character and temperament, reducing the likelihood of misunderstandings that could lead to conflicts. "It's nothing. Perhaps just the dust outside," Guardiola remarked, rubbing his nose and waving his hand to signal that he was fine. The second leg of the Champions League semi-final is scheduled for May 14th, but prior to that, they have a league match to contend with. Fortunately, their next fixture is at home against Queen's Park Rangers, a team languishing at the bottom of the league and already relegated. With their lack of strength and aspirations for survival, the motivation of such an opponent is evidently diminished, significantly impacting their competitive spirit. The players are likely preoccupied with concerns regarding their futures for the next season, as championship clubs impose lower wage caps compared to their Premier League counterparts. Consequently, this summer, a mass exodus of Queen's Park Rangers players seeking opportunities with other Premier League teams is anticipated. Faced with a demoralized team, Manchester City should be able to secure a comfortable victory. In light of this, Guardiola resolved to afford more opportunities to younger players in the lineup, allowing the key players to rest and conserve their energy for the upcoming Champions League semi-final. On May 10th, the 36th round of the Premier League commenced, with Chelsea holding a slender 1-point lead over Manchester City in the standings prior to this round of matches. However, this lead is exceedingly slender, allowing no margin for error. Should they make even the slightest mistake, Manchester City could surpass them in the standings. This round presents a golden opportunity for Manchester City, as Chelsea faces the formidable Liverpool. At precisely 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the match between Manchester City and Queen's Park Rangers commenced. Despite fielding a squad that lacked some of their key players, Manchester City, under the guidance of Lin Quan, dominated their opponents effortlessly. In the 4th minute of the first half, Lin Quan opened the scoring. By the 12th minute, Jovetic had added another goal, followed by strikes from Lin Quan and De Bruyne in the 18th and 32nd minutes respectively. Before the first half concluded, Manchester City had effectively quelled any suspense surrounding the match. As the second half began, Lin Quan and De Bruyne were substituted, leaving primarily reserve players on the pitch. Nevertheless, the opposition had utterly collapsed. Even with Manchester City fielding substitutes, they were unable to mount any counterattack and instead conceded 2 more goals to City's substitutes. Ultimately, Manchester City triumphed at home with a resounding 6-0 victory over their adversaries. Following this match, the City players remained in the locker room to watch another contest. As Manchester City's game concluded, Chelsea's match against Liverpool was set to commence. Chelsea's final 2 opponents in the league are West Bromwich Albion and Sunderland, both of whom are relatively weak and unlikely to pose a significant threat. Thus, their encounter with Liverpool is likely to directly influence the outcome of the Premier League title. Should Chelsea secure a victory at home against Liverpool, the championship would likely be theirs. Conversely, a loss or draw against Liverpool could see them relinquish their title aspirations. Aware of the match's significance, Mourinho fielded his strongest possible lineup to face Liverpool. Chelsea's owner, Abramovich, personally attended the match, seated in the stands to rally support for his team. Stamford Bridge was packed with fervent Chelsea supporters, whose thunderous cheers transformed this renowned Premier League fortress into an arena reminiscent of ancient Roman gladiatorial contests, igniting the players' passions while instilling trepidation in their opponents. Fueled by this electrifying atmosphere, Chelsea launched a furious assault on Liverpool from the outset. Hazard, Diego Costa, Fabregas, Mikel, and Willian took turns bombarding Liverpool's goal, ultimately capitalizing on a corner opportunity in the 5th minute, where Terry found the net. This early goal sent the Chelsea fans at Stamford Bridge into a frenzy as they witnessed their captain score. Liverpool appeared alarmingly vulnerable, having been breached so swiftly. In the Manchester City locker room, disappointment swept over the players. They had hoped for Liverpool to thwart Chelsea. But it was now evident that Liverpool would struggle to fulfill this crucial task. Alas, Stamford Bridge is notoriously difficult to conquer, and with just 5 minutes gone, Liverpool's chances of success seemed bleak. Chelsea's morale surged. Should they maintain their recent offensive momentum, Liverpool might very well be overwhelmed. Surely, the Reds would not suffer a massacre at the hands of the Blues on their away turf. Alas, if Chelsea were to triumph, we would be left helplessly watching them lift the trophy. Within Manchester City's dressing room, a chorus of sighs echoed. The players seemed to have already pronounced Liverpool's demise, with scarcely anyone harboring hope for them. Except for Lin Quan. Do not rush to judgment. Liverpool's resilience is formidable. They will not be so easily vanquished. The match has only just commenced, and ample time remains for a turnaround. Lin Quan's gaze remained calm as he fixated on the television, which focused on a player clad in the number 8 red jersey. It was Liverpool's captain, Gerrard. He silently made his way back to his goal, retrieving the ball that Terry had struck into the net. Cradling the football, he beckoned his teammates to return to their positions, signaling them to prepare for renewed battle. This summer, Gerrard would bid farewell to Liverpool, and these were to be his final 3 league matches in service to the club. He wished to leave no stone unturned. He aspired to perpetuate the indomitable spirit of the Reds, who never abandon nor relent. Chelsea may be formidable, yet the Reds are unbreakable. To think one goal could shatter Liverpool? A mere fantasy. Encouraged by their captain, Liverpool's players swiftly rallied from the setback of conceding a goal. Indeed, they are players of the Reds. When have they ever surrendered? Even in Istanbul, trailing AC Milan by 3 goals at halftime, they never conceded defeat. Now, it was merely 1 goal to topple the Reds. Such ambitions were still far too premature. The match soon resumed, and Chelsea's supporters anticipated that their team would easily secure victory after having taken the lead. However, the reality on the pitch defied their expectations. Liverpool's players not only remained undeterred but seemed invigorated, running with fervor, pressing, and tackling relentlessly. This aggressive style of play instilled trepidation within Chelsea's ranks, as they found themselves continually subjected to infringements and fouls. In a mere 9 minutes, 3 Liverpool players were cautioned for their fouls. Their approach bore little resemblance to that of mere footballers. It felt more akin to a brawl. Chelsea's players, momentarily intimidated by the opponent's fervor, played cautiously, as if it were their adversary's home ground and they were the visitors. By the time they regained their composure and withstood Liverpool's relentless pressing and attacking onslaught, the first half was drawing to a close. Though they had not managed to extend their lead during this advantageous period, at least they had not conceded further. With time dwindling in the first half, Chelsea's players exhaled in relief. The opponent's highly aggressive tactics left them disoriented. They yearned to conclude the first half and retreat to the dressing room for a breath of respite. Yet, just as they began to lower their guard, Liverpool launched a counterattack. Captain Gerrard unleashed a signature long-range strike from outside the penalty area, piercing through Chelsea's goal. Courtois, still in the motion of attempting a save, turned his head in disbelief, watching the ball roll into the net. A profound silence enveloped Stamford Bridge as the scoreboard reflected a tie of 1-1. With Gerrard's goal occurring precisely at the 45-minute mark of the first half, Chelsea had held a slender lead for nearly 40 minutes, only to be equalized just before halftime. The seemingly hopeless Manchester City now glimpsed a flicker of hope for the championship. Chapter 35, Guardiola, maximizing Lin Quan's offensive power. Damn Mourinho. He should be told that if he fails to secure this match, he ought to pack his belongings and leave. Within the executive box at Stamford Bridge, Chelsea's owner, Abramovich, was seething with fury. Liverpool, despite its illustrious reputation, had not lived up to its status, and he could not accept the harsh reality that even a beleaguered Liverpool could outplay Chelsea. Should the match end in a draw, Chelsea would cede their top position to Manchester City, falling behind by 2 points. With only 2 rounds remaining in the league, Chelsea was crumbling at their own fortress. Abramovich, like the majority of Chelsea's fans, was utterly unable to accept this outcome. On the pitch, Mourinho, driven by desperation, replaced defenders with a multitude of offensive players in a frantic bid to launch an assault on Liverpool. Yet, Liverpool's resilience surpassed the Blue Army's expectations. They besieged their opponent for an entire half, employing every conceivable tactic, but could not breach Liverpool's defenses. Ultimately, Chelsea had to concede a draw at home. As the match concluded, exuberant cheers erupted from Manchester City's locker room. With Liverpool's assistance, they reclaimed the top position, advancing in their quest to defend their league title. Meanwhile, Chelsea, having been unexpectedly held to a draw by Liverpool, lost control of their fate. In the final two matches, even if they were to win both, the championship would still be uncertain. They would need to rely on Manchester City's performance, hoping for a loss or draw from them to have a chance. Otherwise, Chelsea would watch Manchester City triumph in their title defense. The match garnered significant attention across the United Kingdom, with major media outlets dedicating extensive coverage to the event. Criticism aimed at Chelsea and Mourinho proliferated in the aftermath. Mourinho must take responsibility for today's defeat. The Blues unexpectedly dropped points, risking their championship hopes. Abramovich's patience with Mourinho has reached its limit. After years of investing hundreds of millions of pounds, yielding 5 years without a league title. Such results were intolerable not just for Abramovich, but for Chelsea's supporters as well. Post-match, rumors circulated that Abramovich stormed into the locker room, leading to a heated confrontation with Mourinho. This intensified concerns regarding the managerial position at Chelsea. It seemed that the Special One's second tenure with the Blues was nearing its conclusion. However, the external world was not particularly surprised by Mourinho's current predicament. His downfall is entirely attributable to his own shortcomings, as he failed to secure victory in the direct confrontations against Manchester City. Throughout this season, Manchester City triumphed over Chelsea in both encounters. Particularly notable was the second match at Stamford Bridge, where Chelsea held a 6-point lead over City prior to the game. A victory would have extended their advantage to 9 points, effectively sealing their success. Regrettably, Mourinho could not maintain his home advantage and succumbed to a defeat against City, thereby granting them a precious 3 points. Such 6-point matches are crucial. Winning grants 3 points, while losing to a rival equates to a deduction of 3 points, resulting in a net swing of 6 points. Consequently, Chelsea's consecutive losses translate to a significant 12-point deficit, which is indeed detrimental for a team vying for the championship. Had Chelsea not lost consecutively to Manchester City, their lead would have remained at least 4 points, and had they emerged victorious, they would have already claimed the title in advance. This season, Manchester City encountered significant turmoil midway, enduring a prolonged period of poor form. Chelsea squandered this golden opportunity, and thus, the criticism directed at Mourinho is not unwarranted. Meanwhile, the City players remain unfazed by the external condemnation of Mourinho, buoyed by Liverpool's assistance. They unexpectedly ascended to the top, with each player invigorated and their morale soaring. With such elevated spirits, Manchester City arrived in Munich 3 days early to prepare for the UEFA Champions League semi-final second leg. In stark contrast to Manchester City's recent successes, Bayern Munich appears to be in a considerably weaker state based solely on their records. They have suffered 2 consecutive defeats in the league, recently losing 0-2 away to Bayer Leverkusen and subsequently falling to Augsburg at home. Moreover, Bayern not only lost the match, but their substitute goalkeeper, Reina, was also sent off with a red card just 13 minutes into the game due to a severe foul, compounding their misfortunes. From the perspective of their respective records, Manchester City, holding a 2-goal advantage and riding high on momentum, should be poised to easily defeat a struggling Bayern side. However, leading betting companies have shown little faith in Manchester City's chances of winning away. Even the most optimistic predictions suggest a 1-goal advantage for Bayern. This implicitly indicates that Manchester City is expected to lose at the Allianz Arena, with some firms even anticipating a humiliating defeat. Do they truly underestimate us so profoundly? Upon discovering the betting odds, the Manchester City players were filled with righteous indignation. The match has yet to be played, yet these individuals have seemingly pronounced their death sentence. On what grounds do they believe that Manchester City is not a worthy competitor against Bayern? Despite their discontent, it must be acknowledged that, objectively, our chances of victory in this match are indeed quite low. Some remained unaffected by emotions and analyzed calmly. Bayern had been resting and recuperating for an entire week. Despite their disheveled defeat to Augsburg, one should observe the starting lineup. More than half of the players were substitutes, with the key players only gradually introduced in the second half. This indicates that they were not concerned about the match's outcome. Rather, they used this game as a training opportunity, simultaneously allowing their main players to maintain their form. Bayern's lead in the league is so substantial that they secured the championship 4 rounds early, resulting in Jupp Heynckes rarely deploying his top players in the final matches. Consequently, The main squad enjoyed an extended period of rest, endowing them with superior physical conditioning compared to Manchester City's players. With such energy reserves, it is evident that they intend to host Manchester City splendidly at the Allianz Arena. In their previous match at home, Manchester City barely withstood Bayern's offensive. Thus, attempting to defend against Bayern at their home ground would be a futile endeavor. Should Bayern manage to score, their morale would surge, leading to an increasingly formidable performance. Ultimately, the number of goals Bayern could net remains uncertain. Their attacking prowess is evident, and with such a prolonged build-up of energy, external observers favor Bayern, believing that Manchester City cannot hold them off. Coincidentally, Pep Guardiola shares this sentiment. Bayern's offensive strength is overwhelming. Relying solely on defense is a recipe for disaster. Therefore, we must adopt an aggressive approach at the Allianz Arena. Guardiola made this declaration publicly after the first leg of the match. At that time, many were skeptical, viewing his words as mere misdirection intended to confuse the opponent. Even some players within Manchester City harbored similar doubts. However, as Guardiola revisits his earlier remarks and the players witness his serious demeanor, they come to understand. Guardiola is not jesting, he is earnest. If we shy away from an attacking strategy against Bayern and rely solely on defense, we will surely be doomed. Do not assume that our 2-goal advantage guarantees our safety. Noticing some players' hesitance regarding his decision, Guardiola cast a stern glance and stated bluntly, "If you truly believe that, this match will mark the end of our Champions League journey this season, and we might as well prepare for next season." The gravity of Guardiola's words silenced the room. Excellent. Since no one spoke up, it signifies their support for my decision. Guardiola swiftly retrieved the tactical board he had prepared in advance, summoned all the players, and began meticulously explaining his strategy to each one. Initially uneasy about engaging in an attacking battle with Bayern at the Allianz Arena, the players, after absorbing Guardiola's tactical exposition, found their trepidation dissipating. If Guardiola's strategy proves effective, they might indeed secure victory through this approach, aiming to confound their adversaries while concealing their true intentions. Guardiola deliberately rehearsed defensive tactics in front of reporters and Bayern fans who came to gather intelligence, creating an impression that they seemed to fear Bayern's formidable attacking prowess and intended to counter it solely through defense. This revelation immediately provoked ridicule from Bayern supporters. Wasn't he, Guardiola, previously boasting about engaging Bayern in an offensive battle at the Allianz Arena? Why is he now hesitant? They continued, surely he is daunted by Bayern's potent offense, thus inflicting self-embarrassment. Relying on defense for survival is rather naive. I wager Bayern will score at least 3 against Manchester City. Too conservative. I believe they can net 4. 3 in the first half, 2 in the second. I envision a victory by 5 goals. You are all far too cautious. Perhaps this match will mirror the previous one against Porto, ending in an 8-1 scoreline? If it truly ends 8-1, Guardiola's face would surely be bruised. Due to the winter break departure incident, compounded by the club's smear campaigns, Bayern fans harbored considerable disdain for Guardiola. They fervently hoped to witness Bayern triumph over Guardiola's team on their home turf, sending a clear message: you are unworthy of us. In response to external mockery and skepticism, Guardiola refrained from comment, fully engrossed in refining his offensive strategies. Rather than squandering time in disputes, he chose to dedicate his thoughts to curtailing Bayern's formidable wing play. To that end, Guardiola meticulously gathered footage of Bayern's losses under Jupp Heynckes from the past few years for study. As a titan of the Bundesliga, Bayern seldom faces defeat. Among the limited number of match recordings, several featured Lin Quan's encounters against Bayern during his tenure at Werder Bremen. Upon viewing these matches out of curiosity, Guardiola experienced a moment of clarity. Coach Schaaf's tactic of positioning Lin Quan on the right flank to counter Bayern appeared to be worth emulating. Compared to Werder Bremen's lineup of yesteryear, Manchester City's squad is undeniably more opulent. Their reliance on Lin Quan is far less pronounced than that of the Parrots. Thus, fixing Lin Quan on one wing, while it may impact the organization of the team's midfield and attack, would not be overly detrimental. With the likes of De Bruyne and Kroos orchestrating play and passing, they could liberate Lin Quan to unleash his maximum offensive potential. With this thought, Guardiola conceived an optimal strategy. That is to combine his experience from the golden era at Barcelona, utilizing Messi on the wing, with Coach Schaaf's countering tactic, thereby maximizing Lin Quan's impact on the flank. Prior to Lin Quan's emergence, if Guardiola were to select the strongest winger, he would undoubtedly cast his vote for Messi. Yet now, Lin Quan's sudden rise has rendered it difficult for Guardiola to make such a selection. He has witnessed Messi at his zenith and understands just how formidable he was. However, he has yet to fully appreciate Lin Quan's prowess on the wing, leaving him unable to render an accurate judgment. Perfectly. This match presents an exceptional opportunity for Lin Quan to showcase his prowess on the flanks against his peers. News from Manchester swiftly reached Bayern, revealing that Guardiola was rehearsing defensive tactics, seemingly intending to employ a counter-attacking strategy against Bayern. Hanks convened his assistant coaches to deliberate on this matter. For Manchester City, counter-attacking represents a pragmatic choice, particularly given their advantage of 2 goals. The Bayern coaching staff harbored little skepticism regarding this intelligence, as they believed Manchester City would not need to take risks by attacking, but rather capitalize on Bayern's pressing offensive mindset to execute their counterattacks. The potency of such a tactic is formidable in the hands of strong teams. Mourinho has claimed 2 Champions League titles employing this strategy, even snatching the coveted trophy from Barcelona during their prime. However, City's wingers are not particularly swift. Players like Lin Quan and David Silva are more technical, excelling in passing, organization, and dribbling, yet average in speed. Should they indeed resort to counterattacks, they pose minimal threat to Bayern, or so the coaching staff believed. Nevertheless, Bayern had to prepare in advance. For instance, they strategized on how to restrict Manchester City's ball progression during transitions, ensuring that the opposing midfielders could not easily distribute to the wingers. Once the wingers received the ball, they needed to devise ways to limit their breakthroughs, passes, cuts, and shots, particularly on Lin Quan's side, whose shooting skills are exceptional, making opportunities for him extremely perilous for Bayern. In response to the tactics Manchester City might employ, Bayern devoted 2 days to rehearsing various targeted defensive strategies. With ample preparation, Bayern awaited the match with unwavering confidence. On May 13th, at the Allianz Arena, Manchester City faced Bayern in the second leg of the Champions League semi-finals. Just before the match commenced, both teams announced their starting lineups. When Hanks received Manchester City's starting roster, he could not help but squint, realizing he had been outmaneuvered. The name Cruz appeared on the list, with the left back being the offensively inclined, yet defensively vulnerable Kolarov. This lineup raises the question, are they truly intending to execute a counter-attacking strategy? Chapter 36. Manchester City vs. Bayern, a frenzied goal fest with 4 goals in 20 minutes. As the match commenced, Manchester City wasted no time engaging Bayern in an all-out attack, astonishing those who anticipated a defensive approach from the Manchester side. Had they lost their minds? Did they dare to trade blows with Bayern at the Allianz Arena? Were they unaware of the consequences of such a decision on Bayern's home turf? Manchester City's audacious choice caught everyone off guard. Prior to the match, the consensus was that Guardiola would adopt a conservative strategy against Bayern, yet he proved unexpectedly aggressive. Truly, Guardiola is audacious, and indeed, he boldly chose to go toe-to-toe with Bayern at the Allianz Arena. I believe that the title of the Special One should rightfully belong to Guardiola. Mourinho may boast with his words, yet his tactical approach is exceedingly conservative. It lacks the audacity he claims to possess. In contrast, Guardiola, during every semi-final or final, consistently surprises us with bold strategies. A true innovator, he treats crucial matches as a testing ground for his new tactics, earning him the moniker of a true maverick. Fans, however, remain indifferent to such nuances. When Manchester City opted for an open confrontation against Bayern, spectators erupted in applause for Guardiola. It is indeed exhilarating to witness top-tier teams engaging in an offensive duel. Who can find excitement in a match where all energy is devoted to defense, resulting in a lethargic game with scant goals? Upon learning of Manchester City's attacking strategy, an increasing number of fans were drawn to this match. The global viewership of the live broadcast surged dramatically, quickly surpassing 500 million, nearly setting a record for Champions League ratings. On the field, both teams seamlessly elevated the pace of the game to its zenith from the onset, with astonishing speed in their exchanges. Just moments into the match, Bayern's attack swiftly transitioned into a counter by Manchester City, reaching Bayern's goal in the blink of an eye. This rapid-fire exchange created immense opportunities for both sides. In the second minute, Kanté intercepted the ball and passed to De Bruyne, who threaded a precise pass to Lin Quan. After a breakthrough down the flank, Lin Quan delivered a pass to Aguero, who, having successfully evaded the offside trap, surged into the penalty area and unleashed a shot from 10 yards out. Neuer, in exceptional form, executed a spectacular save, deflecting Aguero's powerful strike. Although Manchester City earned a corner, they failed to capitalize on it. Following the corner, Bayern launched a swift counterattack. Robben broke down the wing and provided a pass to Müller, who returned the ball from the left side of the penalty area. Thiago's shot from 12 yards was thwarted by Van Dijk, who blocked it with a dive. Such a fast-paced match delighted neutral fans, embodying the essence of what a Champions League semi-final should be. Nevertheless, both Bayern and Manchester City supporters anxiously held their breath, unable to utter a sound. It seemed that either team could score at any moment, and a momentary lapse in concentration could lead to missing a thrilling goal. As anticipated, the first goal arrived swiftly. In the 7th minute, Xabi Alonso's long-range effort was parried away by Navas, granting Bayern a corner. Alonso took charge of the corner kick, assessing the positioning of the players in the penalty area before signaling a tactical maneuver, then delivered the ball into the box. Amid the chaos of players jostling for position, an unmarked Bayern player surged in from outside the penalty area, beating Manchester City's defenders to head the ball into the net. It was Benatia. The goal was scored by Bayern's central defender, Benatia. Bayern's corner kick strategy was executed with remarkable precision. Instead of targeting the taller players in the team, Xabi Alonso deliberately chose an unmarked area to direct the ball, combining seamlessly with the surging Benatia to deliver a devastating strike. Navas, despite his swift reflexes, managed to touch the ball during his leap, yet could not prevent his goal from being breached, leaving Manchester City trailing 0-1 against Bayern. The aggregate score now stood at 2-1, with Manchester City holding a fragile one-goal lead. However, within a mere 7 minutes, the opponents equalized, reducing City's advantage to a single goal, with over 80 minutes still remaining in the match. Few believed Manchester City could maintain this slender lead, especially as they chose to engage Bayern in a high-stakes offensive battle. At the moment of the goal, the Allianz Arena erupted like boiling oil splashed with water, igniting a fervent atmosphere. Bayern fans leaped and cheered, their elation palpable. The early goal instilled a sense of anticipation that Bayern would score multiple times in this match. Conversely, Manchester City supporters, witnessing their rivals score so early, were left in a state of shock, their faces betraying concern. This was Allianz Arena, and conceding so early cast doubts on their ability to hold firm in the ongoing contest. On the sidelines, Bayern's coaching staff was ecstatic, with even Hanks unable to restrain himself, pumping his fist in celebration. Meanwhile, Guardiola on the City bench furrowed his brow. He had anticipated that Manchester City would concede at Allianz Arena. Their defense was not yet robust enough to keep Bayern at bay indefinitely. However, conceding early versus later held vastly different implications. An early goal would embolden Bayern, and their ensuing aggressive assaults might prove too much for City to withstand. This match had turned perilous for Manchester City. Guardiola swiftly implemented defensive adjustments, instructing his players to be vigilant against Bayern's corner tactics. One cannot stumble over the same stone twice. Observing Guardiola rallying his players, Bayern assumed he intended to alter tactics and retreat from the offensive. To their surprise, however, Manchester City, after Guardiola's exhortation, not only maintained their attacking vigor but intensified it, launching a more formidable offensive. This prompted Hanks to regard Guardiola with newfound respect. Regardless of the tactical soundness of his decisions, his audacity was markedly superior to that of the average coach. Following their goal, Bayern's morale soared, unleashing wave after wave of fierce attacks against Manchester City. Yet, City was undeterred by their opponent's onslaught. They remained unaffected by the earlier goal and, after successfully defending against Bayern's advances, mounted counterattacks time and again. However, Bayern's defense was resolute, their relentless interceptions and aggressive pressing creating significant challenges for City's offensive efforts. Although City crafted several opportunities, they were unable to convert these chances into goals. In the 13th minute, Ribery, after receiving a pass from Schweinsteiger, skillfully maneuvered the ball at the edge of the penalty area, drawing the attention of the opposing defenders before deftly passing it to Thomas Müller. Müller, with determination, surged into the penalty area, yet Van Dijk's defense was resolute, effectively blocking nearly all of Müller's passing options. Remarkably, Müller, cornered and seemingly on the verge of losing possession, executed a brilliant backheel pass to Lewandowski within the box without glancing behind him. Lewandowski, fully aware of the situation, received the ball at the edge of the penalty area. The space and angle for this shot were minimal. Had it been an ordinary forward, a hasty attempt would have likely ensued. However, Lewandowski displayed both audacity and skill, deceiving company with a feint, swiftly pivoting, and unleashing a powerful strike into the lower right corner of the net. Goal. Bayern had achieved a dream start, equalizing in just 13 minutes. Following the goal, Lewandowski exuberantly sprinted towards the south stand, celebrating by removing his shirt and acknowledging the Bayern supporters. Lewandowski's prowess has always been formidable. During his tenure at Dortmund, his scoring efficiency was already remarkable, marking him as one of the top forwards in the Bundesliga. Yet, upon joining Bayern, that title was rendered obsolete, as he now stands indisputably as the foremost striker in the Bundesliga. Under Jupp Heynckes this season, he has not only dominated the Bundesliga, but has also delivered dazzling performances in the Champions League. With this goal, he has now reached 10 goals in the Champions League this season, surpassing luminaries such as Messi and Ronaldo, placing him second on the Champions League scoring chart, just behind the leader, Lin Quan. Should Bayern triumph in this match, overcoming Manchester City, led by Lin Quan, it is highly probable that Lewandowski will ascend from the Bundesliga's top striker to Europe's premier forward. In Lewandowski's eyes, he is very close to achieving this goal. Bayern's consecutive goals ignited immense excitement among their supporters at the Allianz Arena. They envisioned Manchester City capitulating at their feet, confidently striding into the Berlin Olympic Stadium. Guardiola's Manchester City is nothing exceptional. I believe he can now relinquish the title of a world-class coach. He is merely a mediocre talent who rose to fame during Barcelona's peak, lacking any extraordinary abilities of his own. It is remarkable that someone devoid of basic judgment as a coach can be deemed a master strategist. From the moment City dared to engage us in an open contest at the Allianz Arena, their defeat was sealed. Guardiola, oblivious to his impending doom, should be aware of how formidable Bayern is at the Allianz Arena. As a former head coach of Bayern, does he not recognize it? Perhaps, during his coaching tenure, Bayern's home advantage was not as pronounced, leading to the illusion of being able to conquer Bayern at the Allianz Arena. After Bayern equalized, their fans rendered Guardiola utterly insignificant. In their eyes, Heynckes had proven himself to be 1,000 times superior, accomplishing in 13 minutes what Guardiola could not. This individual's success can be attributed solely to the fortunate alignment with the peak era of Barcelona. While neutral fans may refrain from vocal mockery, doubts regarding the prowess of Guardiola and Manchester City linger in their minds. With such a significant advantage squandered in a mere 13 minutes, one must ponder whether Bayern's strength eclipses Manchester City's weakness. Yet, with the world-class maestro Guardiola and the superstar Lin Quan within their ranks, such a lavish lineup ought not to be deemed weak. Many cast skeptical glances towards the Manchester City coaching bench, questioning Guardiola's capabilities. Should Manchester City suffer a humiliating defeat at the Allianz Arena, the validity of Guardiola's title as a world-class coach would certainly come into question. On the sidelines, Guardiola exhibited concern upon conceding the first goal. However, after the second goal fell, he shed all psychological burdens. Both teams now stood on equal footing, and it was a matter of resilience. Bayern had exhausted their tactics. It was time for them to witness Manchester City's strategy. With a commanding gesture, Guardiola signaled his players to advance. Responding swiftly to his cue, Manchester City altered their formation. Lin Quan positioned himself on the right flank, firmly establishing himself as a right winger. Meanwhile, De Bruyne and Kroos began to gravitate towards the right side, poised to support Lin Quan with their passes. Manchester City's offensive maneuvers commenced from the right, prompting immediate attention from Bayern, whose left side defense was quickly breached. Lin Quan's forays along the wing were nearly uncontainable. In one-on-one situations, no defender could withstand him. Should multiple players attempt to encircle him, it would not only disrupt their offensive efforts, but also expose vulnerabilities in their own defense. It is imperative to note that Lin Quan is not only adept at dribbling and maneuvering, but also possesses formidable passing abilities. If he were to exploit any gaps in Bayern's defense to deliver a decisive pass, the likelihood of Bayern conceding a goal would be significant. The wait was not prolonged. In the 15th minute, Lin Quan broke through and delivered a precise through ball. Aguero, having successfully evaded the offside trap, unselfishly laid it across the box from the left side of the penalty area, allowing Lin Quan to effortlessly slot the ball into an open net. Manchester City had narrowed the deficit to 1-2. The aggregate score now stood at 3-2. This crucial goal not only halted Manchester City's downward spiral, but also secured a valuable away goal. Although Manchester City now only led by a single goal, due to the away goal rule, Bayern would need to score at least twice to overcome them. Thus, this goal effectively equated to 2 goals. The 2 goals previously earned by Bayern, achieved through considerable effort, were rendered insignificant by Lin Quan's strike. Yet the drama did not conclude there. Before Bayern could adjust their strategy, Manchester City capitalized on the defensive frailties on the left side, relentlessly exploiting this weakness. In the 19th minute, Kroos delivered a long ball, and Lin Quan, positioned on the right side of the penalty area, sent in a cross. Boateng failed to intercept the ball, and David Silva, positioned 10 yards from the goal, unleashed a powerful shot that found the bottom left corner of the net. The score was now 2-2. The aggregate score has now reached 42. Manchester City has extended their goal difference to 2, and unlike at the start of the match, they now hold 2 away goals in their possession. For Bayern to advance to the final, they must score at least 3 goals in the forthcoming match. 3 goals may not seem insurmountable for the offensively potent Bayern. After all, they netted 2 goals within just 13 minutes of the match's commencement. However, the challenge lies in how Bayern can curtail Manchester City's scoring opportunities while simultaneously finding the net themselves. Should they score 1 goal and Manchester City respond with another, their chances of recovery would be permanently dashed. Chapter 37, scoring 3 goals, surveying the Allianz Arena like a king. The dynamics of the match are ever-changing. Just 10 minutes ago, Bayern supporters brimmed with confidence, believing victory was within their grasp, with some even fantasizing about triumphing over Manchester City by 4 or 5 goals at home. Yet, Manchester City's counterattack shattered their dreams entirely. Bayern fans began to realize that Manchester City was not a foe to be taken lightly. Guardiola's decision to position Leroy Sane as a winger on the right was nothing short of brilliant. It came as a surprise that Sane posed such a significant threat from the flanks. Bayern's defense was utterly incapable of stifling Manchester City's advances. In his earlier days in the Bundesliga, Sane played as a right winger, but upon joining Manchester City, he transitioned to a more fluid forward role, leading many to overlook his original prowess. Bayern's coaching staff began to feel the pressure, grappling with how to counter Manchester City's offensive maneuvers from the wings. With 2 precious away goals already secured, and a 2-goal lead in their favor, allowing Manchester City to score again would render Bayern's chances of success virtually non-existent. Alaba was instructed to refrain from pushing too far forward during attacks, remaining vigilant against the opposing right winger, severing his connections with teammates, and denying him any opportunities for receiving the ball. Hanks recognized the threat posed by Sane on the wing. Had Bayern been in the lead, he would undoubtedly have deployed additional resources to defend against and contain Sane. However, with Bayern trailing, they were compelled to commit significant forces to offense, leaving insufficient personnel to monitor Sane, thus necessitating a delicate balance between attack and defense. At this juncture, Bayern must score, and they must do so expeditiously. The longer they delay, the slimmer their chances become. The players are acutely aware of their precarious situation, prompting them to launch a fervent offensive upon the restart. Lewandowski, who had celebrated exuberantly after scoring, believing himself to be the team's savior, now exhibited even greater determination. He darted frantically within the penalty area, pulling and stretching to create space for a shot. His fervor stemmed from a desire to avoid defeat and fulfill his dream of competing in the Champions League final. Furthermore, having celebrated prematurely, the thought of failing to secure a win would be immensely embarrassing. Lewandowski's heightened activity indeed posed considerable challenges for Manchester City's defense. As Bayern's players witnessed his remarkable enthusiasm, they eagerly sought to deliver passes to him, hoping he would rise to the occasion and salvage the team. In the 25th minute, Lahm executed a diagonal pass down the left flank, allowing Lewandowski to outmuscle Kompany and leap for a header, directing the ball toward the top left corner of the goal. It seemed destined to be a certain goal. However, Navas, anticipating Lewandowski's intent, made a breathtaking save, thwarting what appeared to be an inevitable score. The Allianz Arena erupted in astonishment, with both Bayern and Manchester City fans left in awe of Navas's miraculous save. Was such a save even possible for a human? Bravo, Kaler! What a splendid stop! The Manchester City defenders approached their goalkeeper to express their gratitude for his extraordinary intervention. Had it not been for Navas's timely response, Bayern would have surely scored again. This young man possesses formidable shooting skills. he must not be afforded too many opportunities. Although Navas had executed the save, he felt a considerable trepidation towards Lewandowski. The prowess exhibited by the opponent in this match was undeniably world-class. Such caliber of player, if not duly acknowledged, would inevitably lead to consequences. The Manchester City defenders nodded in agreement. Kompany and Van Dijk, having previously encountered Lewandowski, were well aware of his capabilities and would not underestimate him. With the defenders intensifying their focus on Lewandowski, his threat in attack diminished significantly. Realizing that relying on Lewandowski to breach Manchester City's defense was futile, Bayern's secondary offensive option, Thomas Muller, began to exert his influence. When assessed individually, Muller's dribbling may not be deemed elite, his breakthrough and one-on-one skills are not particularly strong, and his passing ability pales in comparison to that of top-tier midfielders. Such an ostensibly unremarkable player would typically struggle to establish himself at a prestigious club, let alone become a pivotal figure within it. Nevertheless, Muller possesses a remarkable advantage, his keen footballing intellect. He plays not with mere physicality, but with his mind. His exceptional perception allows him to easily grasp the positioning and movements of players on the field. This acute insight enables him to make the most judicious decisions, knowing when to pass, when to dribble, when to reposition, where the spaces lie, and where to deliver the ball to create opportunities for his teammates, all of which are Muller's forte. Thus, while he may appear unremarkable in various aspects, seemingly lacking in all areas, he consistently finds ways to score and assist. A single instance can be attributed to luck, but to achieve such results repeatedly transcends mere fortune. It is a testament to Muller's football intelligence. Of course, due to his lack of top-tier abilities, he is ill-suited to function as the primary spearhead. Should the opposition focus on him, he would quickly lose his threat. Muller is best positioned as a shadow striker or secondary attacker, lying in wait behind the center forward, ready to capitalize on opportunities created by teammates drawing the opponent's attention. And now, it is indeed the perfect moment for Muller to shine. After Lewandowski was tightly marked, Ribery, Robben, and others began to frequently collaborate with Muller. Muller, in turn, did not disappoint his teammates. He consistently positioned himself perfectly to receive the ball and always delivered precise passes at the opportune moment. Under his support, the attacking threat from both Robben and Ribery surged dramatically. In the 30th minute, Muller received a pass from Robben and seamlessly surged into the penalty area, scoring with a sharply angled shot. The score transformed to 3-2, as Bayern reclaimed the lead at home. This time, neither Ribery, who scored, nor the Bayern fans at Allianz Arena felt as exuberant as before. One goal was simply insufficient. To secure victory, they needed at least two more. Hence, after scoring, Ribery wasted no time celebrating, rushing to retrieve the ball from the net and sprinting back to the center circle with it. On the sidelines, Guardiola's expression was somewhat complex. Much of Muller's ability was developed incrementally after his arrival at Bayern. Initially, these capabilities were intended to bolster Guardiola's own conquests, yet unexpectedly, they became a crucial weapon for Hanks against him. Could this be deemed self-entrapment? Muller is far from being ordinary. His positioning is exemplary, and he boasts a balanced proficiency with both feet, devoid of a weak side. Furthermore, he possesses a commendable long-range shot and excels in heading. Though his shooting skills may not rival the likes of Lewandowski, they are undoubtedly top-tier. More importantly, beyond completing offensive efforts himself, Muller is adept at linking up with and assisting his teammates. Such a player cannot be overlooked. At Guardiola's behest, Kompany intensified his pressing on Muller. Even Kroos frequently collaborated with teammates to encircle Muller. However, Bayern's attacking options were simply too abundant. Containing both Lewandowski and Muller was insufficient. Ribery and Robben continued to rise to the occasion, delivering the ball into the net. In the 39th minute, Robben unleashed his signature breakthrough and cut inside to shoot. Everyone knew what he intended to do, yet they simply could not stop him. Kolarov was left a meter behind, unable to commit a foul, and could only watch helplessly as Robben completed his shot, sending the ball into Manchester City's goal. The score was now 4-2, as Bayern scored 2 consecutive goals, momentarily equalizing the aggregate score to 4-4. However, before Bayern's fans could revel in their joy, Manchester City struck back. In the 40th minute, City launched a swift counterattack. Lin Quan, after deftly bypassing 3 Bayern defenders on the flank, surged into the penalty area and ruthlessly delivered the ball into Neuer's net. This marked his second goal of the match, leaving him just one shy of the hat-trick he had promised. With this goal, the score shifted to 4-3, and the aggregate score became 5-4, with Bayern still trailing. The match had descended into chaos, and even before the halftime whistle, the total number of goals scored by both teams had already reached 7. Given the current situation, it appears that the total number of goals in this match may very well exceed 10. It is essential to remember that this is the UEFA Champions League semi-final, not a mere group stage where top teams dominate weaker opponents. Both Manchester City and Bayern Munich are elite clubs in Europe, and witnessing such an extravagant scoreline in this clash of titans underscores the formidable attacking prowess of both teams. Observing their relentless offensive maneuvers and ceaseless goals has left the audience exhilarated, fervently expressing their delight. The viewership for this match has surged dramatically, swiftly escalating from 500 million to 600 million, and even 700 million. This astonishing rating has shattered historical records for Champions League matches. Previously, even the finals had not achieved such heights, illustrating just how sensational this encounter has become. Being able to watch this match live is indeed a rare treat. It has been a long time since such an exhilarating contest graced our screens. Undoubtedly, the thrill of this match may surpass even that of the final. Historically, finals tend to be cautious affairs, with teams reluctant to take risks in their quest for the championship, often resulting in lackluster performances. It is my hope that both teams will continue to strive for excellence, aiming to score an additional 7 goals in the second half. Goodness, I can hardly contain my excitement. If both teams manage to score as prolifically in the second half, what astonishing scoreline might we witness? While I cannot predict the precise extent, it is certain that breaking records in the Champions League is within reach. Just as fans fervently discussed this, the referee's whistle signaled the end of the first half. Players from both teams exited the field, panting heavily. The high-intensity, rapid-paced offensive play has posed a significant test of endurance for both squads. Given the energy expended in the first half, it would be implausible for either team to maintain such attacking fervor in the second half. In the locker room, the physiotherapists of both teams were diligently massaging and relaxing the players' muscles. Meanwhile, the head coaches were racing against time to strategize and devise tactics for the second half. Continue the offensive, Guardiola declared, establishing the tone for the upcoming play. The aggregate score stands at 5-4, with Manchester City leading by a single goal. However, due to the away goals rule, this solitary goal can be considered equivalent to 1.5. Bayern must find the net at least twice to secure victory. For Bayern, achieving 2 goals is not insurmountable. Thus, they cannot afford to adopt a defensive posture and must maintain the same attacking rhythm as in the first half. The players nodded in agreement. Prior to the match, they had been concerned that Guardiola's strategy might be overly audacious. Yet now, following the first half's frenetic exchanges, Manchester City's players feel that Bayern is manageable. Although the current score favors their opponents, the difference is merely a single goal, which is hardly daunting. Therefore, the players did not oppose Guardiola's directive for the second half to engage in an offensive duel. Do not underestimate your opponent, for their physical condition surpasses ours. As the second half unfolds, particularly after the 70th minute, Bayern's physical advantage will become apparent, and we must exercise caution. Guardiola is not as optimistic as his players, for he understands that Manchester City can currently keep pace with Bayern due to their remaining stamina to run and attack. However, should their energy wane, the situation may deteriorate. The second half commences swiftly, with both teams resuming battle without altering their tactics. They immediately abandon any tentative probing and launch fierce offensives against one another. The spectators, witnessing the continuation of the first half's open play, exhale in relief. They had previously harbored concerns that the teams might shift strategies, potentially depriving them of another thrilling spectacle akin to the first half. Perhaps having acclimatized to each other's attacking rhythm, the intensity of the second half remains high, yet the efficiency of scoring diminishes significantly. By the 65th minute, the score stands at 4-3, with neither side managing to find the net in the prior 20 minutes. However, this balance begins to erode as the match progresses. In the 68th minute of the second half, Xabi Alonso evades his marker and unleashes a swift strike from outside the penalty area, the speed of which overwhelms Navas, leading to a fumbled save. Following closely, Lewandowski capitalizes on the opportunity, scoring before the defending players can intervene, thus altering the score to 5-3. Bayern regains a 2-goal lead, and the aggregate score is once again equalized. At this juncture, Bayern needs merely one more goal to secure their place in the finals. The fans erupt in excitement, for they are tantalizingly close to their goal. This marks the third occasion they have equalized the aggregate score, with the previous two instances thwarted by Lin Quan's goals. Will they falter once more? It seems that the adage of third time's the charm holds true. This time, Bayern does not falter. In the 77th minute, Lahm's long-range shot breaks through Manchester City's defenses for the sixth time, changing the score to 6-3 and the overall score to 6-5. Bayern has, for the first time, surpassed Manchester City in the aggregate score. The ticket to Berlin appears to lie before them, merely awaiting their grasp. In the executive box of the Allianz Arena, several high-ranking officials from Bayern, including club manager Hoeneß, club president Rummenigge, and the honorary president, the football emperor Beckenbauer, release sighs of relief upon witnessing Lahm's goal. At last, victory seems within reach. Manchester City is indeed a tough nut to crack, Hoeneß reflects. Rummenigge and Beckenbauer nod in agreement. Manchester City's stamina has faltered. They could not maintain our tempo, and their inadequate protection of dangerous areas granted us the chance to score from distance. If Guardiola cannot devise a method to restrict our long-range shots outside the penalty area, we should have secured victory in this match. Bayern's offensive prowess is formidable due to their multifaceted approach, blooming from various angles. Inside the box, Lewandowski poses a threat, while Ribery and Alaba flank the wings. And the likes of Müller, Lahm, and Alonso are poised for striking from distance. One must ponder, how can an opponent withstand such a diversified offensive arsenal from Bayern? Guardiola's decision to avoid a purely defensive stance was indeed astute. In the first half, Manchester City effectively weathered Bayern's onslaught, yet ultimately, they fell short. It seems the tickets for the final are destined for us, confidently declared Hoeneß. However, he was soon to be proven wrong. In the 79th minute, Lin Quan once again showcased an extraordinary display of individual brilliance down the flank. He deftly evaded the attempts of Ribery, Alaba, and Thiago with remarkable agility. When confronted by Boateng, Lin Quan executed his signature shoulder feint, causing Boateng to lose his balance and tumble within the penalty area. The Bayern supporters at Allianz Arena were left in stunned silence, as this moment felt eerily familiar. Boateng pondered, why is it always me? Neuer, too preoccupied to attend to his fallen teammate, roared in fury and charged towards Lin Quan. No matter the cost, he had to intercept. Should the ball find its way into the net, all of Bayern's previous efforts would be in vain. As Neuer surged forward, Lin Quan aimed for the goal. Feigning a shot, Neuer, aware of the potential for deception, hesitated, yet the authenticity of Lin Quan's feint was so compelling that he could not afford to gamble, forcing him to extend his arms for a save. Seizing the fleeting moment of Neuer's delay, Lin Quan swiftly maneuvered the ball laterally, evading Neuer's grasp, and sent it into the unguarded net. 64. The aggregate score stood level at 6-6. Lin Quan had netted his third goal of the match, completing yet another hat trick at Allianz Arena. After scoring, he raised his collar and surveyed the surroundings, exuding the aura of an invincible king surveying his domain. Chapter 38. Lin Quan raises his jersey. Manchester City advances to the final. Silence, an eerie silence enveloped the arena. In this moment, Bayern's supporters seemed to have forgotten even the power of speech, each one staring blankly at the field. In their eyes, the figure clad in Manchester City's number 10 jersey loomed larger than life, akin to a celestial being. This sentiment was not confined to ordinary fans. Even the Bayern players on the pitch experienced an overwhelming sense of insurmountable defeat. They had scored 6 goals in this match, a feat worthy of the Champions League semi-finals. Scoring 6 goals at such a prestigious level is no trivial accomplishment. Under any other circumstances, a team that achieved 6 goals in a semi-final would be assured a place in the final. Yet, despite their 6 goals, they faced the grim prospect of elimination. The aggregate score now rested at 6-6, but Manchester City held the advantage with away goals, meaning Bayern must score again to secure their place in the final. With an initial surge of energy, followed by a decline and eventual exhaustion, Bayern had previously attempted 3 times, only to be resolutely thwarted by Manchester City on each occasion. This series of setbacks significantly dampened the morale of the Bayern players. While they were still capable of scoring, they lacked the confidence to withstand the relentless onslaught of their opponents. If they could not contain this formidable adversary, what significance would their goals hold? Jupp Heynckes was not one to remain passive. His team had leveled the aggregate score. Now, They were just one goal away from victory. To concede at this juncture would render their previous 80 minutes of struggle futile. Thus, he decisively made substitutions, bringing on Götze for Müller, Martinez for Schweinsteiger, and Sarek for Long. Clearly, Hanks was prepared to fight to the last breath. As the match approached the 80-minute mark, only a few minutes remained. Regardless of Manchester City's actions, Bayern needed to seize the moment and launch an aggressive assault. A single goal, followed by a staunch defense to preserve their lead in the waning moments, would secure their triumph. However, should they fail to breach Manchester City's defense, they would watch their opponents advance to the final right on their home turf. Bayern exuded a sense of desperation, and Guardiola was equally unyielding. He substituted the fatigued David Silva and Aguero for Navas and Jovetic. Let the battle commence. As the fans witnessed the frantic final substitutions from both teams, excitement surged through the crowd. The tension was palpable. Guardiola and Hanks were both embracing the madness, doubling down in the dying moments. It was a fight for survival. It appeared both teams intended to resolve the match through sheer offensive prowess. In the closing stages, both sides quickened their attacking tempo. Yet the high-intensity play over the past 80 minutes took its toll, with several players displaying noticeable fatigue and increasingly frequent errors. Bayern's physical advantage had long been their crowning jewel, enabling them to triumph over countless opponents in both League and Champions League encounters. As the match neared its conclusion, they anticipated that their rivals' stamina had waned, presenting an opportune moment to capitalize on their own physical superiority and decisively overwhelm the opposition. To their astonishment, however, as they pressed forward, they discovered that Manchester City's resistance had not only remained steadfast, but had intensified. N'Golo Kante, having recently joined Manchester City and featured sparingly, possessed minimal fatigue. At just 24 years of age, he was in the prime of his physical capabilities, endowing him with abundant reserves of energy and remarkable recovery abilities. Like an indefatigable Iron Man, he galloped across the pitch, showing no signs of fatigue even after more than 80 minutes of play. Under his vigilant interceptions, Bayern's central attacks collided with an impenetrable barrier, repeatedly thwarted in their efforts. Kroos and De Bruyne have participated in more matches than Kante, and their stamina reserves are not as robust. However, they are youthful and possess exceptional football intelligence, allowing them to judiciously allocate their energy. Thus, even in the 83rd minute, they can still muster the strength to persevere. As for the recently substituted Navas and Jovetic, having observed the match from the bench for the majority of the game, their fervor had already been ignited. Upon entering the pitch, they surged forth like rabid hounds, relentlessly pressuring the Bayern players. The relentless pressing from Manchester City's forwards, the layered interceptions from their midfield, alongside Kante's impenetrable defense, thwarted Bayern's attempts to threaten City's goal. If the opposition were merely tenacious in defense, it might have been acceptable. The crux of the matter, however, was that their offense was equally formidable. In the 83rd minute, Manchester City intercepted the ball in their own half, and Kroos unleashed an extraordinary long pass exceeding 40 meters. Initially, Bayern's players dismissed this pass, believing there were no opponents in their half, and that the long ball merely ceded possession to Bayern. Yet, to their astonishment, a blue figure raced from City's half, darting across the midfield like a bolt of lightning, sprinting towards the still-falling ball. Who could it be? After playing for over 80 minutes, how could someone possess such abundant energy for such a rapid dash? As they discerned the jersey number, Bayern's players were taken aback. The one pursuing the ball was none other than Manchester City's number 10, Lin Quan, who had expended the most energy on the pitch and was deemed most likely to be fatigued. How was this possible? How could he still possess such vitality? The Bayern fans were equally incredulous, having witnessed Lin Quan's numerous rapid sprints along the flanks throughout the match. Such bursts of speed significantly deplete a player's stamina. Even if the opponent is young and fit, sustaining such exertion until now is an extraordinary feat. How could he still maintain such velocity in the 83rd minute? If it were Messi, he would have been leisurely strolling on the pitch by now. In a lavish residence in Barcelona, the renowned star Messi, watching the match, felt a surge of anxiety as he observed Lin Quan's swift pursuit of the football. What astonishing speed! What terrifying stamina! Having played as a winger himself and possessing a style akin to Lin Quan's, Messi understood the immense toll such a playing style exacts on one's energy. While the world perceives him sauntering on the pitch, rarely participating in defensive efforts, they fail to recognize the explosive energy required to transition from a static to a dynamic state and the subsequent toll on stamina. Moreover, during his dribbling and breakthroughs. The rapid sprints, frequent adjustments of footwork, and physical confrontations with defenders all dramatically deplete energy. No matter how abundant one's stamina, it cannot withstand such demands. Yet, Lin Quan has achieved the extraordinary. This instilled a profound sense of apprehension in Messi. The opponent's technical skills were on par with his own, while their physical resilience and stamina far surpassed his. Moreover, the adversary's consistency in performance and rarity of injuries were notable. 3 years prior, he had considered this individual merely another imitator. However, now, Messi perceived them as an upgraded version of himself, having seemingly perfected all his weaknesses. In facing such a formidable opponent at the pinnacle of his career, Messi felt no fear, only an intense fervor for battle. Lin, it appears we are destined to meet in the finals. This time, I shall not allow the championship to slip from my grasp. Perhaps in a one-on-one scenario. Messi felt his chances were slim. Yet, football was not a solitary contest, but a team endeavor. As long as Barcelona performed collectively better than Manchester City, that would suffice. Intercept him, do not let him receive the ball. Hanks could no longer maintain his usual composure. He leapt from his seat, shouting towards Bayern's defense. Alaba had just advanced to assist, but was now left trailing behind Lin. Gritting his teeth, he exerted every ounce of strength to sprint after Lin. Yet the latter's pace only increased. Alaba felt as if his legs were burdened with lead, and despite his utmost effort, he could not close the gap, but rather was being distanced further. Hearing Hank's command, Martinez swiftly approached Lin. A glance at his retreating teammate made him realize he would likely have to confront Lin alone. As a national teammate of Lin, Martinez understood better than anyone how difficult it was to defend against him when the ball was at his feet. Thus, he resolved not to attempt to dispossess Lin, but rather to commit a foul, willing to accept a yellow card to thwart Manchester City's counterattack. However, Lin seemed to anticipate his intentions. As Martinez charged towards him, Lin executed a seamless combination of receiving, controlling, and passing the ball, deftly flicking it behind Martinez. It was akin to Bale's signature move, passing the ball to his future self 3 seconds ahead. Martinez boasted formidable defensive capabilities. Yet he exhibited a common flaw of tall players, a sluggish turning speed. Although not as egregious as the cumbersome rotation of a battleship, his agility paled in comparison to Lin's nimble stature. Moreover, Lin faced the goal while Martinez was turned away from it. Consequently, Lin did not need to pivot or even slow down. After completing his triad of actions, he swiftly maneuvered around the sideline. In the first second, Lin and Martinez were neck and neck. In the second second, Lin surged ahead by a stride. By the third second, Lin had fully surpassed Martinez, establishing a half-meter lead. As Martinez turned, he attempted to shove Lin with his arm, yet failed to unseat him, merely pushing Lin out of bounds. Lin's physical resilience exceeded Martinez's expectations. When had this young man become so formidable? He was far tougher than during their previous encounters. Even at the periphery of the field, slightly distanced from the heart of the game, Lin Quan managed to outpace the football ahead of Martinez. Unrelenting, Martinez pursued him fiercely from behind. The two surged into the penalty area, and at that moment, Neuer dashed out of his goal, intending to collaborate with his teammates to completely thwart Lin Quan's shooting angle. Yet, in the midst of his sprint, Lin Quan executed a deft shot from a narrow angle. The ball found its mark, slipping precisely through Neuer's legs. While Neuer guarded the center, he failed to protect his vulnerable underbelly. The score of the match was transformed to 6-5, with the aggregate score altered to 7-6, allowing Manchester City to reclaim the lead. Lin Quan celebrated his 4th goal of the match, achieving a magnificent quartet at the Allianz Arena. In that exhilarating moment, he dashed towards the Manchester City supporters in the stands, stripped off his jersey, and proudly raised it high, showcasing the prominent number 10 emblazoned upon it. The number 10 jersey symbolizes the very soul and nucleus of the team. The Manchester City fans, momentarily taken aback, erupted into a fervor. Despite the sparse turnout of City supporters at the venue, their cheers reverberated throughout the stadium. Meanwhile, the Bayern fans fell into a profound silence. They simply could not believe their eyes. Their team was on the brink of defeat, and to add insult to injury, it was at home that they had conceded 4 goals to the same player. This was the Allianz Arena. When had Bayern ever endured such a humiliating disgrace? A cacophony of boos filled the air, predominantly directed at Lin Quan. Had it not been for the security personnel, the fans might have stormed the field, eager to physically confront him and silence his exuberance. Lin Quan, undeterred by the brewing hostility from the Bayern supporters, focused solely on the Manchester City fans. He was confident that should the Bayern fans act out, the City supporters would undoubtedly defend him. However, before he could revel in the moment for too long, his teammates rushed in, unceremoniously tackling him to the ground, engulfing him in a frenzied celebration. On the sidelines, Guardiola appeared almost ecstatic, racing onto the pitch in a jubilant slide. Afterward, disheveled in his soiled suit, he disregarded his image and leaped onto the pile of players in euphoric delight. His joy was uncontainable. Though he professed indifference, he was deeply invested in this match of vindication. Now, his team had triumphed over his former club in a direct confrontation, proving their worth. Manchester City had essentially secured a spot in the final, and should he lead them to defend their Champions League title, he would finally emerge from the shadow of Barcelona. No longer would anyone dare claim that Guardiola's success was merely a byproduct of his association with Barcelona. Witnessing the opposing players and coaches celebrating wildly on their home turf, Bayern's fans were engulfed in a mix of anger and confusion. As the vibrant crimson numbers on the scoreboard flashed, countless Bayern fans felt a wave of despondency wash over them. Must it truly end here? No. Surrender is not an option. We are the indomitable Bayern. Within the Allianz Arena, a few souls began to sing the club's anthem, Forever First. Initially, only a handful joined in, but soon their voices coalesced into a powerful chorus. Ultimately, the entire stadium resonated with the jubilant melody. A long road lies ahead. We wish to start anew. The match is arduous. We stand united through adversity. Victory is our sole reward. Bayern Munich, forever first. Inspired by the fervent singing of the fans, the Bayern players gradually emerged from their gloom. Their gazes became resolute, dispelling confusion and hesitation. Better to stand and face death than to kneel and live. Guardiola, astonished that the opponent's spirit remained unbroken, swiftly made substitutions following the celebrations, replacing De Bruyne with Fernandinho, a clear intent to bolster defense. Observing this, Bayern surged forward with renewed vigor, launching a fierce assault on Manchester City. However, City, opting for caution, tightened their formation significantly in the closing moments. Guardiola's defensive drills from days prior proved invaluable, yielding results at a crucial juncture. Despite Bayern's relentless offensive efforts, they were repeatedly thwarted by Manchester City. Lin Quan's few forays into enemy territory also posed considerable threats. As time trickled away, the match concluded with a whistle from referee Clattenburg. Bayern triumphed at home with a score of 6-5 against Manchester City, yet succumbed overall with a total score of 6-7. Thus halting their journey in the semi-finals. This marked Bayern's fourth consecutive appearance in the Champions League's Final Four, with 2 reaching the finals and 1 clinching the title. Indeed, a team of royal caliber, Bayern's Champions League record is dauntingly impressive. Meanwhile, for Manchester City, this marked their second consecutive journey to the finals. They are poised to potentially become the first team to defend their Champions League title since the tournament's restructuring. Compared to last year's defeat against Atletico Madrid, Bayern at least secured a victory this time. Overall, it signifies progress. However, being eliminated in such a manner will undoubtedly leave Bayern's fans with lingering discontent for many years to come. Should Manchester City ultimately seize the title, this discontent will surely be magnified. End of chapter 39, the clash of the century. Final opponents revealed. The epic confrontation between Manchester City and Bayern at the Allianz Arena sent shockwaves through the footballing world. The two teams collectively netted 11 goals in a single match, shattering historical records in the Champions League. Since the tournament's revamp, there had never been a semi-final with double-digit goals until this encounter. Following the match, the football community buzzed with excitement, and major media outlets clamored to report on the event, with some even dubbing it the clash of the century. It is noteworthy that the title century battle previously referred specifically to the Spanish El Clásico between Real Madrid and Barcelona. However, the clash between Manchester City and Bayern Munich was equally intense and ferocious, if not more so than the Spanish derby. The fervor displayed by these two teams was unprecedented. In my over 2 decades of watching football, I have never witnessed such a thrilling encounter. With a staggering total of 11 goals in one match, it might lead one to think they were observing a lower-tier league. Even in the Chinese Super League, such a scoreline is virtually unheard of. While it might be somewhat implausible for Guangzhou Evergrande to score 6 goals, it is not entirely impossible. Yet, which team could possibly net 5 goals against Evergrande? I recall a few years back when Real Madrid played a friendly match against Evergrande. The score was 6-1. However, I must clarify that I am referring to Chinese Super League teams. Clubs like Real Madrid belong to a completely different echelon. Both Bayern and Manchester City are not known for their defensive frailties, as they have conceded few goals in their respective leagues and the Champions League. Yet in this match, both teams shattered their season's records for goals conceded. It has been ages since any team has scored 5 goals at the Allianz Arena. And the same holds true for Manchester City. Since the Abu Dhabi group took over, it has been many years since they have been on the receiving end of 6 goals. The appearance of such a riveting match in the semi-finals left many fans lamenting. How could such a contest not be the final? We're at the final. It might have rivaled the Istanbul Miracle, potentially becoming one of the most exhilarating finals in history. However, had it been the final, it is likely that both teams would have played more conservatively. The number of goals scored might not even reach a third of this tally. Following the match, while acknowledging Manchester City's prowess, one could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy for Bayern. They valiantly equalized on multiple occasions and even briefly took the lead, only to ultimately fall short. With their caliber, Bayern could have easily reached the final. Unfortunately, they faced a formidable Manchester City. Had Bayern not encountered City, one wonders what their chances would be against Real Madrid or Barcelona. The 4 teams that reached the semi-finals this year are extraordinarily strong. 3 of the top clubs in football and the reigning champions from the previous season. The outcome of such a matchup is nearly impossible to predict before the conclusion of the matches. In a similar vein, despite Real Madrid suffering a 0-3 defeat away from home, no one dares to assert that they will be eliminated. Their ability to advance to the final will depend on the strength of their resurgence upon returning to the Bernabeu. The match between Manchester City and Bayern took place a day before the clash between Barcelona and Real Madrid, allowing City to observe the unfolding drama. Of course, with over half a month remaining until the Champions League final, the timing of these matches ultimately holds little significance. As the UEFA Champions League final approaches, the major European leagues have largely concluded, allowing both finalists ample time to recuperate and adjust their form to face the impending clash in optimal condition. Manchester City did not linger long in Munich, opting to return to Manchester by plane that very night. With their Champions League match behind them, they could now focus their energies on the league. With 10 days remaining until the conclusion of the Premier League, Manchester City has 2 matches left to play. Should they secure victories in these final 2 encounters, they would triumph over Chelsea and reclaim the league title, after relinquishing the League Cup and the FA Cup this year. Failing to capture the Premier League trophy would leave them empty-handed in the league. This context underscores Guardiola's profound respect for this championship. Taking a day off, Guardiola urged his players to rest well and avoid indulgences. While he would not intrude upon their private lives, he warned that any player exhibiting poor form on the pitch would be substituted without hesitation. Upon disembarking from the plane, Guardiola disbanded the team and granted them a day off, though with only 2 days remaining before the penultimate round of the Premier League. This concession was already a significant allowance. The players, aware of the tight schedule, had not anticipated a break and were pleasantly surprised by Guardiola's understanding nature. They eagerly pledged to rest properly and refrain from revelry. Guardiola remained somewhat skeptical of their assurances, recalling how he had witnessed Ronaldinho's decline during his tenure at Barcelona. Young, wealthy players often struggle against the temptations of a lavish lifestyle. Fortunately, he had not observed any such lack of discipline in Lin Quan, which pleased Guardiola greatly. Despite the day off, Guardiola, a workaholic, could hardly remain idle. Early the next morning, he prepared to drive to the airport, intending to catch the earliest flight to Madrid to attend the match between Barcelona and Real Madrid. Lin Quan had the same intention, prompting Guardiola to change his ticket to accompany him. Upon arriving in Madrid, they were immediately enveloped by the fervent atmosphere of a historic rivalry. The streets were adorned with numerous Champions League posters and portraits of Real Madrid players. Additionally, throngs of fans donned Real Madrid jerseys, with only a smattering of Barcelona supporters visible. However, the presence of Barcelona fans in Madrid was unwelcome. Their appearance often provoked assaults from Real Madrid supporters. The animosity between the 2 teams has deep roots, evolving into a fierce rivalry. The rise of Catalan separatism in recent years has further imbued these encounters with political significance, exacerbating tensions between the fan bases. It was not uncommon to witness groups of Real Madrid fans attacking Barcelona supporters on the streets, keeping the police in Madrid exceedingly busy. How could these individuals resort to violence? Upon witnessing the assault on Barcelona supporters, Guardiola could not suppress a frown. Although he had long departed from the club, his two-decade tenure at Barcelona had forged an enduring bond. Lin Quan casually glanced over and faintly heard the Barcelona fans mocking their Real Madrid counterparts about the latter's recent defeat, with some even referencing the infamous 5-0 match, audaciously taunting the Real Madrid fans. Observing this scene, Lin Quan's lips twitched slightly, silently remarking that one should not court disaster. Clad in a Barcelona jersey so brazenly within the territory of Real Madrid and provoking a crowd of ardent supporters was a perilous endeavor. Not just the bitter rivals from Madrid, but fans from any other club might well resort to violence. The enmity between the two clubs is well known, and altercations among their fans outside the stadium are not uncommon. Surely, Lin Quan, having grown up in Barcelona, had witnessed such skirmishes on countless occasions whenever Real Madrid visited Camp Nou. This animosity is not confined to Spain alone. Globally, the relationship between the supporters of these two teams remains fraught with tension. Lin Quan recalled a news story from 2013, wherein, in a war-torn nation in the Middle East, a conflict erupted between a Barcelona supporter and his Real Madrid friend, culminating tragically in the latter's death, with the assailant even displaying the severed head publicly, which caused a significant uproar. Guardiola, wishing to assist, reached out through connections to the Spanish Football Federation, urging them to ensure the safety of the Barcelona fans. However, his capacity to intervene was limited. On May 14, 2015, at the Santiago Bernabéu Stadium, yet another epic clash between Real Madrid and Barcelona commenced. The last encounter in the UEFA Champions League had occurred during the semi-finals of the 2010-2011 season, where Real Madrid had suffered a 0-2 defeat at home, relinquishing their chance to contest the final and witnessing their rivals lift the illustrious trophy once more. This loss had left the Madrid supporters profoundly disheartened. Had they advanced to the final, given their formidable lineup, they would have had a significant chance of overcoming Manchester United, potentially realizing their dream of securing the 10th Champions League title. Alas, there are no what-ifs in history. Now, for years later, the two teams found themselves face-to-face once again in the semi-finals of the Champions League. This time, Real Madrid's situation appeared dire. They had suffered a clean 0-3 defeat in the first leg, placing immense pressure on their offense. To advance, they needed to score at least 3 goals while ensuring that their rivals remained scoreless. A single goal from Barcelona would spell their elimination. In a bid to secure an early goal, Real Madrid launched a vigorous offensive right from the outset. Stars like Bale, Ronaldo, Benzema, Isco, and Rodriguez were all deployed by Ancelotti. Barcelona, undaunted, fielded their strongest lineup as well, with Messi, Neymar, and Suarez all starting. In the midfield, Rakitic has taken over the starting position previously held by Xavi, perhaps drawing inspiration from the match at the Allianz Stadium the day before. Real Madrid focused their offensive efforts on the flanks, particularly on the side of Bale. Bale, living up to expectations, repeatedly challenged the opponent's defense with his remarkable speed. In the 13th minute of the match, Real Madrid seized an opportunity to execute a swift counterattack. Bale broke through and passed the ball to Benzema, who then returned it to Cristiano Ronaldo. The star of Real Madrid struck the ball fiercely, effortlessly altering the score to 1-0. Following the goal, Ronaldo appeared exuberantly animated, rushing to the sidelines to perform his signature SIU celebration. The fans present responded with enthusiastic applause and cheers. However, while Ronaldo was busy celebrating, the veteran goalkeeper Iker Casillas did not join in the festivities. Instead, he sprinted toward the Barcelona goal to retrieve the ball and placed it back at the kickoff point, urging his teammates to prepare for the restart. They had only managed to recover 1 goal, still trailing by 2. Time was precious, and they could not afford to squander it before equalizing or even taking the lead. The swift goal at the outset instilled hope for victory among Real Madrid supporters. The difference between a 3-goal gap and a 2-goal gap felt entirely distinct. If they could muster another goal in the first half, narrowing the deficit to a single goal, the prospect of overturning Barcelona at home would no longer seem unattainable. However, just as Real Madrid prepared to continue their offensive onslaught against Barcelona's defenses, a counterattack from Barcelona ensued. Although this was the Bernabéu, Real Madrid's home ground, Barcelona had visited here countless times and were no longer intimidated by their opponent's home advantage. Despite Real Madrid's formidable offensive power, was Barcelona truly weak? Under Enrique's management, This Barcelona side did not boast exceptional defensive capabilities. Rather, it was their terrifying attacking prowess that stood out. The MSN trio of the 2014 to 2015 season could indeed be considered the most fearsome attacking trio in the footballing world that season, when they began to unleash their potential. Even a strong team like Real Madrid found it challenging to withstand. In the 19th minute, Messi executed his signature personal breakthrough to create a scoring opportunity. The Argentine generously passed to his teammate, Suarez, who demonstrated the qualities of a top-tier striker, taking a half-step adjustment before confidently sending the ball into the net. The score was now 1-1. Barcelona had equalized in a mere 6 minutes. This was precisely the outcome Real Madrid dreaded. For the opponent's goal not only nullified their earlier advantage, but also widened the gap between the two teams. As this was an away goal for Barcelona, it meant that Real Madrid would need to score at least 4 more goals in the remainder of the match to advance to the final. Scoring 5 goals against Barcelona in a single match, was that truly feasible? The daunting deficit caused the mindset of Real Madrid's players to shift towards urgency. Eager to score and reduce the gap, their impatience, however, allowed Barcelona to seize the opportunity. In the 29th minute, Barcelona executed their strategy once more, with Messi orchestrating the attack and assisting Neymar for another goal. The score transformed into 12 as Barcelona overturned Real Madrid, altering the aggregate score to 51. For Real Madrid to emerge victorious, they would need to score 5 goals within the ensuing 60 minutes, a feat that seemed nearly impossible, even for a team as formidable as Real Madrid. Despite Ancelotti's timely adjustments, and both Cristiano Ronaldo and Gareth Bale finding the net in the second half, Real Madrid still failed to conjure a miracle. When the final whistle blew, the score was firmly established at 32, leading to Real Madrid's ultimate defeat with an aggregate score of 53 against Barcelona, thus missing out on a place in the finals. Consequently, the teams for the 2014 to 2015 UEFA Champions League final were determined. On June 7th, this season's final will be contested between Manchester City and Barcelona at the Olympic Stadium in Berlin. Chapter complete. Chapter 40. Defending the league title, turmoil in European football. The epic clash has concluded, with Barcelona advancing to the finals. Once again, Ancelotti faces the prospect of being dismissed for failing to secure the coveted trophy. Barcelona versus Manchester City. Who will claim the Champions League crown? Can Barcelona exact their revenge in the final? The battle atop the football hierarchy. A showdown between Lin Quan and Messi for the title of the current best in the sport. This marks Guardiola's first encounter with Barcelona since leaving the club, potentially sealing the fate of the era he once established. Following Barcelona's triumph over Real Madrid and their progression to the finals, major media outlets promptly reported on the event. For the public, this year's final promises to be a spectacle filled with intrigue. For Barcelona, it represents a quest for vengeance. As they were eliminated by Manchester City last year, this time, they are determined to rectify that injustice and seek retribution on the grand stage of the Champions League final. For Manchester City, this is their prime opportunity to shatter records and defend their Champions League title. For Guardiola, it is the first time he faces Barcelona in European competition since his departure. For Lin Quan and Messi, this serves as an exceptional platform to determine who truly reigns as the foremost figure in contemporary football. The multitude of captivating narratives surrounding this match has already generated immense anticipation, with ticket prices soaring into the stratosphere due to rampant speculation. Even with prices several times higher than face value, securing a ticket remains an arduous task. Supporters of both teams have engaged in spirited banter both online and offline. Our Barcelona fears nothing and will undoubtedly sweep aside the City youngsters. The MSN trio is invincible. Manchester City, prepare for your demise. I foresee Barcelona claiming this year's Champions League title. That fellow named Lin dares to challenge Messi? In the final, he will come to realize the vast chasm between himself and Messi. Fresh from their victory over Real Madrid, Barcelona's fans brimmed with confidence and arrogance, believing their team to be invincible and that defeating Manchester City would be a mere formality. In recent years, Barcelona has excelled in both domestic and European competitions, bolstered by the presence of a superstar like Messi, which has garnered them a vast following worldwide. As for Manchester City, although their performance in recent years has soared to astonishing heights, capturing the attention of the world, their rise has been relatively brief, and their foundational depth pales in comparison to the elite footballing giants. Consequently, there exists a significant disparity in fan numbers between them and Barcelona. This disparity results in a predominance of voices supporting Barcelona, both online and in reality, overshadowing those who rally behind Manchester City. Nonetheless, a devoted faction of Manchester City supporters steadfastly champions their team, vociferously declaring, "Do Barcelona fans truly believe their team is invincible? Have you forgotten who triumphed over Barcelona in both home and away matches last year? The vanquished dare to bark here, while others may fear Barcelona. We at Manchester City do not. You boast of Messi, yet we have the illustrious Lin Quan. I concede Messi's prowess, but Lin Quan is certainly his equal, if not superior. Manchester City boasts not only Lin Quan, but also Guardiola, the architect of the famed Dream Team. No one comprehends the intricacies of possession-based football better than he, nor understands Barcelona more thoroughly. With him at the helm, there are no secrets left for Barcelona to exploit. Manchester City's fans ardently defend their position, acknowledging that Barcelona has recently bested Real Madrid, showcasing formidable strength. However, Manchester City is no pushover in their previous encounter with Bayern. One must ask, aside from Manchester City, who could withstand the pressure at the Allianz Arena? The fans of both teams find themselves in an impasse, their reasoned debates devolving into a cacophony of insults, wherein the victor is determined by sheer numbers and volume. It is undeniable that Manchester City's fanbase falls short of Barcelona's, rendering them overshadowed by their rivals. Neutral fans show little interest in the squabbles between the two factions. Yet with over half a month remaining until the final, some knowledgeable individuals have taken it upon themselves to present the recent statistics of both teams in the league and the Champions League. Upon reviewing these figures, the onlookers were left in awe. Barcelona's offensive capabilities this season are indeed terrifying, having scored a staggering 107 goals in La Liga, averaging nearly 3 goals per match. Securing the top position. Since acquiring Suarez, Barcelona's attacking prowess has surged dramatically. The potency of the MSN trio has been validated countless times in La Liga. However, Real Madrid's BBC is no slouch either. After 36 rounds, they too have netted 107 goals, making the offensive exchanges between the two teams remarkably equal. Yet, the disparity in goals conceded is substantial. To date, Barcelona has only allowed 19 goals, whereas Real Madrid has conceded 34. This nearly doubled number of goals conceded places Real Madrid 4 points behind Barcelona, dimming their hopes of claiming the league title. Some assert that even a dog could coach Barcelona to victory with the MSN combination at their disposal. Such a statement seems rather presumptuous. If it were indeed as simple, Barcelona's goals conceded would not be so minimal. Just as many marvel at Barcelona's formidable attacking force, updates from Manchester City reveal startling figures. I was taken aback, believing Barcelona's 107 goals to be terrifying enough, only to discover that there exists another team capable of surpassing them. As the onlookers focused their attention, they were astonished to discover that Manchester City had quietly amassed an impressive tally of 112 goals in the league. This translates to an astonishing average of 3.11 goals per match, a figure that not only surpasses that of Barcelona but also stands unrivaled across Europe. It is no wonder that Guardiola felt emboldened to engage in a fierce contest at the Allianz Arena against Bayern. After all, Manchester City's offensive prowess is indeed formidable. However, in terms of goals conceded, Manchester City does not fare as well as Barcelona. Up to this point in the season, City has allowed 32 goals, significantly more than Barcelona's 19. Despite conceding a greater number of goals, this outcome is somewhat expected given the intensity of the Premier League. Indeed, La Liga features only a couple of elite teams, with Barcelona facing considerable challenges primarily against Real Madrid and Atletico Madrid. Against other opponents, as long as they avoid errors, they can typically secure victories. Conversely, Manchester City contends with a multitude of formidable rivals in the Premier League, including Manchester United, Chelsea, Arsenal, and Liverpool, facing elite teams in 8 matches each season, effectively doubling Barcelona's encounters. Additionally, the Premier League lacks a winter break, with the Christmas period necessitating a rapid pace of play, rendering a higher number of conceded goals somewhat justifiable. Of course, the circumstances of the two leagues differ, making absolute objectivity in this analysis impossible. Statistically, one might say the two teams are evenly matched. However, in terms of squad composition, Manchester City appears to be slightly inferior in terms of top-tier stars compared to Barcelona. Indeed, Barcelona's lineup is stronger overall, While Lin and Messi are of comparable caliber, De Bruyne does not quite measure up to Iniesta. The competition between Suarez and Aguero is fairly even, yet Aguero's recent injury troubles have led to a noticeable decline in his performance relative to Suarez, considering his current condition. Aguero might be deemed half a tier below Suarez. Regarding Neymar, it is true that while David Silva is impressive, the gap in quality between him and Neymar is quite pronounced, with Neymar clearly superior by half a tier. This comparative analysis reveals that Barcelona boasts a significantly stronger attacking front than Manchester City, as their forward line is arguably the most formidable combination in contemporary football. What are the midfield and defense? In the holding midfield role, Kroos currently surpasses Xavi, yet Kanté and Fernandinho do not quite match the caliber of Busquets and Rakitic. I must express a differing opinion. Despite Kanté's origins in lower leagues and his modest valuation, I believe his potential far exceeds expectations, and in due time, he will undoubtedly emerge as a top-tier star. Guardiola's reluctance to utilize Yaya Touré means that the holding midfield position could, at best, achieve a tenuous parity. As for the defensive line and goalkeeper, both teams appear evenly matched, with Van Dijk demonstrating commendable form this season and potentially evolving into a top defender in the future. When all factors are considered, the disparity in strength between the two teams is minimal. Overall, Barcelona enjoys a slight advantage in the attacking phase. Yet when evaluating the team as a whole, this advantage is not overwhelmingly significant. Moreover, some have pointed out that equating Lin and Messi simply because both are superstars is rather presumptuous. Nevertheless, this opinion was largely disregarded, quickly drowned out by the tide of prevailing sentiments. Engaging in theoretical discussions based solely on data sheets is ultimately just that, mere conjecture. Numerous factors influence a team's combat effectiveness, including injuries, stamina, and the player's current form. To truly grasp the authentic strength of both teams, the most effective approach is to purchase a ticket and observe the match live at the stadium. Both Barcelona and Manchester City adhere to this principle. As La Liga and the Premier League progress into their 37th round, with the next round of matches imminent, both teams are keen to seize this invaluable opportunity for gathering data and intelligence. Upon learning who their opponents will be in the finals, Guardiola and Enrique promptly dispatched scouts to gather insights on the rival team. In comparison to La Liga, the Premier League's approach to fair competition appears rather disorganized. While both leagues are in the throes of a championship race, La Liga has arranged all 10 matches of this round to occur simultaneously on the same day to ensure fairness. In stark contrast, the Premier League, in pursuit of viewership and maximizing broadcasting revenues, has staggered the matches over 4 days and 6 time slots. This strategy allows television networks to broadcast different matches over several days, showcasing their remarkable commercial acumen. Indeed, the Premier League stands fundamentally apart from other leagues. While other leagues strive for championship glory, the Premier League seems primarily focused on financial gain. Both Chelsea and Manchester City harbor hopes of clinching the league title. And in this context, it is quite peculiar that their matches are not scheduled concurrently. Such a situation likely exists only within the Premier League. If Manchester City plays first and wins, Chelsea would face immense pressure in their subsequent match. Conversely, should City falter, Chelsea's players would find themselves in a position of unexpected advantage. Manchester City's match is slated for May 17th, while Chelsea's is set for May 18th, leaving a day in between. This scheduling imposes considerable pressure on both teams, particularly on City, who will take the field first. Their opponent is a mid-table team with little to lose, making them manageable in the final stages of the league. A focused performance could secure a victory and the championship. Currently, Manchester City leads Chelsea by 2 points. Should they triumph over Swansea, a draw in their final match would suffice for them to claim the title, given their substantial goal difference. However, this hinges on their ability to win this crucial match. The external expectation was that Guardiola would field his strongest lineup for such an important encounter. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, he opted to deploy a significant number of substitutes and rotations against Swansea. Players like Yaya Touré, Milner, Navas, Lampard, Jovetic, and Demichelis received starting opportunities. Notably, Yaya Touré has seldom featured in City's starting 11 since Guardiola's arrival, partly due to his extended absence for the Africa Cup of Nations. Another significant reason lies in the fact that Yaya Touré does not belong to the category of players preferred by Guardiola. During his tenure at Barcelona, Guardiola opted to purge Touré to facilitate Sergio Busquets' rise. Now, At Manchester City, he has once again chosen not to reinstate Touré, which has left the latter quite disgruntled. He has made it clear that if Guardiola does not assure him of a starting position, he will seek to part ways with the club during the summer transfer window. In response, Guardiola has shown no inclination to retain him. Under Guardiola, Touré finds himself relegated to a role alongside Frank Lampard as a substitute and rotation player. Lampard, at 36 years of age, is content to play a supporting role, given that his current fitness and form do not support a starting position. However, relegating Touré to the bench seems excessively harsh. At just 32 years old, Touré remains in his prime and could easily perform for another 2 to 3 years. Should he wish to remain at Manchester City for a tranquil conclusion to his career, Guardiola would not oppose his staying. Conversely, if Touré desires to leave, it would be prudent to allow him to do so while he is still at the pinnacle of his abilities, enabling him to negotiate a lucrative contract with a new club, which would benefit both parties. After their frank discussion, Touré anticipated being consigned to the sidelines for the remainder of the season. However, to his surprise, Guardiola reinstated him to the starting lineup. This unexpected turn of events filled Touré with immense excitement. Eager to seize the opportunity, he was determined to showcase his talents on the pitch, hoping to impress potential future suitors and demonstrate his worth. It is not that Yaya Touré lacks strength. Rather, it is Guardiola's inability to utilize him effectively. Touré's perseverance soon bore fruit when, in the 21st minute of the first half, he scored with a long-range shot, altering the scoreline to 1-0. 10 minutes later, Milner capitalized on a swift counterattack to net another goal. Just after the second half commenced, Lampard scored the third goal, effectively securing the victory. Guardiola subsequently made substitutions to allow some of the younger players to gain experience. The opposing team seized this opportunity to recover 2 goals, momentarily injecting suspense back into the match. In a critical moment, Touré emerged once more, scoring again and solidifying the score at 4-2. Ultimately, Manchester City triumphed without undue alarm, maintaining their position at the top of the standings and temporarily increasing their lead to 5 points. The pressure now shifted to Chelsea. The following day, Chelsea faced West Bromwich Albion. Perhaps the previous day's victory by Manchester City had intensified the pressure on Chelsea's players, leading to a lackluster performance riddled with errors. Merely 9 minutes into the match, West Bromwich Albion, playing on home turf, took the lead. In response to falling behind, Chelsea's players exhibited palpable impatience. With Diego Costa and Cesc Fabregas committing frequent fouls, the latter received a red card in the 29th minute, leaving the field. This unfortunate turn of events left Chelsea, already trailing in the score, further disadvantaged by being reduced to 10 men, plunging their situation into further disarray. West Bromwich seized the opportunity to launch a vigorous offensive, scoring twice in the 47th and 60th minutes, thereby solidifying the score at 3-0. Ultimately, Chelsea, playing away, succumbed to West Bromwich with a scoreline of 0-3, thus completely forfeiting their chances at the Premier League title. Consequently, Manchester City clinched the championship a round early, successfully defending their title. Regrettably, their matches had already concluded, preventing them from lifting the trophy prematurely. However, the final round of matches was set to take place at Manchester City's home ground, making the prospect of celebrating the championship on familiar turf seem even more enticing. Following the conclusion of this match, Abramovich, unable to tolerate Mourinho's shortcomings any longer, promptly announced the dismissal of the Portuguese manager. Mourinho's second tenure at Chelsea fell far short of his expectations for success. Every season's end inevitably witnesses a plethora of managerial casualties. Mourinho was not the first to be dismissed. Prior to him, Ancelotti, who managed Real Madrid, had already been relieved of his duties by Florentino Perez. In addition to these two esteemed coaches, Dortmund's manager Klopp also confirmed his departure, including Van Gaal, who was widely believed to be on the brink of dismissal at Manchester United. This summer is poised to see at least 4 prominent managers temporarily unemployed. This situation presents a remarkable opportunity for clubs eager to secure a high-caliber coach. In a swift response, teams like Paris Saint-Germain, Liverpool, and Manchester United, all grappling with a lack of quality coaching, began to engage with these renowned managers, seeking to invite them to helm their squads. Furthermore, elite clubs such as Chelsea and Real Madrid, having parted ways with their coaches, also seek new leadership. Real Madrid opted to place their trust in Zinedine Zidane, promoting him from the reserve team to serve as interim head coach for the first team. Florentino intended to evaluate Zidane's performance over the next 2 matches, contemplating that if he excelled and no superior coaching options emerged that summer, Zidane would likely take the reins for the next season. As for Chelsea, they dismissed Ancelotti and showed little interest in Van Gaal. Like Liverpool, they were keen on securing Klopp, whose youthful dynamism presents immense appeal for both clubs in need of rebuilding. Having elevated a less illustrious Dortmund, one could only imagine the heights he might achieve with prestigious clubs such as Liverpool and Chelsea. Meanwhile, Manchester United set their sights on Mourinho, previously dismissed by Chelsea. Chelsea's performance this season was commendable, and Mourinho had long since proven himself in the top leagues and the Champions League. More importantly, he garnered the endorsement of Ferguson. Eager to enhance their own performance, Manchester United hesitated to gamble on the potential of a young coach like Klopp, opting instead for the more seasoned Mourinho. Such drastic shifts in managerial positions are bound to trigger a flurry of transactions in the transfer market. This summer, the football world is destined to be anything but tranquil. End of chapter 41. Defending the Premier League title and the initial encounter with James, transitional chapter. May 24th marked the commencement of the final round of the Premier League. In this round of matches, Manchester City faced the challenge of Southampton at their home ground. Following Chelsea's unexpected defeat to West Bromwich Albion in the previous match, Manchester City secured the championship title a round early. Consequently, prior to the match, officials from the FA brought the league trophy to the Etihad Stadium, preparing to present it to Manchester City at the conclusion of the game. In essence, the outcome of this match would not alter their triumphant status, regardless of their performance. Therefore, Guardiola continued to rotate his key players, fielding a significant number of substitutes and rotational players. Notably, veterans Yaya Touré, Frank Lampard, and Martin de Michelis, who are set to depart the club, retained their positions in the starting lineup. Super Frank Lampard continued his splendid form, opening the scoring in the 38th minute of the first half, thus giving Manchester City the lead. In the second half, substitute Sergio Aguero added a second goal in the 88th minute, culminating in a 2-0 victory for Manchester City at home, thereby bringing the season to a perfect conclusion. After the match, the staff on-site swiftly commenced preparations for the award ceremony, erecting the podium for the upcoming presentation. As Manchester City's players donned their new jerseys and reappeared on the pitch, the podium was nearly complete. FA officials, armed with the trophy, awaited at the podium, smiling as they shook hands with the City players who lined up to receive their accolades. This marked Manchester City's 3rd Premier League title since their miraculous first championship in the 2011-2012 season. They have quietly amassed 3 Premier League titles over the past 4 years. Remarkably, even in the year they did not clinch the title, they finished as runners-up. Such outstanding achievements have illuminated the rise of a new powerhouse in football, one that may well dominate the Premier League akin to the legendary Manchester United. However, unbeknownst to outsiders, Manchester City's ambitions extend far beyond merely securing a league title. Their aspirations are to ascend to the heights of European football, joining the ranks of illustrious clubs like Real Madrid, Barcelona, and Bayern Munich. To realize this goal, mere league triumphs will not suffice. They must also secure multiple Champions League titles. Meanwhile, as Manchester City celebrated their league championship at home, traditional powerhouses in the Premier League faced tumultuous times. At the Britannia Stadium in Stoke City, after the match concluded, Liverpool's legendary captain Steven Gerrard, who had devoted nearly 2 decades to the club, sighed as he gazed at the scoreline frozen at a stark 6-1. This was his final match donning the iconic red jersey for Liverpool. He had hoped to bid farewell with a victory, but the disheartened Liverpool squad collapsed in the first half. From the 22nd minute, when the opposition scored their first goal, Stoke City netted 5 goals by the end of the first half, leaving the entire Liverpool team in disarray. Although Liverpool mounted a counterattack in the second half, with Gerrard himself scoring a goal, their efforts proved futile. In the final moments of the match, as Peter Crouch's header once again breached Liverpool's defenses, Steven Gerrard's farewell appearance for Liverpool morphed into a tragic spectacle, evoking a sense of melancholy. At the Emirates Stadium, another once mighty club, Arsenal, concluded their match with manager Arsene Wenger, exhilarated, clenching his fists and vigorously waving in celebration. Theo Walcott erupted in brilliance, delivering a hat-trick in the first half and showcasing his extraordinary talent. Alongside Walcott, the contributions of players like Jack Wilshere were commendable as well. With this victory, Arsenal secured 3rd place in the league, successfully maintaining their status in the top 4, and even improving their ranking, thus avoiding the need to compete in the Champions League qualifiers next year. Furthermore, Wenger's excitement soared as they were soon to compete in the FA Cup final at Wembley Stadium. With heavyweights like Manchester City, Chelsea, and Manchester United eliminated, their opponent would be the comparatively weaker Aston Villa. This represented Arsenal's finest opportunity in 11 years. A triumph over Aston Villa would finally end their long-standing trophy drought. Wenger could almost envision the FA Cup trophy beckoning him, stirring a whirlwind of exhilaration and anticipation. Meanwhile, at Hull City's home ground, Manchester United, who had invested heavily in signings at the season's outset, concluded their campaign with a chaotic and disappointing performance. Initially proclaiming their intent to avenge themselves against Manchester City and reclaim the Premier League title, they ultimately settled for a fourth-place finish. While this marked a slight improvement over the previous year, allowing them to qualify for next season's Champions League, the exorbitant expenditures on new players for such a modest outcome left much to be desired. Angel Di Maria, who joined the team for a staggering transfer fee of $75 million, faced the brunt of criticism for his dismal performance. Substituted after merely 23 minutes on the pitch, the dreary, damp British weather and the Premier League's physicality severely hampered his form. Regret filled Di Maria's heart. He lamented his decision to join Manchester United. After a year spent languishing at the club, he found himself yearning for his days in Madrid. Resolute in his determination, Di Maria resolved to submit a transfer request to leave Manchester United, willing to consider any offers from clubs outside the Premier League. He was not alone in his desire to depart. Post-match, Manchester United's board hastily announced the dismissal of Louis van Gaal, instructing the Dutchman to pack his belongings. Following Van Gaal's exit, the club swiftly extended an invitation to Jose Mourinho. The unemployed Mourinho, without hesitation, accepted the offer, and a contract was promptly signed. Perhaps no one could have foreseen that the man who once fiercely contested with Sir Alex Ferguson would one day take the helm at Old Trafford, becoming Manchester United's manager. The cacophony of the outside world bears no relevance to Manchester City. Following the conclusion of the league, Guardiola granted his players a 3-day respite, allowing them to rest and share the joy of their championship victory with family and friends. Once their rejuvenation period concludes, Manchester City shall reconvene to prepare for the Champions League final on June 7th. With the rarity of such a holiday, Lin Quan had no desire to languish at home, tormented by Manchester's bleak and damp weather. Thus, he purchased a plane ticket to the United States, intending to visit Lily Collins. Upon Lin Quan's unexpected arrival, Lily Collins was taken aback. Just the day before, she had watched the live broadcast of Manchester City's match, witnessing Lin Quan and his teammates lift the championship trophy. And now, to her astonishment, he stood at her doorstep. Having not seen each other for quite some time, their reunion was akin to a parched land receiving much-needed rain, or dry tinder meeting a roaring flame. On May 27th, in Cleveland, during the fourth game of the NBA Eastern Conference Finals, the Cavaliers faced off against the Hawks. With the Cavaliers already having secured a playoff point, a victory in this match would sweep their opponents and propel them into the NBA Finals. As a result, the small city of Cleveland was inundated with Cavaliers fans, filling the arena to capacity. Before the game commenced, among the throngs of over 20,000 spectators, two familiar figures were spotted. Isn't that the Lin Emperor from the Premier League? What brings him to an NBA game? The woman beside him bore a striking resemblance to Audrey Hepburn. I recognize her. Her name is Lily Collins. I believe she is the Lin Emperor's girlfriend. I recall she attended one of his matches before. As more spectators made the connection, excitement spread. Goodness, the Lin Emperor truly is a winner in life, honor, wealth, and romance all in his grasp. How enviable. Some mused, he can't compare to Cristiano Ronaldo, though. Ronaldo changes girlfriends as easily as one changes clothes. And each one is a supermodel, both in physique and beauty. Within the confines of the arena, Lin Quan and Lily Collins remained blissfully unaware of the online discussions surrounding them. As the match had yet to commence, they were engaged in quiet conversation. Who do you think will prevail? Lily Collins asked, her tone laced with curiosity. Having studied in the United States, she had watched more basketball than soccer, thus possessing a certain level of familiarity with the sport. Conversely, she surmised that Lin Quan, as a footballer, might not be as well versed in basketball. The Cavaliers. The Hawks cannot contain LeBron, especially after his triple-double performance in Game 3, where he scored 37 points, grabbed 18 rebounds, and delivered 13 assists. which must have shattered their confidence. Lin Quan noted, observing the pre-game tension. The Hawks players appeared somber and serious, while the Cavaliers players exuded a demeanor of relaxation. Despite not frequently playing basketball due to his height, Lin Quan occasionally watched games, recalling the Cavaliers sweeping the Hawks and subsequently facing defeat against the Warriors in the finals. Lily Collins harbored greater optimism for the Cavaliers, yet she understood that the likelihood of a 40-point margin in a conference final was exceedingly slim. Even with the Cavaliers' formidable prowess, it was challenging to completely shut out their opponents, especially considering that the Hawks boasted a superior regular season record, suggesting they were far from powerless. However, once the game commenced, the dynamics shifted dramatically. By the conclusion of the first quarter, the Cavaliers had already established a substantial 12-point lead. As the second quarter unfolded, their confidence surged, extending their advantage to 17 points. By the end of the third quarter, the score had escalated to 85-60, with the Cavaliers' lead ballooning to 25 points. As the fourth quarter loomed, the game had already descended into garbage time. The despondent Hawks failed to conjure any miracles in the final quarter, ultimately succumbing to the Cavaliers with a score of 88-118, suffering a disheartening sweep. Following the match, the Cavaliers supporters were in a state of exuberance. They had once again secured a place in the finals and could now vie for their inaugural championship title. Post-game, a number of fans who recognized Lin Quan rushed to him, seeking his autograph. Despite soccer not being the foremost sport in North America, the viewership remained significant. As the current pinnacle of football as superstars, Lin Quan enjoyed considerable acclaim in the region. With the throngs exiting, the crowd was slow to disperse, leading Lin Quan to graciously oblige the fans with autographs. Meanwhile, as the key architect of victory, LeBron found himself encircled by a throng of admirers clamoring for his signature. He reveled in the adoration and respect, especially after having once betrayed Cleveland in pursuit of a championship, returning to the team with the lingering concern of not being forgiven by the Cavaliers fans. Fortunately, such anxieties did not materialize, particularly after he led the Cavaliers back to the finals, reclaiming his status as a hero in Cleveland. However, while signing autographs, LeBron noticed something amiss. Why were there so few fans surrounding him? Logically, he should have been inundated with admirers. Puzzled, he glanced around and soon spotted Lin Quan, enveloped by a throng of fans. Who was this individual, drawing such a crowd? Surprised, LeBron approached curiously and soon recognized Lin Quan. "You are Lin?" Although LeBron's passion for soccer did not rival that of Kobe, he maintained a keen interest in the world's most popular sport. A few years prior, he had even invested in a portion of Liverpool, reaping substantial rewards. His investment in Liverpool had led him to frequently watch Premier League matches, thus enabling him to readily identify the fan favorite, Lin Quan. Upon noticing LeBron approaching, Lin Quan greeted him warmly. "Hi, LeBron. Congratulations on your victory." "Haha, thank you. I must also congratulate you on winning the league title." Although their camaraderie was not deeply rooted, as giants in their respective sports, they shared a profound mutual respect and understanding. LeBron warmly guided Lin Quan through the Cavaliers' training facility, locker room, and the Hall of Fame, presenting him with a basketball adorned with his signature and a jersey. In return, Lin Quan gifted LeBron a jersey and a football, both bearing his own autograph. After the tour, LeBron extended an invitation. "Lin, here are the tickets to the finals. I hope to see you again here." The NBA Finals consist of several games, potentially stretching over a fortnight, which contrasts with football's final match typically determined by a single encounter. "I will certainly come when I have the opportunity. For now, I wish you and your team victory and the championship trophy." Lin Quan replied with enthusiasm. "Haha, thank you for your well wishes. I too hope for our successful defense and the acquisition of our second Champions League trophy." LeBron laughed heartily, exuding confidence. Observing LeBron's assured demeanor, Lin Quan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This season's Warriors are formidable opponents, and LeBron's aspiration to become a Cleveland hero may lead to disappointment. However, this mattered little to Lin Quan. His focus remained on seizing his own opportunities. After capturing a commemorative photo together, they parted ways, each heading toward their respective stages. Lin Quan did not linger in North America for long. Upon the conclusion of his 3-day holiday, he returned to Manchester to prepare for the Champions League match 10 days later. Chapter 42. The Champions League final commences, a battle at the pinnacle of the Forbidden City. On June 7th, at the Olympiastadion in Berlin, Lin Quan returned to a venue where, 2 years prior, He had hoisted the DFB Pokal trophy alongside his Werder Bremen teammates. This time, however, the ambience felt entirely different. How swiftly time passes. During the warm-up, De Bruyne, hands on hips, surveyed the half-filled stadium and remarked in awe. Indeed, Lin Quan nodded. 2 years ago, both he and De Bruyne were mere unknowns, competing only for the DFB Pokal. Yet now, they stood as elite stars. With Lin Quan even being a highly sought-after figure in football, potentially on the brink of becoming the best. Their statuses had transformed drastically compared to 2 years prior. Time flows inexorably, yet the essence of human sentiment remains unchanged. In the stands, Lin Quan spotted a group of devoted fans from Werder Bremen. Clad in the green of the Parrot Legion, their jerseys predominantly displaying the numbers 10 and 6, which he and De Bruyne once wore. Amidst a sea of blue and red, this vibrant green was particularly striking. Though their numbers were few, merely 200 to 300, their presence profoundly touched both Lin Quan and De Bruyne. Dad, look! Lin Quan Gidge has seen us! Exclaimed the excited 12-year-old Granny, waving his arms enthusiastically from the stands. Beside Granny were Mr. William, Ms. Anna, and his sister Angel. Lin Quan had previously spent a year residing with their family during his loan to Werder Bremen. Quickly, unfurl the banner we prepared in advance. Upon noticing Lin Quan, under Mr. Williams' direction, several individuals swiftly unfurled a banner proclaiming Werder Bremen will always be your home. The sight of this heartfelt banner deeply moved both Lin Quan and De Bruyne. Stirred by emotion, Lin Quan dashed to the sidelines, procuring a signature pin and a football, upon which he inscribed his name. The spectators, witnessing this act, were filled with curiosity. The match had yet to commence. Was Lin Quan about to gift a signed football to the fans? Who among them would be fortunate enough to receive the signature of the revered Lin? His gesture not only captivated the attention of the fans present, but also drew the unwavering gaze of the cameras. Even the photographers were intrigued, pondering what this individual was about to do. Once Lin Quan had completed his signature and allowed the ink to dry, he placed the ball on the grass near the stands and took a few steps back. He then sprinted forward and kicked the ball towards the stands, landing it precisely within the area occupied by Werder Bremen supporters. Greeny noticed a shadow approaching and instinctively extended his hands, catching the ball as it landed softly in his grasp. The accuracy and force of Lin Quan's kick impressed the onlooking fans, who erupted in applause. Mr. William was equally astonished. He had not anticipated that, after 2 years apart, Lin Quan's technique and control had reached such remarkable heights. During the flight of the ball towards his son, he had worried it might injure someone, a concern that proved wholly unnecessary. Meanwhile, on the opposite half, the Barcelona players were warming up. After completing a set of drills, Messi could not resist glancing towards the other half, scanning the crowd for Lin Quan's figure. When he witnessed Lin Quan's actions, he was taken aback. Had this individual's skills escalated to such a formidable level? Lin Quan, sensing the gaze directed at him, turned around and locked eyes with Messi. He raised his right hand, making a fist-pumping gesture, signaling Messi to bring his best game for this match, so they could engage in a spirited contest. Messi, appearing confident, nodded emphatically and returned a similar gesture. Both were brimming with confidence regarding their pursuit of the championship. Yet only one could claim the title. Following this match, one would inevitably face disappointment. At 6 p.m. sharp, with the sound of the referee's whistle, the match commenced. The officiating referee for this encounter was Cüneyt Çakır from Turkey. He had previously drawn controversy for favoring Real Madrid in matches against Manchester United, provoking strong protests from the latter. The appointment of such a referee for this match left both Manchester City and Barcelona on edge. Manchester City feared Çakır might show bias towards the La Liga team, while Barcelona worried he might be a supporter of Real Madrid, potentially leading to dubious officiating. However, shortly after the match began, the doubts harbored by the Barcelona players were swiftly dispelled. In the 4th minute of the match, Barcelona launched an offensive, with Rakitic scoring from an offside position. However, the assistant referee and the main referee failed to call a foul, deeming the goal valid. This decision immediately incensed the Manchester City players, who surged towards the referee to demand an explanation. It was evident that the goal was offside. How could both officials have overlooked it? Hey, Mr. Referee, that was an offside goal. You can check the replay on the big screen. Lin Quan pointed at the stadium's large screen, addressing Çakır. The slow-motion replay clearly demonstrated the offside nature of the goal. Yet, despite the irrefutable evidence, Xhaka refused to alter his decision, insisting the goal stood. In a bid to assert his authority, he even issued a yellow card to the City captain, Company, who, infuriated, clenched his fists in a desire to confront the referee, only to be restrained by his teammates. "Captain, calm down. We're already behind. If he gets sent off, we're done for." Lin Quan, though seething with anger, forced himself to remain composed. It was crucial not to let emotions cloud judgment. Trailing by 1 goal was manageable, but being reduced to 10 men would spell disaster. On the sideline, Guardiola passionately protested to the fourth official, who merely suggested that any grievances could be directed to UEFA. Dismissing the matter, Guardiola, furious to the point of feeling physically ill, refrained from further engaging the fourth official. The main referee's decision was beyond the fourth official's influence, and this outcome was gravely disadvantageous for Manchester City. Facing a Barcelona side in stellar form, conceding an early goal was a daunting challenge. Compounded by a yellow card for their center-back, it was an exceedingly difficult start. Initially, they had a wide array of tactical options, but now, forced to chase the game, Manchester City had no choice but to adopt an aggressive approach. This scenario starkly contrasted their previous encounter at Allianz Arena against Bayern, where they had the psychological advantage of a 2-goal lead and the benefit of playing away, where scoring more goals was advantageous. However, the circumstances were entirely different now. This was the Champions League final, a single decisive match devoid of home or away distinctions. Choosing to engage in an offensive battle while trailing placed Manchester City at a psychological disadvantage. Reflecting on this, Guardiola's frustration boiled over, wishing to express his disdain towards the officiating crew. Meanwhile, Barcelona's unexpected early lead provided a sense of reassurance to both players and fans alike. Although many were aware that the goal was offside, the officials' validation of the goal allowed them to accept this unexpected twist with a sense of relief. Manchester City is not all that impressive. They couldn't even hold on for 4 minutes. Some Barcelona fans have even taken the opportunity to mock City. Setting aside the contentious offside decisions, conceding a goal merely 4 minutes into the match is indeed quite embarrassing. Any team that reaches the Champions League final is undoubtedly formidable. In a clash of elite squads, to be so easily breached is somewhat unacceptable. I observe that Manchester City's defense is rather lackluster. It seems unlikely that Barcelona will score fewer than 3 goals in this match. The Barcelona fans appear exceedingly optimistic, having repeatedly witnessed the formidable prowess of the MSN trio in both League and Champions League encounters. With such a flawless start, the entire Barcelona squad will undoubtedly feel at ease, leading to an increasingly refined performance. As long as they unleash their full potential, Barcelona supporters firmly believe that no one in the world can impede their progress. Upon witnessing his team score, Enrique remained seated, merely offering a subtle applause that exuded mastery. He meticulously prepared for this match for a considerable time. Unlike during Martino's tenure, Enrique understood the critical role Messi plays for the team. Naturally, he was also aware that the opponent would closely monitor Messi. Therefore, he strategically shifted Messi to the left flank. This unexpected maneuver indeed caught the opposition off guard. The recent goal by Barcelona was initiated by Messi from the left side. Although Messi's explosiveness has diminished somewhat due to injuries, and his ability to break through has declined from his peak, he remains among the elite dribblers on this planet, with few able to match his caliber. Due to Messi's immense threat, as soon as he makes a move, 2 or 3 defenders converge upon him. This significantly disrupts Manchester City's formation, drawing away crucial personnel from the center, thereby expanding the space for Rakitic, Iniesta, and others, dramatically increasing Barcelona's offensive threat through the middle. It is well known that MSN is Barcelona's triumvirate, capable of overwhelming any adversary. However, if I shift the focus of our attack to the late-arriving midfielders, how might you respond? With this thought, Enrique gazed expectantly at Guardiola on the opposite side, eager to see how he would counter this tactic. Guardiola, after just a few minutes, discerned the opponent's intentions. However, he made only minor adjustments to the team's formation, simply calling Kanté over for a brief word. When Messi played under him, he operated primarily on the right flank. In response to Manchester City's setup, Enrique had now repositioned Messi to the left, aligning with Manchester's right side, where Lin Quan often frequented. In essence, Enrique was employing a tactical exchange to counter Manchester City, a strategy that must be acknowledged as quite astute. After the departure of Messi, The remaining players at Barcelona exhibit a collective strength that surpasses that of Manchester City by a notable margin, particularly with the presence of talents such as Iniesta, Suarez, and Neymar. Even in Messi's absence, these individuals possess the capability to influence the outcome of a match. Thus, exchanging players with Manchester City appears to be a guaranteed profit for Barcelona. However, Guardiola holds a differing perspective. Prior to personally coaching Lin Quan, he harbored concerns about a potential matchup between Lin Quan and Messi, fearing that Messi might outclass him, as he is acutely aware of Messi's formidable abilities. Yet, after having coached Lin Quan for half a season, Guardiola has come to realize that such worries were unfounded. Lin Quan has now reached a level of prowess that rivals or even exceeds that of Messi during his prime. Consequently, engaging Lin Quan in an exchange with Messi may not necessarily disadvantage Manchester City. Moreover, unlike Messi, who, despite his balanced use of both feet, still exhibits a weaker foot, Lin Quan showcases a more versatile attacking style. Messi's tendency to cut in from the left side diminishes his threat at the goal, as the foot he uses to strike is constrained by the positioning of his body. Hence, Enrique's decision to position Messi on the left flank sacrifices some of his goal-scoring threat while enhancing his playmaking abilities in the forward line, particularly on the left side. With Neymar as the left winger and Alba as the left back, both possessing remarkable offensive capabilities and a strong synergy with Messi, the addition of Messi on the left flank allows him to provide ample support to both players, amplifying their threat. This synergy can create a scenario where the combined effect is greater than the sum of its parts, thus significantly enhancing Barcelona's attacking threat on the left and undermining Manchester City's right flank while minimizing Lin Quan's impact. Enrique's strategy seemed astute. However, the unfolding of events diverged from his expectations. In the 11th minute of the match, Messi once again ventured to the left side, attempting to replicate a previous offensive maneuver. Yet, Manchester City had anticipated this tactic. As soon as Messi positioned himself, De Bruyne, Lin Quan, and Kanté rushed in, forming a semi-encirclement around Messi. He merely glanced at the situation, unfazed. Having been in the game for many years, Messi has faced countless instances of being double-teamed. Among the three opponents, only Kanté posed a significant defensive threat, necessitating Messi's heightened vigilance, while the others were primarily offensive players with limited defensive prowess. With a languid dribble, as De Bruyne approached, Messi executed a sudden shoulder drop, deceiving De Bruyne into extending his leg, and swiftly maneuvered past him, accelerating along the flank. This was one of Messi's signature moves, where the rhythm of his movements creates an unexpected shift that often catches defenders off guard. However, on this occasion, Messi miscalculated, as he successfully bypassed De Bruyne. Lin Quan, positioned nearby, without hesitation, charged into Messi, causing him to stumble. End of chapter 43. A clash of titans. Messi approaches despair. As Messi momentarily lost his balance due to a collision with Lin Quan, the ever-watchful Kanté seized the opportunity, unceremoniously extending his foot to snatch the ball away from Messi. It was now Manchester City's turn to launch an offensive. Kanté decisively passed the ball to De Bruyne, who surged forward along the flank into Barcelona's half, while Lin Quan hastened down the wing with even greater speed. Barcelona's left back, Alba, found himself overwhelmed, unable to defend against both players. Thus, he darted towards the ball carrier, De Bruyne, deliberately obstructing the passing lane to prevent him from relaying the ball to Lin Quan. As long as the ball did not reach Lin Quan, he posed no threat from the wing. Mourinho once stated that the most effective strategy for defending against Messi is to prevent his teammates from passing him the ball. This principle also applied to Lin Quan. The threat he posed with the ball at his feet was vastly different from when he was without it. However, De Bruyne was no ordinary player. With Alba blocking the route to the wing, he simply opted for a direct forward pass instead. Upon witnessing De Bruyne's choice, Alba breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the ball was not directed to the wing, a pass to other Manchester City players would indeed pose a threat to Barcelona's goal. Yet it would pale in comparison to the threat posed by a pass to Lin Quan. Hence, Alba felt relatively unconcerned, confident that his teammates, Busquets and centre-back Mascherano, would effectively seal off the central route, leaving no opportunity for Manchester's forwards. However, upon observing De Bruyne's decision, Busquets felt a sudden chill, sensing impending trouble. This pass was certainly not intended for Agüero. Given Agüero's positioning and Mascherano's close marking, he would be unable to receive the ball. If it wasn't he for Agüero, then who was it meant for? Could it be a mistake? No, it was not an error. De Bruyne, firmly secured in his starting position at Manchester City and highly valued by his mentor, Guardiola, was no ordinary player. With Aguero ruled out, only one player remained capable of receiving the pass, Lin Quan. Realizing this, Busquets was struck with alarm and immediately abandoned his plan to double-team De Bruyne with Alba, rushing towards Lin Quan on the wing. Having played alongside De Bruyne for nearly 3 years, Lin Quan and he shared an exceptional understanding. Observing Alba's defensive choice against De Bruyne, Lin Quan anticipated how De Bruyne would handle the ball. In turn, De Bruyne recognized that Lin Quan could decipher his thoughts, allowing them to execute a brilliant 1-2 play without the need for verbal communication. Lin Quan cut inside from the wing to receive De Bruyne's pass. At the moment of receiving the ball, he caught sight of a shadow, Barcelona's number 5, Busquets. True to his reputation as a maestro, Busquets displayed remarkable football intelligence and preempted Lin Quan's move. Unfortunately, Busquets arrived just a moment too late. Lin Quan had already charged into the penalty area ahead of him, prompting Mascherano to abandon Aguero and rush towards Lin Quan. However, before the defense was fully established by the young player, Lin Quan had already executed a shot. Ter Stegen made a valiant effort to save the strike. However, the angle of Lin Quan's shot was exceedingly acute, causing the ball to narrowly graze his fingertips before soaring into the net, brushing against the post and the inside of the side netting. 1-1. Manchester City swiftly equalized in less than 10 minutes. The Berlin Olympic Stadium erupted in exuberance, with over 20,000 City fans rejoicing, nearly leaping with elation. The rapid equalization dispelled their worries entirely. Indeed, with Lin present, there were no surprises. On the other side, Barcelona supporters could not help but feel a tinge of disappointment. The lead they had painstakingly secured, albeit through a stroke of luck and a referee's error, was so easily relinquished. Moreover, the swift counterattack from the opposing side left them feeling uneasy. Manchester City's pace was blistering. Aside from a handful of players, the majority of Barcelona's squad barely had time to retreat to their half before their goal was breached. If the opposing team could sustain such high-caliber counterattacks in the forthcoming match, Barcelona might find themselves in dire straits. On the sidelines, Guardiola clenched his fist in excitement upon witnessing Lin Quan's goal. Indeed, Enrique's decision to exchange Messi for Lin Quan was a rather foolish one. With this thought in mind, he could not help but glance toward Barcelona's coaching bench, pondering whether Enrique would recognize this predicament and make swift adjustments. Enrique clearly began to realize that his choice was perhaps less than sagacious. Initially, allowing Messi to operate on the right was intended to create a synergy with Neymar and Alba, yielding results greater than the sum of their parts. However, the reality did not align with his expectations. The opponents allowed Neymar and Alba to roam freely while concentrating their efforts on Messi, often employing 2 or 3 players to crowd him. In such a confined area, a 3-man press was equivalent to a 6-man siege. Even the formidable Messi found it challenging to contend with. Thus, should he return Messi to the right flank? Enrique hesitated, unable to make an immediate decision. Following Manchester City's goal, the match returned to a state of equilibrium. Yet, even in this balance, Barcelona retained control of the game's tempo. In the 16th minute, Messi and Alves exchanged passes, and as the ball arrived at Messi's feet, Manchester City resorted to their previous strategy, once again encircling Messi with multiple defenders. This time, however, Messi proved astute. When faced with 2 players closing in, he deftly maneuvered through the gap, finding Alba on the left flank. Alba then relayed the ball to Neymar, who showcased his dazzling dribbling skills to evade the defenders, ultimately delivering the ball to the onrushing Iniesta. Iniesta aimed a direct cross towards Suarez, but Van Dijk had already anticipated Iniesta's passing trajectory, extending his long leg to intercept the ball, sending it out for a corner kick for Barcelona. Although this offensive attempt did not culminate in a goal, Messi's influence on the flanks was undeniably significant. He successfully drew a multitude of defenders towards him, thereby creating advantageous conditions for players like Alba and Neymar. Furthermore, after luring Kanté away, the incursions of Barcelona's midfielders went unimpeded, greatly amplifying the attacking threat posed by the likes of Busquets and Rakitic. Enrique believed that if this strategy continued, Barcelona would inevitably find the back of the net. Indeed, with elite stars such as Messi and Neymar operating on the same flank, any team would find themselves in disarray when tasked with defending against them. Both players possess exceptional individual abilities, making one-on-one defenses exceedingly challenging. To contain them, the most effective approach would be to employ multiple defenders. However, attempting to double-team both players on a single flank would prove insufficient. Midfielders would also need to be involved. Yet, this scenario plays directly into Barcelona's hands. This was precisely the effect Enrique sought. In this match, he empowered Busquets and Rakitic with greater shooting privileges, allowing them to seize every opportunity to strike, thereby causing Manchester City's defense to falter. I am curious to see which aspect Guardiola prioritizes. Guardiola, however, remains steadfast, fully aware of the immense threat posed by Enrique's offensive system. Yet, just as Alba intercepted De Bruyne's pass intended for Lin Quan, the threat of the ball at the feet of players like Messi and Lin Quan is far greater than that of others. Enrique's arrangement essentially sacrifices Messi's attacking prowess for the sake of team tactics, while Guardiola's approach is quite the opposite. He aims to exploit the advantages of the entire system, seeking every possible means to deliver the ball to Lin Quan for a decisive strike. The wisdom of both choices can only be judged after the match concludes. For now, it hinges on which players perform better on the field. As the minutes ticked away, swiftly approaching the 30-minute mark, the score remained unchanged at 1-1. During these 30 minutes, both sides endeavored to launch fervent attacks towards each other's goals, even creating some promising opportunities, yet none translated into goals. By the time the match reached the 40th minute, the score and the overall situation indicated a deadlock. The defensive trio of De Bruyne, Lin Quan, and Kanté may have seemed modest, but their effectiveness was remarkable. Each player had a defined role. De Bruyne served as the initial interceptor, compelling Messi to alter his rhythm. Lin Quan followed, utilizing physicality to disrupt Messi's dribbling pace, ensuring he could not maneuver comfortably, and Kanté played the closing role, seizing the opportunity to execute a tackle when Messi's rhythm was compromised. Among these three, De Bruyne's task was the simplest, while Lin Quan and Kanté faced greater challenges, particularly Lin Quan, who, despite merely appearing to collide with Messi, faced considerable difficulty in executing even that level of engagement. Messi's footwork is remarkably swift, and he excels at changing direction, leaving most opponents unable to keep pace with his rhythm, often losing him in the blink of an eye, with little opportunity for physical confrontation. However, Lin Quan is different. His foot speed matches Messi's, making him the only player within Manchester City capable of keeping up without falling behind. Consequently, Messi finds himself ensnared, much like a piece of stubborn chewing gum that cannot be discarded. Even more frustratingly, this gum is taller, sturdier, and possesses superior physicality. Thus, once Lin Quan latches onto Messi, the latter struggles to break free. In such circumstances, when faced with the tenacious tackling ability of Kanté, Messi finds it increasingly difficult to retain possession of the ball. Of course, this tactical approach does not guarantee success every time. It works approximately 5 or 6 times out of 10. Yet, facing a player of Messi's caliber, a success rate exceeding 50% in defending against him is already quite remarkable. Inside the Olympic Stadium, spectators were astounded by the outstanding performance of the diminutive Manchester City midfielder, who repeatedly intercepted the ball from Messi's feet. Who is this guy? How can he tackle so effectively? Is this the 6th time Messi has been dispossessed by him? Such an assertion seems a bit exaggerated. I have never witnessed anyone strip Messi of the ball so ruthlessly in a match. This player appears to have been signed from Ligue 1. And his name seems to be Kanté, a French player just over 1.7 meters tall. Playing as a defensive midfielder and also a person of color, he bears a striking resemblance to Makelele, doesn't he? Indeed, he does resemble Makelele somewhat. However, compared to Makelele at his prime, he still has a considerable way to go. The likes of a player of Makelele's caliber have been absent from the football scene for quite some time. Kanté's current performance is undeniably impressive. Yet outsiders are not likely to equate him with Makelele just yet. On the Barcelona bench, Enrique glanced at the match clock, unable to suppress his frown. Messi's influence on the right flank was increasingly stifled. The opponent's defensive system severely restricted his effectiveness. Even if that player did not directly dispossess Messi, their double-teaming and pressing significantly slowed Barcelona's offensive rhythm, allowing teammates more opportunities to position themselves defensively. As a result, Messi found it challenging to leverage his dribbling and breakthroughs to create chances. As a head coach, Enrique perceives more than the average fan. He acknowledges Kanté's commendable skills, particularly in interception and tackling. However, The reason Kanté managed to dispossess Messi multiple times was not solely due to individual prowess, but rather effective teamwork. If Messi were to alter his position, evading the opportunity for multiple defenders to swarm him, Kanté, without the support of his teammates, would undoubtedly struggle against Messi in a one-on-one battle. With this thought in mind, Enrique made a decision. He rose from his seat and gestured to the players on the field, signaling a change in Messi's positioning and the team's tactical approach, especially since Manchester City had deployed at least 4 players to defend against both Messi and Neymar. Thus, the gaps on the left flank were starkly visible. After Barcelona unexpectedly altered their tactics, Messi returned to the right side. Faced with this expansive space, tears of excitement streamed down his face. The trio on the left flank, akin to a sandwich, rendered him virtually devoid of opportunity to express his prowess. Despite his immense talent, he found himself stifled when confronted by those three. However, now that he had transitioned to the right, the horizons opened up, free from constraints. Consequently, Messi unleashed his abilities like a wild stallion, skillfully maneuvering past defenders on Manchester City's left flank. In an attempt to thwart Messi's advances, Kroos even received a yellow card for a foul during his defensive efforts. To counter this, Kanté specifically switched positions with Kroos, placing him on the left to defend against Messi. Yet, deprived of assistance from the other two, Kanté's success rate in one-on-one encounters with Messi significantly diminished. Chapter conclusion. Chapter 44. Ronaldinho. This guy will become the king of football. The circumstances on Barcelona's left flank mirrored those on Manchester City's side. After Messi's departure, Lin, free from defensive duties, unleashed his full offensive capabilities, wreaking havoc on Barcelona's left. Alba and Busquets struggled mightily to contain him. At times, they even had to enlist Iniesta's help in defense. However, this, in turn, disrupted their attacking flow, leading to a paralysis of Barcelona's left flank offense. Initially, it was a battle of aces, each side exchanging blows. Now, with the two aces separated, it turned into mutual destruction. In such a scenario, the spectators witnessed the extraordinary individual prowess of these two elite stars for the first time. On Manchester City's side, although Messi had them in disarray, Kanté persevered. Yet, this was merely due to the dwindling time left in the first half, limiting Messi's opportunity to showcase his talent. If the second half continued in this manner, relying solely on Kanté would surely prove insufficient to contain Messi. Moments later, the halftime whistle sounded, bringing the first half to a close. The teams remained locked in a stalemate, with the outcome hanging in the balance for the second half. As the match was hosted in Germany, fans in the stadium were treated to numerous familiar faces, including German national team stars like Reyes, Müller, and Lahm, as well as Bayern's coach Hanks, Linz and De Bruyne's mentor Thomas Schaaf, and the recently departed Dortmund coach Klopp, all present at the event. A Champions League final of this caliber is a grand occasion in European football. Here, one can witness the individual brilliance of top stars, the allure of teamwork, and the tactical duels between the coaches. Such a splendid event is not to be missed. Consequently, beyond those in the football sphere, the annual Champions League final attracts a multitude of outsiders. For instance, in a private box at the stadium, sat a notable figure from outside the football world, the famous NBA star Kobe Bryant. This season, Kobe has been sidelined due to a torn rotator cuff in his right shoulder, leading to an early exit from the playoffs for the Lakers after his surgery. In contrast to LeBron, who is fervently pursuing a championship, Kobe finds himself with ample leisure time to savor life. A renowned football enthusiast, Kobe is particularly excited about the presence of his favorite player, Messi, at the match. Their acquaintance dates back to 2004, when Barcelona visited Los Angeles. During that visit, Ronaldinho introduced Kobe to Messi, proclaiming that Messi would one day become the best in the world, even a generational talent. Kobe was taken aback by Ronaldinho's assertion. For Messi was merely 17 years old at the time, and Ronaldinho was undoubtedly the finest player in football. Yet, Ronaldinho insisted, pointing to the young Messi, No, this child standing here will be the greatest. This encounter marked the beginning of a friendship between Kobe and Messi. Now, years later, the two friends reunite in pursuit of the Champions League trophy. How could Kobe resist witnessing such a significant occasion firsthand? However, after watching the first half of the match, Kobe was particularly impressed by a Manchester City player. Hey, Ronaldinho, is that the guy you mentioned whose talent rivals Messi's? Kobe inquired, gesturing toward the departing Manchester City number 10. Ronaldinho, who had recently parted ways with the Mexican club Querétaro and is currently a free agent, was in Europe for two reasons: to watch the Champions League final and to explore potential opportunities with clubs. At just 35 years of age, Ronaldinho is not particularly old, especially considering players like Xavi, who continues to thrive at a top club like Barcelona. There remains a possibility that a team may show interest in him, albeit slim. While Xavi, despite his age, maintains commendable form and can still contribute as a substitute, Ronaldinho has been away from the top 5 leagues for over 4 years, now struggling to find even a place in lower-tier leagues. Given his current state, it is unlikely he would attract interest from major leagues or even from leagues like the Portuguese Primeira Liga or the Belgian Pro League. Yet, there might be some affluent clubs seeking to capitalize on his influence. Upon realizing whom Kobe was referring to, Ronaldinho nodded earnestly, affirming, "Yes, that's the one." With this confirmation, Kobe, filled with curiosity, asked, "You once claimed Messi would become the best in the world and a generational talent. Now you say this guy's talent rivals Messi's. Who do you think is stronger between them?" Such inquiries are only posed in private settings. Kobe would never broach such topics in public. Xiao Luo pondered for a moment before speaking. "I have watched several of his matches in Brazil, and Lin's talent and capabilities rival those of Messi during his prime. In certain aspects, he even surpasses him. If one of them were to ascend to the throne of football royalty, I believe it would be Lin." Kobe was taken aback. Had these words been uttered by anyone else, he might have merely chuckled. However, coming from a former Ballon d'Or winner and the world's #1, he felt compelled to take them seriously. In the locker room, both coaches were diligently outlining their strategies for the second half. The first half revealed several issues for both teams, with Manchester City facing significant defensive pressure. Although Suarez and Neymar did not score in the first half, their movements in the attacking front posed a substantial threat to Manchester City's goal, demanding considerable defensive effort from the team. Everyone performed admirably in the first half. Let us maintain this momentum in the second. When defending, we must be vigilant not to allow Messi any space to initiate his plays. We should aim to separate Messi, Neymar, and Suarez, preventing them from easily coordinating their efforts. The renowned MSN trio deserves respect. Teams that fail to acknowledge this formidable combination typically do not fare well in subsequent matches. Guardiola, not one to be obstinate, was acutely aware of Barcelona's strength. Having previously coached them, after setting the defensive strategy, his tactical focus shifted towards the offensive aspect. Unless a team's intention from the outset was to settle for a draw and rely on a penalty shootout, ultimately, to claim victory, they must depend on their offense and goal-scoring prowess. Football is a game of time and space. The ability to expand space in attack while constricting it during defense becomes an essential lesson for every coach. In Guardiola's view, regardless of how robust the defensive system may be, space will always exist. Therefore, for attacking players, the paramount task is to find and effectively utilize that space. Achieving this requires players with exceptionally high football intelligence. There exists another approach, one that relies on sheer force. The legendary Barcelona of the Dream Team thrived on Messi's extraordinary ability to exploit narrow spaces that others could not, using his formidable individual skill to break through defenses. Upon his arrival at Bayern, lacking a player of Messi's caliber, he imposed similar expectations on his Bayern players, only to find them unable to meet those demands. Consequently, during the UEFA Champions League semi-finals against Atletico, they faced a wall of defense, resulting in a frustratingly blank scoreline. After that experience, Guardiola had an epiphany. Recognizing that players like Messi are rare gems, and it is unrealistic to expect every team to possess such extraordinary talent. Thus, he delved deeper into tactical studies, tirelessly contemplating how to make the most of the available space on the pitch. Through relentless research and reflection, Guardiola ultimately achieved significant insights, further refining the possession-based system he had pioneered at Barcelona. Upon arriving in Manchester, he not only regained a presence akin to the peak Lionel Messi and Lin Quan, but also refined his possession-based tactics. Consequently, Guardiola brimmed with confidence for the second half. Meanwhile, in the Barcelona locker room, Enrique was equally assured. He had meticulously studied their defense, and they had yet to unleash their two aces. Messi, in the second half, collaborate more with Neymar and Suarez to swiftly unleash the potency of MSN. As long as the three of you perform to your full potential, victory in this match shall be ours. Enrique's confidence stemmed from the fact that in the first half, only Messi had made an impact, while Suarez and Neymar had yet to display their prowess. Once all three unleashed their full capabilities in the second half, he was eager to see how Manchester City would counter his formidable MSN trio. The 15-minute halftime flew by, and the second half commenced promptly. Neither team made personnel changes, as substitutions were not yet necessary. This match had the potential to extend into extra time or even a penalty shootout, so they could not afford to squander their precious substitution opportunities, especially as this was not an era where 5 substitutions per match were permitted. As the second half began, the audience was instantly captivated. They observed that both teams' offensives had become markedly sharper. Manchester City's movements appeared promising, yet the intricacies remained elusive for the moment. In contrast, Barcelona's possession system was already well known, and the changes became apparent. The previously subdued Suarez and Neymar became noticeably more active, and the synergy with Messi intensified. Through seamless passing and coordination, these three easily penetrated the opposing penalty area, posing a threat to Manchester City's goal. Clearly, Enrique's tactical adjustments during halftime had borne fruit. Was Barcelona beginning to take the match seriously? It seemed Manchester City was becoming increasingly passive, gradually being confined to their own half. During this period, the disparity in possession statistics became significant, with Barcelona nearing 70% possession in the second half. Remarkable, indeed. They were up against Manchester City, a team that had eliminated Bayern, and this possession rate was truly formidable. Yet, some remained dismissive. The match is about who scores more goals, not who holds the ball longer. Indeed, Barcelona had faced defeats before. Sometimes opponents triumphed even with less than 30% possession. Winning, regardless of the match outcome, meant they had certainly outperformed in possession, without Lin Quan's constraints. Messi felt as though he had rediscovered the exhilarating sensation of commanding the pitch as he once did in his prime. This feeling was sublime. As Messi's form revitalized, Kanté found it increasingly challenging to defend against him. Even with the assistance of left-back Kolarov, the duo struggled to contain him. As a consequence, Barcelona's offensive became increasingly menacing, with Suarez even squandering a prime opportunity. In the VIP box, witnessing Messi's remarkable performance in the second half, the eyes of Kobe and Ronaldinho sparkled with delight. It seemed that Messi was on the brink of scoring his inaugural goal in a final, Ronaldinho confidently remarked. Yet, scarcely had he uttered these words when the dynamics of the match shifted dramatically. After evading Kanté, Messi encountered Van Dijk's interception. The latter, adhering to the coach's instructions, refrained from committing and cautiously retreated, compressing the space available for Messi's dribble. With Van Dijk's assistance, Kanté pursued, and together they executed a successful tackle, dispossessing Messi. Following the interception, Kanté swiftly passed the ball to the advancing Kroos. Kroos, anticipating Rakitić's impending challenge, executed a precise long pass that found De Bruyne in the attacking third. De Bruyne showcased his masterful ball control. While sprinting at full speed, he effortlessly cushioned the ball with his foot, dissipating its momentum and bringing it under control. He glanced at Lin Quan's position, then unleashed a ground-level through ball. The pass threaded between Mascherano and Peak, just as a figure, like a tempest, surged in from the flank, receiving the ball in the open space behind. It was a clear one-on-one. Ter Stegen reacted immediately, rushing off his line, arms outstretched, to confront Lin Quan. He could not afford to grant the opponent time to adjust for a shot. Ter Stegen had scrutinized the opponent's shooting highlights for hours prior to the match, failing to discern any vulnerabilities. He was acutely aware that if he did not act swiftly to block the shot angle and exert pressure, this one-on-one could easily culminate in a goal. Ter Stegen's judgment was sound, and his choice was correct. However, it seemed he overlooked a crucial detail. Lin Quan's one-on-one threat stemmed not only from his exquisite shooting skills, but also from his penchant for rounding the goalkeeper before slotting the ball into an empty net. Observing Ter Stegen's advance, Lin Quan deftly flicked the ball to change direction, swiftly maneuvering to create space and eluding his opponent. At that moment, Barcelona's goal stood unguarded, and Lin Quan lifted his right foot to strike the ball. End of chapter 45. Messi, a tinge of green. In a private box at the Berlin Olympic Stadium, Barcelona's acting president Bartomeu was engaged in a discussion with his confidant, Masferrer, regarding the upcoming presidential election of the club this summer. Last year, Rosell was compelled to resign amid the scandal surrounding Neymar's transfer. As the first vice president of Barcelona, Bartomeu temporarily ascended to the role of the club's 40th president. Having savored the experience of leadership, Bartomeu harbored ambitions. He was unwilling to remain merely the acting president for a 2-year term. Thus, he resolved to formally participate in the presidential election this summer, aspiring to shed the title of acting and officially become the 41st president of Barcelona. His primary rival is none other than Joan Laporta, the former president of Barcelona. As the architect of the illustrious Dream Team, Laporta holds a revered position among the club's supporters. With the connections and prestige he amassed during his tenure as president, he stands as the frontrunner for the next presidency. In comparison, Bartomeu's credentials are rather superficial, lacking any significant accomplishments to showcase. Thus, should he pursue the presidency against Laporta in a conventional manner, the likelihood of his defeat would be exceedingly high. However, Bartomeu possesses a distinct advantage that Laporta does not. He serves as the acting president of Barcelona, allowing him to leverage the club's extensive resources to his benefit. Therefore, if he can accumulate sufficient experience and achievements prior to the election, and gain the recognition and acceptance of the fans, his chances of success would significantly increase. To this end, during his administration, Bartomeu appointed Luis Enrique as head coach and brought in key players such as Suarez, Rakitic, Bravo, and Ter Stegen, all in a bid to secure Barcelona's 5th UEFA Champions League title and the club's 2nd treble. This season, thanks to the remarkable performances of the MSN trio, Barcelona has successfully clinched both the league title and the Copa del Rey. Now, the only trophy that stands between them and their 2nd treble is the coveted UEFA Champions League trophy. The mere thought of this exhilarates Bartomeu. After a year and a half of strategizing, the moment of reaping rewards has finally arrived. Indeed, Enrique has proven his mettle. Our offensive play has become increasingly formidable, and Manchester City may not withstand the pressure for long. Mosferrer, Bartomeu's loyal confidant, shares in the excitement, knowing that as Bartomeu ascends, so too will he. Managing such a vast club involves transfer dealings worth hundreds of millions of euros, presenting lucrative opportunities. Rosel's illicit earnings, which have been uncovered, approach 10 million euros. But the true extent of his unreported income is known only to him. Messi's performance is improving with each passing minute. I have a feeling he is on the verge of scoring. A subtle smile graces Bartomeu's face as he exudes an air of confidence, as if everything lies within his grasp. Mosferrer gazes at him in admiration. Truly, he appears more like a president with each passing moment. Yet, just as Bartomeu's words fade, a new goal is indeed scored. However, it is not Barcelona that finds the back of the net, but Manchester City. In the 58th minute of the second half, Lin Quan capitalizes on De Bruyne's exquisite pass, completing a brace and altering the score to 2-1. Manchester City has turned the tide against Barcelona, momentarily taking the lead. Upon witnessing Lin Quan netting a second goal against Barcelona, Bartomeu's smile freezes in place. He feels as though he has heard the sound of something shattering. That is the dream of his presidency at Barcelona. In another private box, Laporta, who is also vying for the position of club president this summer, erupted in fury upon witnessing Lin Quan score Manchester City's second goal. In his mind, he unleashed a torrent of curses upon Enrique and Bartomeu's entire family, only to subsequently realize something, which brought a flicker of joy to his face. Ah, Bartomeu, that old rascal, was counting on this championship to compete with me, wasn't he? Now, the title is in jeopardy, and surely the position of club president will soon be mine to claim. Indeed, the reign of the Dream 4 dynasty shall be established under my leadership. I must extend my gratitude to Bartomeu, Suarez, and Neymar. Those acquisitions were truly invaluable. On the pitch, Lin Quan remained oblivious to the machinations of the two presidential candidates from Barcelona. Upon witnessing the ball roll into Barcelona's net, he placed one hand to his ear and sprinted toward the edge of the field, close to the stands. In an instant, a deafening roar erupted from the crowd. Manchester City fans, exhilarated, screamed at the top of their lungs, showering every conceivable accolade upon their beloved hero. Indeed, Lin has never failed to deliver in crucial matches. Look at that. This is the pride of Manchester City, the embodiment of a true number 10. In their excitement, Manchester City fans couldn't help but flaunt their triumph to the surrounding neutral spectators and even to the Barcelona supporters. Their demeanor suggested they were eager to showcase Lin Quan to the entire world, fearful that others might remain unaware of the greatness he embodies. Truly, Lin is remarkable. Manchester City has struck gold. I recognized his exceptional talent during his tenure in the Bundesliga. Yet I remain perplexed as to why the Bundesliga clubs failed to retain him. It is said that Bayern had once engaged in discussions with Lin, but for reasons unknown, an agreement was never reached. One wonders if Bayern now lives with regret. Within another private box, Bayern's chairman Rummenigge and manager Hoeneß wore grim expressions. At the time, they had chosen Götze over Lin Quan, simply because Götze was a homegrown talent. In retrospect, that decision appears utterly foolish. While Götze's abilities are commendable, acquiring him for €37 million pales in comparison to Lin Quan, whose market value has soared to €250 million. The two players exist on entirely different tiers. A once-in-a-lifetime talent stood before them, and they failed to cherish him. Only upon his departure did they grasp the weight of their loss. There is no greater sorrow in life than this. Should fate grant them another chance, they would utter 3 words to that player: join Bayern. If they could impose a term on this hypothetical contract, they would wish for it to last a millennium. Even in retirement, they would insist he remain at Bayern as a cherished legend. However, such an opportunity has now slipped through their fingers. On the sidelines, Guardiola, witnessing Lin Quan's graceful goal, opened his arms in sheer elation, leaping in place and wildly celebrating with fervent punches in the air. After completing the celebratory gesture, he extended both hands, raising his left index finger while his right thumb and index finger formed a circle, together symbolizing the number 10. Following this display, Guardiola repeatedly raised his arms, signaling for the audience to shower Lin Quan, the scorer, with fervent applause. To my astonishment, Guardiola was indeed soliciting applause for Lin, a sight I scarcely believed. The last individual to receive such treatment was none other than Messi, if memory serves. Lin's performance in this match was undeniably reminiscent of Messi at his peak. Particularly considering he is Guardiola's protégé, his actions were hardly surprising. Yet, I couldn't help but think, calm down, Guardiola. Your grin is almost crooked. On the opposite side of the pitch, Messi observed this scene with a tinge of bitterness. Once, Guardiola had reserved such gestures solely for him. Back then, he was the undisputed favorite in Guardiola's eyes. Now, it felt as though someone dear to him had suddenly developed affections elsewhere. Meanwhile, on the Barcelona bench, Enrique appeared quite agitated after witnessing the conceded goal. The defense had exhibited glaring vulnerabilities. Why was no one there to thwart De Bruyne's advance? Had anyone merely impeded De Bruyne's path, that lethal pass would have been averted. Contemplating this, he summoned Rakitic and earnestly instructed him to convey the message to the players to regain their focus. From the moment Barcelona initially took the lead to now trailing behind, they had succumbed to 2 consecutive goals from their opponents. If their offense did not show signs of improvement, the match could slip away from them. After Enrique's admonition, the entire Barcelona team adopted a demeanor of heightened vigilance. Their swift lead at the onset had led them to underestimate Manchester City, believing them to be easily manageable. Now, they were paying the price for their hubris, trailing behind. If they wished to avoid bidding farewell to the imminent treble winners, they would need to fight fiercely in the forthcoming moments of the match. Soon, following Manchester City's celebration, the match resumed. Barcelona sounded the clarion call for a counterattack, intensifying their offensive against City. In the 67th minute, Rakitic advanced past the halfway line but did not immediately pass to Messi. Instead, he carried the ball forward, drawing the defenders closer before shifting the ball to Iniesta. Iniesta pressed forward, evading Kroos and forcing Kanté to retreat defensively. As Kanté approached, Iniesta wisely opted to pass to Messi, wary of the impending challenge. Although Kanté abandoned Iniesta to pursue Messi, it was too late. Messi seized the ball and surged forward, swiftly positioning himself in the center. At this juncture, both Suarez and Neymar were making their runs, stretching Manchester City's defense thin and leaving insufficient resources to guard against Messi. Van Dijk, therefore, had no choice but to advance alone. In the previous encounter, it was he who, by employing a defensive strategy, constrained Messi's dribbling space, thus facilitating an interception alongside Kanté. This time, Van Dijk sought to replicate that tactic. However, Messi would not grant him such an opportunity. Sensing Van Dijk's intentions, Messi accelerated, executing 2 rapid changes of direction that left the still maturing and inexperienced Van Dijk in his wake. Tall central defenders like Van Dijk possess formidable defensive capabilities and cover a substantial area when engaging head-on. Yet, they commonly exhibit a significant flaw, a lack of agility in turning. Neymar, ever the astute player, was making runs, anticipating Messi's pass. Though Messi also harbored the option to shoot, as defenders had lost their positions against him. As Messi penetrated the penalty area, he found himself poised to strike. With a teammate akin to Messi, Company was acutely aware of the threat posed by such a player. Thus, the moment Messi entered the box, he abandoned Suarez and surged towards Messi, resolute in his mission to thwart Messi's shot. Suarez, on the other hand, would have to rely on his supporting teammates. Although he had no time to communicate with them, the synergy developed over years of playing together instilled in Company the confidence that the full-back would indeed cover for him. Kolarov indeed came to provide support, but he was unable to keep pace. As a premier striker, Suarez would not squander such an opportunity. Just as Suarez sprang into action, Messi delivered the pass. Suarez, aiming for the goal, did not adjust, but instead unleashed a powerful volley. Navas executed a miraculous save, deflecting Suarez's shot from close range. Yet, before Manchester City fans could exhale in relief, a diminutive figure darted forth like a gust of wind, capitalizing on the rebound before the defenders could clear it. The Olympic Stadium was momentarily enveloped in silence, and within a heartbeat, thunderous applause and cheers erupted. Countless Barca supporters were swept into a frenzy as their hero finally emerged. Scoring this critical goal, the score transformed to 2-2, and both teams found themselves back at square one. This goal showcased Messi's extraordinary individual prowess and the formidable synergy of the MSN trio. With less than 70 minutes elapsed, at least 20 minutes remained for both sides to leverage. Whichever team could secure a goal in this final stretch would ultimately triumph. Naturally, should neither side find the net again, the match would proceed to extra time. At this juncture, both teams had nothing left to hold back. Unveiling their final strategies and committing wholeheartedly, Guardiola shouted instructions from the sidelines, urging his players to maintain their positions and formation. His overhaul of the team was not yet complete, and the players struggled to execute his tactical vision flawlessly. Thus, Guardiola felt compelled to remind his players in such a manner to enhance their defensive effectiveness. Enrique, observing from the sidelines, couldn't help but furrow his brow, finding Guardiola's frequent exhortations excessive. What was Guardiola really up to? Did he believe that merely altering the players' positioning could thwart Barcelona's offensive prowess? Enrique harbored a sense of disdain. Even the Serie A teams renowned for their chain defense could scarcely withstand Barcelona's formidable attacks. Compared to these elite Italian clubs, Manchester City's defense was woefully inadequate. How could they possibly hold their ground? However, as the match progressed into the 70th minute and the players' stamina began to wane, Enrique was astonished to discover a rapid decline in Barcelona's attacking threat. Their players exchanged passes in the opponent's half, yet they struggled to create any menacing forward plays, resorting instead to lateral and backward passes. In contrast, Manchester City, despite a lower possession rate, executed their counterattacks with remarkable quality, consistently posing a threat to Barcelona's goal. Had it not been for ter Stegen's heroic saves against Lin Quan and Aguero's attempts, City would have reclaimed the lead by now. What was happening? Why was this the case? Enrique found himself utterly perplexed. Chapter conclusion. Chapter 46. You have Messi. I have Lin Quan. Intriguing. In the stands, Klopp's eyes lit up upon witnessing Manchester City's effective containment of Barcelona. Guardiola indeed possessed a remarkable strategy. The positioning of City's players on the field was astutely orchestrated, severely restricting Barcelona's offensive opportunities, leaving them with few avenues to exploit. Klopp couldn't help but envision himself in Enrique's shoes, contemplating how he might dismantle Guardiola's defenses. However, due to the limited time and his incomplete understanding of Guardiola's tactical arrangements, he struggled to devise an immediate solution. With this thought, Klopp resolved to embark on a journey through the Premier League. The presence of a top-tier coach like Guardiola in the league would undoubtedly enhance his own capabilities through direct competition with such elite coaching. Meanwhile, Bayern's coach, Hanks, also developed a keen interest in Guardiola's defensive tactics. Guardiola had effectively allocated player numbers across each zone and fortified the defensive line at the edge of their penalty area, denying Barcelona the opportunity to penetrate this critical zone. Consequently, although Barcelona maintained an advantage in possession and passing statistics, they failed to generate effective attacks, significantly diminishing their efficiency in utilizing time. In earlier years, Guardiola's pioneering possession-based style at Barcelona, after extensive scrutiny by the footballing world, had revealed the essence of this tactic. The core of possession football lies in controlling the ball, amplifying one's attacking sequences while minimizing the opponent's. This approach leads to a substantial disparity in the number of shots taken and as the volume of attempts increases, so too does the likelihood of scoring. While reducing the opponent's shooting opportunities naturally makes it exceedingly difficult to overcome Barcelona, unless their offensive efficiency is extraordinarily high, capable of seizing limited opportunities with precision. Such teams are rare. Only a select few elite clubs can achieve this. The majority of mid-tier teams lack such prowess, thus in league play. Guardiola's team employs a possession-based strategy with remarkable success, effortlessly accumulating points and maintaining a steady record. However, upon reaching the UEFA Champions League, they faced the crème de la crème of various leagues, and as the tournament progresses, the caliber of opponents intensifies. Consequently, his team frequently falters in the Champions League, often succumbing in the knockout stages. Football is fundamentally a game of time and space. Manchester City's ball control is not on par with that of Barcelona, prompting Guardiola to seize space and amplify his team's advantages. This strategy places Manchester City in a nearly invulnerable position, even in situations where they fail to score. Their effective defense can drag Barcelona into extra time or penalties. Now, the onus is on Barcelona to respond. How will Enrique adjust to counter Guardiola's tactics? Clearly cognizant of his team's offensive shortcomings, Enrique instructs Iniesta to draw closer to Messi, leveraging their harmonious synergy to execute intricate exchanges in tight spaces up front. This maneuver quickly proves effective, as their combined dribbling and passing capabilities create a synergy greater than the sum of its parts, effectively disrupting Manchester City's defense. Guardiola's time at Manchester City has been limited, leaving his transformation of the team incomplete. His tactics have been employed infrequently in prior matches, resulting in players lacking familiarity with their execution. Thus, the defensive system remains vulnerable, and a superstar like Messi possesses an exceptional ability to exploit such opportunities. Upon identifying a defensive lapse, Messi swiftly capitalizes on it. He passes the ball to Iniesta and makes a forward run. Iniesta returns the ball to the advancing Messi, culminating in a 1-2 combination. After receiving the ball, Messi passes to Neymar, who surges forward, engaging in another 1-2 exchange with Messi. At this moment, most of Manchester City's defenders are concentrated on the left flank, where Messi and Neymar have ventured. Meanwhile, space opens up in another area, presenting an opportunity for Suarez and Pedro, awaiting a pass that could lead to a potent shot on goal. Kolarov closely shadows Suarez, denying him any chance. But Suarez is far from a mere shadow. His movement is elusive, feigning a run towards the goal to draw closer to his teammates. He suddenly retreats once Kolarov follows, receiving Messi's pass in the center of the penalty area. This rare open space, devoid of any immediate threats within a meter of Suarez, presents an exquisite opportunity that he cannot afford to squander. With swift precision, the score is altered to 2-3, as Barcelona nets 2 consecutive goals, regaining the lead once more. At this moment, the match clock has reached the 79th minute, with only a handful of minutes remaining before the final whistle. Barcelona needs to maintain their lead during these final moments to secure a treble this season. Suarez has stepped up, scoring a crucial goal. Manchester City finds themselves in a dire situation. Without a swift response, they risk elimination. Commentators across various booths believe that Suarez's goal may very well signal the conclusion of this match, although the game is not yet over. This goal has positioned Barcelona in an almost invincible stance. For Manchester City to triumph over Barcelona, they must score at least 2 goals. Accomplishing this feat in such a short time frame is nearly impossible. Thus, for Barcelona, the worst-case scenario would merely involve being pushed into extra time. However, their recent offensive strategy has proven effective, suggesting that this goal can indeed be replicated. Even if they are drawn into extra time, they could potentially defeat Manchester City using this very tactic. Furthermore, in the forthcoming moments of the match, Barcelona might even extend their lead further. The goal has elicited uncontainable excitement from Bartomeu and coach Enrique in the VIP box. After several tense minutes, they can finally exhale, witnessing the dawn of victory. The efforts of the past year have culminated in this moment of potential triumph. Damn! Upon seeing Suarez score, Guardiola's expression darkened, and he couldn't help but curse internally. This was the effect Barcelona aimed for in the first half, yet it materialized in the second. Indeed, a player of Messi's caliber demands unwavering defensive intensity. At that instant, Guardiola finally comprehended how his past adversaries felt when faced with a Barcelona side boasting the indefatigable Messi. This sensation is truly unsettling. However, Guardiola is not one to concede easily. If Barcelona has Messi, does Manchester City not possess Lin Quan? Just then, Lin Quan glanced in his direction, prompting Guardiola to wave him over. Lin, our time is limited. We must score quickly. Lin Quan nodded, acknowledging the urgency of the situation. Yet, in the second half, Barcelona's defense has specifically targeted him, intensifying their interceptions against De Bruyne, David Silva, and others, denying them passing opportunities. Should he retreat to receive the ball? His deeper positioning would expose him to multiple layers of opposition defense, significantly increasing the difficulty of scoring. This is hardly surprising. After all, he has already netted 2 goals against Barcelona. If they were to neglect his defense any further, it would be sheer folly. Moreover, with Barcelona now in the lead, they will undoubtedly exert every effort to safeguard their advantage. Under these circumstances, breaching Barcelona's goal has become even more challenging. Guardiola, however, has evidently devised a plan. The celebration of Barcelona lasted nearly 2 minutes, and by the time they concluded their festivities, the match clock had already reached the 81st minute. The Manchester City supporters in the stands were visibly displeased, as it was apparent that the opposing team had deliberately consumed time during their goal celebration. It remained uncertain how much additional time the referee would allocate. Should the stoppage time be brief, Manchester City would have little opportunity left. Lin Quan reminisced about Guardiola's earlier instructions and cast a glance at the positioning of the Barcelona players. Barcelona's formation featured Messi and Alves on the right flank, while Neymar and Alba occupied the left. In the midfield were Iniesta, Rakitic, and Busquets, with the ever-threatening Suarez leading the attack. On the defensive line, Barcelona's 2 central defenders were Pique and Mascherano. Pique assumed a deeper role, acting as a sweeper and a point of distribution during offensive phases. Conversely, Mascherano advanced his position, stepping into the defensive midfielder role to serve as a barrier beyond the backline. At this moment, Alves and Alba retracted their positions, retreating into the penalty area to maintain the integrity of the defense. Mascherano's interception and clearance abilities were formidable, and he was well-versed in the defensive midfielder role, posing no adaptation issues, which significantly impacted Manchester City's offensive maneuvers. It must be noted that this was indeed Guardiola's doing. It was during his tenure at Barcelona that he transitioned Mascherano from a defensive midfielder to a central defender. However, one could argue that Guardiola had somewhat ensnared himself in this strategy. Overall, Barcelona's formation was primarily offensive in nature. Yet, on the sidelines, Enrique had already instructed the substitutes to begin warming up. It would not be long before he replaced an attacking player with a defensive one, aiming to safeguard the scoreline until the final whistle. To equalize swiftly, Manchester City needed to capitalize before Barcelona fortified their defense. Alternatively, they could choose to launch an attack after substitutions were made, taking advantage of the newly introduced players who had yet to fully acclimate and establish synergy with their teammates. These were the 2 optimal moments. Once missed, breaching Barcelona's goal would prove exceedingly difficult. With a sharp whistle from Chassel, Lin Quan quickly tapped the ball to Aguero and sprinted towards Barcelona's half. Recognizing his threat, Rakitic and Busquets instinctively gravitated towards Lin Quan's position. Yet, Aguero did not pass to Lin Quan. Instead, he returned the ball to De Bruyne. Suarez charged towards De Bruyne, who subsequently passed back to Kroos. Suarez pursued the latter. Even in the latter stages of the match, Suarez appeared to possess an abundance of stamina, able to sustain such exertion while his teammates, including Messi and Neymar, had noticeably slowed. Kroos glanced at the opposition, dismissing Suarez as merely an isolated threat, and thus returned the ball to right-back Zabaleta. Both Barcelona players and the fans in attendance were somewhat bewildered. What was happening? Wasn't it Manchester City who was trailing? How is it that your team plays as if they are in the lead? With so little time left in the match, there seems to be no urgency to attack. And instead, the ball is repeatedly passed back. Isn't this a blatant waste of time? Although the intentions of Manchester City remain a mystery, the players of Barcelona, in their quest to maintain formation stability, could not help but press forward. As they advanced, Zabaleta made a pass, delivering the ball to De Bruyne, who had moved to the right flank. Neymar rushed towards De Bruyne, intent on reclaiming possession. However, De Bruyne, as if he possessed eyes in the back of his head, elegantly spun away from Neymar. Without waiting for Alba and Iniesta to close in, De Bruyne swiftly launched a long pass, sending the ball across the entire field to the opposite side. A figure appeared in the path of the ball's flight, effortlessly bringing it to a halt. Upon seeing the number on the jersey of the player who received the ball, the Barcelona fans were astounded. How did he arrive on the left flank? It was none other than Lin Quan. During this period, Barcelona had predominantly attacked down the right, positioning Alves further forward. He immediately charged towards Lin Quan, attempting to thwart his advance. Yet, Lin Quan seemed disinterested in this confrontation. He took a couple of steps forward, met Alves, and then seamlessly passed the ball to David Silva. With no defenders in sight, Silva surged towards Barcelona's half, prompting the entire Manchester City team to launch a vigorous counterattack. Agüero had already dashed into the penalty area, poised to receive a teammate's pass, and seized the opportunity to shoot. Pique positioned himself firmly to block Agüero, denying him any chance to receive the ball. Mascherano also moved closer to Agüero, preparing for an attempt to surround him. However, in an unexpected twist, David Silva did not pass to Agüero. Instead, he drove the ball into the penalty area. With Alves still out of position, Pique had no choice but to abandon Agüero and advance to intercept Silva. Yet, just as Pique left Agüero, Silva made his pass. This ball was certainly not destined for Agüero, for even with Pique's departure, Mascherano and Alba remained nearby, making it difficult for Agüero to gain an advantage. However, the situation was different for another player. As David Silva approached the byline, Lin Quan deliberately slowed his pace, refraining from an immediate sprint towards the Barcelona penalty area. Instead, he waited until Alves and Busquets had surpassed him before suddenly launching himself at breathtaking speed towards the only open space at the edge of the penalty area. Behind him, Messi, noticing Lin Quan's sudden acceleration, felt a surge of alarm and immediately recognized the impending danger. Stop him. Do not allow him a chance to shoot. Nevertheless, the cacophony of the crowd drowned out his urgent call. The Barcelona players, lacking awareness, failed to notice the rapidly advancing Lin Quan from behind. Yet, David Silva did see him, and thus, he backpassed the ball, seemingly intending to deliver it to Busquets, who was returning to the edge of the penalty area. Busquets was momentarily taken aback. Was this a mistake on their part? No, it was certainly not an error. As a teammate of David Silva on the national team, he was acutely aware of the latter's capabilities. Since it was not a blunder, it must mean someone was charging in from behind. Once Professor Bu realized this, his instinct was to disrupt the ball. However, before his foot could even make contact with the football, he sensed a figure swiftly darting past him, like a whirlwind. Seizing the ball, Lin Quan successfully received the ball and penetrated the penalty area. The hearts of Barcelona's supporters raced to their throats, and some even closed their eyes in despair. It was over. This time, it was truly over. Chapter 47. The final hat-trick, ending Barcelona's dynasty. Goal. Lin Quan scored his third personal goal, achieving an incredible hat-trick in the Champions League final. This marked the first time in 46 years, since Pirino Prati, that someone had completed a hat-trick on the grand stage of the Champions League final. Furthermore, it was the inaugural hat-trick in the revamped Champions League format. Prior to this, only Di Stefano, Puskas, and Prati had accomplished such a feat in a Champions League final, and now, one more name could be added to that illustrious list: Lin Quan. The spectators in the Olympic Stadium, along with fans worldwide glued to their television screens, were collectively engulfed in astonishment at that moment. Someone actually performed a hat-trick in a Champions League final? Was this even humanly possible? Historically, scoring in a final is an arduous task, let alone executing a hat-trick. Since the inception of the Champions League in 1955, out of 60 finals, only 2 matches witnessed a hat-trick: Real Madrid's 7-3 victory over Frankfurt in the 1959-1960 season, and AC Milan's 4-1 triumph over Ajax in the 1968-1969 season. In the former, Di Stefano netted 3 goals for a hat-trick, while Puskas astonishingly scored 4, becoming the only player to achieve a quadruple in a Champions League final. These events belong to a distant past, known to only a few ordinary fans. In the last 20 years of football, especially following the Champions League's restructuring, it has been exceedingly rare for fans to witness a hat-trick in a final, let alone a brace. Yet today, they had the privilege of witnessing history unfold before their eyes. Could it be that I am not dreaming? Lin Huang truly accomplished a hat-trick in the Champions League final, a feat that even the likes of Messi and Ronaldo have never achieved. Were it not for the sharp pain from pinching my thigh, I would hardly believe it myself. Considering this is the Champions League final, and the opponent is the formidable Barcelona, the record was so astonishing that many found it hard to accept. Indeed, it was not just them. Upon witnessing Lin Quan's goal, Manchester City's coach Guardiola wore an equally stunned expression. "I merely took a chance as one might with a dying horse, never anticipating that this young man would truly deliver." He reflected meticulously on Lin Quan's choices prior to breaching the defense, and could not help but admire. His timing was impeccable, his execution resolute, and the final strike was nothing short of perfection. Should any one of these three elements falter, this goal would never have materialized. Barcelona's defense showed no signs of weakness. If one were to point a finger, it would be at Busquets, who ought to have closely marked Lin Quan rather than leaving him unattended. However, in the absence of explicit instructions from the coach, he naturally dared not to do so, for it would jeopardize the integrity of Barcelona's defensive formation, leaving them vulnerable. Had Lin Quan not scored, it would have been another Manchester City player finding the net. This young lad, despite his tender years, possesses a wealth of experience and an astonishingly stable mindset. Guardiola found himself perplexed. During his tenure with Messi, the young Messi often displayed impulsiveness and moments of emotional instability. Yet, such flaws were utterly absent in Lin Quan, who resembled a cold, unfeeling goal machine. On the pitch, Messi felt a surge of helplessness and frustration as he witnessed Lin Quan breach their defense once more. After all their efforts, after finally securing the lead, the opposition effortlessly equalized. How could defeating this individual prove so formidable? In the VIP box, the expressions of Bayern's chairman Rummenigge and manager Hoeneß darkened considerably upon witnessing the goal. Lin Quan's three strikes landed like resounding slaps across their faces, leaving them feeling the sting of embarrassment. Enrique has proven utterly inept. With such a remarkable squad, he has led Barcelona to this state. Hoeneß, seething with anger, directed his frustration towards Barcelona's coach Enrique. Meanwhile, Rummenigge's countenance grew even more grim, clearly recalling the implications of Hoeneß's words. When Guardiola was at the helm, Barcelona was renowned as the invincible cosmic team, instilling fear in anyone who faced them in the Champions League. Had Guardiola remained with such a squad, Barcelona would never have been cornered by Manchester City in this manner. Would that not suggest that Bayern had failed to recognize talent? Allowing a prodigy like Lin Quan to slip away was one thing, but failing to retain a celebrated coach like Guardiola was simply inexcusable. Hoeneß, in his discontent, was only digging his own grave. Let us return to the club. I can no longer bear to watch this match. Rummenigge feared that continuing to do so would induce a heart attack. In another VIP box, Barcelona's president Bartomeu was genuinely on the brink of a heart attack. Mere moments ago, witnessing Suarez's goal had him exuberantly dancing in delight, nearly ready to pop open champagne in celebration. Yet, just a few minutes later, Manchester City poured cold water over his jubilation, washing away all traces of his earlier joy. The score has been equalized once more, leaving Barcelona devoid of any advantage. The outcome remains uncertain. However, in terms of momentum, the recently scored Manchester City is undeniably at the pinnacle of their vigor. Conversely, Barcelona, having suffered the equalizer, displays a palpable decline in morale among its players. This incites profound concern within Bartomeu, who fears the possibility of a last-minute defeat. Indeed, this young man has significantly enhanced his prowess since his earlier days, should he transition to the Premier League. Encountering him on the pitch would undoubtedly be a source of headache. In the stands, Klopp couldn't contain his applause upon witnessing Lin Quan complete a hat trick in the final. As he clapped, he mused internally. At present, Manchester City's terrifying strength is evident. Whether he joins Chelsea or Liverpool, facing City will undoubtedly lead to a fierce battle with minimal chances of success. Nonetheless, this only ignites his competitive spirit further. The Premier League, after all, is not the Bundesliga, where his team struggles against Bayern's poaching and cannot compete fairly with their rivals. However, in the Premier League, the powerhouses stand on equal footing. With robust support from the club, Klopp wonders if he has anything to fear. In contrast to Klopp's admiration, Hanks harbors only regret. He too applauds Lin Quan, yet as he does, a sigh escapes him. It is lamentable that Bayern missed the opportunity to sign Lin Quan. Had he remained with Bayern, how formidable would the team have become? Alas, what a pity. The thought of Bayern choosing Götze over Lin Quan makes Hank scoff. By current standards, Götze lacks even the qualification to carry Lin Quan's shoes. Since last year's World Cup, Götze's form has deteriorated, and if this trend continues, he may struggle to retain his starting position next season. In stark contrast, Lin Quan's rapid ascension over the past few years is remarkable. This match saw him overshadow the fellow superstar Messi, hinting at his emergence as the world's premier footballer. Compared to such an extraordinary talent, what is Gotza? Bayern has indeed suffered a significant loss. As customary, after scoring, Lin Quan intended to elevate his collar and perform a regal celebration. Yet, his overly exuberant teammates rushed in, toppling him to the ground and thwarting his grand gesture. How unfortunate it is that such a splendid opportunity, a hat trick in the Champions League final, was spoiled by this enthusiastic bunch. Who knows when such an occasion might arise again. Bravo! We've equalized once more. One teammate exclaimed, "Hey Lin, how about that pass I made? Wasn't he spot on?" Another chimed in, "Your shot was sensational, Lin. I saw Ter Stegen exerting every ounce of strength, yet he still couldn't stop it. He must have been furious, pounding the grass for half a minute. Let us seize the moment and aim for a decisive victory over Barcelona, shall we?" One suggested enthusiastically. Excellent idea. In contrast to Barcelona's tendency to waste precious match time with prolonged goal celebrations, Manchester City's rejoicing was notably restrained. Their celebration lasted merely about a minute, after which all players promptly returned to their positions, each one exuding an air of fierce determination as they fixed their gazes upon the Barcelona players. It was now their turn to launch a counterattack. The Barcelona players, acutely aware of the opposing team's fiery spirit and palpable aggression, felt a twinge of anxiety following their recent concession, as the fear of conceding another goal loomed large in their minds. They resolved to stabilize their position before attempting to regain control. At that moment, should Manchester City score, it would spell disaster for them. Yet, if they could maintain the current scoreline, they still had at least 30 minutes of extra time to contend with. As the match resumed, spectators noted a marked diminishment in Barcelona's attacking vigor. They were no longer as enthusiastic or aggressive as before. Conversely, buoyed by their heightened morale, Manchester City unleashed a relentless series of assaults on the Barcelona goal, intent on seizing the opportunity to deliver a decisive blow. Faced with Manchester City's ferocious onslaught, the Barcelona defense was fraught with tension, each player on edge, fearful that a single misstep could obliterate the fruits of an entire season's labor. Their excessive caution rendered them hesitant to mount significant attacks, thereby diminishing the threat posed to Manchester City's goal. As the match progressed, Lionel Messi's stamina had all but evaporated. At this juncture, he struggled to muster the energy to run, and without his orchestrating presence, Neymar and Suarez's effectiveness plummeted, leaving the trio ineffectual in the attacking third. With their threat neutralized, Manchester City's defenders boldly advanced, employing the very possession-based football that Barcelona had once mastered, relentlessly applying pressure on their opponents. This was the first time Barcelona experienced the suffocating force of possession football from an adversary, inciting feelings of both anger and frustration. In the past, they had always been the ones to dominate their opponents. When had it ever been the case that their own tactics were turned against them? Yet, their indignation proved futile, as Manchester City had seized complete control of the match. While Messi's physical prowess had waned, the vigor of Lin Quan remained unscathed. He rampaged through and around the Barcelona penalty area, throwing their defensive line into disarray. Unfortunately for Manchester City, their dominance did not translate into goals, as their attempts were either wayward or thwarted by the defenders. The match ultimately concluded in a 3-3 draw, propelling it into extra time. With limited respite before the additional period commenced, neither team retreated to their dressing rooms. Instead, they gathered around their coach, absorbing his tactical directives. The opposing side's stamina was waning, and substitutions would soon be made to bolster the offensive pressure. As the second half of extra time approached, the plan was to sustain the previous tactics, ensuring no respite was afforded to their adversaries. Guardiola exhibited no inclination to play conservatively. He was intent on avoiding a penalty shootout. Recognizing the signs of impending defeat in his opponents, he resolved to exploit the opportunity and deliver a final, crushing blow. The players nodded emphatically. Although their recent siege did not yield a goal, they had unmistakably sensed a decline in the defensive quality of Barcelona. Meanwhile, Enrique, having delineated his tactics, turned to Messi and inquired, "Leo, how is your stamina? Can you endure through extra time?" He was reluctant to substitute Messi, especially while the score remained level. Should he remove Messi recklessly and Manchester City scored again, what could Barcelona do to equalize? However, Enrique also noted that Messi's energy was nearing its limit. If he remained on the field during extra time, his contribution would likely be severely constrained. "Coach, trust me. I can persist," Messi declared resolutely, conveying his determination to Enrique. There was still no victor between him and Lin Quan. How could he leave the field prematurely at such a critical juncture? Witnessing Messi's unwavering resolve, Enrique could only nod in acquiescence, opting not to substitute him. The 5-minute intermission swiftly concluded, and extra time commenced in earnest. Both teams made substitutions. Barcelona replaced Rakitic with the veteran Xavi. Xavi had already made it clear that he would not be renewing his contract with the team, thus this match was likely his final appearance representing Barcelona. On the other hand, Manchester City adopted a more aggressive stance, with Guardiola making 3 substitutions in rapid succession. He replaced Kroos with Yaya Touré, took off De Bruyne for Milner, and substituted David Silva with Navas. All 3 substitution slots were expeditiously utilized by Guardiola. Clearly, he was prepared to take a daring gamble. This decision, seemingly audacious, was in fact remarkably astute. Barcelona's stamina had begun to wane. By introducing 3 fresh players to bolster the midfield, Guardiola aimed to tighten the noose, thereby stripping Barcelona of their midfield control. Once Barcelona lost control of the midfield, the match would fall entirely into Manchester City's dominion, granting them countless opportunities to attack. As extra time began, the situation unfolded precisely as Guardiola had anticipated. Under the onslaught of Manchester City's invigorated players, Barcelona's midfield was utterly overwhelmed. City's possession surged dramatically, leading to repeated threats against Barcelona's goal. The Barcelona supporters in the stands felt a sense of despair and suffocation as the opponent's assault raged on like a tempest, unrelenting. Their defensive line trembled under the relentless pressure, resembling a wall on the verge of collapse, poised to fall with the slightest breeze. In the 103rd minute, as the first half of extra time was drawing to a close, Lin Quan surged into the penalty area. Mascherano, repurposed as a center-back, committed a fatal error in defense. Acting impulsively, he tripped the ball carrier, Lin Quan. The referee's whistle pierced through the tension, and he promptly pointed to the penalty spot. A penalty. The crowd erupted in disbelief. At this moment, Barcelona's penalty decision effectively signified the demise of any suspense in the match. Amidst the despondent gazes of countless Barcelona supporters, Lin Quan rose from the ground, cradling the ball as he made his way step by step towards the penalty spot. The so-called dynasty of Barcelona was poised to meet its end. Chapter 48, Champions League reign. Lin Quan ascends as the pinnacle of football. Ter Stegen, with a face etched with anxiety, fixed his gaze upon the individual a mere 10 meters away. The name of this formidable opponent had reached his ears long before his arrival at Barcelona. However, he never anticipated that the reality of this player's prowess would surpass the ominous rumors. In just one match, this adversary had breached his goal 3 times. Now, there loomed the opportunity to elevate that disheartening statistic to 4. Meanwhile, he found himself merely a backdrop to the record-breaking feat about to unfold. Ter Stegen felt a surge of frustration. Had he known this would be the case, he might as well have requested a spot on the bench. The success rate for goalkeepers saving penalties is notoriously low, typically hovering around 20 to 30%. If faced with a player renowned for their penalty-taking prowess, that figure would likely plummet. Reflecting on Lin Quan's penalty statistics, Ter Stegen was horrified to realize that this individual seemed to possess a 100% success rate. To date, he had never witnessed Lin Quan miss a penalty. A perfect record? Indeed, his prospects appeared grim. As Lin Quan positioned himself at the penalty spot, the Barcelona fans were gripped by an overwhelming sense of tension. They fervently prayed within their hearts, hoping for Ter Stegen to summon miraculous skill and thwart Lin Quan's shot. Some even wished for Lin Quan to falter, for only through his misstep could Barcelona hope for a chance at survival. On the sidelines, Barcelona's head coach, Enrique, was already on edge. He stood rigid, eyes fixed intently on both his goal and Lin Quan, who stood poised to strike. This match had wrought tremendous turmoil for him and the club, leaving Enrique with a deep sense of regret. He often lamented in his mind that had he not dismissed this player years ago, Barcelona would not find itself in such dire straits now. Though he bore some self-reproach, he directed the greater blame towards Rosell. It's all Rosell's fault. If not for his obstinacy, Lin Quan would undoubtedly still be a treasure of La Masia, the successor to Messi. With both of them, maintaining a dynasty for 10 or even 15 years would have been a certainty. Alas, there are no what-ifs in life. Suddenly, Enrique's reverie was shattered by the referee's whistle. On the pitch, at the sound of the whistle, Lin Quan glanced at the goal and began his run-up. Here it comes. Ter Stegen's heart raced, his eyes widening as he scrutinized Lin Quan's every movement. Lin Quan did not alter his rhythm nor employ any feints to deceive the goalkeeper. After completing his run-up, he unleashed a powerful strike upon the ball. Boom! A resounding crack echoed as the football hurtled toward Barcelona's goal at breakneck speed. To the left, Ter Stegen, relying on his keen instincts, quickly pinpointed the trajectory of the shot. His assessment proved accurate, as he even anticipated the general area of Lin Quan's strike. However, what does it matter? Among the players on the field, upon witnessing the trajectory of the flying football, the Spanish national team members such as Piqué, Xavi, Iniesta, and Busquets could not help but feel a pang of dread, realizing that calamity was imminent. They were all too familiar with such penalties. For Lin Quan had scored several in this very manner during last year's World Cup, mercilessly besting goalkeepers like De Gea and Reina in training with the same technique. Indeed, while Ter Stegen's graceful, outstretched posture resembled a majestic bird soaring through the sky, it was ultimately of no consequence. As the ball nearly grazed the intersection of the post and crossbar, entering the net with absolute precision, Ter Stegen's textbook save was rendered futile. Boom! At the moment of the goal, the Berlin Olympic Stadium erupted in a frenzy of celebration. Manchester City fans were ecstatic, shouting and jumping, with some even dancing exuberantly in front of the Barcelona supporters. Manchester City had taken the lead once again, drawing ever closer to their second UEFA Champions League trophy in history. Meanwhile, the faces of Barcelona fans turned ashen, brimming with despair. It was evident to all that the Barcelona players were utterly drained, and after suffering consecutive blows from their opponents, their morale had plummeted. At that moment, Barcelona no longer exuded the oppressive aura of a champion team. In the VIP box, Bartomeu seemed to have been drained of all strength, slumping despondently in his seat. He murmured to himself, "It's over, all is lost." He envisioned the furious Barcelona fans turning against him, abandoning him to rally behind Laporta. After a year and a half of meticulous planning, everything had crumbled due to this one match. On the other side, Laporta's emotions were equally complex. Barcelona's defeat signified the demise of Bartomeu's schemes, ensuring that he would have a strong advantage in the upcoming club presidential election this summer. Yet, a lingering feeling haunted Laporta. Having missed this opportunity for victory, it was likely that Barcelona would struggle to reclaim their place at the pinnacle of Europe for a considerable time. After scoring for the fourth time, Lin Quan seized the moment before his teammates could rush to him, finally finding the opportunity to revel in his glory. He raised his collar and surveyed the entire stadium, surveying his domain like a king. In the area he surveyed, the fans in the stands rose collectively to applaud, with some even exaggeratingly bowing in reverence. Truly, he was a ruler of the realm. This phrase was the first that sprang to the minds of countless fans. Throughout history, only Lin Quan and Puskas had managed to score 4 goals in a Champions League final. What constitutes a dominating performance? This lad's celebration was bound to incite envy. Did he not fear a leg-breaking tackle? On the sidelines, Guardiola, having celebrated with fervor, could not help but chuckle and shake his head upon witnessing Lin Quan's celebration. Though he spoke in jest, his eyes sparkled with affection and pride. "Behold, this is my son, the foremost figure in contemporary football. Messi? Regrettably, I am unacquainted." With scant time remaining in the first half of extra time, the referee swiftly signaled the end of the half, following Manchester City's jubilant celebrations. There was no respite during the intermission of extra time. After switching ends, the match resumed. Enrique, in a desperate bid, introduced 2 attacking players, launching an all-out offensive against Manchester City. However, his substitutions not only failed to yield results, but further compromised Barcelona's defensive capability. Lacking control of the midfield, Barcelona struggled to maintain their possession-based approach. The latter half of extra time transformed into a relentless siege of Barcelona's goal by Manchester City. Witnessing this scene, the global legion of Barcelona supporters succumbed to despair. Their team was firmly subdued, with scant hope of equalizing or claiming victory. Countless fans silently implored Messi to emerge and salvage the team from the brink of defeat. As the star player of Barcelona, it was Messi's duty to rise when his team needed him most. Forget Neymar, forget Suarez. In critical moments, the minds of Barcelona fans invariably turned to Messi. As time slipped away, both the fans and players grew increasingly anxious. Messi, Messi, Messi. It was unclear who initiated it, but the Barcelona supporters began to chant Messi's name in harmonious unison. On the pitch, upon hearing his name, Messi clenched his teeth. It was not that he did not wish to step up. Rather, he was utterly fatigued. Having persevered thus far, Messi had reached his limits, sustained solely by his formidable willpower and yearning for triumph. Yet now, upon hearing the fans' calls and glancing at the dwindling match clock, Messi recognized that he must rise to the occasion. If he did not act now, the opportunity would slip away. In the 115th minute, after enduring 10 minutes of relentless pressure from Manchester City, Barcelona finally seized their chance. Busquets intercepted the ball successfully and swiftly relayed it to Xavi. Xavi, still sharp, executed a precise through ball, finding Messi on the flank. Messi received the ball, took a touch, dribbled, and executed the entire sequence seamlessly. Casting a glance at Manchester City's goal and the vacant space ahead, Messi surged forward. Since Lin's goal, Messi had been conserving energy. His current stamina could only sustain a single sprint and attack. If he failed to capitalize on this final opportunity, Barcelona would be left utterly defenseless. As Messi raced with fervor, fans from both Barcelona and Manchester City instinctively rose, craning their necks in anxious anticipation. Everyone understood that this was Barcelona's last-ditch effort. Should this attack succeed, Manchester City might be drawn into a penalty shootout. However, if Barcelona's counterattack faltered and Messi failed to find the back of the net, then Manchester City would vanquish Barcelona and lift the coveted trophy. Charge forth, Messi. Danger, retreat defensively. Both sets of fans were fervently cheering in their hearts at this moment. Countless souls were captivated by the mesmerizing run of Messi. Within the VIP box, Bartomeu, whose heart had turned to ash, suddenly rose, clenching his fists tightly. Fixated on the sprinting Messi, Messi would surely save the team. He must. If only they could drag the match into a penalty shootout, the odds would be evenly split. Barcelona still had a chance, at the very least a 50% chance. However, just as he calculated Barcelona's probability of victory, his peripheral vision caught a swift blue figure racing from Barcelona's half, charging toward the ball-carrying Messi. Bartomeu's eyes widened in shock. He recognized the player's jersey number, 10. It was Lin Quan. The crowd erupted in astonishment. How could this be? At such a juncture, Lin Quan still possessed such stamina? Was he a monster? Messi, run. Hurry. Lin Quan is closing in. The anxious Barcelona fans shouted, desperate to alert Messi to the pursuer behind him. Yet, the cacophony of the stadium was so overwhelming that the few voices could hardly reach the players' ears. Gazing at the approaching goal, Messi finally felt a sense of relief. Next, he only needed to penetrate the penalty area and outmaneuver the goalkeeper to send the ball into the net. However, he had already exerted every ounce of strength in his sprint, fearing he might lack the energy to surpass the goalkeeper. Thus, he could not linger on the ball for too long. He must shoot before the keeper closed in to a critical distance. Messi had devised his strategy for the next move, yet he failed to notice a Manchester City player had already reduced the gap to less than 2 meters. Moreover, Lin Quan's speed was increasing, rapidly diminishing the distance between them. At this moment, Messi finally recognized the threat behind him. Who was it? How could someone catch up to him so swiftly? His first thought was of Navas, who had just been substituted by Guardiola and still had plenty of energy, positioned perfectly on the right flank. However, when the opponent drew level with him, Messi's pupils dilated in disbelief as he beheld Lin Quan. How could this be? Lin Quan's presence was entirely unexpected, disrupting Messi's previously laid plans. At this point, the goal was still a distance away. If he shot now, with his energy waning, accuracy would be difficult to ensure. Furthermore, shooting in haste without time to adjust and with an opponent interfering would inherently lower his chances of success. Yet, if he continued forward, Lin Quan would undoubtedly deny him the opportunity. He could almost predict how his adversary would counter him. Had this been the beginning of the match, Messi would have had no fear of Lin Quan's defense. No one in the world had yet been born who could contain him one-on-one. As the second half of extra time unfolded, Messi found himself drained of energy. At this moment, the prospect of dribbling past defenders was utterly beyond him. Even taking a few steps with the ball seemed an insurmountable task. Resolutely, Messi resolved to take his shot before Lin Quan could fully position himself to block. Yet, Lin Quan appeared to have anticipated Messi's intentions, positioning his body just as Messi struck the ball, effectively obstructing a portion of the shooting angle while simultaneously using his physique to unbalance Messi. With a resounding thud, the ball soared from Messi's foot. executed just as he was losing his equilibrium. However, in a state of exhaustion and imbalance, the shot veered wide of the goal, failing to find the target and thus resulting in no score. A profound silence enveloped the stadium. Barcelona supporters stood in stunned disbelief, watching the wayward ball and the fallen figure of Messi. The invincible Messi had been brought low. Lying on the grass, a wave of sorrow surged within him, and tears streamed down his cheeks. Ultimately, he had succumbed to defeat. In that moment, memories of last year's World Cup flooded back to him. It was the same adversary who had thwarted his and Argentina's dreams of glory. Today, it was once again that same individual who obstructed Barcelona's pursuit of a treble. Could it be that he was truly unable to overcome this opponent? Just then, Messi sensed a shadow cast over him. He opened his eyes to see Lin Quan standing before him, extending a hand. "Next year's final, I await your challenge." The words spoken were few. Any further dialogue felt superfluous. For someone of Messi's exalted stature, no one was in a position to offer consolation. Nor did he seek any. Hearing Lin Quan's words ignited a fierce determination within the previously despondent Messi. With resolve, he grasped Lin Quan's hand and rose to his feet. A powerful conviction blossomed in Messi's heart. He would triumph over him. Countless cameras captured this momentous occasion, though unspoken. Everyone recognized it as a rite of passage between generations. From this instant onwards, the title of the foremost player in football was destined for a change. Following Barcelona's failed counterattack, Manchester City seized control of the game's tempo, denying their opponents any further opportunities to retaliate. As stoppage time concluded, the referee's whistle signaled the end of the match. Ultimately, Manchester City triumphed over Barcelona with a score of 4-3 at the Berlin Olympic Stadium, lifting the Champions League trophy for the second time. This victory marked them as the first team to defend their title since the tournament's restructuring. Consequently, Manchester City officially ascended to the ranks of the Premier League's elite quintet. End of chapter 49. A heated debate in football. Where is Lin Quan headed? A week has passed since the Champions League final, yet the repercussions of that match continue to resonate. With the transfer window drawing near, the major clubs of European football are gearing up, preparing to make strategic moves this summer in a bid to bolster their strength against the formidable Manchester City. It appears that a new arms race is inevitable. However, the instigators, Lin Quan and Guardiola, have seemingly vanished from existence, disappearing without a trace after Manchester City's triumph. For an entire week, no one has caught a glimpse of them. This absence has inevitably given rise to a plethora of rumors. Whispers suggest that having reached the pinnacle of his career and amassed various honors, Lin Quan has lost interest in the Premier League and is engaging with other elite clubs, preparing to depart from Manchester City this summer. Despite the club's prompt denial, asserting that they maintain a 3-year contract with Lin Quan and that their collaboration is exceedingly harmonious, the rebuttal has failed to convince the public. If Manchester City's claims hold true, why not allow the player himself to clarify the situation? In the world of football, such rumor-laden denials have long ceased to astonish anyone, and the audience is far from naive. As time wanes, the speculation surrounding Lin Quan's potential transfer has only intensified. This summer, as Barcelona anticipates a presidential election, the frontrunner, Laporta, has repeatedly declared in the media that should he be re-elected as president of the club, his foremost action would be to welcome Lin Quan, the prodigal son of La Masia, back to Camp Nou. This campaign promise has resonated profoundly with Barcelona's supporters, who vividly recall Lin Quan's remarkable performance in the Champions League final, where he single-handedly dismantled Barcelona's defenses, garnering admiration rather than disdain from the fans. They view him as a treasure from La Masia, believing that his return would restore all that the club has lost. Consequently, since the rumors of Lin Quan's transfer emerged, numerous Barcelona fans have flocked to his social media accounts, fervently imploring his return to Camp Nou. Generally speaking, promises made during campaigns are often met with skepticism. Yet, Laporta seems earnest in his intentions. It has come to his attention that the Qatari consortium plans to make a significant acquisition this summer, with Lin Quan and players of Messi's caliber at the top of their wish list. However, the exorbitant valuations and the reluctance of their current clubs to release such talents diminish the likelihood of success. Thus, this year, in addition to customary offers to Manchester City, the Qatari consortium has extended a discreet proposal to Barcelona, aiming to acquire Neymar for $1.5 billion. Given Neymar's less than stellar performance this year, having failed to clinch the Champions League title his market value has diminished from its anticipated heights. Nevertheless, considering his youth and immense potential for growth for the Qatari investors, spending $1.5 billion on an emerging superstar is not a regrettable venture. After all, to make a resounding impact, they must secure the presence of genuine marquee players. Within the realm of football, aside from Lin Quan, Messi, and Ronaldo, the number of players who can meet their illustrious standards is indeed dwindling. Upon thorough consideration, it is evident that Neymar emerges as the most suitable candidate. Upon learning this news, Laporta's thoughts began to flourish. Should Barcelona have the opportunity to welcome back Lin Quan, the sale of Neymar would pose no issue whatsoever. After all, Lin Quan commands a substantial market value. Even if the player himself consents to return to Barcelona, the club could not expect to fulfill this desire without financial expenditure. To extricate Lin Quan from Manchester City, a sum of 200 or 300 million euros would be indispensable. Although Barcelona stands as a premier powerhouse, its foundation does not rival that of their arch-nemesis, Real Madrid. Even Real Madrid must exercise frugality and make significant sacrifices to acquire a player of Lin Quan's caliber. Therefore, if the Qatari investors genuinely harbor an interest in Neymar, Barcelona should not hesitate to engage them, potentially reaping financial rewards to compile the necessary funds for Lin Quan's release clause. Should the player agree to the transfer, Laporta believes that offering around 230 million euros should suffice. Selling Neymar could yield 150 million, with some additional fundraising and possibly parting ways with a few more players. They could ultimately amass the requisite 120 million. Securing Lin Quan would significantly enhance Barcelona's competitive edge, not only elevating the team's prowess, but also substantially increasing commercial sponsorship revenues. Laporta has indeed dispatched individuals to investigate. After Lin Quan's transfer to Manchester City, he attracted a plethora of sponsorship contracts for the club. These sponsorships include not only the transfer payments from the Abu Dhabi group, but also a considerable influx from Chinese sponsors. Although Lin Quan does not hold Chinese nationality, he is, after all, of Chinese descent. For many Chinese fans, there exists a natural inclination to support a player who shares their heritage, particularly one who has not relinquished his nationality, but was instead adopted and taken away by foster parents. Had it not been for the swift actions of the Spanish Football Federation, Lin Quan might have had the opportunity to represent the national team. Moreover, as the current premier player in football, his commercial value is unparalleled. Acquiring him would not only secure immediate impact and guarantee the club's success over the next decade, but also procure a veritable cash cow. Such a transaction, if realized, would undoubtedly prove beneficial. Most crucially, as the output of talent from La Masia begins to dwindle or even falter, the return of Lin Quan, a player hailed as a La Masia prodigy, to Camp Nou would undoubtedly become a celebrated narrative. It would further enhance the reputation of the La Masia Academy, attracting a multitude of young talents from around the globe to join its ranks, thus providing Barcelona with a continuous influx of promising players. Laporta, having previously served as Barcelona's president, possesses a vision for long-term development. His campaign slogan resonates deeply with the public, especially given the dissatisfaction among Barcelona fans regarding Bartomeu's tenure, during which the club lost the Champions League and missed the treble. In the final campaign of June, Laporta was triumphantly elected as the new president of Barcelona, securing his position with overwhelming support. Upon assuming office, he commenced a thorough restructuring of the club's roster, selling off certain players to amass funds for the acquisition of Lin Quan. As Barcelona prepared for this transition, it was inconceivable for Real Madrid to remain idle. A change of management akin to a change of blades ensued, as Ancelotti was relieved of his duties and Zidane was welcomed as the new head coach. Having previously scouted Lin Quan's performances at the Etihad Stadium, Zidane was quite impressed with the unwavering support of the club president. He too intended to join the pursuit of Lin Quan. Successfully bringing Lin Quan to the Bernabeu would not only enhance Real Madrid's chances of contending for the Champions League, but would also serve to greatly humiliate their archrivals, Barcelona. This dual advantage was certainly something Real Madrid was eager to pursue. Aside from the La Liga giants and their familiar adversaries, Paris Saint-Germain, Juventus, having been eliminated by Manchester City in the Champions League, also set their sights on Lin Quan. The Italians, inherently proud, remember the days when Serie A was dubbed the Little World Cup, boasting a majority of the world's elite players among its ranks. Those were the glorious days of Serie A, reigning supreme across Europe, standing out as a unique entity. Although recent years have seen a decline, the legacy of these prestigious clubs remains intact. Moreover, Italy has witnessed a surge of local talent in recent years, rendering them less concerned about emerging stars from abroad. However, after enduring a painful series of 5 consecutive exits from the Champions League, the teams in Serie A have come to a realization. If they wish to reclaim the glory of their peak, they cannot continue to operate in isolation. The Milan clubs are currently burdened by debt, facing an uphill battle. Despite their lofty ambitions, they find themselves constrained. Conversely, the rejuvenated Juventus, having achieved 4 consecutive Serie A titles, undoubtedly represents the pinnacle of Italian football. In comparison to their Milanese counterparts, Juventus enjoys a far more favorable financial position. Thus, having dominated the domestic league, Juventus seeks to make significant strides in the Champions League. After experiencing the formidable strength of Manchester City, they are motivated to make substantial signings this summer. Another pivotal factor fueling their ambitions is Manchester United's outreach to Juventus's midfield linchpin, Pogba, urging the former United player to return to Old Trafford. After discussions with Pogba and his agent, Juventus has recognized the difficulty in retaining him. Consequently, they have resolved to capitalize on Manchester United's financial prowess, knowing that any attempt to secure Pogba would likely require an expenditure exceeding €100 million. With this windfall, Juventus could potentially gather sufficient funds to secure Lin Quan, even considering installment payments, though it remains uncertain whether Manchester City would be amenable to such arrangements. Were it not for Lin Quan's exorbitant valuation, it is likely that even more elite clubs across the top 5 leagues would seek to acquire him. The indifference of other prestigious clubs can be attributed to a singular reason: poverty. Following the probing by Paris Saint-Germain, the footballing world has come to an understanding of Lin Quan's market value. During last year's World Cup, his worth soared to an astonishing €2.5 billion. With his team's successful defense of the Champions League title this year, coupled with his remarkable performance in the final, it is undeniable that his valuation will continue to escalate. As such, even €2.5 billion may prove insufficient to secure his services. For 99% of clubs, such a sum is simply unattainable. Some clubs are not even valued at that amount, and selling their assets would not afford them the chance to acquire Lin Quan. Consequently, for the majority of teams, they can only assume the role of spectators, helplessly observing the elite clubs vie for Lin Quan's signature. Among them is the ever-sighing Professor Wenger. Alas, a step delayed means a step forever lost. Cradling the trophy in his arms, Wenger sighed deeply. In the FA Cup final, Arsenal finally achieved their long-awaited triumph. With the championship secured, Wenger felt as though a weight had been lifted, allowing him to exhale with newfound ease. Not only he, but Arsenal's players shared in this relief. The FA Cup carries significant prestige. Winning it allows them to robustly counter the external ridicule surrounding their decade-long drought without silverware. With the burden lifted, Wenger's demeanor shifted to one of increasing tranquility. In the twilight of his career, most of his contemporaries have already retired, and he too recognizes that his time is limited. Thus, in the final years of his professional journey, he intends to make meaningful contributions to Arsenal, ensuring a smoother transition for his successor post-retirement. Adhering to the principle of achieving great things with modest investments, Wenger once again turned his attention to the promising young talents reported by scouts. Indeed, nurturing these young prodigies brings him immense joy. Amidst the swirling transfer rumors, Lin Quan himself has remained unresponsive, seemingly evaporated from the public eye. This has sparked considerable curiosity. Where has Lin Quan gone? At this moment, he is far from Europe, traveling in the Far East with Guardiola and his family. To avoid disturbances, they embarked on their journey quietly, departing the day after the Champions League concluded. Such swift action caught the journalists stationed in Manchester and Barcelona off guard, as they had not anticipated that the individual they sought had already ventured to a distant land. Their visit serves dual purposes, not only for a holiday, but also to fulfill a heartfelt wish. Standing outside a dilapidated orphanage, Guardiola sighed and said to Lin Quan, "This is where Sarah and I adopted you." Lin Quan nodded, gazing at the crumbling welfare institution before him, which remains unchanged yet bears the relentless scars of time. "In truth, I should have brought you here last year, but circumstances delayed us." When Lin Quan was adopted, Guardiola and Sarah had made a solemn promise to return with him to seek his roots upon reaching adulthood. Last year, Lin Quan turned 18, yet, due to various circumstances, he was unable to embark on his journey. However, it matters little. After all, those who abandoned me long ago have relinquished any claim to a parental bond. In this world, my true parents are solely the two of you. Lin Quan regards the quest for his roots with indifference. It is improbable that he harbors profound feelings for individuals who have neither nurtured nor cared for him. The staff here have changed numerous times and no longer even remember who he is, making it impossible to locate his biological parents. Had he arrived a year earlier, the outcome would have been no different. Upon leaving the orphanage, the group ventured to the local Human Resources Bureau in a nearby town to inquire further. However, due to their ignorance of Lin Quan's parents' specific names and the considerable passage of time, their efforts yielded no results. Before departing, Lin Quan generously donated 1 million yuan to the orphanage as a means to resolve a lingering karmic debt. He had once been among those children in need of care, and he hoped this contribution would aid them. After leaving the orphanage, the group boarded a flight to the capital. There, an eagerly anticipated friendly match between Spain and the Chinese national team awaited them. Chapter 50. Lin Quan trends on Weibo. As news broke of Spain's upcoming friendly match against the Chinese national team, it instantly captivated countless spectators. Spain stands as an undeniable titan in the realm of football, while the Chinese team is indisputably a weaker contender, struggling even to qualify for the World Cup. In recent years, the performance of the Chinese team has deteriorated, including a humiliating defeat of 15-0 against Thailand just 2 years ago. This has led the international community, particularly in European football circles, to view China as a desert of football talent. Despite China's vast population, which exceeds that of all of Europe combined, the number of registered football players in China pales in comparison to that of even a small European nation. Competing against such a poorly performing team not only fails to provide any developmental benefits, but it could also diminish one's own skill level. Thus, football powerhouses have shown little enthusiasm for arranging friendly matches with the Chinese team. For the world champion Spain, there is no shortage of countries eager to challenge them, and they see no necessity to engage in a friendly match with a third-rate team like China. However, the allure of the offer was simply too great. Spain not only accepted the invitation from China, but also sent their full-strength squad to compete. On June 12th, the entire Spanish team arrived in China. A throng of fans and reporters, having learned of Spain's itinerary, flocked to the airport to greet them. The arrival hall was overrun with supporters, all clad in a myriad of jerseys: the vibrant red of Spain, the sky blue of Manchester City, the white of Real Madrid, and the red and blue of Barcelona. Interestingly, many of these fans were not necessarily devoted supporters of the Spanish national team. Rather, they likely favored specific players within the squad, such as Lin Quan, Xavi, Casillas, Ramos, and others. In the vibrant and bustling atmosphere of Zhou, a few individuals donned in the green jerseys of Werder Bremen made their appearance. It was evident that these individuals were ardent fans of Lin Quan. Journalists, however, were unfazed by the commotion. They set up their cameras and prepared for action, determined to capture every angle of the Spanish team. Naturally, while they would take a few shots of others, they were particularly keen on securing ample footage of Lin Quan, who had seemingly vanished from Europe for nearly a week. The public was abuzz with curiosity regarding his whereabouts, especially with the recent announcement of a friendly match between Spain and the national team, leading many to wonder if Lin Quan would make an appearance. To their dismay, and that of countless fans present, Lin Quan was conspicuously absent from the Spanish delegation. "Is Lin Huang not coming?" one fan lamented. "If he isn't here, then my overpriced ticket purchased from a scalper is a tremendous loss." Although the match was set to take place at the Bird's Nest, which can accommodate 100,000 spectators, the sheer number of domestic fans exceeded all expectations. Tickets released by the organizers were snatched up in an instant. With official tickets sold out, fans had no choice but to endure the pain of purchasing from scalpers. It was infuriating, as many wondered where these scalpers even obtained their tickets. Not only did they have stock, but they even offered the luxury of selecting seats, with some fortunate enough to secure adjacent ones. Despite the painful prices, the opportunity to witness the World Cup champion Spain perform, particularly to see the unparalleled Lin Quan in action, brought immense satisfaction to fans unable to travel abroad. Yet now, the realization that Lin Quan had not traveled with the Spanish team left them feeling deceived. "Refund us," cried out fans online and in reality, as protests erupted. Countless supporters, especially those who had splurged on tickets, felt their emotions had been betrayed. While the Spanish team boasted numerous stars, the majority were there solely for Lin Quan. If he was absent, they certainly did not wish to be the unwitting fools. The organizing body, Xingyao Group, found themselves in a precarious situation, compelled to send someone to inquire about the team's status. Coach Tony, you haven't deceived us, have you? Lin Quan is truly coming. Zhang Shan, the deputy general manager of Xingyao Group, inquired anxiously, for Lin Quan was the centerpiece of this event. Without him, the show could not go on. Coach Tony nodded affirmatively. Of course, we have communicated with him. He is en route to the team's assembly point. Upon hearing this, manager Zhang exhaled in relief. He promptly instructed his team to manage public relations, assuring fans that Lin Quan was on his way and would definitely appear at the bird's nest. Upon receiving this news, the fans felt a slight sense of relief. However, many remained skeptical. Could this be a ploy by the organizers? What if Lin Huang isn't actually coming, and they're merely trying to placate us to prevent ticket refunds, luring us to the stadium under false pretenses? Did the Spanish team not train before the match? Once they commence their training camp, won't we be able to ascertain whether Lin Huang has arrived? This is indeed a valid point, but will there still be time for refunds by then? Amidst the swirling speculations, the long-quiet Lin Quan finally broke his silence. He simultaneously posted on Twitter and Weibo, "The experience of riding the high-speed train is truly delightful." Accompanying his post was a video, showcasing a coin standing upright on the windowsill of the train, unwavering despite the high speed of the train. On Twitter, as soon as Lin Quan's post went live, a flurry of fans commented below, "Wow, Lin Huang has come back to life." Finally, Lin Huang has posted after nearly a week of silence. Guys, Lin Huang's IP address shows he is in China. It seems he really has gone there for a friendly match. So he went to China. No wonder we haven't seen him for so long. By the way, is this what China's high-speed trains look like? They seem so advanced. Watching Lin Huang's video, it was evident that the train reached a speed of 350 kilometers per hour, surpassing most high-speed trains in Europe. Not only is it fast, but it's also remarkably stable. Look, that coin hasn't fallen over at all. Some raised doubts, wondering if the coin had been glued in place. Just then, the video showed Lin Quan reaching out to remove the coin, showcasing it to the camera before placing it back upright, and it remained steadfast. Haha, Lin Huang anticipated your skepticism. This comeback is swift and precise. Due to Lin Quan's immense popularity, his video allowed many to gain a renewed appreciation for China's high-speed rail. Some official accounts on Twitter seized the opportunity to retweet Lin Quan's post while promoting tourism, inviting travelers from various countries to visit China. In addition to this video, during his subsequent journey in China, Lin Quan consistently shared local videos, presenting a genuine image of China, one devoid of the grim filters often portrayed by foreign media. On Weibo, Lin Quan's post was made from a new account. Initially, it went unnoticed, as new accounts abound on Weibo. Even though he claimed to be Lin Quan, few believed him. In this day and age, impersonators are rampant, and without Weibo verification, trust was scarce. However, when someone on Twitter noticed that the content mirrored his Weibo post, it immediately gained traction. The comments and shares skyrocketed, quickly surpassing a certain celebrity, landing on Weibo's trending list. Consequently, the follower count for Lin Quan's account surged rapidly. Within just half a day of posting, his follower count exceeded 5 million. As this post climbed the trending list, an increasing number of fans were drawn in, accelerating the rise in his follower count. Initially, Weibo regarded Lin Quan's account as a fake, hence their lack of attention. However, it was only when they observed the rapid surge of this account's followers surpassing 100,000, 1 million, and even 5 million that they grasped the gravity of the situation. Consequently, upon confirming that the account's owner was indeed Lin Quan himself, they promptly facilitated his verification as a public figure. With this official endorsement, some fans who had previously harbored doubts swiftly cast aside their reservations, resulting in an accelerated growth of his follower count. That evening, as Lin Quan and Guardiola arrived in the capital, his newly established Weibo account had already amassed over 15 million followers. Although this figure may not seem extraordinarily high, many domestic celebrities boast larger followings, with a few even exceeding 100 million. The unprecedented speed of amassing 15 million followers from zero in a single day is remarkable. Moreover, unlike those celebrities, Lin Quan did not resort to any means of purchasing so-called fake followers. The majority of his fans are indeed genuine individuals, as evidenced by the substantial number of comments and shares beneath his posts. One solitary Weibo post from Lin Quan garnered over 1 million comments and more than 500,000 shares, demonstrating a level of fan engagement that surpasses that of celebrities with over 100 million followers. Of course, he cannot be compared to a certain artist with the surname Liu, who boasts a staggering 12 million comments on a single post, certainly a force to be reckoned with. In the capital, within the offices of Starshine Sports Culture Company, Limited, Chairman Wang Hai had just received several calls from the executives of prominent domestic companies. After witnessing Lin Quan's influence and appeal within the country, these executives immediately expressed a desire to collaborate with him. However, lacking any prior connection with Lin Quan or access to his agent's contact information, they sought to leverage their partnership with the Spanish national team through Starshine to facilitate a collaboration with Lin Quan. The benefits promised were enticing, and Wang Hai found himself intrigued. He then summoned Zhang Shan, who was overseeing the organization of the upcoming friendly match, to assign this task to him. Mr. Wang, this endeavor may prove challenging. Lin Quan's endorsement fees are substantial, and these companies are clearly aiming for a free ride. Zhang Shan scoffed at their intentions, thinking they believed domestic players were easy to manipulate. I don't expect this to succeed. I just want to seize the opportunity to connect with Lin Quan. Wang Hai smiled slightly and remarked, our domestic market is vast, and Lin Quan, being a Chinese player, holds greater prospects in this market compared to other European players. Shouldn't we consider establishing a dedicated domestic economic team for him? Mr. Wang, are you suggesting? Zhang Shan paused, staring at Wang Hai in astonishment. Indeed, I wish to collaborate with him and assist in facilitating domestic business opportunities. Starshine Group is not among the foremost companies operating in the sports culture sector in the country. Compared to the true industry leaders, they can only be deemed a rising star, lacking the depth of experience and breadth of services. However, their boss possesses a keen intellect, a discerning eye, and an astute commercial acumen. In Wang Hai's view, Lin Quan is not only youthful, but also immensely capable. Cultivating a relationship with such a person would undoubtedly facilitate their endeavors in Europe. Establishing a profound collaboration with Lin Quan would significantly bolster their group's business prospects. Truly, Wang has an exceptional ability to recognize such opportunities. Zhang Shan held great admiration and willingly accepted this task, promptly setting off to visit Lin Quan. Under the guise of being a loyal fan and representative of the event organizers, Zhang Shan successfully met Lin Quan. Greetings, Mr. Lin. I am Zhang Shan from Xingyao, and here is my business card. Without unnecessary preamble, Zhang Shan candidly conveyed his intentions. Lin Quan, taken aback, realized that Wang Hai indeed possesses a nimble mind. He had not previously contemplated this aspect. Whether regarding operations in Europe or Asia, he had delegated such matters to his agent, Pear. Lin Quan seldom intervened personally. Pear's agency, albeit modest in scale, lacked extensive connections. Consequently, the majority of his business ventures were limited to local European opportunities. As for Asia, they had rarely taken the initiative to expand, unless approached directly by potential partners, as had been the case with certain entities. This was not entirely Pear's fault. Lin Quan's detached attitude towards commercial affairs played a significant role. He was not particularly fond of attending various commercial events, finding the daily rigors of training and competition sufficiently exhausting. The thought of further taxing himself with advertising shoots and commercial engagements was unbearable. Nevertheless, no one would turn down financial gain. If the terms offered were favorable and the collaboration relatively effortless, Lin Quan would not hesitate to earn some supplementary income. The domestic market was rapidly evolving, with numerous enterprises investing significantly in sponsorships during each World Cup. Thus, the commercial prospects here were promising, and sponsors were quite generous. Coincidentally, Pear had no connections in the domestic market. Should someone be willing to manage these affairs, Lin Quan would eagerly welcome the assistance. Therefore, he acquiesced to Zhang Shan's proposal, agreeing to meet Wang Hai from Xingyao after the friendly match. Prior to that, he wished to better understand their capabilities and background. This chapter concludes. Chapter 51, Spain vs. China. A friendly match does not carry the weight of a formal competition, and given the comparatively weaker opponent, some of the younger players in the Spanish team appeared somewhat indifferent. The Chinese team, after all, seemed easy to handle. Observing their dismissive demeanor, the veteran players within the squad grew concerned. We have faced the Chinese team before. Their defense is commendable, while their offense is average. In our previous friendly, they hardly posed a threat to our goal. However, if we underestimate them, we might find ourselves unexpectedly thwarted. David Silva, who participated in the last warm-up match, spoke up on the training ground. He referred to the warm-up match from 3 years ago, during which Spain was also preparing for the upcoming European Championship, thus opting to face two relatively weaker Asian teams, South Korea and China, for practice. In the friendly match on May 31st, Spain triumphed over South Korea with a score of 4-1. Given that the Chinese national team is perceived to be even less formidable than South Korea, it was widely believed within the Spanish camp that this match would be even more straightforward. The betting odds reflected this sentiment, favoring Spain by a margin of 2.5 goals, indicating a strong expectation of a resounding victory. However, the outcome of the match was nothing short of astonishing. Despite dominating possession throughout, Spain found themselves thwarted by the Chinese defense, managing to score only once through David Silva after more than 80 minutes of relentless attacking, ultimately winning by a narrow margin of 1-0. This match left a profound impression on the Spanish team, illuminating their glaring shortcoming, a lack of attacking prowess. Unfortunately, this issue persisted, leading to a struggle in the subsequent World Cup qualifiers, where they even failed to secure a victory against a team as weak as Georgia. Fortunately, the emergence of Lin Quan, coupled with Bosquet's swift decision to include him in the squad, finally addressed this persistent ailment. Following the strategic inclusion of Diego Costa, the external evaluations of the Spanish team have shifted, and the narrative of their attacking deficiencies has been rendered obsolete. After all, the ferocious offensive display by Spain during last year's World Cup was witnessed by the entire world. Is it true? Is the Chinese national team that formidable? Morata looked incredulous, his expression suggesting disbelief at David Silva's words. With Lin and myself, a striker of great caliber, we can't possibly struggle against a third-rate team like China, can we? He chuckled in disbelief. Young players like Isco also gathered curiously around, directing their attention toward Lin Quan, a player of Chinese descent, who should have a clearer understanding of China's capabilities. With everyone's gaze upon him, Lin coughed lightly and spoke. Do not underestimate the Chinese national team. Why not? Their track record doesn't seem impressive. Morata scratched his head, recalling the abysmal performance of Asian teams in the previous World Cup qualifiers, where none managed to win a single match, all finishing at the bottom. Given that the Chinese team has missed 3 consecutive World Cups, it hardly appears formidable. Hee. Haven't you heard the saying? Lin chuckled. While the Chinese team may be considered third or even fourth tier in official tournaments, their prowess can elevate in friendly matches. Even the French team has fallen to them in the past. What? The French team couldn't defeat them? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Spanish players grew noticeably serious. Although France is not a rival to Spain, they are undoubtedly a strong contender in Europe. The prospect of the Chinese national team defeating France indeed posed a potential threat. Against such an opponent, the world's top-ranked Spanish team must undoubtedly give their utmost effort. Should misfortune strike unexpectedly, the resulting scandal would be utterly humiliating. Tomorrow's match demands our utmost effort. We must unleash our full potential and strive for goals. Observing the serious demeanor among the group, Lin Quan addressed Morata and a few companions. Indeed, Brother Lin, we shall heed your guidance. They replied emphatically, as they were all devoted followers of Lin Quan, naturally inclined to comply with his words. The team is currently navigating the painful transition of generational change, during which Bosquet is granting numerous opportunities to young players. However, the ability to establish themselves within the national squad will ultimately hinge upon their performances. In this context, the summoned young players are brimming with motivation, eager to impress the coaching staff with their remarkable displays on the field and secure their positions as national team members. Under Lin Quan's leadership, these young athletes are exhibiting an exceptionally diligent and earnest attitude during training. Their fervor and determination have elicited approving nods from the coaching staff on the sidelines. Indeed, the young players are filled with zeal, showing no signs of complacency or lack of seriousness in their training. It is primarily due to Lin Quan's exemplary leadership. One remarked. Indeed, with his formidable prowess, he trains with unwavering diligence, often pushing himself further. How could the others dare to slack off? Bosquet, overhearing the coach's discussions, felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He had not anticipated that his decision to promote Lin Quan to vice-captain would yield such positive effects, though it was a welcome surprise. Among the younger generation of Spanish players, few possess the innate talent and ability that rivals that of national icons like Xavi and Iniesta. If these players cannot commit to rigorous training, the strength of the Spanish national team is bound to decline. Now, with Lin Quan leading by example, these players are able to temper their arrogance and impatience, quickly recognizing their own capabilities and compensating for their lack of innate talent through diligent practice. Consequently, while the future Spanish team may not reach the same heights as the current squad, their baseline performance should remain commendable. After all, with Lin Quan in the forefront, the Spanish team will invariably secure its place among the world's elite. As for whether they can maintain their position atop the world rankings, that will depend on the rise of other formidable teams. Recognizing that this generation of players cannot rival Spain, many European teams have accelerated the promotion of young talents. Among them, the French coach Deschamps has been the most proactive and effective. The thought of the formidable French team Deschamps is assembling fills Basque with considerable pressure. It appears that tomorrow's friendly match will necessitate the inclusion of more young players for experience. Deschamps dares to promote and trust young talent. Why should Basque hesitate? On the training ground, when Basque announced the starting lineup for tomorrow's match, it ignited cheers among the young players. The starting roster boasts 8 players born in the 1990s. Among the seasoned members, aside from Ramos and Lin Quan, all others will rest on the bench. Certainly, in friendly matches, there are no restrictions on substitutions. So it is highly likely that these seasoned players will have the opportunity to take the field in the second half. After all, with so many fans attending the match, it would be remiss to let a mere group of substitutes entertain them throughout the game. The Spanish team boasts numerous stars of great renown, and with the presence of the illustrious Lin Quan, their training ground has attracted a throng of admirers and journalists. Most of these reporters and fans are drawn primarily by Lin Quan. Consequently, whenever they witness Lin Quan executing dazzling dribbles, breakthroughs, or shots during training, they erupt in cheers and applause, their encouragement resounding like a chorus. Some fans even chant phrases like "Lin Huang is amazing," or score another one, "Lin Huang." The Spanish players, unable to comprehend Chinese, remain oblivious to the shouts from outside. Upon hearing the enthusiastic cheers, the veteran players maintain a calm demeanor, accustomed to such scenarios. However, the younger players find it challenging to contain their excitement. They are determined to showcase their skills before the fans, treating this internal warm-up match with the seriousness of an official competition. Initially, the veterans did not regard this intra-squad training match with much gravity, typically holding back against the younger players to avoid instilling any psychological scars. Yet, as the younger players adopted a serious attitude, the veterans felt compelled to elevate their game as well. After all, even if they did not wish to flaunt their abilities before the fans, they could not afford to lose face in front of the crowd. They are, after all, key players. Being outperformed by a group of substitutes would be a significant blow to their pride. Thus, the seasoned players found themselves drawn into the competitive spirit. The spectators outside remained unaware of the dynamics within, utterly captivated by the intensity of the match. Truly, the Spanish team exemplifies the prowess of a world champion. Even their training match exhibits such high intensity. My goodness, the strength of the Spanish team is formidable. Not only are the main players exceptionally skilled, but even the substitutes possess alarming talent. It seems the national team may face a daunting challenge tomorrow. Haha, what is there to fear? The national team loses to anyone they face. A score of 3-0 is inevitable, and I could perform just as well. I think it might not necessarily be 3-0. With such formidable strength, the Spanish team might inflict a severe defeat. Perhaps not. The national team has shown resilience in friendly matches. During their last encounter with Spain, they nearly managed to draw. Although the fans generally believe the national team will lose, with few expecting a victory, some still harbor a glimmer of hope, thinking that if the national team plays defensively with great determination, they might hold Spain to a draw. After all, this is their home ground, and they nearly achieved that in their last meeting. While the Spanish team diligently prepares for battle, the national team is also hard at work. Coach Ballon is orchestrating various defensive tactics for the national team. Although Ballon may not be widely known, he previously led the Chinese team to an impressive performance in the Asian Cup earlier this year, securing 3 victories in the group stage and finishing atop their group. Although the national team was swiftly defeated by the champion Australia in the knockout stage, this achievement stands as a remarkable beacon for a team that has been mired in difficulties. Had fortune smiled a bit more favorably upon them, perhaps they could have advanced to the semi-finals, had they not drawn the formidable Australia as the second team in their group. It is precisely due to their commendable performance in the Asian Cup that the Football Association has decided to extend their contract with Coach Perrin. Clearly, the association harbors great expectations for him, hoping he will guide the national team out of its nadir and mount a challenge for the next World Cup. While Perrin may not possess the same renown as Camacho, he does exhibit an admirable work ethic. His tactical arrangements reflect a keen understanding of the player's characteristics. What are these characteristics, one might ask? The players exhibit lackluster technical skills, poor mental fortitude, and inadequate physical resilience. It is challenging to identify any strengths among them. Given the team's subpar technical abilities, Perrin opted for a selection of physically robust players, relying on their physicality to compensate for their technical deficiencies. The advantage of this strategy is that it enhances their physical presence, preventing an entirely one-dimensional approach. However, the downside is that the national team struggles with creativity in attack, rendering them predictable. Should the opponents bolster their defense, scoring may prove elusive. Nevertheless, this concern is inconsequential for the upcoming match. They are set to face the world champions, Spain, and few harbor expectations for a victory. Perrin and the players share this sentiment. Since winning seems improbable, the focus shifts from attacking strategies to solidifying their defense. Globally recognized for their technical prowess, Spain's physical combat capabilities are comparatively average. In last year's World Cup final, they were outmatched in physical confrontations by Germany. Of course, the national team's physicality cannot be compared to that of Germany. However, they need not pursue victory in the same manner. A simple contraction of their formation to their half, or even to the edge of their penalty area, would suffice. This approach would significantly enhance their defensive strength, while simultaneously constricting the space available for Spain to weave intricate plays and penetrate through the ground. Under these circumstances, intensifying physical confrontations serves as an excellent defensive strategy. With this reflection, Perrin solidified his tactical approach for the match. Time flew swiftly, and soon it was match day. Before the game commenced, the vast Bird's Nest Stadium was filled to capacity, with over 90,000 fans in attendance. Despite the national team's tarnished reputation and poor track record, a substantial number of supporters donned red jerseys to rally behind their team, with a significant majority appearing to be ardent fans. They waved various banners and placards, proclaiming messages like "National Team, do not back down," and "Rise up, National Team, and defeat Spain." To be candid, the national team's performance does not quite merit such fervent support. As they were the away team, Spain opted not to wear their red jerseys, instead donning their white away kits. The number of fans donned in white jerseys to support the Spanish team was relatively scarce. As the predominantly white uniforms were not widely worn, most attendees sported the red jerseys. However, with the national team opting for red, the Spanish squad naturally had to change their attire. Nevertheless, the white uniforms were quite aesthetically pleasing from a distance. One might have mistaken the players for representatives of Real Madrid. Prior to the commencement of the match, the national anthem was performed, prompting all fans to rise collectively and sing with resounding fervor, creating an impressive atmosphere. In stark contrast, when it was time for the Spanish team's anthem, the arena fell into a profound silence, with even the Spanish players on the field remaining mute. The reason for this was that the Spanish national anthem is devoid of lyrics. The chapter concludes here.